Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Stroud under center, takes a knee. The season is over for the Houston Texans. They charge into Arrowhead Stadium, but come up short 23-14 and see their drive for the AFC Championship game come to an end. Kansas City prevails. Texans start their offseason. The Chiefs back in the AFC Champ game, and Houston 14 points on the board at the end of the night. They could not get it done here, and they'll reset going into 2025.
Yeah, here we are heading into another interesting offseason, and here we are once again. Sixth time the Texans make the divisional round. Sixth time we come in on a Monday licking our wounds and wondering what needs to happen for the Texans to get a little further. And there's a lot to dig into with this game. Both I think that people are very interested in here locally about the game itself, the way the Texans played, what the future looks like for this team. And then I think, too, storylines with this game that popped even beyond just Houston and Kansas City nationally. Yes, we will talk about the officials in this game. I know this is a strict, no referee complaining zone, but to a degree we will lift the ban today because of the egregious calls. How you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I'm trying to lift myself out of this depression that I get at the end of every football season where my team doesn't win a Super Bowl, which has been every single season ever in the history of me. I was a Bills fan growing up, and it's tough, man. It's tough, and it is. It's compounded by the fact that you and I, especially Sean, I think, have been getting attacked over and over again. By people who traditionally and normally love us, because we warned everybody, hey, don't get too wrapped up in the officiating, and then by Gar.
I'm like, these people won. They won.
I have been under attack nonstop.
Me too.
By people. I don't mind being hated and despised by various people, but the people who I want to like me are also like angry at me right now.
Yeah.
But this is the one thing I'd say about this. I'm angry, but it's a little bit different. I'm not mad at the officials themselves because honestly, the way that rule is enforced, in the way it's written in the playbook and the way they expect the officials to call it, it's bogus. And Pat Mahomes exploits it to an extreme degree. He takes a rule that is meant to protect the safety of quarterbacks, and then he goes and puts himself in danger consciously to draw flags and exploit a rule that's supposed to protect quarterbacks. The NFL, for whatever reason, has decided not to make the fake slide illegal. Pat Mahomes is a practitioner of that. And then the NFL basically instructs the officials to, whenever there's any doubt about it at all, throw the flag. And then after that, they won't make it reviewable. So the second unnecessary roughness, I think, was the most egregious in that Mahomes had the chance to run out of bounds easily. It was right there for the taking. Instead, he put himself back into danger and ran towards 3 full-speed running defenders and then basically then slid late, puts the defenders in an impossible position where they can't help but hit him or worry about the fake slide or anything else. End up penalized for it and extending a drive. It's unacceptable. They got to fix this. I'll blame. It's the competition committee. It's Pat Mahomes himself because it's Bush League bogus crap that he doesn't really need to do. He's damn good enough already. And then also, look, it's on the coaches and owners too. Why have you not put more pressure on the competition committee? This is as much on DeMeco and Cal McNair as it is on anybody else here because they allow this crap to exist.
Yeah.
There, out of my system.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I think just specific to that Mahomes play, because we're gonna hear from DeMeco on this, Will Anderson Jr. on this in just a second, Troy Aikman on this. Man, Pat Mahomes almost broke Troy Aikman on Saturday afternoon. Like, Troy was ready to run down to the field himself and strangle Patrick Mahomes, I think. That specific play, it's not just running. I'm fine with guys that can get out of bounds and running back into danger if they're actually trying to gain yards. You know what I mean? Like, if you're running back in,
seeking contact.
If you're running back in there and you're putting a shoulder down, or you're actually running like Josh Allen would run back into
forward progress,
yes,
right?
Yeah. Like, I have
He's running laterally.
I have no problem with a guy not getting out of bounds if he's trying to act like a football player, not like James Harden. You know what I mean? Like
right.
And then there's the flop later in the game. Like Mahomes is a great player, maybe the greatest player of this particular segment of football that we're in, last 7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
That stuff's a joke. Like that is an out and out. That's a flat out joke. Mahomes should be ridiculed for that stuff.
The flopping, especially, thing needs to be fined heavily, especially for quarterbacks because they make so much damn money. Yeah. The fact that it's not reviewable, the fact that the foot first slide in close quarters is never the best way to protect yourself as a quarterback. Case Keenum said as much when we had him on a few weeks ago. What he tells young guys all the time is, if you're going to slide feet first, you better have room to do it. Because the last thing remaining to hit by any defender, whether he tries to hit you or not, is your head, and it's dumb.
Yep.
Like, if Pat Mahomes genuinely wanted to avoid contact there, he would have turtled and gone down just to the ground.
Yep.
And it's just, it's so damn un-American. It's just wrong. And was it a factor in the game? Yes. I'm kind of wired to try to not blame officiating, because officiating is like a weather event. It's going to happen. You're going to have bad. This one bothers me because the actual rule and the way it's enforced, not the individual officials themselves. The actual rule itself is bogus. And it's on. I blame Cal McNair and DeMeco Ryans as much as anybody else. Get this crap fixed in the offseason. Peyton Manning used to exploit the rule book all the time.
Right.
They fixed it.
Yes.
They changed 2 specific rules because Peyton Manning was dodgy in that manner.
As the local face of ownership and coaches, you blame them. I'm just picturing one of them getting in their car and turning on the radio, and they're like, "What did I do?"
Get this crap taken care of.
Yeah, you're right.
It's bogus. It's bad for football.
I agree. No, I agree with you. Here was DeMeco after the game, and didn't exactly mention the ref by name, but boy, this sure does seem like a tip of the hat at the officiating here.
Yeah, we knew going into this game, man, it was us versus everybody. Right? When I say everybody, it's everybody, all of whatever. Everybody, the naysayers, the doubt, right? Everybody we had to go against today. And, going with that, going into this game, what we were up against, we can't make the mistakes that we made, right? We had a lot of self-inflicted mistakes that happened, whether it's special teams, not converting our kicks, defensively, not being where we're supposed to be in coverage, all offensively, not protecting our quarterback and keeping them clean. So, you marry that on top of everything else that we have to deal with. It's going to be a really tough uphill battle.
Okay, and so the pause there, right before he said everybody again, to me, that pause was clearly, you may as well put referees in that blank right there if we were transcribing it.
Yeah.
But DeMeco acknowledging at the back end there that, there's plenty the Texans did wrong in this game, and we absolutely should acknowledge that. Like the Texans, to Seth's point earlier, the referees didn't lose this game for the Texans. It was an element in the game not going their way, to be sure, but they outgained the Chiefs by 124 yards. They didn't turn the ball over. They were well over 50% on third down in this game. Like, they kept the chains moving in this game. They were
honestly going back and watching the second half again. C.J. Stroud played magnificently.
Yes,
the play when he had actual time to throw. Yeah. And to the receivers he was throwing to, without Nico Collins on the field for much of the second, like, he made some incredible throws.
Yeah,
it was a great personal performance by him.
He was tight windowing John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson in this game. So they were 10 of 17 on third down. They held the ball 7 minutes longer than the Chiefs in a game against the team that held the ball for 10 of the final 11 minutes. The last time these two teams played a month ago, they held the ball for 7 minutes longer. Again, I do this exercise, Seth. Like, you told me those things before the game, that they were going to do these things, the Texans, like blindly. I would have said, I bet they win this game. If they're 10 of 17 on third down, if they're out possessing and outgaining the Chiefs significantly, they're not turning the ball over on the road in this game. Are you kidding me? And yet, the F-ups were so bad. It wasn't just the penalties that Mahomes got for being Mahomes. They had other very bad penalties in this game. The 8 sacks allowed are the huge thing, and then that there was a sea of them, a barrage of them when you're trying to come back in a one-possession game. The special teams, Frank Ross and his crew picked the worst time to be the worst unit for this team on Saturday. They were awful, and the defense let Travis Kelce kill them slowly throughout the afternoon.
The special teams, I mean, the only person outside of Houston who's happy about the way that game was officiated was Kaimi Fairbairn, because he hasn't been lambasted nearly enough for whatever the hell that was. Whatever the hell that was. He was lucky to make the one field goal he did make. It was really, really bad.
God, that's right. He barely snuck that one in there.
Tommy Townsend with that 34-yard punt when you really needed a good punt.
Needed it. Yeah.
They got it. The Chiefs got the ball at midfield. The Texans defense, I was harsher on them after the game than I should have been, just because I forgot how bad the field position was on that touchdown drive after the Tommy Townsend 34-yard punt.
Yeah.
The kickoff return, Chris Boyd doing whatever the hell he was doing, that was just a mess and a disaster. That was really, really bad.
Bad.
That was frustrating.
It was bad.
And then the offense, look, the offensive line, I knew they were going to lose some snaps in that. I guess I don't know exactly why they felt like for 4 quarters Shaq Mason was going to at some point turn it around and start playing good football.
Yeah.
Okay, there's that. I'm not mad at Bobby Slowick for having Dalton Schultz on a defensive end on that one sack. I'm mad at Dalton Schultz. Look, the Chiefs were blitzing like crazy. They were sending 6-man blitzes over and over and over again. Yeah, at times when you do that, you're going to end up with a tight end on a defensive end. Try to slow him down a smidgen. Yeah. Can you slow him down a smidgen? Yeah. The running backs were awful in pass protection and in blitz pickup. The 8 sacks is unacceptable. It's not like I saw that one guy on Twitter, Fluffy Foo Bear or whatever, said that he was adamant that look, the Texans were sad after those bad calls went against them, and that's why. All right, are we really going to do this? Are we going to be talking about your football players being sad? I'm sorry, I didn't realize the offensive line was depressed the entire season, and that's why pass protection was so bad. I didn't realize that Dalton Schultz only pass blocks when he's got the warm fuzzies, and if he's got the cold pricklies, it's not a good day for it. No, they got to hold up their end of the bargain. The offense just simply wasn't good enough this year. They did some really good things in this game. I thought C.J. Stroud was really good individually. I'll make some excuses for him because the wide receivers, they were banged up enough going into the game. And then Nico Collins is on the field. Maybe according to Floofy Bear, he was on the sideline with melancholy instead of an actual injury.
Yeah. Boy, did you see the play that people thought maybe Nico got popped in that game? Like the play that got him that injury in that game? But he got chipped downfield by a linebacker, like popped right in the ribs by a linebacker. Yeah. All right, so we're off and running. We're going to dig plenty into this game. We're here for 2 hours. The off-season stuff for us will probably be just sprinkled in and probably more attacked later on in the week because there's still a ton to dig into in this game and in this season here with the Houston Texans as we're off and running here on a Reaction Monday, the final Reaction Monday of the year, at least when it comes to Texans content. Saturday's game, though, in my opinion, as we're going to watch the conference title round next week, yet another one that won't involve the Texans. Saturday's game, in my mind, was lost long before Saturday. I'll explain coming up next.
Kirk Holmes, they do things the right way. They check off all the boxes. That's why they were the two.
American flag. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Organization, his team, all year, man. He has blessed us and favored us tremendously, man. And I just got to give all glory to him. And we knew it was going to be us against the refs going into this game. And, I talked to you guys early this week. And I was just saying, man, we got to go out there and we got to do us better. And, in some instances we didn't do that, some instances we did. So we just got to keep going, man. Next offseason, get the guys together, man. And, everybody just coming together and just keep building that team chemistry and get past this hump.
It's funny. There were Texan players who were outspoken about the officiating in that game on Saturday. Will Anderson's cut there got the most attention because he literally used the phrase "it was us against the refs." So that was a headline on ESPN on the bullet points on the side there. And I thought Will kind of redirected it back towards we got to be better also here, but. The fact that I wanted to play that whole cut, including Will talking about how God has blessed them during the year.
He's talking about God. I didn't know if he was talking about God or me.
He was talking. He was definitely. I thought the same thing. I'm like, is he talking about? No, God. But the reason I left that there is because he was literally leading into his media availability. I wanted to illustrate that. This wasn't the response to necessarily a question in the middle of the whole thing. Will's giving all glory to God, and then immediately is going into, we thought it would be us against the refs. That was the lead into the whole thing. So that was a big topic, a big talking point with a lot of the guys. I would say to the credit of everybody who talked about the officials, specifically DeMeco Ryans, C.J. Stroud as well, they did all redirect it back to them saying, look, it's not – we didn't lose this game specifically because of officiating.
And I'll say again, look, Mahomes manipulates the rule book. And the officials themselves, I can't get angry at those dudes. They made a couple calls in that game that easily could have gone the other way and wouldn't have been overturned. The Eric Murray pass breakup, I don't think that would have been overturned by replay if it had gone one way or the other. The Dalton Schultz reception on the sideline, I don't think that necessarily would have been overturned. It wasn't like every single call went against the Texans. It's just that those roughing the passer or the unnecessary roughness ones were very, very, very ticky-tack gray area BS. I see Jared Goff get flat-out blasted in the face on an interception return yesterday, and nothing there. Jaden Daniels got shoved 3 yards out of bounds. Nothing. It's that Mahomes flops and complains and winds his way, puts himself into danger at times, and the way the rule is written, they end up getting those calls, and it's bogus. Yeah. It's Bush League, it's cowardly, and it is un-American, but I'll set all that aside. The fact of the matter is, look, the Texans are amongst the most heavily penalized teams in the league when it comes to unnecessary roughness. Mm-hmm. They play a violent brand of football. Mahomes is really good at drawing that specific penalty and doing it in a faking slides and ducking back in bounds type of ways. It's a factor going into the game. It's a factor going into the game. You're gonna have to fight that perception.
Well, and I tell you what, one way, and this is a good lead into what we're going to talk about here. One way to at least diminish that, it would seem, would be play these games at home. Get better than a 4 seed. Be better than a 4 seed, and you're not leaving yourself open to the human nature that is not just a football thing. It's a basketball thing. It's a baseball thing. That's one of the reasons why home field advantage is something that's very desirable, is that the game, to this point, is still being officiated by humans, not robot computers yet. Here was DeMeco Ryans after the game saying, we're not that far off.
Yeah, I don't feel like we're that far away. These teams are in a whole different tier than us. It's a matter of us just doing what we're supposed to do, and we'll be just fine.
All right, and so to a degree, I agree with him, Seth. That was not an evenly played game on the scoreboard necessarily, but if you were just to watch that game, it didn't look like play to play. If you just ignored the scoreboard, you don't look at that. You don't look at those two teams going, all right, this one is significantly better than that
They're definitely within reach. I think the offensive line is the biggest glaring issue. I was just looking at, and again, take PFF grades with a grain of salt, but in the aggregate, it's interesting that the only two teams in the playoffs whose offensive lines were in the bottom half of the rankings were the Steelers and the Texans. It just and that's what it looked like. That offensive line is just not good enough. I think I'll give Laramie Tunsil a lot of credit for, I think, honestly, really trying to reinvent himself midway through the season when he just had to figure out how to stop getting false starts. I think he committed himself to being a better run blocker and a more involved, complete player than he's ever been. So I fully credit him for that. It was cool to see. Titus Howard did some good things as a left guard, but on the sum total of it all, they're just a bad offensive line. There's room for improvement and hope. Lake Fisher is still young, all of that. But they're just – I'm watching some of these games, just any of these other teams in the playoffs this weekend, man, they got some hosses on their offensive line.
Yeah.
Even when they weren't playing well, they're just it's night and day, the level of physicality, technique, and everything else.
Technique, execution, the mental side of it, yeah, you're right. What was the early game was the Rams and the Eagles yesterday. The Eagles ran some play where they had a guy pulling, like Saquon. I mean, they got good players, too, that are carrying the football, but you're just watching, and it's a Jeff Stoutland offensive line, so they've been doing this forever. Like, it's just, as a Texan fan, it's depressing to watch those other games and see these other teams execute the way that they do.
And even the Eagles, I mean, it was almost a little bit of like a Joe Mixon plus type of performance because Saquon Barkley was averaging about 2.5 yards per carry on the runs, except for his 2 huge runs.
Yeah.
But it's like throughout the course of the season, the blocking mattered, and it was hard to block, man. I honestly felt bad for offensive linemen for the first time in my life in both those games yesterday.
Oh, the weather?
Because the Rams were running games really, really well, and they made life difficult for the Eagles. Well, actually, no, the Eagles were running games even better.
Yeah.
The Eagles made life really difficult so I digress. The other big thing that was frustrating was just old man Travis Kelce running roughshod over the Texans defense. That was really like losing track of Travis Kelce to the point where he didn't even have to serpentine his way around.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing any of that. Remember the one play where Henry To'oTo'o was just standing behind Travis Kelce, kind of waiting for him to do his thing?
Yeah.
And Travis Kelce was just standing there. Like, you didn't even get the A+ version of Travis Kelce, and they lost track of him way too often. I think Azeez Elshire was probably the biggest transgressor on some of the big plays, but they took turns. There was Eric Murray one time, there was Miles Bryant another time. You just can't let Travis Kelce be the guy that's going to crush you like that. Not at his age.
Yeah.
Not with his body type these days.
Yep.
No.
So my thought coming into this segment was that this game was lost before Saturday. The Texans' loss on Saturday is, to me, Seth, and this plays into the officiating to a degree, like you and I just talked about. But I think it also, like getting a home game in the divisional round is ultimately, I think, going to be the recipe for getting the Texans out of this morass that they're in of being the 4 seed, winning at home, and then going and losing. And this one was frustrating because this was a winnable game. Like a lot of these other divisional round games, last year, for example, they were outclassed. Like the Ravens were just a better football team. Look, it's tough to get deep into the playoffs. Like there's a chance we may look back at this game and go, like in the next couple of years, go, man, their best chance to get to the AFC title game might have been in Kansas City. Kind of a vulnerable Kansas City team that's not. It's a good team. It's not a great team, I don't think. They allowed the Texans to hang in that game. You got a few bad calls from the officials. This is where, though, the Texans, to me, lost that game is losses that they sustained in the regular season that are just inexcusable. If you can be the 2 seed and get a home game, you're not going to be victim to those calls, theoretically. You're going to have the crowd on your side. You're going to be playing in a stadium where your forces bleep ton of turnovers, right? They forced no turnovers in Kansas City. That is a different Texans team that plays at home. They had losses this year, Seth, from the middle of the season on. They started having these losses that after the game, you and I would read tweets on Monday. The Lions lost, for example. Only the 3rd time since 1994 that a team won a game while throwing 5 interceptions, right?
Yeah.
The Lions, the first team since these are actual stats. First team since 1970 to overcome 5 interceptions and trail by more than 2 touchdowns and still win the game. That's week 10. Week 12, 2 weeks later, and these are at home. 2 weeks later, Will Levis quarterback taking 8 sacks and throwing a pick six since 1960 are now 3-33 in those games. 3-33 since 1960. This Chiefs loss on Saturday. The Texans are now the only team in postseason history to outgain their opponent by more than 100 yards and not turn the ball over and lose the game. Teams in the postseason prior to that fit that statistical profile were 49-0. And that's not even to talk about, hey, they were +3 against the Packers in turnovers. Teams like that win 92% of the time. Actual stat. So that's actually kind of subdued compared to these historical kind of blueprints that they've had to walk their way into these losses. So, they lost 8 games on the year, and 4 or 5 of them are games that statistical gods would go, no. Maybe you lose one of those this season,
right.
not 5.
That's where, this last game was kind of set aside because the officiating or the way the rule is enforced on the quarterback, it's whether you want to blame the officials, I tend to blame the rule itself and the way it's enforced and the lack of a ban on the fake slide and all of that, whatever. It was a factor. It's not the only reason the Texans lost. Taking 8 sacks had nothing to do with the quarterback protection rule. But it was a fact. It was certainly a factor when you have the margin like that. I think with a lot of those losses, the biggest thing for me is that, the defense improved a lot, but they just absolutely have to stop letting up some of these big plays. And this is where DeMeco and I differ in some regards. I really vehemently disagree with DeMeco's philosophy about tackling to the point where he has said multiple times that he doesn't worry about missed tackles because as long as there's a swarm mentality. That's fine in regular season games versus bad opponents. Yeah, if you got a lot of guys rallying to the ball, then you're going to get people down. But you're also a team that just has allowed way too many huge chunk plays. And the bad tackling is part of that.
Oh, yeah.
You can't all of a sudden, at the very end of the year, DeMeco started talking about how they had to be better at tackling instead of just flat out saying he's not worried about missed tackles. They're one of the worst tackling teams in the league. And it undoes a lot of really good stuff they do defensively.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't understand. I feel like DeMeco and I are wired the same way philosophically in a lot of ways. There have been some very, very good, hard-hitting physical defense, the lead of Boom specifically, who are the best tackling teams in the league.
Yeah.
It's not mutually exclusive that you can't hit hard and cause turnovers, but also tackle soundly. They've got to fix that next year. It's sloppy. It's sloppy, and I'm philosophically opposed to it.
Travis Kelce, I don't know that I've watched a game where he's broken a tackle all year. He goes down at the touch of a feather. That's the 49-yard play downfield to him. Kalen Bullock missed. Azeez Al-Shire missed. He's dragging a guy into the goal-to-go area of the field. It was wild.
It's pathetic. It's really, really bad tackling, and it's unacceptable. And there's got to be a change in methodology. Honestly, you got to. Some teams have tackling coaches, like specialists that work on it. That defense is too good to be allowing as many passing touchdowns and stupid things like that. And Travis, you're exactly right. We saw Travis Kelce in the regular season. You could sneeze on him and he'd fall down. Yeah. And you're just letting that old man. It's like you got knocked out by Morgan Freeman in $1 Million Baby. You know?
Yes.
He went in $1 Million Baby'd you.
That's right.
I wish I'd been what happened to the chick in that one, falling on a stool. It'd just been that's what I felt like doing. Spoiler alert. I felt like biting my tongue so I could suffocate on my own blood. Okay,
there you go.
Good morning, everybody.
All right, we're off and running on a Reaction Monday. The Texan season is over. We'll talk plenty about that as we roll. Yeah, man, better in the regular season. You don't have to worry about going to Kansas City anymore. You can host a game in the divisional round. That would be nice, I would say. That would be awfully nice. All right, headlines. Let's get to them here. We'll talk Texans in headlines. We'll hear from head coach DeMeco Ryans on exactly what happened in coverage against Travis Kelce and the other 3 playoff games. How are we feeling about these 2 matchups that we've got now in the AFC and NFC title games? We'll hit that in headlines and a whole lot more. We got a college football playoff title game tonight as well. Ton to get to here on a Monday. Stay there. But before we do that, West Point Lincoln.
Nation's #1 Generac dealer, GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Stroud under center, takes a knee. The season is over for the Houston Texans. They charge into Arrowhead Stadium, but come up short 23-14 and see their drive for the AFC Championship game come to an end. Kansas City prevails. Texans start their offseason.
Yeah, that one hurts, man. That was a winnable game for the Texans on Saturday. They lose 23-14 to the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, the officiating a big topic in that game. But DeMeco Ryans, I think, hit the nail on the head with this. Until we can do things right, we're not going to win games like this.
As where we stand right now, like, we got to be better. Obviously, we're not good enough to beat a really good football team, right? So when we can do the things we need to do consistently and all the time, that's when we'll be able to, come here and be in this spot and win a football game. But unfortunately, like, we still got things to clean up of our own.
Yeah, they are close. I mean, and that's where I try to keep perspective when I'm feeling depressed, is that they are close. And one thing that I hope is real, it's that they did figure out how to run the ball in the last 6 quarters of the playoffs, that after not really being able to do it consistently almost ever in the regular season, something did click there. I think that there's potential there with Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard on the left side if Titus chooses to accept that mission. My goodness, please do. I think there's potential there. The biggest question for me is really just the offensive line and the pass protection in total, including the tight ends and the running backs, but then also Bobby Slowick and his involvement with it. Like, just how far can Bobby Slowick and some of these guys on this offense really take this team? And by the way, they got to go out and get a wide receiver in the offseason.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's just here we are. It's 6 months ago, it was, wow, look at these 3 wide receivers they have. You can't reasonably expect Tank Dell to be ready to go in September, given the horrificness of his injury. And Stephon Diggs is a free agent and old. So,
coming off an ACL.
And coming off an ACL as an old man.
Yeah.
And we just don't know about Bobby Slowick and the coaching on the offensive line, everything else. Like, there's defense. I don't want to act like, the defense is just going to keep getting better no matter what. But, man, the defense played really well with some blemishes, but with 2 rookies in the secondary, with Will Anderson as a second-year player, with Henry To'oTo'o coming on the way he has, and I think he'll continue to improve. There's a lot more reasons to, that defense can be championship caliber than there is on offense right now.
Yeah.
CJ, I thought, played very, very well given the circumstances.
I did too. I thought CJ had a really good game. I know it sounds crazy in a game where the offense only scored 12 points to say that, but man, he did not have a lot of help out there, and I thought he made some big-time throws in that game, protected the football, didn't turn the ball over. I think most of the sacks, to me, were more on the protection than on CJ. He wasn't perfect, but I thought more of them were on the protection than on him.
And especially when you look downfield and see, especially when Nico Collins wasn't out there, I'll go back. Look, though, man, I'm watching Washington this weekend, and hey, Cliff Kingsbury, I was skeptical. I didn't want Cliff Kingsbury as an offensive coordinator. You know what I saw Jaden Daniels have? Options when there was a corner or safety blitz.
Yep.
I mean, it was an easier operation for Jaden Daniels. Mm-hmm. And I mean, credit to him. It's amazing. Like, he deserves all the credit in the world. But he's a freaking rookie. And he's got options when the protection isn't there. And CJ, it's just not the same.
Going to be an interesting few days. DeMeco Ryans does meet with the media this morning, I believe 11:30, late this morning. I'm sure the guys on In the Loop will have that, and we'll have highlights of that throughout the day, because there are still questions to be answered for DeMeco Ryans. He didn't get asked about Shaq Mason being out there in the postgame availability. Shaq was not good. Their best version of the offensive line was the one that played the second half of that win over the Chargers. And I know Juice Scruggs was banged up also, but Shaq Mason was bad in this football game, really bad in this football game. So that needs to be answered for. DeMeco was asked the game of Travis Kelce's big afternoon. 7 catches, 117 yards, touchdown. Here was DeMeco on what happened with Travis Kelce.
There's mental miscues, right? I wish I had more for you. It's just mental miscues and coverage, things that we've done before. And unfortunately today, for some reason, in the biggest moment, we don't get it done.
Like horrible.
I think with Azeez Al-Shire, I don't know how much his injury might have been affecting him because there were a couple plays in the run game that I think he, like very similar to plays that he made last week.
Yeah.
He missed the tackle on Kareem Hunt on that final touchdown drive. In coverage, that Travis Kelce touchdown, I haven't watched on the All-22 yet. I'm watching on I was watching the TV copy yesterday, and I'm just trying to figure out why he's waiting for a crosser to come over when Travis Kelce is the crosser right into the hole there in the middle of the field. And then Pat Mahomes on that play, that was the one where Pat Mahomes was basically horizontal to the ground as he's throwing it. Yeah. As he's throwing that, I would have given Azeez a break if he thought that Mahomes was turning into a runner, because he was running towards the line of scrimmage, and it's right at that point where the linebacker's got to make a decision about whether to go up and tackle the quarterback or not. But Azeez's eyes were off to the left, and Travis Kelce was wide open behind him. And it wasn't, could the safety have gotten there? Maybe, but Azeez could have been in the lane. It just, and there were just too many instances like that with old man Kelce.
Yeah, I hate to say this about Azeez because he was such a big storyline coming into this game. Him being back for this game, missing the first one. He left the game for a while to get looked at in the tent. He was one of those guys that in the press box, Seth, they go, so-and-so is questionable with a knee injury. He was one of those guys in this game. They might have been better off with Neville Hewitt out there on Saturday.
Well, I'll tell you another thing. They played a lot of zone. DeMeco wasn't all out blitzing or anything, which is fine if you tackle.
Yeah.
And they couldn't tackle Travis Kelce. That's the biggest part. They've got to change their philosophy on tackling in the offseason. It's not acceptable. It just flat out, you can be a hard-hitting defense and still also be good tacklers. And you can't miss tackles like that on Kelce. So the strategy of playing zone was fine if they had limited some of Travis freaking Kelce's
He's the only
run
one.
after the catch.
He's the only one.
Yeah, he's not that guy anymore.
Yeah.
You can't let him be that guy.
Yeah.
That was very, very disappointing to me.
Yep. All right, the other playoff games, let's touch on these here quickly. Washington beat the Lions in the late game on Saturday, 45-31. This is a game where the Commanders they led for the entire second half of this game. The play that the Lions are getting killed on today and for most of the weekend was, I believe, down 10. I think it was 38-28 at the time. They ran a play with Jamison Williams where he was throwing the ball downfield.
That was now, and listen, okay, if it had worked out, it would have been brilliant. Earlier in the game, David Montgomery had a shovel pass.
Yeah.
It was a handoff or a pitch to David Montgomery, and then Montgomery shovel passes it to Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yeah.
And it was brilliant because it worked. I do think an indication of, man, Jared Goff just is not the guy.
No.
He's stuck in this mode. Every year now in the playoffs, you see where, all right, well, I can see why Sean McVay, didn't want to. He wanted a guy that long-term could actually get it done. Matt Stafford doesn't put up the same numbers and what have you, but you trust him in crunch time.
Yeah.
Jared Goff had some bad interceptions in that game.
Oh, yeah.
And you can't excuse it because of the weather or anything like that. And I think Ben Johnson, the coordinator, shows exactly what he thinks of Jared Goff. It wasn't just one trick play. It was like, no, we have to have multiple other people than Jared Goff throwing the football.
Yeah, Goff left that game for a little while after getting popped after a pick six that he threw. During
Pat Mahomes. If that were Pat Mahomes, he would have gotten flagged 17 times.
17 times.
They would have brought a guillotine out on the field to execute the defender.
The first ever play where a player would actually have to Venmo his fine money on the spot right there.
Yeah.
He's suspended on the spot, like on the field, gets yanked off the field. That's what would have
had to agree to take Jackson Mahomes to a lunch.
Yes, weird stipulations, yes.
Yeah.
But the reason I bring that up is, and I give Ben Johnson credit for this, like Teddy Bridgewater, who was coaching high school football a month ago, literally, comes into the game, and he runs a reverse with Jamison Williams that goes 65 yards or whatever it was for a touchdown. Like, Ben, it sounds weird to say in a game where a Jamison Williams interception on a trick play was a tipping point in this game. But, yeah, like I watched this game, and I'm like, man, Ben Johnson has squeezed every ounce out of Jared Goff that you can possibly get.
I have with that as a play design because, again, trick plays, it's always hindsight reasoning. It was either brilliant or the dumbest thing in the world based on whether it works out. I do question having a receiver throw from the middle of the field to the sideline like that.
Yeah.
Like I prefer to get him out towards
Space.
a boundary, and it's clear cut. All right, the DB either bid on it or he didn't. I don't need him making touch fade throws from the pocket.
Philly over the Rams yesterday, 28-22. Saquon Barkley went for over 200 yards again. And then the Buffalo-Baltimore game was a fun game, too. I don't know how Mark Andrews sleeps on the flight home or last night. Mark Andrews, who put the ball on the ground in the fourth quarter on just a horrible fumble where the Ravens were driving for a winning or the lead touchdown, and then he dropped a tying 2-point conversion with under 30 seconds to go. That was, for him, for any tight end in the NFL, should have been an easy catch.
It was a classic. Brandy and I almost got in an argument about this last night. It was one of those moments where the throw was probably, I'm not criticizing the throw in itself, but the situation is Lamar knew that he had to throw it with touch. He didn't want to just rifle it in there, and it was almost a little too much touch.
Yeah.
It's still on Andrews. It's 100% on Andrews, but you can see where it's like it's just floating there a little too long.
Yeah.
And it hit him right in the belly. In the belly. I could see myself doing it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's 100% what I would do.
My only solace if I were Andrews would have been, well, it would have tied the game. We might have still lost it in over. So, like, if that were to take the lead, it's already bad. But, all right, we'll keep it moving. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. All right, I've got 6 highlights from the game on Saturday between the Chiefs and the Texans that I think each of them highlight a theme of this game that impacted the outcome. The reasons why, this is the autopsy of all autopsies of a Texans playoff loss that we're going to do, and we'll do it coming up next. Now, the good news is I had Prize Picks.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to go through Saturday's game. I think there are 6 highlights here that I've got that I think highlight a theme of this game. Reasons why the Texans may have lost, things that they needed to do better, things they need to do better moving forward, quite honestly, that we will get to. Nico, this is a text message. Nico getting cheap shotted is the biggest grievance nobody's talking about. He was torching them up to that point. Yeah, I guess if you saw it, there was the video I saw was an all-22 where Nico's going out on a route.
Yeah. And
it was definitely further than 5 yards down the field. You know, inside of 5, there's a lot allowed to do to receivers. It was definitely more than 5 yards down the field, and a linebacker came by and almost chipped him like a tight end, not named Dalton Schultz, would chip a pass rusher.
Or a running back would, yeah.
Or running back would chip, yeah. So, I'm with you on that. I actually, as long as we're talking about Nico, I was talking and texting with a lot of people yesterday with the team, on the team. A lot of people just react to it. And one of the anecdotes that I thought was interesting was that Nico apparently – at certain points in the game, was appealing to the referees about all the holding and the grabbing that was going on downfield.
Yeah.
And apparently, according to somebody that I talked to, the DBs on Kansas City were, like, laughing at him and saying, dude, they ain't calling that on us here in Arrowhead Stadium. They were like, that's bless your heart kind of thing. Like,
Nico,
bless your heart.
Yeah, the conspiracy theories aside or anything else, like, Nico, I think he's that good now that it's the point where he gets like a miniature version of the Shaq rules where teams are allowed to abuse him more physically because he's such a big, strong dude.
Yeah.
That might be the thing he has to work on in the offseason with Andre Johnson is like, all right, man, they're not going to call a lot of this stuff because you're so big and strong and that it doesn't look like it should be affecting you, that you just got to be that much more violent with your hands and anticipate it because it's you can fight City Hall or you can just get to beating people no matter what they're doing to you.
Dude, how great is it that that's the conversation we're having about Nico Collins right now? I mean, I hate that it is a result of him getting manhandled against a secondary on Saturday.
Manhandle's a little loaded. But, abused, physically abused.
Whatever it is, whatever verb you want to use, that we're having this conversation that he's that level of receiver that deserves that treatment is a real sign of progress with Nico Collins. You know?
Right. Yeah, no, he is that guy. And when he wasn't on the field, again, that's why I say – CJ played, whatever the final numbers were, he played way better than the numbers indicate.
Yes.
And in the second half because of the level of difficulty of some of the throws. I think where the pass rush got to CJ more so than on the sacks because I'll go back and watch more closely. I don't really blame him for any of the sacks because the pressure was so quick.
Yep.
It was right up the gut at times or it was just it was Karlaftis not having to slow down at all on a beeline to him off the edge.
Yeah.
Some of the outlet throws, he had the one that he sailed to Joe Mixon. There's another one where he was late to make the decision, and it just that's where I think he could have made better decisions. But he made some really high level difficulty throws to receivers who didn't have a lot of separation.
I agree. I agree. I thought CJ was good on Saturday for sure.
Yeah, it was a play when he tried to force it to Nico. That was a dangerous throw.
Yes.
He could have had Dalton Schultz for the check down in the flat.
Yep.
Like that one was the one where, all right, man, you gotta be more careful in that situation.
Feel good about CJ moving forward, man. Feel really good about him. All right, so let's get to these highlights. We'll do acknowledge me's at 7:20-ish, thereabout. So in about 15 minutes or so, we'll do our acknowledgments for the weekend in a segment we call Acknowledge Me. First highlight is the first highlight that's on the highlight sheet because it was the first damn game. Flashbacks of 2015 season, January 2016, I thought possibly. If you recall that game, the Texans allowed the opening kickoff by Niall Davis to be returned for a touchdown. They didn't allow a touchdown here, but this was a bad start for what was going to be a horrible special teams day.
Here's the opening kickoff. It'll be returnable for sure. Over the 5, 10, 15, straight ahead, 20, 25, and 30. Spun out of it, 40, left side. And still going, Remigio, 45 of Houston, cutting back, and Boyd brings him down at the 30.
Okay, so that was the opening kickoff. Not for a touchdown, but this play, the theme, obviously, that highlights is how horrible special teams were. Okay, there was not one thing on special teams that the Texans did well on Saturday.
The only one good thing was Robert Woods deking that guy into not downing the punt. Remember?
That was one thing.
That was the one thing. That was the one thing. Tommy Townsend's 34-yard punt was not one of the good things.
It was not. And at a time where we were literally all looking at each other going, they need a big punt right here.
Kaimi Fairbairn, I don't want to mess this up. Could you please detail all the missed kicks that Kaimi Fairbairn had?
Kaimi Fairbairn missed a 55-yard field goal.
I remember that.
That looked like you or I kicked it. Like it wasn't even close.
It looked like me on the driving range.
Right.
They sliced the hell out of it. I thought it was the wind, but there's no way the wind blew it that hard.
Barely made, I think, a 47-ish yarder one, like snuck it inside the upright, so barely made that. Missed a PAT. Second straight Kansas City game where Kaimi Fairbairn has missed what would have been a game-tying point-after touchdown in the third quarter, because he did the same thing after Tank's touchdown 4 weeks ago. And then holding on to the last string of hope, if they kick a field goal here, if you recover an onside, you can still get a shot at this game. Nope, blocked. 35
and it was a
yards
low
out.
kick.
Yeah.
It was like, dude, at point blank range right there, when you're a defensive lineman and you block a kick like that, you just thank baby Jesus for that, because that one was on Kaimi too. He was atrocious. He was just god awful.
He was bad. Now on this particular play that we just played, Chris Boyd did force a fumble at the end of that return. The ball was on the ground. Kansas City, I believe Samaje Perine ended up falling on the ball. Chris Boyd had no clue that Samaje Perine fell on the ball, because as soon as he forced the fumble, he starts running over to the sidelines, rips his helmet off, tosses it, gets called for a 15-yard penalty that he doesn't even see he's getting called for, comes up and shoves Frank Ross with two hands. It turns out in celebratory fashion, not in anger, but still, what are you doing?
No, especially because does Chris Boyd not understand the rules of football? That a fumble needs to actually actively be recovered by your team? Like, what? I don't understand at what point Chris Boyd, he didn't even look back to see who had recovered it or anything.
No.
And then he takes his helmet off and gets the 15-yard penalty. What the hell was that?
Okay.
It was so weird.
Here was DeMeco Ryans on that sequence of happenings with Chris Boyd.
With Boyd, what I saw is, we can't come out the first play and throw our helmet. Like, we understand that's silly, right? And that's not what we teach. That's not what we're about at all. So for us to be here at this moment and throw our hat, throw our helmet, like, we know the rules and know we can't do that, and it just puts the team, right, in a negative light to start the game, right? We give up a big return. We take our helmet off to add 15 more yards until the play. It's just not smart football.
I'm sorry, Mark, to start the broadcast like this, but I am so over Chris Boyd. It's every week something that hurts this football team from a penalty standpoint, and you start the game with that stuff.
Yeah. That was Andre Ware. Andre Ware was not happy with Chris Boyd there.
At some point in the offseason, we got to make Ben do just a ridiculously long and hard project, but of going through and finding every time that Andre has been done with somebody. Because the other one was Titus Howard when it appeared like he stripped the ball out of C.J. Stroud. I know that's not what
it was the Detroit game, Ben. If you're looking for it, that would be Week 10. Yeah. Ben, Week 10 is where you need to go find that one.
But Andre, at that point, Andre's big point was, man, too many times offensive linemen are just standing around watching, turn spectators. It's like, hey, I just have to block for 3 seconds and then I'm done. I think they got better at that as the season went along. But Andre, understandably, very upset with Chris Boyd.
I know if Chris Boyd is still on this team. Andre's right. It was not just that play. Like, Chris Boyd gets a penalty every week, it feels like, on special teams. He's not a good enough player to make up for that, for sure.
Was it Chris Boyd that hit the dude that had signaled fair catch?
That was D'Angelo Ross who did that.
who's made up for it.
Who's recovered nicely from that, yeah. So that was highlight number one. Literally the first play of the game. The theme there, atrocious special teams. All right, the next one. Patrick talked about this play, the Kelsey catch and run. Here's what it sounded like on the broadcast.
Here's a blitz by Murray. Here's Mahomes throwing it downfield, and wide open is Travis Kelsey, who breaks a tackle, breaks another tackle, running right 20, 15, 10, and tackled at the 6-yard line by Henry To'oTo'o. Kelsey so strong, gets a goal to go for the Chiefs.
Okay, so the theme there is they just were way too easy on Travis Kelsey in this game. And the tackling, and to your point earlier, Seth, on that play in particular, the tackling was poor.
People falling off of him like it was Priest Holmes in his prime or something. It just, That was the frustrating thing, and it's been a theme for the Texans all season long. It's one of the reasons they allowed more passing touchdowns than anybody else in the league. Despite playing really good football most of the time, they're a bad tackling football team. This frustrates me because there is no excuse for it. And it frustrates me doubly because DeMeco has said multiple times that he doesn't worry about missed tackles as long as everybody's swarming to the ball. Well, in a situation like that, there's only so many guys that can swarm to the ball. The guys that get there got to make the freaking tackle on a geriatric Travis Kelce. It's unacceptable. And you can't blame, we don't practice in pads anymore. Guess what? Most of the teams in the league also aren't allowed to practice in pads much, and they tackle better than you do. There are ways to practice tackling without wearing pads. There is a sport that exists called rugby. They spend a lot of time drilling practice with no pads. A lot of football teams adopt those techniques. This team looks like a team that does not have time tackling technique, and in my opinion, it's a weird blind spot for DeMeco to have because he wasn't a bad tackling linebacker. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it.
Yep. So that was Mahomes to Kelce. We're going to hear from Kelce again in these highlights, but that was number 2. Number 3, this is actually a good one for the Texans. Here was Joe Mixon capping off this might be the best drive of the DeMeco Ryans era.
Stroud digs in. Irv Smith motions to the right. Handoff, Mixon running right, has the 10, has the 5, he dances into the end zone! Touchdown, Houston!
All right, so
Joe Mixon!
Of course, Kaimi Fairbairn would go on to miss the PAT. The Texans would continue to trail 13-12. But to me, the theme there, Seth, with that highlight is that when the game script dictated they could still do this, run the football, they reached a point in the game where you're down by 2 scores and it's hard to pound Joe Mixon between the tackles at that point. But when the run was still an option for the Texans, they ran the football really well with Mixon. 18 carries for 88 yards, and that might have been his longest carry of the day there, that touchdown.
It was consistently churning out yardage.
Yes.
It's by far the biggest positive development for me in the postseason was that, man, this is 2 games in a row now where they've had long, sustained drives that heavily featured the run.
Mm-hmm.
The coming out and soaking up 10 minutes of clock time, keeping Pat Mahomes off the field for Pat Mahomes, who looked rusty as hell early on. Yeah. You end up keeping him off the field the entire halftime. So, I don't know how many minutes off of the actual real clock.
Right.
That is when you include 10 minutes of game time plus the 12 to 15 minutes of halftime.
Yeah.
It's a long time you had kept him out there. And luckily for him, he draws a bogus penalty on the next drive to keep extending it. But
yeah. That was the most impressive drive that I think Bobby Slowick has architected. And then it came in the second half when they've really struggled in the second half this season, for most of the season in the second half. 15 plays, 82 yards, I think. I mean, they started backed up because there was another special teams penalty. I think it was MJ Stewart. MJ Stewart and Chris Boyd, I think their entire role on special teams is just to get penalties. That's the only time you ever hear their name. But long drive, 10 minutes, 24 seconds, Mixon running it in. Yes, the theme there is I thought that the Texans ran the football well. That was the positive, I think, to take away offensively. And you're great point, Seth. I think the last game, too, against both Chargers and the Chiefs. 2 good defenses in playoff environments. They ran the football really, really well. Travis Kelce continued to torture the Texans, though, and here was a touchdown that made it an 8-point lead.
On 3rd and goal from the 11, here's the snap. Mahomes in the pocket, trying to scramble forward. Mahomes throws last moment, and caught. Touchdown. He was leading forward, got the ball off to Kelce for 6. Unbelievable. He was going down and he threw it. You're going to see that highlight for a long time.
I'm glad Vandy kind of clarified that. He said he's leaning forward. I'm like, he was falling down, and then Vandy hit it. And he's right. That was, if you're a Chiefs fan and you're looking for a highlight that pops about that game, I think that's what made it such a shame that Mahomes, I think that to me, what I'll remember about that game with Mahomes is just how wussy-ish the things he was doing to draw those 15-yard penalties and try to flop and draw more 15-yard penalties was. That was an instance in this game where you go, all right, man, you can do everything right, but he's just Patrick Mahomes.
That's the frustrating part of it is, and it's one of the reasons that honestly, I sat here and defended James Harden for exploiting the playbook year after year after year. It's really, really frustrating when you see somebody that's as talented as Pat Mahomes who does this just frankly unmanly behavior of exploiting a rule that's meant to protect quarterbacks and using it to draw penalties. Like the second, look, I know the first penalty, I didn't think it was right. I felt like there's no evidence that, like, the intent, like the spirit of the rule and everything, I feel like that should be a penalty that's reviewable.
Yes.
But it happens, and I wasn't as upset about it as bad as it was. The one where Pat Mahomes could have easily run out of bounds. If what the quarterback is trying to do is protect himself, he could have run out of bounds, but instead he turns back towards danger, runs laterally towards contact, and then slides late and does exactly what he wanted to do, which was draw a penalty there. He wasn't trying to get positive yardage or anything else like that. It's just, it's Bush League crap, and yet he's going to get away with it, and he's going to draw the penalties. And honestly, it's on the coaches and it's on the owners for not pressure on the competition committee. College football has banned the fake slide for several years now. And the NFL, for whatever reason, doesn't see fit to do it. They haven't made it reviewable to have some kind of judgment introduced into the unnecessary roughness on these slides. It's just, it's very, very frustrating. If the Texans hadn't had such a letdown offensively in the fourth quarter, I'd be way more angry about it. It's just that it was a contributing factor to this loss, but it wasn't the only thing that contributed to it.
You and I are on the same page there. The Texans did plenty to lose this game, no doubt about it. And this next highlight here, we got two more, and then we're going to get to Acknowledge Me. This was the Texans down 8 in the fourth quarter. They're at the Kansas City 40-yard line, 4th and 10.
On 4th and 10, Stroud takes the snap. There's pressure. CJ out to the right, trying to shake by a defender, and he's sacked. Back at the 44-yard line of Houston. Took a deep sack at a bad time because instead of the Chiefs having the ball at the 40, their 40, it's at the Houston 44, and that one hurt a lot.
Yeah, Vandy nailed it. Now, I'll give credit to the defense. They were able to get a 3-and-out and get off the field and get the ball back there. The defense stood up in this game at times when the offense and special teams really put them in bad spots. The junctures in this game that I feel like where I was asking myself, what's going on, DeMeco? Like, what are we doing here? Definitely throughout the course of the game, Shaq Mason still being in there would be one. I would say the second would be the Xavier Hutchinson near down. Looked clearly like he got the first down that could have been challenged. Now, they end up converting after a false start, put him back 5 yards to make it 3rd and 6 instead of 3rd and 1. They end up converting. That was on the drive, the 10-minute drive, so that didn't come back to hurt them, but I'm like, oh, man, DeMeco challenged this. This looks obvious. This play right here, though, that we just played, the 4th and 10, was a complete cluster. The play gets in. They don't break the huddle until there's like 7 seconds left on the play clock.
And
he got all 3 timeouts left. This is the season right here.
And this was right before the 2-minute warning, right?
No. There was still time to go in there.
That was the other one. Okay, yeah. I was thinking of the one where CJ almost tried to call it timeout.
There's about 10 minutes to go in the game.
This play was, again, there were too many times when the pass protection broke down where I felt like CJ was trying to manage the pocket the right way, but because protection broke down so quickly, there was no place to step up because guys had a beeline right to him, and it was just it was the thing that has ailed the Texans for just huge. They improved in pass protection in some ways, but at other times, man, like Dalton Schultz is he's a non-factor. Blake Fisher is a rookie, and he's at times when he's one-on-one, he's going to lose. I feel good about him for the long term. Some of the pressure up the middle was extreme and immediate. It was bad pass protection. It wasn't a flukish 8 sacks that CJ took, and he didn't have options downfield in most of them where he could have conceivably gotten rid of the ball quickly.
Yep. So that was bad there. The execution once they snapped the ball, whatever the process was to get the play in and get out of the huddle, someone was moving slow there because on a have to have it 4th down play to save your season. On 4th and 10 at the 40-yard line, there's no way you're breaking the huddle at 7 seconds or whatever it was with intent. All right, last one here, and then we'll get to Acknowledge Me. The Texans still were hanging on. Down 11, chance to cut it to a score. Here's what happened.
Field goal try from 35 yards out, right hash mark. Weeks with the snap. Tommy Townsend with the hold. And the kick is blocked. The Chiefs have it, and they run out of bounds with it, and that's going to do it.
Yeah, Kaimi was awful. I mean, there's just no sugarcoating it. He was terrible.
I wonder what going into this game, I was like, okay, you got all the bad kicks out of his system. He'll be fine. And nope, I was dead wrong about that. I was dead wrong about worrying about the officiating being a factor, and I was dead wrong about Kaimi Fairbairn being anybody that you can trust to do anything at all on a football field.
No,
and it's been like that. It's been that way for a while now.
His kickoffs weren't even that good when he's kicking into the wind. They were running up and catching it at the 10-yard line with a head start. That was a big reason why they got a 63-yard return to open the game. So those are the highlights I thought that really kind of captured several themes of this game. The inability of the offensive line to protect in the second half, the special teams, just the complete cavalcade of errors that special teams was. Travis Kelce, the role he played in this game, highlighted the good. I thought the Texans offensively in this game, ultimately not enough, 23-14.
The one, I know people are upset about Dalton Schultz being tasked with blocking George Karlaftis on that sack. The Chiefs had a 6-man blitz going. You're going to end up with matchups like that. Dalton Schultz just simply can't be as bad as he is, and yet he is, and he's got a nice big contract that Nick gave him in the offseason. So, like, that is what it is. I don't know if all of a sudden at some point Dalton Schultz is going to turn into a guy who actually knows how to block next year. I'm highly skeptical.
The most frustrating thing about Dalton Schultz, Seth, is one of the things that we said last year and we said coming into this season is, Dalton Schultz isn't a good blocker, but he's a willing blocker. He tries. Yeah. It doesn't even look like he's really trying to block this year. Like, did you see one of the chips that he had in the? He was supposed to get a chip on a guy, and he runs by him and just touches him with his hands, like touches one of the numbers on his jersey and goes out into his route. Like, just it was like it was a training camp practice where you're not, don't go full speed. Just acknowledge that you're supposed to chip here by touching the guy. Like, no, this is the AFC divisional round. Like,
he's a big tough guy when it comes to shoving defensive backs after the play and getting into jawing matches with them. He tends to be a different person when it's actual full-grown men.
Actual large people, yeah.
All
right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. Let's acknowledge the big performances, Texans and otherwise, from the weekend. And let's start with Will Anderson Jr. Here was one of his 2 sacks on the day.
Here's Mahomes getting the snap. Here's pressure. Mahomes is going to go down. He's sacked. Beautiful takedown by Will Anderson Jr. on 3rd down.
But we are witnessing the development of a very, very special player, and a player that is going to command a double team from this point in his career on.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, sorry about that, Ben. Acknowledge me. Yeah, we got to acknowledge Will Anderson Jr. 2 sacks, 3 TFLs, 2 QB hits. He had 1 sack where Joe Thuney was on his back. Like he's carrying him like he's a backpack, Will Anderson was, and he brought Mahomes down. We're going to take inventory of the season here over the next several days, Seth. Like, what's good, what's bad, what happened this season that was really positive that we feel carries forward. Will Anderson Jr. getting himself into the conversation alongside the other great game disruptors in the NFL is a massive development for this team.
And it was fun watching him against Joe Thuney, who's playing out of position at left tackle, because Thuney, he almost looked like a high school kid who's like trying to use proper technique, and he's got his hands right out there, which you don't want to do against a good pass rusher. And he's done some nuanced things in his pass rush that he wasn't doing last year. He gave a little shimmy to Thuney, but never stopped moving forward at full speed as he did it. And then it was just a simple dip and rip for a sack. He's really coming into his own. And I think that there's still room for improvement as he becomes a genuinely polished pass rusher. That's the really exciting thing. As far as commanding double teams, he's got Danielle Hunter for at least 1 more year, and that's the fun part about it, too. If the Texans defense could just start actually giving a damn about tackling, this could be a hell of a defense, but they're way too sloppy tackling. It's the biggest thing that's hurting them right now. In the defensive backfield, I mean, those 2 rookies, they're still continuing to get better. Well, I feel very good about the trajectory of the defense if they can just give a damn about tackling.
Let's acknowledge both those. The 2 rookies are Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter. Let's acknowledge
me.
Hang on, Ben. Let's acknowledge the 2 corners. Yes, Derek Stingley Jr.
Acknowledge me.
Kamari Lassiter.
Acknowledge me.
Chief wide receivers had 5 catches for 45 yards. all of them were to Xavier Worthy, and I think most of it was just little Andy Reid trickeration around the line of scrimmage stuff. He only averaged 9 yards a catch, so obviously they were not attacking downfield with Xavier Worthy and his speed. I saw a stat, Stingley and Lassiter were only even targeted 3 times in the game, and they didn't give up any catch. 0 catches for 0 yards. There were so many times in this game, not so many times, but there were a few notable times in the game where Mahomes is back there for 5, 6, 7 seconds, and it's very clear nobody's coming open downfield.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when I started to get nervous about just the potential for flags. You know, okay, this is Mahomes. This is what he's going to do. He's gonna figure out a way to draw a 15-yard penalty because he's a sneaky SOB.
Yep.
Those guys, man, all credit to Caserio and DeMeco for identifying them and drafting them, because Kalen Bullock especially, I was not expecting this performance out of him this year, because him is kind of a guy who's a 2-year project. He's very young, very raw, and, man, he just got better every single week during the season.
Those position rankings that come out every year by various outlets, 1 through 32, who's got the best running back room, who's got the best wide receiver. The Texans will be in the top 3 on all those lists for their secondary next year.
Yeah.
You know, Stingley, Lassiter, Bullock. You get Jalen Petrie back. Jimmy Ward's back for another year.
Well, and credit Eric Murray also. I think in the playoffs, Eric Murray showed up with some big plays. That PBU, man, because it wasn't like, Eric Murray was he had a tough assignment, and he was he could have made a better play on the ball initially, but he just kept fighting.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it almost could have been, if he'd been able to hold on to the football.
That was wild. Yeah, like he almost.
Because
almost rolled on top of him as he was going to the ground, you know.
On the very next play, that was when Kelsey had his big reception downfield.
Yep.
So it was kind of all for naught, but that was a great play by Eric Murray.
Murray did some good things in the postseason, no doubt. All right, let's acknowledge gamblers who had Texans plus 9.5.
Acknowledge me.
The Texans were trailing 23-12 very late in the game, and the Chiefs chose to do something that tactically a lot of teams do when there's under a minute to go in the game. They had the luxury of being able to just run some clock off by having their punter run straight backwards, run to the corner of the end zone, and get a safety. You know, and then there's less than 20 seconds left in the game, and it's a 2-possession game. Hey, let's just burn some clock, kick off, let C.J. Stroud kneel it out, and we win 3-14. Well, if you had either Chiefs minus 9.5 or Texans plus 9.5, that bleep mattered, man. It mattered big time because the score went from 23-12 to 23-14. Credit Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, Joe Buck in particular, for knowing exactly what people were thinking in sports books throughout the country.
Ariza will head out of the back of the end zone for a safety. And there are a lot of people who are paying attention to that. That makes it a 9-point game. World. Al Michaels is smiling right now. Al Michaels is kidding.
Yeah, the reason they're alluding to Al Michaels there, Al Michaels has been making gambling references at the end of games for decades now.
Right. Except I wonder if they knew exactly how Al Michaels had actually.
Oh, what side he was on?
Yeah.
What side? Yeah, or what he got.
I felt good because I recommended that people take the points in this game for the Texans, and there you have it.
You had
That's the only thing about. Listen, people are going to have their conspiracy theories about games being fixed and all of that. I only ask that they actually just root it in some kind of logic as to the actual motivation of who would be, because you can't have it both ways in this game. If you believe that games are scripted, you can't believe that the officials were out to get the Texans and the league wanted the Chiefs to win. Yet at the same time, at the very end of the game, the most conscious decision they could make was one that actually hurt the Chiefs. I'll listen to your conspiracy theories, but you've got to have them rooted in some kind of actual motivation that makes sense.
It could be two parties at work here. The league might want the Chiefs to win, but it could be the cartel that wants the Texans to cover.
Yes.
You know,
the cartel is honestly the where a lot of the logic breaks down in the conspiracy theories, because people love to say, "Oh well, Vegas wants this or Vegas wants that." Like Vegas is. Dozens and dozens of different huge casinos and sports books that are all in competition with each other.
Yeah.
If there is, when there's gambling in sports, it's because of individual operators. It's because some individual player somebody got their hooks into him or something. That's when the point shaving happens. As far as like Vegas or the league wanting a certain income or outcome, that's where the logic kind of breaks down.
The calling it Vegas is a malaprop now because it's not just Vegas anymore. Like there's sports books all over the place. Like that's
it's a false generalization.
Yeah, it's a hell of a coordinated effort that would have to take place. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's acknowledge the Rams defense here. Why are we doing that? Well, the Rams defense held Saquon Barkley to just 205 yards and 2 touchdowns, which was a full 50 yards and 1 touchdown better than what they did back in Week 12 against him. You know, hey man, it was 255 and 3 tutties back then. Like they held him to just 205 yards and 2 touchdowns in their loss to the Eagles. I'm being very sarcastic here. The Rams defense was, I would say, pretty abysmal, giving up although it was on 2 gigantic chunk plays, a lot of it.
It was on 2 plays. Both those games yesterday, the weather was a huge factor, especially with the ball sloppiness. And I thought that the Rams' defensive line, by and large, was making life really, really difficult for Jalen Hurts. I mean, at one point, Jalen Hurts had an ugly knee injury that I thought I was surprised that he actually continued to play, and he looked a little bit hampered by it. But the weather conditions really played a big part in kind of randomizing yesterday's games.
Yep, no doubt. So way to go, Rams defense. You improved. You're not advancing in the playoffs. Saquon Barkley and the Eagles are, but you improved. All right, let's get to these other 2 here real quick. Lou Holtz.
Acknowledge me.
He has managed to go all these last 10 or 12 days without saying anything, at least that I've seen, that would rile up Ryan Day and Ohio State to the same degree it apparently did last season when Ohio State and Notre Dame played early, I believe week 1 or 2 of the season last year, when after the game, Ryan Day, first question of the post-game availability on the field, this is what he had to say.
Coach, you knew this one wasn't going to be easy, but it came down to the wire. And what can you say about the performance from your quarterback, Kyle McCord, to finish that drive?
Toughness, that's it. Physicality, across the board, finish it off, having guts. You know, like I like to know where Lou Holtz is right now. What he said about our team, I cannot believe. This is a tough team right here. We're proud to be from Ohio, and it's always been Ohio against the world. And it'll continue to be Ohio against the world. But I'll tell you what, we got a tough team.
We got a tough team.
Now, tough team.
According to one of those...
As I pick on an old man.
I want to know where Lou Holtz is. He's in a chair somewhere. I promise you that.
He might be being fed by a tube as we speak.
Now, yes. Lou is going to be at the game tonight because I was sent a picture. A buddy of mine's in fundraising at Notre Dame, and he was on the same flight that Lou Holtz was on. Like, it's a private jet, but he was on the same flight that Lou Holtz is on to head to Atlanta tonight. My buddy's wearing a Catholics versus Convicts T-shirt on the plane. He's sitting next to Lou Holtz. It was a pretty funny visual. But yeah, man, tonight, Ohio State, Notre Dame. This is yet another team that I root for, Seth, that is an 8.5-point underdog heading into the game tonight. I need Notre Dame to pick me up.
Let's hope Betty White didn't say anything derogatory. Oh, she died.
She's dead.
Let's hope some other lady like Betty White didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Some octogenarian former Hollywood celeb didn't say anything about Ohio State.
Excited, man, for the game tonight. This will be fun. All right, last one. Jameis Winston.
Acknowledge me.
Jameis, I love people leaning into their past, things they may have done, and not running from it, but using it in a either self-deprecating fashion or in the case of Jameis Winston, I'm assuming he's getting paid for this promotion for a seafood outlet. You get free crab legs if you place your order using his promo code.
What's up, y'all? Jameis here. As you make your plans for the big game, go right now to get a pound of free crab legs with a purchase of $250 or more from Fulton Fish Market, an official partner of SFC. So go now to FultonFishMarket.com. Free crab.
He's looking at the camera. He's holding gigantic crab legs in his hand right at the camera.
I'll tell you what with Jameis Winston. I think, I credit him with it. He recognized at some point a few years ago, all right, I can't be drinking. He had an alcohol, he just, like, without, sometimes being an alcoholic isn't about having to have a drink every day. It's like, okay, that when you do drink, you do really, really dumb and stupid things.
Yeah.
And that 100% was Jameis Winston, and it's kind of turned him around into now he's turned his lack of self-awareness into an asset instead of a drain on him, and it's nice to see. It's
endearing.
And there's a certain level of self-awareness now that he hasn't even making that joke, obviously. But yeah, it's endearing. He just had to clean up his life a little bit.
He had me hungry, man. Those crab legs look good. All right, those are your acknowledgments for this past weekend. We do Acknowledge Me every Monday, and we will continue to do it. The Texans season does not dictate us acknowledging people. This just in, people are going to continue to have great performances as the year rolls on. So we do that every Monday. If you're new to the show, 7:20, we acknowledge the big performances. All right, up next, a Freudian slip by CJ in his post-game availability, perhaps? Perhaps on Saturday. We'll let you hear that. We'll let you guys be the judge of that. We'll do that coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snarls, texting with old DBC.
under the giant American flag. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
I think we had a really good team this year. They looked really good. I thought we were the better team on the field today. We have a lot of great guys in the locker room, and the arrows pointed up. We're really excited, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate the fans and the way they were there for us all year long, and everybody on the bandwagon, and it was a really great ride, and I'm sorry it ended.
We're really sad it ended.
Yeah, that was Cal McNair and Hannah McNair, obviously. That was the very end of the postgame show following Saturday's loss to the Chiefs, about 9:30. Clint and I were wrapping up. We're finishing up the show, Seth, and Clint and I are just chopping it up here in studio. I'm looking down at my phone, and Cal McNair's calling me at like 9:27 for a show that's ending at 9:30. Yeah. And my immediate thought was, man, I wonder if we said something that needed to be corrected or addressed, because the McNairs never weigh in like, hey, you guys said this and it should be that or whatever. Like, they're very hands off when it comes to our opinions on the team.
We're honestly like very lucky in that regard.
Yes.
Compared to other sports teams.
No doubt. No, they're a dream to work with. But no, Cal was calling me, and I'm getting texts from Hannah and Omar at the same time. I'm like, holy crap, what is going on here?
Yeah.
And they just wanted to call in and thank the fans and talk about the season and sit there. They thought they were the better team today, and we're excited for next season. And I think that echoes. I think a lot of people are feeling like the arrows pointed up on this team right now.
It is like on a down in, down out basis. There's a lot of things that the Texans just flat out did better this year. Offensively, yes, we know, like we've seen it all year long, there's work and there's progress that needs to be made. Some of that progress, I feel like it actually happened in the playoffs. As you pointed out earlier when I was talking about the running game starting to click, that was versus two good defenses. Mm-hmm. Previously when they'd been able to run the ball, it tended not to be against good defenses. They'd go up against a team like the Lions and they would just be running into a brick wall. They had sustained long drives in the second half of both these last games where they actually ran the ball very, very effectively and consistently. It wasn't 3 TFLs and then a long Joe Mixon run. So that part is encouraging. For me, aside from all the Pat Mahomes officiating nonsense that sucked, if you're just tuning in, Sean and I have conceded, okay? All right? You don't have to say told you so. We've already done it to ourselves 900 million times this morning. Yeah. But the special teams falling apart the way they did, I would not have expected that.
No.
If you had told me going into this game, hey, the Chiefs are going to get 8 sacks, I'd be like, oh, yeah, that sucks, but, yeah, I expect. If you would have told me that the special teams were going to be a flaming disaster, that really would have made me I'd be like, well, how? Why? Like, okay, is it? Do you mean because Kaimi? Well, and also, also because of a long kickoff return, because of a weird penalty by Chris Boyd, because of a 34-yard punt by Tommy Townsend, multiple things in special teams were just atrocious.
Yeah, it was another one of those games that, unfortunately, the Texans had one of those games where no team since ... has had stats like this and gone on to lose the game. Like the Texans have done this 4 or 5 times now, 3 in particular. The Lions game with 5 picks, that was a complete outlier, like a since 1970 style outlier. The Tennessee game with the 8 sacks and the pick 6, only 3 teams have won a game where they've sustained that type of carnage offensively and gone on to win since like 1960. And then no team in the postseason has ever lost a game. 49 times before this has ever lost a game where they outgained their opponent by 100 or more yards and didn't turn the ball over. Like the Texans checked many of the boxes that you would have thought made a surefire victory. They were 10 of 17 on 3rd down in Arrowhead Stadium. That's a remarkable number. They did it at home, let alone on the road in that environment. So there was a lot they did good. Unfortunately, it was outweighed by the bad and the officiating. That's what happened.
You know what I did yesterday finally, Sean, because I recognized that I was getting really I think I was entering an actual depression, not just a sports depression, but an actual depression. Try to seek out baby animal videos on social media.
Is there a specific animal that did it for you or anything?
A baby capybara, which many Houstonians point out that looks like nutria, which makes it less cute. But yeah, baby animals.
Okay. Good
The one on X that I follow is Amazing Nature. That's they've always got cute animal videos.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See,
that's my stress management.
I like
device.
the animal videos where the animals are attacking each other.
Well, that's a little less. That's not as calming and piecing.
No, I wouldn't recommend it for after a Texans game. I just find them to be entertaining on the aggregate. Hey, real quick, just to pay off on what I teased into this. Here was C.J. Stroud talking about how he can't wait to get going in the offseason here. Is there a Freudian slip at the end of this one?
Yeah, I'm super proud of, Mitch, Hutch, Jay Wayne, Neek stepped up as a leader this year, and we needed that. He solidified himself as a top receiver in this league, and, the guys around him did great. I thought, Dalton, held his own. Of course, like Cade going down, but Cade was holding his own all the way until last week. We've been battling, man. It's not been easy. But at the same time, that's ball, though. Like, a lot of teams are hurt right now and just figuring it out. So, but I'm super proud of those guys for stepping up, and, I'm can't wait to get Tank back on the field, keep him in our prayers, of course. And, Steph will be back on the field soon, and, hopefully it's with us. So, I'm still hopeful, I get to play with those guys, and can't wait for it.
All right, so Steph, as soon as he said Steph, I'm like, ooh, whoa, does he know something? And he's like, well, if it's back with us, yeah.
Yeah, he caught himself. Maybe he's just, maybe he's manifesting it, Well, I think Stephon Diggs has said and done pretty much everything right, other than that one commercial where you felt like he was taking a shot at the Texans, that Domino's commercial.
Yeah.
And like we're talking about that. He's been everything you would want out of a veteran leader on the team, other than the age and injury part of it. So even if Steph comes back and even if Tank Dell makes an incredible recovery, you can't objectively and rationally depend on those two things.
No.
If Steph comes back, he is still also a guy in his 30s coming off of an ACL whose calling guard is his speed and short area quickness and all of that. And Tank Dell just had a horrific injury that might take a full year to recover from. They're going to have to go out and get a wide receiver.
Receivers in need. Receivers in need.
But maybe do it. Look, hey, these days we've seen over and over again a second-round wide receiver can make a big impact as a rookie.
Absolutely. All right, so a lot to get into still throughout the week. Have you guys touched on Chris Boyd yet, coming off the field, shoving the coach?
Oh, yeah.
We did. We hit everything. But we will. We're going to continue to attack it throughout the week, man. This is our last 2-hour Monday, Seth. So we're back to 4 hours starting next Monday.
If you come in, if Notre Dame wins tonight, I'm going to shove you in celebration. Like Chris Boyd shoved Frank Ross in celebration.
I love that. I hope I get shoved into the wall by Seth Payne tomorrow.
To the point where people are calling for me to get cut immediately.
Yes.
And they're like, no, he was celebrating.
That's right.
He was really dumb that he was celebrating, but he was just celebrating, just really stupidly.
Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you as well.
Right.
I'll tell you what, antibodies to anybody out there who wants to.
652 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Field goal try from 35 yards out, right hash mark. Weeks with the snap. Tommy Townsend with the hold. It's blocked. The Chiefs have it, and they run out of bounds with it, and that's going to do it. The threat for the Houston Texans is over. It's not going to happen. Houston is going to go down in defeat in the divisional round again. And that's the last gasp for the Texans, trying to cut it to a one-score game, get the onside, and you know the rest of the math. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. We'll have Andre Ware in here, Andy Kalu, John McClain. You'll hear from DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud, and we'll talk about it. The season that came to an end on Saturday evening against the Kansas City Chiefs, losing in the divisional round, six-time there, six-time loss. The Texans are the only team in the NFL to not make a conference championship game, and that hurts a lot. And that, as we said last week, Johnny, I felt like this was their best shot. And leaving that game, that was their best shot yet. Not that they won't get another shot, but that was their best shot yet. Winnable game, beatable opponent. We could talk about the officials, but they'll be the first to say, the Texans will, that the officiating, whatever, but they had their opportunities and they did not get it done. And before we go anywhere, here's the head coach on not getting it done on Saturday.
For me, it's a frustration from all three phases, right? It's special teams, defense, and offense. So we didn't get it done. Again, congrats to Andy and the Chiefs. Man, they deserve it. Right? They've done a great job over the past few years of being consistent, and that's why they've been champions, right? Because they consistently get the job done no matter how the game goes, the way to close games out. So congrats to those guys and wish them the best moving forward.
Well, we were the first game of the weekend, and I'm sure a lot of the listeners watched all the other games, or at least chunks of the other games, and you see what you need to do at this level, and especially from the Texans game. You've got to be better. You can't make these mistakes. You can't take all these sacks. You can't miss kicks. You can't play special teams like that and commit penalties. You can't do it. And we can complain about the officials, and they're valid, some of them, but you knew that going in. The whole world knew that. It's the Chiefs. It's a dynasty. Talk to Pat Riley about what went on at Boston Garden. Talk to everybody about Chicago Stadium. Talk about Gillette Stadium. You go to these places, get ready. It's going to happen. You've got to overcome that. And they knew that. They were there 4 weeks ago. And they still had their op. There they were, third quarter, driving, dealing, 13-yard touchdown run, bam, right down their throat, and you missed the kick again. Unbelievable. But still battling, still close, unable to get over the hump down the stretch, and the Chiefs are very good. I mean, let's face it. Look, Buffalo, I don't even know what the line is on the Buffalo game in the AFC Championship. It would not shock. It's a pick'em. It would not shock anybody if the Chiefs make it back to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl, because this is what they do. You had your chance. You couldn't do it. I am totally optimistic about the future. I love this bunch of guys. I know they're going to add to it. They're going to tweak it. They're going to change it. They're going to be ready. We are in a great era of Texans football. You're right there. You're right there. And now it's time to reset, offseason, get ready for 2025. Too soon? Get ready for 2025, because you've got a nucleus here that is outstanding. And the head coach to get you there, you just got to get there. Didn't get it done on Saturday night. Woosah. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm okay.
I got wound up again, you know? I was really calm. I actually tweeted out yesterday, what was your favorite moment or game from 2024? Too soon? I was trying to jumpstart the grieving process or the recovery process past the Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, you know, whatever stages I was missing. You have to go through your grieving process. Mm-hmm. I wasn't doing it. Well, I'm doing it today on the air. This is the last Texans Monday of the year. I'm frustrated. Johnny, there we were. It was right there for the taking. Didn't get it done, and it's frustrating. But, man, there's so much to be optimistic and encouraged about. But there were some things that haunted them in this game that flashed during the season.
It started in the first play.
Oh, my gosh.
It started in the first play, Remigio's kickoff. You throw your helmet like a knucklehead. That cost you another 15 yards. That led to 3 points early.
What was that? What is this? Niall Davis, Jacoby Jones in 2011. God bless Jacoby Jones.
Miko Hardman,
R.I.P.
19.
Yes. This. You cannot allow those things to happen.
But listen, you give up the return. Okay, bad. Throw your helmet, stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Yet, 3 and out by the defense and kick a field goal.
If you get the 3 and out 15 yards later,
now you got the ball 0-0.
Now it's 0, don't give 3. I mean, like, dumb. For all of you that had the explosion happening before 8:05, you can cash that ticket because it's come from both of us. But the thing, you're never gonna play the perfect game. You never will. You're gonna you aim for that every week. Perfect protection, perfect catches, perfect throws. You're never going to play the perfect game. But what you can't do is you can't play mistake-filled football that can be eliminated. And there were things that needed to be eliminated. And I feel bad for Frank because his special teams did not have a great day.
And they've been outstanding overall. They've been
so good. It's just the wrong time to have the wrong day.
Yeah.
Offensively, there were so many good moments. There's a point, I think, so I was watching the broadcast back yesterday, and usually I just kind of fast forward through all the pauses and stuff so I can make it through in like 45 minutes before I get my game copy where I can just roll through. So on Sunday, I'm like, I'll just let it roll. So grabbed an English muffin and a Sprite and just kind of sat there and let it roll. And I was listening, and at some point they came back after the touchdown, Joe's touchdown. It made 13-12. I'll get back to one other thing. But they flashed a graphic. It was like 175 rushing yards to 12 or something like that.
It was ridiculous.
It was ridiculous. It was like, what are we doing? Yeah. Like, I never would have thought we were getting to 75. 175.
It ended up 149-50.
Yeah, or maybe it was like 125. Sorry, the 75.
Yeah, no.
72s look the same.
Good enough, though. I mean, look, 150 to 50. You outrushed them.
I mean,
by 100 yards.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible.
And the stat where you're 49-0 when you do these things, you don't turn it over. You outgain them by X.
That just goes to show how many mistakes you actually made. That if you eliminate. And look, you're not going to eliminate all of them.
No, cut them in half. Cut them in half.
Yeah, could you live with the Remigio return and, 15-yard penalty,
right. No,
whatever.
Things are going to happen.
But make the field goal, make the extra point. Don't get one blocked at the end. If you just did that, then you would have an opportunity. And that's the thing. I think we talked about it going into this game. You had to go into this game and not play the perfect game. Like I said, you can't play the perfect game. But what you couldn't do was hand things to them like, oh, here's your strawberry shortcake, sir. Like, no, shove it in their face. Like, you couldn't make those mistakes and get away with it against a good team. Now, is that the best Chiefs team I've seen? No. But
absolutely not.
But here's the thing. Oh, let me say it this way. Is that the most talented Chiefs team I've seen? No. But it's one of the best I've seen because they know where to be. They know how to take advantage of your mistakes and timely plays and play calls. When they got us in a situation where they knew we had to throw it after running it, Spags opened up the can of Jim Johnson blitz and dominated. And that was tough, But, yeah, look, there are going to be a lot of people talking about the refs, and that's fine. It can throw you off the scent because there were some bad calls. There were some terrible calls. I was right there.
No calls.
The hit Will Anderson put on Patrick Mahomes, the fact that got a flag made me want to throw my microphone at Clay Martin. I was like, that is such.
Which was worse, that one or the slide and two Texans running into each other over Mahomes? But they were in his airspace.
Let's get to this slide for a second because in the first game, Mahomes did that on the sideline. A yard from the sideline from Eric Murray, and you made a comment on the broadcast.
I did. I said, why is he sliding instead of running out of bounds?
He's trying to draw a flag, and that's exactly what he's doing.
And I got torched by Chiefs Kingdom.
That's
it went viral in their world.
Bunch of punk ass.
Which is a big world. Yeah. They were all killing me for saying, why is Mahomes sliding along the sideline? It wasn't like there were less than 5 minutes to go and he's trying to run the clock.
Yeah.
This was still in the third quarter.
There was a bunch of punk ass stuff. I'm just going to say it because coming after you for that, because that's what he does. It's ridiculous.
Clear
he was
now.
trying to draw a 15-yard penalty. So he gets it. If you remember the play, I forgot about this. He dropped the ball. He dropped the snap. So he picks it up
and runs.
And the officials bailed him out on it. Like he just once he turned into a runner and then slide. No, man, that's
once he cut it back to the inside.
Yeah.
And on Saturday night when he cut it back to the inside.
And what was the score at that time? 13-12.
It was 13-12. It was
give
a one-point game.
15 yards.
All right, give him a free
15 yards.
15 because it's Mahomes. He deserves
give him 15 yards.
A free 15. I'll give you another one though while we're on the subject. The one where he's run around and he holds up for a sec to take the push by, I think it was Henry.
It was Henry.
So he slows up a tiny little bit before going out of bounds to draw the contact. That, my friend, should be a finable offense.
Yep.
You cannot do that. This, like Seth said, this thing is designed to protect you, not for you to take advantage of it now.
And he's taking advantage of it. There's no
Seth
question.
makes the point. He's taking advantage of the rules the way Harden took advantage of the NBA rules and all that. I understand that.
I didn't like Harden doing it either.
Well, yeah, I don't. And look at how that worked out for him. Well, not worked out so much, but look at the attention he drew negatively for that and how he's looked upon as a player. He's a tremendous scorer, one of the great players. I mean, look, he just passed a milestone on the all-time scoring list. I mean, he's amazing, yet it was frustrating to watch for a lot of the opponents because they're like, this isn't even enjoyable, you know, or not even opponents, but NBA fans at large with no dog in the fight. Anyway, about this is professional football, and guys are flying around, and this cannot happen. You can't be flopping.
There's going to be a discussion.
I get it happens. Josh Allen flops too sometimes.
Yeah.
I get it. It happens. And look, it should definitely be looked at. And in this league, even if you don't catch it in the game, they catch things later in the week.
Right.
And they penalize you for it financially. At least it draws some attention, and maybe it becomes an emphasis or a point of interest for officials later. But clearly, he was messing around with the rules during this game. That cut back to the inside and slide, forget about it. That wasn't a penalty. Two Texans, it was helmet on helmet with two Texans. It was friendly fire.
Mahomes, is like hit late or something in the pocket. Like his hands always go like when Anderson hit him, he knew anything. He didn't really do anything.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
the first
just
one.
like
the first
back.
one.
Yeah.
So, and the thing about it is,
he invaded his personal bubble.
Yeah,
what the meme says.
He hit him right in the shoulder pad. They've got the Lamar Hunt patch on the shoulder. He hit him right in that patch.
I love the helmets did touch, okay? And somebody put up a still photo. It's like crowd of the helmet, acting like Will Anderson's coming in full speed, and this is the end result. Will Anderson's not. I mean,
Chiefs fans can get bent with all that kind of stuff. If they want to start barking about the refs don't always stop it.
I had less of a problem.
You get more breaks than any team right now. However, and I'm going to make this very clear because I can hear it. John and Mark are bitching about the refs.
Yeah,
no. I'm going to tell you,
but
these calls were bad, and everybody knows they're bad. But if you in Kansas City sit there and think we don't get the breaks, no, you've earned your breaks.
Yeah.
You've earned your breaks.
Congratulations.
That's what happens when you win championships. You get breaks. Why did Michael Jordan get breaks? They won championships. You kind of take it for granted. There's nothing intentional about it. But if Jordan kind of looks up like he got fouled and you didn't call it, you're in your head going, I wonder, I bet he did get fouled. I bet the next one's going to happen.
It's more deeply psychological than that. But I know
that's what I'm saying. Just to kind of keep it as a simple 5-second comment about it. But this game was with the Texans' own mistakes.
Absolutely.
That's where this game
You had your chance.
was lost.
With all that being said, and it would have been so delightful in so many ways, obviously, to come in this morning and have the victory and have those moments have occurred, and you still got over the hump anyway, because I feel it. I've just walked into the building about an hour ago, and I haven't seen everybody yet, but I've seen some people, and I just feel it. I feel there's this tremendous disappointment here that you had this opportunity, and I really felt like they feel like they were going to win this game.
Yes.
That they were going to go in there and do it, and they coulda, woulda, shoulda, but they didn't. They couldn't get it done, and it's very disappointing. But like I said, I'll ride with these guys because this is the beginning. You know, this is the start of something really cool. Now, windows change, and I get it. And look, next year's team's going to be different. You know, every year is different, and some of these guys will not be around. But like I said, the nucleus is wonderful. I mean, we go back, Johnny, 2 years ago, we walk in here, and the Texans have won 3 games, and that third win was not something we really wanted at the time.
Right.
And who's going to be the head coach? And you're back-to-back-to-back terrible below 5-win seasons.
11 wins in 3 years.
11 wins
and
in 3 years.
That's a magic number in a sense, because how many did we have this year?
11 wins.
11 wins.
And you look at it, that was 2 years ago. 2 years later, you've been to the playoffs twice. You've won a couple of playoff games. You're a really, really good team. You're one of the best teams in the league. You're just elite teams right now because you want to be playing next weekend. They got to get there. I believe they will get there. This is the group to do it, but the group's going to change, and I know that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, we're going to have plenty of time to talk about 2025 as we go through today and next week and next month and the month after
Still
that.
venting about the game.
But yeah, and it's interesting because I think there are so many different pivot points in this game where it's frustrating, and I know for people listening to us right now, they're reliving those and just go, oh, and here's the thing, there are a lot of people that are probably thinking about, well, what was a big moment to us was probably not a big moment to them, and maybe vice versa, different things that happen. But as you go back and you watch, and it's just a game in which this particular game that you didn't have to be perfect. Like, I think to beat Baltimore on Christmas Day, you would have had to have been perfect, and you weren't even close to it that day.
To me, that's such a throwaway.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. You didn't have. You were dialed in. You came out the very first defensive drive. You held them to you got a minus yard. I think they had minus 1 yard. But the defense still has to give up points because you're dumb on a kickoff.
Right.
But
you tie it anyway.
Yeah, I know, and you even get to a point where it's 13-12. And this is the other thing about watching the game. I know you didn't use this word, and I use this word when it's like life-threatening and things like that. But when the extra point was missed,
right?
Joe Buck used the word
he said tragic in the broadcast.
Tragic.
See, I wouldn't have used that word.
Yeah, he said tragic, and I just
in a football sense, I know that's what he means. I know that's what he means.
But the way that it imitated the first game was incredible.
Well, it really was.
You scored the tank touchdown. You're within 1. You kicked the extra point. You're tied.
And I said it at the time. I can't believe it.
It's the same
thing. Same end zone. You tie the game. You should tie the game, and you miss the extra point. Yeah. And there's just this feeling of, really? Did that just happen? Yeah. Did that just happen? Now, what happened after that? How about this?
I know what happened. 87 happened. And that's the other thing.
But that could have been, you know what 87 could have been? It could have been like McConkey last week.
I know.
He gets a great game.
I know.
Congratulations. He's the all-time leading receiver in the history of the NFL playoffs.
That's right.
This Travis Kelce character is hard to beat. So if he gets his, I'm not going to say fine, but the problem is short fields, Johnny. Because look at this. You're down 13-3. Why? Because you miss a long field goal. And look, we could debate, should you have done it or not? I watched Fairbairn in pregame warm-ups in that end zone. He was nailing them from 57. So they felt pretty good. Now, the world changes when it gets dark. The weather conditions, the ball. I mean, they know more about this than I do. But it's not going to fly the same way.
The other end I thought was swirlier, if that's a word. I thought it was. I didn't want to kick going the other way.
The flags indicated the wind was coming from where he kicked the 55-yarder.
Right.
But I know that once you get into the bowl, things change. Because I was down on the field before the game, and I was like, you know what? I think I'll go to the booth. Because it was not very pleasant.
No, it was not at all.
But Fairbairn's that kick, and now they got the short field. And they got a 55-yard touchdown drive. So what it could have, should it. Now, the 4th and 10 is another one we got to discuss. Because 4th and 10, you're down 8. It's 4th and 10 at their 40. Look, this is a tough call because it's not 4th and 4. It's like we're no, and I said it in the
and you're getting pressure.
They're going to heat you up. The thing is, they had to rush to the line and get that snap up very quickly. And Schultz had Karlaftis, I believe, and he just couldn't. Either.
I mean,
Schultz
on Karlaftis, I know people will be like, well, how do you let that happen? Well, they just brought one too many.
No, but he had. Look, if he just holds him up for a split second, maybe CJ can, plant throw to somebody, and at least it's incomplete, and they got a 60-yard field instead of the shorter field after that. Now, the defense was able to dig in several times and get stops in weird situations.
Yeah.
But then you get it back. right? You got the ball back, deep in your territory.
Your first 3 out of the day.
And then you got the 34-yard punt.
I know.
So
exactly.
like reverse complementary football.
Yep.
Take a big sack. Defense makes a stop. You get the ball deep, can't move it, bad punt. They got the ball, and then they put it away.
Yeah.
So that's how that thing went. And, well, they put it away with a field goal because they made it a 2-score game. My gosh, you held that next one to a field goal? That's what it was?
Yeah, held on the field goal.
Holy crap. That was the 27-yarder by Butker. Incredible. You played great defense in this game.
The defense in this game was
So forget about Travis Kelce. Forget about him.
Well, I think what frustrates me is
the one where he broke 2 tackles.
No. It's just the fact that the one that he throws, the Mahomes touchdown to Kelce, that was 3rd down, wasn't it?
It was 3rd and it was 3rd and
3rd and goal from the 13.
Yeah, something like that.
I just wonder at that point. I was standing right there. I watched Stingley, Miles Bryant, Kalen all point at 87, and 87 is the outside guy in that little bunch. I watched them all point at him like they all were aware of him.
Right.
But when Mahomes starts to scramble, where did everybody's eyes go?
To Mahomes. And you have to. What did he do in the first game? He ran it in from 15 yards out or whatever. He's running forward. You've got to account for that. And Mario's got him by the legs. He's going down, and he still throws the TD.
He's going down.
That was an incredible play.
That was the one where you go,
that's Patrick Mahomes.
It's Patrick Mahomes. He just, you tip your cap on that one. But
what he does.
You had him other times. You had him frustrated at other times. He does that thing with his finger like he wants to hear the play.
Yeah.
He does that when he's getting frustrated. Like he wants to hear the next play. He wants to go to the next play.
Is that like a tell?
I've seen that many times.
He was 16 for 25 for 177, 3 sacks. Now, no picks, but 3 sacks. You really kept them in check. My gosh, you outgained the crap out of them. When you look at the total numbers of rushing yards, 50. Hunt had 44, Pacheco had 18. It wasn't like every time coming in.
It wasn't like you tacked on garbage yards at the end.
No, you didn't have comeback yards.
No,
you were really
you were well ahead of them with yards into the fourth quarter. Yeah. But again, this is the difference. And I know my Houston folks that remember the 95 Rockets basketball team. That might not have been the most talented team. And even when they added Clyde Drexler, but they knew how to win big games.
At the end.
They knew what it took. That
was when they were the 6th seed.
I mean, the whole heart of a champion thing sounded kind of weird and all that at the time. Like, this is Rudy T just being, Rudy T. It's legit.
Right.
When you know how to win those big games, and they've won every divisional playoff game with Patrick Mahomes, they know they're not going to lose the game.
Right. And that's
keep it close, and they're going to do what they need to do.
These guys need that. These guys
got to break through once.
It's in them.
Then you'll see what.
Look, this is nothing to sneeze at. You're in the final 8 of this thing. You're
2 years in a row.
Down the stretch you come. You would have been tied here in the second half with that extra point miss. You weren't tied, but you were right there. Just couldn't get it done.
Last thing about it. When we got home from Baltimore last year, I didn't feel badly at all. I felt like, man, we squeezed every ounce of orange juice out of the orange. Like, we did everything. I didn't feel like
bludgeoned in the second half.
I was like, we just got run over in the second half. We just were not ready. This one, I was sort of angry coming back. I was sitting between you and Dre, and I just was kind of like, man, that was a blown out. And I kept getting texts from people like, you had him. Like, I know. And that, I think, is what's most frustrating. But it's a step, and it's a big step. But now, just like when...
Oh, there are lessons to be learned.
When you have to go, studying physics and states of matter, you need extra energy to break ice into water. Not just a temperature change. You need additional energy to break through. Well, I think you've added the right temperature, but you need another energy hammer to break it down from ice to water. That's what you need next. And you didn't have that on Saturday. You got close, but you didn't have it. Now you need to get that extra energy that comes in with the higher temperature, with better play, And I think the added energy would have been a clean football game.
I think I failed chemistry, so
Yeah,
you'll
that's
have to
okay.
explain that to me
People
later.
understood.
Andre Ware is coming up, and we'll continue to hear from various Texans participants, including the head coach and C.J. Stroud, Andy Kalu on the way, John McClain as well. And we're brought to you all year in our playoff coverage as well by Houston Methodist, and they have virtual urgent care available for you. And, man, can that come in handy, especially with the weather we're having, whether you think you have the flu, sinus infections, whatever. A video visit is possible for you to get some great information on your health. Log on to HoustonMethodist.org/virtual care for virtual video health care. It's the official health care provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches breast cancer sooner, or orthopedics.
Texans Monday.
Stroud in the gun. Here's the snap. Here's the rush. CJ in trouble. He's going to run with it. Across the 35, 40, 45, 50. Still going. 45 of Kansas City. Takes on a defender and takes it down inside the 38-yard line.
Yeah, baby.
The collision with Hicks, and Stroud got extra. Oh, that was nice because he had that big run last week against the Chargers, big run this week against the Chiefs. And at the time, I thought, all right, dealing. Let's go. Let's win. See the Texans get over the hump and get to the AFC Championship game. It didn't happen. Good morning, Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. Andre Ware joins us now. And Dre, good morning. Couple of days, 24-hour rule over, but we're not quite over it yet. I think it's more like a 36 to 48-hour thing with a playoff loss. What are your thoughts as you reflect back on what you saw on Saturday?
Yeah, I just admired the way the guys played, the defense in particular at certain times during the game. That first drive, a big kickoff, a penalty tacked onto it, another 15 yards, and they're still able to hold to just a field goal. So there are times when they were backed up that they were able to respond. I thought Joe Mixon had some in this game and just wasn't enough offensively overall in all three phases. Two-thirds of it won't get it done against the Kansas City Chiefs on the road.
And Dre, that's the one thing that Mark and I have talked about this morning is that you're never going to play the perfect game. It's not possible unless you're Villanova 1985 beating Georgetown. That was a perfect game. I mean, you almost were perfect in that one. You're not going to play a perfect game. But what you can't do is the things that you can prevent. A 15-yard penalty on the opening kickoff. Missed kicks, miss a protection because, you don't have your protection rules all locked up that puts pressure on CJ, not catching passes that are in your area. No, I don't think that was a big deal on Saturday, but it just felt like this was a game that, I don't know if you want to say you had it, but you could have had you played the game cleaner. And as DeMeco says, the Texans not beating the Texans. When you walked away from it, do you kind of have a little bit of that feeling, or do you think it's a little deeper than that?
No, I walk away from it thinking they certainly had a chance to win the ball game, and they gave themselves those chances all throughout the game. It was a close game till the very end. So even with the mistakes, we just needed a play to happen here or there, a reception here or there, a big run, something that ignited the football team, especially in the second half. I mean, you could go back to the Chargers game, and we all talk about what got it all started, the high snap with CJ. He's able to track it down and hits X over the middle. We never had a play like that to just kind of get everybody going. And I think eventually, Kansas City's the type of team that they're going to wear you down, and eventually you look up and the game's over.
Dre, with CJ, the numbers at the end of the day, 19 of 28, 245 yards. And look, he took the sacks. He had 8 sacks taken in the game, and I know protection issues reared their ugly head at times. At times, maybe no one was open, whatever. He took the sack. But what do you think here of that performance, and what would you say moving forward into the offseason for him? He's embarking on year 3. I thought he really rebounded well from some frustration this season to have a solid postseason, a playoff win, and then, obviously they didn't get it done in Kansas City, but the numbers, I just read them to you. What do you think here moving forward?
Yeah, I think in terms of the numbers, I think half the sacks were on CJ and the other half maybe on the offensive line, and actually may have favored CJ. He held the ball extremely long in this game for whatever reason, times that they were in field goal range or fringe range. You take a sack, your team's out of field goal range. In the 2-minute drill, you can't take a sack. And he was taking sacks. And by that, the rush was coming, but you had a place to go with the football to avoid the sack so the kicking team could get on the field. And then that operation wasn't clean all game long. The special teams was horrible in this one, and I don't say that very often about our special teams, but they gave up a lot of yardage and a lot of big plays. But in terms for him going forward in the offseason, I was Spinston. I did it in the film room. I think year 3 is a very important year where you put any kind of vacationing and fun. This ought to hurt for 365 or to get you whatever the number of days is to get you back to training camp. That's where the focus would be if it were for me. I'm going to recondition my body. I'm going to spend time in the film room where I understand whatever offense, because we don't know what's going to happen between now and August. I mean, head coaching jobs are being given, it seems like, every other day. So, who knows if the same offense is back. But whatever offense is there, I'd spend the entire offseason in that playbook.
If you go to my Twitter handle, @JHarrisFootball, you will see Andre Ware and myself celebrating, and that is the celebration of Will Anderson Jr.'s draft pick.
Oh, yeah.
Because of the Texans trading up. And, Dre, when I think of Will, I think of a foundation piece going forward. And, obviously, Daniil's got a second year under his contract. You got those 2 defensive ends. You got a secondary now that when we went into the season, you knew Stingley was – well, I mean, I said he was the best in the league. But after that, you really didn't know. Is Lassiter going to play? You didn't think Bullock was going to be able to play this early. But it feels like, Dre, you now have foundational pieces on the defense going forward. Outside of CJ and Nico, do you feel like we have the foundation pieces offensively, or do you think there's going to have to be some kind of personnel movement to end up finding what our foundation pieces are on that side of the ball?
No, I think I would throw Joe Mixon in there as a foundation.
Yep, absolutely.
I think I would throw Dalton Schultz in as a foundational piece. And from there, the guys like Xavier, they're hard to find where they can do a lot of things.
Right.
So I think I might even throw him as a foundational piece, because if injuries, you're going to go get, I would imagine, someone else that's a 2 and a 3 and he gets pushed down. But if injuries happen, also that he can perform for you and play special teams. So I would almost say he's a foundational piece. From there, it gets murky. I get in murky waters trying to find another one, because I know the offensive line needs work. It wasn't all on them against this Kansas City game, or in this Kansas City game, but boy, do they have a lot of stuff that they could clean up. I actually thought the best lineup going into Saturday would have been Juice Scruggs at right guard, but we don't know just how banged up he was in order for Shaq Mason to get back in the lineup, coming back from a knee, having missed 3 games with a knee injury. So I think there's some offseason additions and subtractions that's going to go into that group as well.
You mentioned special teams, and look, this has been a calling card of this team through this mini era of 2 years with DeMeco Ryans, but that was maybe their worst game overall. I mean, you give up the kickoff return, the missed kicks, the bad punt in the second half that you couldn't afford. So I don't know what you do there.
Yeah, I can tell you this. When that first opening kickoff happened, I couldn't believe my eyes, because I'm so used to the ball being down inside. The ball, if a returner comes out with it, it's well beyond the 30. And then all of a sudden you see a guy break through. You see a guy get off track in the middle trying to go around the block, and that's exactly where they were exposed. And all of a sudden Kansas City had the right return called to expose that positional player within the scheme. So it was mind-boggling on a lot of returns. Some good by just a punt return that got them into good field position. So those are some things as well. As you clean up other roster spots, special teams will come along, because a lot of those guys will have to play special teams.
Okay, this is because it's the last time 3 of us will be on the air for a little bit. I'm just going to ask it because we brought it up. But it's for both y'all. Do you think this kickoff stays? This, what do they call it? The
dynamic
kickoff. Do you think this one stays? It was only a 1 year. I mean, people don't realize this is a 1 year experiment.
Right.
Do you think it stays, Dre?
Maybe you let the players vote on it, because they're the ones that actually have to execute it. And if it's better for them, some, I would imagine, are going to want to run the field. They get off to that. That's part of it. That's what they've been known for years, and that's been taken away from them. So I would put it to a legit player vote, because there have been some player votes that you're like, wait a minute, did you vote? How did this get to 98% and nobody voted? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, a legitimate player vote, whether or not that they want to stay and play special, especially kickoff that way. I wish we could go back and get rid of this extra point. This will make no sense to me.
I know that bothers you still. But I got to say, with the kickoffs, at least you had some returns this year. You had that. Because what really upset them was last year's Super Bowl, all touchbacks. But this year's Super Bowl might be all touchbacks. We'll see how it goes. Now, for the Texans, they're pretty good at kicking it to the 1 or the goal line. And as Dre said, stopping people inside the 30, and you got the job done. But they weren't kicking off that well this game because it would go to the 10 sometimes.
Yeah, Remigio started that return like the 10.
Yeah, that's not what they're looking for.
Right.
They're looking for the 1 or the goal line. If anything, err on the side of, the guy's got a 1 yard deep and he takes a knee. So I do think it stays with some tweaks.
In conditions like that, just bang it out of the end zone because, you're going to do more harm than good because the ball just doesn't travel as far. So you could go out there and warm up for weeks. And on game day, if a degree or two changes, it's going to change how the ball's going to fall or bounce or whatever else it is. So kick that baby out of the end zone, make them go 70 every single time rather than give up big kickoff returns like that.
Butker's kickoff, that one where he drove it and it bounced between the 20 and the goal line and into the end zone, was brilliant. I mean, that is textbook what you want to do because then they have to take it at the 20 on a touchback if it bounces in the landing zone. And that was beautifully done by him. Dre, officiating, thoughts?
Yeah, there were some bad calls. I mean, there are some calls that certainly didn't go our way. But as the team says, and I've heard the coaching staff say, they knew going in they were going to have to beat everybody. And we know who everybody is in that deal. So you knew they were going to get some special calls. There was a call on Patrick Mahomes where Will Anderson, you could clearly see him pulling up, trying not to put him down. And then you have the antics of Mahomes on the sideline faking being hit late out of bounds. And, it's hard. It's a hard enough job for the officials. It's a hard enough job for the defenders to try to pull up on quarterbacks when they're becoming runners to have that kind of stuff going on. So I'm sure that if you're faking one and they catch you doing it, this offseason, that should be a discussion between the Rules Committee. No doubt about it.
There's no doubt. Absolutely. It's got to be discussed. I mean, it will be because it's going to happen in this game against Buffalo. And speaking of Buffalo, Dre, I'll turn to Baltimore. I don't even know the right way of asking this, but I feel like the loss is going to get pinned on Lamar, and I don't know. I mean, the interception, the fumble, those are obviously costly plays, but then he has the quote-unquote legacy drive to drive him back. What are your thoughts about Baltimore, Lamar, not getting the AFC Championship game again? What do you think about that whole kind of situation in Baltimore when you haven't made it, when you could argue they've got the most talented team in the league? How do you think this is going down in Baltimore today?
I think Lamar Jackson's one hell of a player, one talented player that did everything just about he could do to will his team, to get them even back into the situation where they needed a touch and a two, and he delivered there. So, it's my mom used to say, hell, you can't throw it and go catch it. So how are they going to blame you? So that was the very first thing she would say. And so when you start to look at who they're going to place blame on, I don't think anybody, but Mark Andrews is going to catch it. And I don't think as much as Lamar. Lamar's going to get labeled as can't win the big one, can't get over the hump. The same things that were started the whisperings about Josh Allen, who I thought played one hell of a game. That guy, you can sit there and you can see just from the television. I could only imagine being in the huddle or being in his presence, but you see the intensity. You feel it just watching him play and break the huddle, call plays while they're being executed. The will to win just bounces off this dude. And he has basically willed a lesser talented Buffalo Bills team on both sides of the ball to the one game away from the Super Bowl.
And we'll all be rooting for them.
Yes, go Bills. Let's go Buffalo. Never thought I'd say that.
That was a heavyweight fight last night, no doubt. I mean, Lamar made some mistakes, but listen, like you said, I mean, they have the big drive, and I think we all wanted to see what was going to happen had they tied that game.
Yes.
Tie the game. Let's let it play out from here because it's beautiful to watch from an objective standpoint, and we'll see what happens. But it's a good lesson for Texans fans and Texans supporters in general, and maybe the Texans themselves. It's freaking hard, man. I mean, you had that game last night. Somebody's got to lose. And what was the talk all week? Oh, Mets got hurt a lot because that felt like an AFC championship game. And now guess what? The winner gets to go to Kansas City and deal with what we just dealt with. And it's going to shock nobody if the Chiefs make it back to the Super Bowl because this is what they do. Dre, looking around the league, Jaden Daniels, absolutely amazing against Detroit. I mean, Detroit at the moment of truth. And look at these teams with huge amounts of victories this year. Detroit, Minnesota, out. Green Bay, that division was unbelievable. 3 teams in the playoffs, all double-digit wins. Out, all of you, in your first playoff appearance. And then you look at Washington, what they did. Philly almost went out because the Rams were coming back on them hard, but they could not get over the hump and get the job done. Thoughts on some of the other games?
Yeah, I love what Jaden Daniels is doing. That kid is unflappable. You can't get to him. He pulls it down and makes decisions just at the right time when it's not there. He is a dangerous runner, but prefers to pass. And by that, I mean he is going to execute the offense to the final progression and then take off. Sometimes they run him, and he's a willing runner. He wants to be part of it. When you have one of those at this point in the season that is as accurate as he is, you got a chance to win. And so he's been fun to watch. You find yourself, even though I'm a former Lion, but you're kind of rooting for him to at least take it down. Let's make the game interesting. And he did exactly that. He more than held my attention. I can remember pulling into my driveway after a store run in the Baltimore game, kind of going back there for a second, thinking this is one of those things where Lamar and Derrick Henry start the offseason tomorrow, because that's the those are the 2 type of players they are. They're going to see this, watch it. It's going to hurt, and then they're going right back to work, starting to grind for 2025. And most of the teams that lost, the stars, that's exactly what they do. They're hungry to get back and propel their teams into a deep playoff run. So you start that process right away and try to get as much of the sting off of it as you possibly can all throughout the offseason.
This is what's mind-blowing about that. All the hard work in the offseason. We're going to have OTAs, training camp. You know, you go through all of it again.
The boring stuff.
Just to have, I find it interesting.
I know.
Right now,
but it's perceived by a lot of people as boring.
I'm not quite ready for training camp today.
A Texans player, I bet, did that each and every time they won a playoff game and then the season came to a sudden end. I bet J.J. Watt was that way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You might give it a day or 2, but I'm going right back to work for next year.
What's the story with Jerry Rice running routes after winning the Super Bowl? Yes.
Probably so.
He was running routes like the next day.
Or he's running that hill. He ran that hill all the time, and as soon as a day or 2 after the Super Bowl, it was rumored that he was right back on the hill, started the process over again. You talking about laser focused?
Right.
That's
great ones.
That type of athlete. Yeah.
I taught sailing at John McEnroe's club in Long Island.
Of course you did. Yeah.
I did. Back in college, I was doing this.
I know.
He lost Wimbledon, Connors. The next day at the club, he's practicing. The next day, this is time difference and everything. Then Monday, he's practicing with Peter Fleming. The next freaking day, I was like, ooh, the great ones do this kind of stuff.
I mean, Jordan,
they're insane.
Jordan, after they lost to the Magic, after 45 wasn't 23, they went and built them a studio out at WB, just down the road from where my daughter lives. The next day, he's out there balling.
Yeah.
Like, I'm getting back. I'm putting my body back together. I mean, the stories are famous of those, champions, if you will.
I thought in that story with McEnroe, Mark was going to tell us that he was so mad and disappointed that he came back and gave him his boat.
He may have. There's maybe more to the story,
Not
Trey.
telling.
At that point,
I think he's leaving something out.
yeah, absolutely. Maybe for the Texans Monday After Dark. Okay, there are 3 teams left. It's for both of you. Bills, Commanders, Eagles. Which one would you give the best shot to beat the Chiefs? Because the Bills will have to play in Arrowhead. The Eagles, Commanders would have to meet them in New Orleans inside. Which team would you give the best shot to beat the Chiefs and keep them from winning a Super Bowl? Does it happen as early as this weekend, or is it one of the NFC teams? Dre, I'll let you go first.
I think it's one of the NFC teams. I think it's Washington, the Commanders. They've just kind of captured something. I don't know what that something is yet, and they probably know within the team or something that they've rallied around for this season, but they just seem to have the right mojo. They're healthy, more so than maybe any other team that's standing at this point in the season. And they got a quarterback that just doesn't flinch. So in order to – I think Kansas City's going to win at home and get themselves to another Super Bowl. I just don't think that that Buffalo has enough to slow down and ultimately beat Kansas City in Kansas. If that game was being played in Buffalo, absolutely I'd take the Bills, but not in Kansas City. And I think Washington's the team that meets them there. And he may win this sucker, man. The way he's playing and as locked in as he and Cliff Kingsbury are in terms of calling and executing plays, it's a very, very fun thing to watch.
They're on a special ride right now, and maybe they don't know enough to know what the situation is. Jaden Daniels like, hey, this is fun.
Yeah.
And
they don't know what they don't know.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Texans last year to a degree, except, they beat a #1 seed in their building in the divisional round. It's incredible. And Jaden Daniels just chilling on the bench sometimes. I mean, I'll have what he's having.
Yeah.
He's just so calm. It's incredible.
I know. It's unbelievable. They had a 3-loss streak in November. They lost to Pittsburgh. Remember when Russell Wilson threw that ball to Mike Williams?
Yeah.
Then the next week they lost at Philly. Then they lost to Dallas. 34. They lost 3 in a row after they had won 3 in a row, and you thought, okay, this is the bloom coming off the rose. Then they got the Titans after the Titans beat us. They smashed the Titans. Yeah. And then they go to the bye week. They had the same bye week as us, week 14.
That's right.
Then win, 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 win.
Yeah, so you're saying they're hot.
They got on a roll.
You know what? I'll say the best shot because I don't trust the NFC teams in a Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes.
I agree.
I think if you want to take down the Chiefs Kingdom, you got to do it this week. But I wouldn't predict it. There's no way I could pick against Patrick Mahomes. I just can't do it.
I just forced you to do it because I think it's a good talking point because I think all 3 teams have an opportunity to do it. I think it could be the Eagles because that Eagles defense could get after that front.
Could you imagine a Bills Commanders Super Bowl, though?
It'd be fun. It'd be fun. I mean, I'd rather be there myself.
It's different, and I think the fans a lot of fans that I talk to are come in contact with are clamoring for someone different other than the Chiefs. And you certainly would get different with the Commanders. I asked Johnny, tapped him on the shoulder on the bus, and said, how about Washington, man? In Detroit and the job they're doing, after the sale, they got it right, and then all of a sudden you get the head coach right and the quarterback right. They're going to be tough to beat for a long, long time. And I would not be surprised to see the Bills and the Commanders playing on Super Bowl Sunday.
Absolutely.
And the Commanders brought in 2 of my favorite people that have been not even coaches, but just around the building. Dave Gardy, they put in kind of a senior VP role, and then they ended up with Dylan Thompson.
And
they've got those 2 guys. They added to everything else. Yeah, they added to everything else and then the quarterback ends up being the perfect fit for what they want to do. Yeah. He and Cliff, man, are getting it done. And, oh, by the way, has anybody mentioned Cliff's offense in the second half of the year?
Is anybody interviewing Cliff?
Yeah, there are some teams that are interested, but he said
he set the interview in Chicago for sure.
Yeah, I think there have been teams that have, they want to talk to him, and he's kind of like, no, I'm putting it on hold until we're done, which you can't really do if you're truly looking for a job. So I don't know, but.
Well, no, if they win Sunday, he can interview Monday and get that done that way.
Yeah,
Trey, thoughts on tonight, Notre Dame, Ohio State? What are you thinking?
I think the last, 5 times they played, Ohio State's been the victor. So I don't think that changes tonight. I think they're just a little bit too big along the interior portions of the team on the offensive and defensive lines. They're going to get pushed around, they being Notre Dame. I think Ohio State's going to be able to run it, throw it, whatever they want to do offensively. Will Howard has been the surprise because there's no way at quarterback did I think they were getting an upgrade over Kyle McCord with Will Howard. And he has just changed things, changed my way of thinking. He's made himself a draftable player right there at Ohio State. You can see the work. He's changed as a player from when he was at his Kansas State days. So I think he could go pro. If he has eligibility left, all guys are exploring whether they can come back or not. But I think Ohio State takes this one, and it may not be close.
All right, Dre. Hey, thanks so much. Always fun to catch up, my friend, and we'll talk soon.
Yes, sir. Okay. Let's do that.
All right, Andre Ware joining us on Texans Monday. Coming up, well, this year's schedule was tough. Next year's schedule, it's going to be easier, right?
Oh.
No. We'll give it to you. Not the order of events, but the events. And C.J. Stroud, what did he have to say after the game? And Andy Kalu. and John McNair on Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
Your next celebration starts here at the new David's Bridal. You'll find unforgettable looks, including the world's most luxurious wedding gowns and bridesmaids dresses, plus fun styles for homecoming, date night, prom, and more. Planning your big day? Pearl by David's turns your dreams into reality. It's all things wedding planning all in one app. For 15% off, sign up for emails and texts at davidsbridal.com. Because your next celebration starts at the new David's.
At Mustang Cat, we understand that the work never ends. As the Caterpillar dealer for Southeast Texas, we deliver the equipment, service, parts, and rentals you need to keep doing the work. For a limited time, Mustang Cat is offering 0% financing with no money down on all
Texans.com/fans. Now, more Texans Monday.
On 4th and 10, Stroud takes the snap. There's pressure. CJ out to the right, trying to shake by a defender, and he's sacked. Back at the 44-yard line of Houston. Took a deep sack at a bad time because instead of the Chiefs having the ball at the 40, their 40, it's at the Houston 44, and that one hurt a lot. Yeah, I don't know what he could have done on that one. He couldn't plant and throw, couldn't get around the edge and do what he did last week when he found Xavier Hutchinson after the snap bobble. Snap bobble. Snap drop.
Snap bobble.
Snap drop. That might be the name of that play. Anyway, and I guess the name of the play would have lived on better. had actually, won this week, but they
made
didn't.
a run.
And here's C.J. Stroud after the game. What we have learned from the experience.
I think, our team has been resilient all year. We've been battling tough scenarios and injuries and some of our best players going out week to week. So not making excuses, but just being, just honest. I think this has been one of the most resilient football teams I've been a part of. Next guy stepping up and playing as good as you can. It's not always perfect. So, last year, I honestly don't remember. This year I was a clean slate. It's not about the back end of the year. It's really about, we had a good game against the Chargers, and I think for me, I'm learning you can never relax, and that's something that I don't personally try to do. Is just because you beat a playoff team, the next team is probably going to be even harder going into the playoffs, and that's probably something I can learn from last year to this year. Was both years where win a good game, play at home, have a heck of a game, and then go on and you play a better team, and got to be on your A game.
I think he's right. They are resilient. Look, they had some self-inflicted wounds and some rough games. When you look at the short week going into the Jets, then losing to the Lions the way they did, and then they rebound to beat the Cowboys. Great. That was a celebration. That was a great Monday night, fun Monday night.
Yep.
And then losing to the Titans was a devastating blow. And, again, a lot of self-inflicted wounds. They made every mistake imaginable. But they bounced back at Jaguars on the road, which I thought was big at the time. I mean, they had to get that one, had the bye, had to get the Dolphins game because you knew the gauntlet, you were in it, and they beat the Dolphins, and the Dolphins were hard charging at that point. They were hot. Tua was playing. They were hot. They were going to do some things down the stretch, and you just derailed their season. And then, losing to the Chiefs and the Ravens the way they did, you were like, is this season, is this out of control now? Are they going to be able to do anything? But the way they handled the Titans week and the Charger week I thought was notable because they rebounded. They got to the postseason, won in the postseason, had their chance. They didn't get there. But you were reminding me, Johnny, it's the same 4 teams in the divisional round as last year in the AFC. You're one of these 4. And this plays into next year's schedule. You are going to have to deal with these teams. You're going to have to beat these teams. They beat Buffalo this year. They did not beat the Ravens, did not beat the Chiefs, but they're going to have to – they're in the party here. And this is what happens when you're a good team, you're a division winner. You're going to play these first-place schedules. Next year, Baltimore on the road.
At Baltimore.
Buffalo here. Kansas City on the road. So you're playing these 3. We don't know when, but you're playing these 3 teams again, and you can play 2 of them on the road. So you got to deal with that. You got to deal with the Rams on the road. You got to deal with the Chargers on the road. You got to go to Seattle for only the 3rd time in the history of the franchise. You're going up there, and they're pretty good. So you're going to have to deal with that as well, and it just seems like you're playing in a foreign country at that point. We're going to Canada to play the Seahawks.
I mean, when
it just feels that way.
When you play a first-place schedule, I mean, it's going to be the same 4 teams. Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City. Now you rotate, and you're going to rotate one of those depending on where you play. Yeah, divisions. So this year we go to the AFC West.
And what's the NFC team you're playing because you
San Francisco comes here.
Oh, you get San Francisco, but what's
you get Arizona here?
What's the non-division?
Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is your crossover.
And where are you going? Are you playing?
Here.
That's here.
Because you get the 9 games here. Now,
and that's no easy picnic.
Well, we don't know. I mean, I guess they've announced some of the international teams. I don't know if we have an international
There's
game.
Still a chance of that.
There's still.
So,
but it's 9 home, 8 road. So you have that going for you. But you go to Baltimore. Like you said, that's been a house of horrors for us. Have we won in Baltimore, Mark?
No.
Never won in Baltimore.
Never beat Lamar Jackson, never won in Baltimore.
We go to SoFi twice, and those L.A. trips are not easy.
Can we just make those back-to-back and stay in California?
Hell yes.
Preferably
I'd be all for that.
non-burning California?
I'd be all for that. So, look, any schedule is going to be difficult, and this one's going to be, especially when it's a first-place schedule, and that's what it's going to be because – if we just take a step back and look at positive, we won a division again. We won 11 games again. We won a great playoff game here again. And I know fans are like, yeah, but we want more. No bleep, Sherlock. We all want more. And the people that want it more than us are the ones that live it every single day down the hallway having a meeting right now. So they're going to be ready to go for 2025, and I can't wait to see what we do.
DeMeco Ryans Show at 5. ND Kalu coming up next here. It's Texans Monday.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston.
HoustonTexans.com/youthfootball.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Here's Mahomes getting the snap. Here's pressure. Mahomes is going to go down. He's sacked. Beautiful takedown by Will Anderson Jr. on third down.
But we are witnessing the development of a very, very special player, and a player that is going to command a double team from this point in his career on.
You got the quarterback. You got that guy. Picks number 2 and 3 in the 2023 draft. Amazing start for their careers. My gosh. I mean, you've been to the playoffs twice with them, won playoff games, and we all want more, and we're going to get more. We're going to get more out of these guys. First 2 years of the DeMeco Ryans era, you cannot call it anything but a success.
Yep.
Well, yeah, steps, and every season's going to be different. We went over some of the games next season. Let's talk about this game. Let's talk about the future. Let's talk about a lot of things with ND Kalu joining us right now on Texans Monday. Good morning, ND. Let's start here with your thoughts on what you saw Saturday.
I've never been a blame it on the rest guy, and I'm not even saying that the Texans would have won if it wasn't for certain calls. But to end the season with some of the calls that we witnessed, it was just very disheartening because, again, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Jones on defense, probably the best interior lineman in the game, even though Jalen Carter has a word on that. But for some of those calls to be called in the playoffs when the supposed best refs are the ones who get elected to call the playoff games, that really bothered me. And again, look, I'm not saying – I played for Coach Reed. When he won his first Super Bowl, I may or may not have shed a tear for him. But to lose a game like that with some of those calls, it was just hard for me to accept.
Hey, Andy, I was having a conversation with our good friend Lance, my good friend Lance Airline, and we were kind of texting, and he mentioned Jim Johnson. I know a name that you bring up a lot. And we were talking about Spags and some of the things that Spags does. Do you see a lot of what Jim Johnson did in what Spags calls, or do you see it kind of as the evolution of what Jim started, or do you see no connection at all to how Spags calls a game, or do you see a close relationship to Jim?
Oh, there's definitely a connection. See, it's funny you say that because during the game, and I was texting Bobby Taylor, who was a part of those great defenses, and when we saw the aggressiveness, the aggressive plays where you probably would have called a conservative defense, he texted me saying that's Jim. And so I knew exactly what he meant. So yeah. The influence is there, but the game has changed since the last time Jim Johnson has coached. So I do think Spags puts his own personal touch to it, but he 100% is influenced by his time under Jim Johnson, and he'll be the first to let you know that.
What about this DeMeco defense? They really kept the Chiefs in check for much of the night. I thought they were hampered by short fields when you look at the missed field goal. They gave up the 55-yard touchdown drive, but they kept the Texans in the game. I mean, that phase of the three, I would say, shined the most. The offense had their moments as well. We won't talk about special teams yet. Thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the way the game opened up, your thought there is like, okay, now we just got to hold the team to 3 points, and the defense, they stand up for the challenge. And, I heard y'all earlier before I came on talking about Will Anderson. It's going to be fun to watch his growth and development. You just pray that he doesn't get injured. And this is a guy that, I'm not going to sit up here and say he's going to have a J.J. Watt type career because that comes once in a lifetime. But somewhere in between what we saw with Mario and J.J., he can have a Hall of Fame career because he's so good, he's so talented, and yet he's so hungry and humble with his approach. But the entire defense, it just has that DeMeco touch on it. And that's why I think this team, this program is going to be good for years to come because you could bring in different players, and as long as you have DeMeco on that culture and that mindset, it's going to be fun, and this defense is going to keep you in games. Look, this is the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, you weren't going to shut them out. You weren't going to shut them out. You weren't going to hold them to 0 touchdowns. They were going to have good drives, but the thing about this defense, they battled the entire game. And unfortunately, they were battling the best quarterback in the game today, Patrick Mahomes, and some of these refs.
Yeah, we're talking Andy Kalu. Andy, I know during the preseason, as we watched this team being developed, and you and I were doing the games together, we were talking about this secondary and how good it could be. PFF put together their way too early early breakout candidate for 2025 already. And they list for the Texans, Kalen Block.
Yeah.
Listen to this. I didn't realize this. Even as a rookie, Kalen played the second most snaps on Houston's defense. And he stood out as a run defender, which is pretty wild because you end up drafting him in the 3rd round, and then you add him, hopefully, to a healthy Petrie next year. And then you see Kamari Lassiter, and obviously we know what we got in Derek Stingley. How good do you think this secondary can be, Andy, especially behind a line that features a guy we talked about a little while ago, Will Anderson Jr.?
If they could keep them intact, they could be as good as the Seattle Seahawks defensive back teams that helped lead them to a Super Bowl. And I know that sounds like hyperbole and overstatement, but just think about it. You had 2 rookies that had Pro Bowl type seasons. And when they continue to get better, the biggest challenge is going to be for upstairs writing the checks, just trying to keep them all together and sign those long-term contracts when they're up for it. Because if you could have those guys together, and let's bring back Jalen Petrie, now that they know how to use him the right way to utilize his strengths, this could be one of those defensive backfields that you think of when you think of Richard Sherman and those guys.
Andy Kalu joining us. Andy, C.J. Stroud moving forward after 2 seasons in this league. What are you thinking? What needs to be done? How should he spend the offseason heading into 2025? Because it's going to be another campaign where everybody's coming for you.
As crazy as it may sound, look, did he have some of that sophomore slump? I guess if you look at the stats, but I still believe, and I think he proved it with the up and down season, that he's still the face of the organization. He's still the guy that you can build around and have Super Bowl aspirations. So he just needs to continue, like all the great quarterbacks, to get better every single offseason. In my mind, if I was in his shoes, I would say, what are 3 things I can really improve on? Of course, there's more, but what are 3 things that I can improve on and become that Pro Bowl player, that all-pro type quarterback, and work on that this offseason? But with his maturity, with his dedication, I still feel like the Texans are in good hands with him under center.
Andy, what's this day like for players? The locker cleanout day? I would imagine for some it's probably cathartic, like, okay, the season was over, I had a tough year, I'm ready to get to the offseason and move on. For some, it's probably like, man, I was in a hot streak, I want to keep going. Team, depending on where they might be, won 3 games, everybody wants to leave. What's this day like, locker cleanout for teams?
It's all of the above. Like, if you end the season healthy, you always want to end the season hoisting up the trophy, signifying that you won the Super Bowl. But if you end the season healthy, you end the season with great production, there's a part of you that has a relief feeling. And I know the fans don't want to hear that. And I'm not saying that they're smiling and laughing on their way to Cancun, but there's a part of you that's like, you know what, thank God I got another season under my belt. I ended healthy. I know where I need to pick up for the next season. So there's that relief, that sense of relief, but obviously disappointment too. With the guys who are getting a little bit older, with the guys who their career, that window starting to close, to be that close. And when you watch film, you really think to yourself, man, we could have beat the Kansas City Chiefs. And if you beat them, then everything's wide open. It's up in the air. There's that what if mentality where you're just starting to think like, oh, if this would have gone our way, if this would have gone my way, we could still be playing. So it's just a little bit of a mixture of relief, disappointment, and just that whole what if.
I've got about 20 or so, I'll get the number, unrestricted free agents that I'm looking at. Andy, what are they going through today? Because some of these guys will be back. They will sign some of these guys. And it's not like a lot of these players or all of them are going to be getting huge deals elsewhere. But, they're going to be playing in this league. And then you have some older players like Jerry Hughes, Case Keenum, who knows. But by and large, what is the feeling and the thought today of an unrestricted free agent? Offseason begins and you don't know what the future is.
Well, it depends, like, who they are. Like, if we rewind to this time last year, you have a guy like Cashman. Cashman, who's it's Minnesota, right? Let me make sure I don't say the wrong.
That's right.
Yeah, he's with Minnesota. But this is a guy, when he was with the Jets, I think he showed promise, but he got injured. Then he gets with the Texans, and he really shows what he can do when he plays consistently. As much as the end of the season was a downer because you didn't win the Super Bowl, a guy like Cashman, Grenard, let's just be real. They're like, man, in a few months, I'm going to be a multi-millionaire because of what I've done. So those guys, they're smiling. They're smiling. They're a little bit anxious because they don't know where they're going to end up. They want to make sure they choose the right team, the right system. But this becomes business for them. This is when they're on their phone with their agent and they're saying, hey, this is what I would take. I'll take X amount, a percentage less if I stay in Houston. So they're having those type of conversations. But it's very exciting depending on those guys if they haven't signed their big FU contract yet. So there's excitement there. There's a lot of business decisions. There's a lot of praying, a lot of talking to your family like, hey, what would we need to keep you happy? So there's that excitement. But then when you have guys like Jerry Hughes, Case Keenum, it's kind of depressing because the end is near and there's a realistic thought that you've played your last down of football. So it just really depends who the free agent is and the type of thought process they're having right now.
Yeah, you kind of stole my thunder, Indy. I was going to ask you about that. Guys that are looking at their football mortality, if you will, like, is it? And then, like, what do I do? I know we've talked about this a little bit on air, off air. For you had a pretty good plan about what you wanted to do post-football, and you've executed that to a T. But there are a lot of guys that don't. So for Jerry, for Case, and maybe they have thought about it, but for guys that maybe even aren't even thinking about it, guys that have maybe been in the league 8-9 years, and it might be it, how difficult is it to kind of go through this process? And I know you'll go through the offseason going, well, there might be a spot in L.A., there might be a spot in Kansas City, there might be a spot here. But for guys that are looking at their football mortality, Indy, how tough is a day like today when it's really the last time that you're in school with your guys?
It's very tough, and especially the way you ended that question, John, because it's the last time you're with your guys. Even if you've done everything and you purchased properties that are producing income, you've interned with the right companies. I've talked to Case, and I don't want to put his business out there, but Case has a pretty good post-career plan whenever he's ready for it. But it's still tough. You still go through that depression of, man, I've been known as John Harris, the football player, ever since I was 10. And now I'm John Harris, the civilian. Even if money's not an issue, even if you do have something else that you love, there is absolutely nothing that you will do that will simulate having 60, 70,000 people up or when you make a big play. Like, I don't care how successful you are off the field. There is nothing that can give you that same feeling. And it sounds crazy, but it's just real. And you just have to learn how to adapt to that. But I don't care if you go from – I don't care if you post-career success of Michael Strahan or Tom Brady, who's probably making more money off the field than he was on the field. You still can't fill that void. So it takes getting used to. It takes a few years, not months, a few years to kind of accept that you're not the active football player anymore.
Indeed, DeMeco Ryans, 2 years as a head coach, and what an outstanding start for him in his head coaching career. Just amazing, really, when you think about it from an objective standpoint. But you know that he's going to have get-betters for himself. Do you have any for him? What do you think heading into year 3 as the head coach of this organization?
You know what? It's tough for me, and I'm not trying to wiggle out of that question, but I don't know where he could have said after a game, you know what, this was a bad call. I should have made this call, because I'm not sure what duties he gives up on game day. But just any coach, whether it's Andy Reid, who's going straight to the Hall of Fame when he decides to retire, or an up-and-coming coach like DeMeco Ryans, just like what we talked about with quarterback. You go back, you watch film, the games that you lost, the games that your team didn't show up, the Baltimore Ravens, you evaluate what did we do that week leading up to that game. Did we do anything different? Can we do anything different? So I feel like a guy like DeMeco Ryans, he can just go back and self-evaluate himself and earmark the games where he felt like his team didn't show up, and then just say, okay, what did we do that week? Did we do anything different? What should we eliminate? So, yeah, whether it's at the very top, the McNair family, to the cafeteria lady, I think everybody could go back and kind of reevaluate to see where they could improve for next year, because this is a good team. It's a great nucleus. And now with what DeMeco has done the first 2 years, the expectation is you're going to win the AFC South, and now you need to get past the second round of the playoffs.
Indy, what's it like in Philly today, especially after winning the snow like they had yesterday?
It's really exciting in Philly. Then for me, spending 6 years in Philly, 3 years in Washington, I'm getting it from both ends. I'm hearing it from both ends. And the excitement in Philly is there because they feel like they're about to play a team that's kind of been playing over their head in the Washington Commanders. We'll see how that plays out, but there's this sense that, okay, reality is going to hit when Washington comes to town, and Philadelphia, they think they're going to dominate that game. So it's going to be exciting to see how that plays out. And talking about C.J. Stroud, every time I'm watching Jaden Daniels, I'm just thinking, oh, Washington has their C.J. Stroud. I mean, talk about a great young quarterback and similar type of guy off the field where you're not going to have to worry about what he's doing off the field, and you can be confident knowing that he's going to put in the work. So it's exciting for the NFC East, except for the Cowboys, of course. But, you know, for the NFC East with Philadelphia Eagles and the Washington Commanders playing for that title, it's pretty exciting up there.
How about the Giants? Joe Shane's kid tells him to draft Jaden Daniels, and John Mara is saying, don't get rid of Saquon, and now they're playing in the NFC Championship game.
Amazing.
That is hell for him.
But they're doing fine. They're doing great. And, I don't know if you have a dog in the fight tonight, Ohio State and Notre Dame, but what do you think?
Well, my brain says Ohio State, and I hope this doesn't happen, but I have a feeling it's going to be a dominant performance, and it's going to be one of those games by third quarter. You just feel like Ohio State's going to win. But I'm rooting for Notre Dame. I mean, Coach Freeman, you know, spent a camp with the Houston Texans, former football player. So you're always trying to lean towards those former football players to win it all. But if I was a betting man, I would put my money on Ohio State.
That's right. Former Texan Marcus Freeman.
That's
I'm
right.
sticking to it.
Oh, we got a dog in the fight. They did a good thing on the broadcast. They showed Jarrett and CJ, and I was like, oh, yeah, Notre Dame, Ohio State. Oh, okay.
There you go.
So be good. Yeah, we got a lot of that in the building right now.
Okay, very good. ND, thanks so much for the visits all season long. We'll see you soon enough.
You're the man, ND.
All right, let me apologize for the noise in the background. I was so mad about those refs. I couldn't even wait to get my workout in. I said, you know what? I just got to go.
Yeah,
I got to get on this elliptical because and I'm not blaming the ref guy, but that really ticked me off. So I apologize for the noise in the background.
No, it's okay. It gives authenticity to it.
Yeah, you're clanking it. You're good. You're good.
In the gym, ready for a comeback, 2025. All right, my friend. Thanks a lot.
All right, y'all keep up the good work.
All right, ND Kalu joining us on Texans Monday. Yeah, he and Wade Smith were in here a couple of weeks ago, and we played a bunch of that on the air. It was, I think I might have played some segments twice because it was so good.
That's great.
With those two guys, and they were talking about. It morphed into prenups for some reason. I don't know why. It did. We were talking about, I think Travis Hunter. Somehow the conversation went that way.
Oh, yeah, because Travis Hunter's girlfriend's kind of.
Yeah, it was just stream of consciousness at one point. I think those two guys should be on the air for like 3 hours a day forever because they're really good together and they're funny. And then get Travis in on the conversation as well. Anyway, maybe we'll do some of that this offseason. We probably will. And we'll definitely catch up with John McClain next, the general. What does he have to say about what he saw Saturday and the future of your Houston Texans? It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Behind every door at Houston.
because
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
On 3rd and goal from the 11. Here's the snap. Mahomes in the pocket, trying to scramble forward. Mahomes throws last moment and caught. Touchdown. He was leading forward, concede 6. Unbelievable. He was going down and he threw it. You're going to see that highlight for a long time. Boy, Mario Edwards had him. Everybody reacted to Mahomes lurching forward because, of course, you have to. He ran one in, opening drive last time he played them 4 weeks earlier, and he makes an amazing play. So for all the bad calls, whatever you want to call them, non-calls, bad calls, then he's able to do that to Travis Kelce, and the Texans go down to defeat, losing to Kansas City in the divisional round, 0-for-6 in the divisional round. Man, 6-2 at home in the playoffs. You got to find a way to play these ones at home. I heard Sean talking about that. Look, it would have been hard to be the 2 seed this year, but you didn't really threaten for it because you had some really tough, weird losses. The Jets game, weren't able to close out Detroit. The Titans game, we know what they are. They know what they are. They know what they need to do. And we'll find out what they need to do. And let's talk about everything with John McClain. The General joins us now, Pro Football Hall of Famer. All right, General, let's start. Your thoughts on what you saw on Saturday. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, first of all, the Texans didn't lose because of the officiating. Yes, there were 2 bad personal foul calls, but the Texans lost this game because, as DeMeco said, they made too many mistakes. They had miscommunications. Special teams picked a bad time to have its worst performance under Frank Ross, and they've been so good, and it started with that kick turn and Chris Boyd's brain-dead helmet toss. It's just weird. And DeMeco going for a 55-yard field goal with that win. It wasn't even close. That led to a touchdown drive. Oh, the defense gave up 163 yards minus that 149-yard gain to Kelce. And, yes, they left Kelce open, but Kalen Bullock had a great shot at him at the 35 and missed him. Azeez Al-Shire had him at the 30 and missed him. It was a great play by Kelce. Kelce hadn't given any indication during the season that he was capable of this, not catching the ball, but his elusiveness. Something about Kelce going back to his second year in the league, something about the Texans brings out the best in Kelce. And that call you just had, Mark, on that great play by Patrick Mahomes, I thought sure he was sacked. And he threw it. Once again, they left Kelce wide open. You'd think that was the only guy they couldn't cover. For the second time this season, the Chiefs didn't have a wideout averaging more than 9 yards catch. Did a great job on the wideouts. They just didn't cover Kelce. And I thought the defense played really, really well. I thought the offense played good running game. Last 3 games of the season were really good running games. Don't know why it took long. It was so inconsistent. Joe Mixon came close to getting another 100-yard game. And C.J. Stroud had a good game. And then the sacks. Blake Fisher gave up 2. Shaq Mason 1. Dalton Schultz had 2 with help from Dare Gumbawale. Shaq Mason came back. I would have left 2 Scruggs since the line had played so well the last 2 games. I think the only offensive linemen who can say they played really well were Laramie Tunsil and Jared Patterson. And so no matter what they need, another wide receiver, to re-sign some of their back, they need to re-sign guys like Foley Fotokasi, Mario Edwards, Derek Barnett. They need to get him back. But they got to address the interior of the offensive line, and I would expect major changes in that area.
General, 2 questions. One, what was the most disappointing aspect of Saturday? And what do you think is the one thing you take out of that game where you go, yeah, they can continue to build on this going forward?
Well, those are great questions, John. And the thing that was the most disappointing is they were going against a Hall of Fame tight end. And they knew he was going to catch the ball when Mahomes was making off-schedule plays, and they still couldn't cover it. That was got to be the most disappointing for DeMeco Ryans, leaving him wide open in the end zone with two guys standing around, having a miscommunication on the 49-yarder, that two guys missed the tackles. That they did a good job against Mahomes, 177 yards. Take away that one play, that's barely at over 100 yards. And the best thing to me was the plays, particularly the defensive line. The defensive line shut down their run. So did the linebackers. They had 50 yards rushing, 2.3 a carry. In the playoffs, the Texans were great against the run, against two teams that were good. The Chargers were really dependent on the run. Chiefs run it. But I thought that run defense was great, and it started up front. I think next year, considering Jalen Petrie was gone for the season, Jimmy Ward, both those guys should be back. But I would look at trying to find a receiver a safety like Caleb Bullock in the third or fourth round to come in there, because safety has been the most injured position the last 2 years. Wide receiver was this year. Safety was too, losing two starters. But last year, remember, they lost three of the top four. Petrie was the only one who was able to stay on the field. So that's something Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans need to address. But I feel good about the defense. Most top free agents are on defense. And, of course, they're going to have to get a receiver. I don't know if it's in the draft or free agency, but, people tiptoe around it. There's a good chance Tank Dell won't be playing next season. And because of all the surgeries he has had or will have. So they have got to find a receiver who can help out Nico Collins, whether that's re-sign Stephon Diggs for 1 year or 2 years. I don't know. They would know Diggs behind the scenes. Now, when you get hurt, most of the time you go off on your own like that. But when you got CJ, you got to make sure you put the best around him. It starts in the line. If they don't get their offensive line fixed on pass protection, they're going to be spinning their wheels again.
Yeah, it's funny because they have highlights up on the monitor here, and you see some of the protection issues, and it's just not just O-line, but it's just, hey, Justin Reed blasting up the middle. You've got a single blocker on Karlaftis with Schultz, and look, that's a tough assignment, no question about it, but got to find a way to hold up. And you mentioned receiver. You say a receiver. I'm thinking, you said it, John, you don't know about Dell's health, and maybe they have to know more than we do. But Diggs is a free agent. Dell's banged up. Nico got banged up during the game. Mechie was banged up going into the game and banged up during the game. And there they were, still battling, still hanging in there against this team. I think they need multiple players at receiver possibly. And the draft is what. Your thoughts on that, and also the running game, because you do have Joe Mixon here, and that's got to really make you feel good going into next year. Even though he's, seasoned, if you will, he's the third leading rusher this postseason through the first two rounds, and if he stays upright, he can certainly be one of the best in the league.
Yeah, Mixon showed no signs of slowing up with the wear and tear he's got, and he's been remarkably durable. To me, he was the MVP on offense. And I still don't understand why Cincinnati was going to cut him if the Texans haven't given him a 7th-round pick. A great move by Nick Caserio. That I may write a column for HoustonTexans.com somewhere down the road about Caserio's best moves. And off the top of my head, that may be the best one. Drafting Stroud, anybody can do that. But you get Joe Mixon, and he comes in there and makes such a difference. That was a tremendous move. I'm guessing nobody's going to offer Stephon Diggs a contract coming off a torn ACL. So he'd be smarter to come back here on a 1-year deal. even though he'll be 32, show that he can come back and play the way he was before he got hurt and the way he was in the career. So I'm guessing Diggs is going to be back here. And then they still need another one. If you re-sign Diggs, then I would draft a receiver that has the traits, whatever traits that DeMeco Ryans wants. One of the things that impressed me the most about DeMeco is what he's position specifics, not just a tackle, but a right tackle, left tackle, meaning defense. What he wants in his ends is linebackers. Now, Henry To'oTo'o made tremendous improvement this year. He got a chance to play because of the injury to Christian Harris. So even though they have the tackles that are going to be unrestricted, they got depth in the defensive line. And I would imagine those guys are going to go where they get the most money. But, yeah, you're right about the receivers. I'm guessing Diggs and a draft choice.
General, the AFC Championship game is between a team the Texans beat, Buffalo Bills, and a team that it had every opportunity to beat this past week, the Kansas City Chiefs. Handicap this one, 1v2 in the AFC, Bills-Chiefs in Arrowhead. Do you give the Bills a shot or the Chiefs going to the Super Bowl again?
Well, yes, they have a shot. Josh Allen's playing great. They had a tremendous game last night, although I felt terrible for Mark Andrews, a fumble after a good catch, and then he dropped that pass. Could have been thrown better. Makes me wonder why, when you got Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson and you're trying to get 2-point conversions at the 2, you're not running the ball. You're throwing it in that kind of weather. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And I don't think Buffalo can beat Kansas City twice in one season. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see the Bills. I was hoping Baltimore I picked the Super Bowl winner, but the Bills and Lions with their frustrated fan bases, those would have been the best. Of course, the Lions get blown out at home in the biggest upset of the weekend. But I'm going with Kansas City because they're going up against a really good defense. They're going up against Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, and they're going up against officials.
General, DeMeco Ryans, you know that he's not going to stand pat and think, I'm not going to work on my own personal game. What do you think he's thinking about things he needs to do differently or better as a head coach, even though he's off to a fantastic start in his head coaching career through 2 years?
He sure is. He's had 2 years, had 2 playoff victories, the same record both times. They're not as good as Baltimore, Buffalo, and Kansas City, even though they beat Buffalo 23-20 here. They're until they can get a home game in the divisional round, or they can get good enough to go on the road and win. And they were capable of winning this game. They had their chances at halftime. And so I think DeMeco, first of all, he's got to make decisions on his coaching staff. Who's going to be fired, who's going to be brought back, who you're going to go for. If everybody's speculating they're going to fire Cole Hauser, and I don't know about Bobby Slowick. And I'll tell you right now, if I'm DeMeco, if I'm firing Cole Hauser, I'm calling Mike Mudd, one of the greatest offensive line coaches in history, who's taken the last 2 years off to have, replace knees and things that he hurt as a player for the Oilers. And I'm told that he's ready to come back. We'll have all kinds of offers. And but you have to get that area fixed. Coaches, the thing about the great, philosopher Bill O'Brien told me after his first season that the biggest mistake head coaches make is you hire your friends for your first staff, because you've all been promising each other, if I get it first, I'll hire you. And then you got to figure out the second year which friends you can't win with, and you have to make the right decisions. And I'm not saying Bill did, but that was his philosophy. And I've talked to other coaches about it. And so DeMeco's got difficult decisions to make. He's not going to fire the defensive play caller. And I think Matt's specialty is the defensive line. He lets the other guys get the credit, but he plays a big role in what happens with the defensive line. The defensive line and the corners are the best things they got going. Linebackers, yes, too, but the one they need a third corner who can be a slot corner so Petrie can go back to safety, or do they move leave Petrie there? So they got a lot of decisions, but boy, they're dealing from a position of strength. And unfortunately, there's nothing left, I don't think, of the Deshaun Watson trade. And Casario's not going to have as much money under the cap as he had last year. So it's going to be a really interesting, intriguing offseason for Nick Caserio as well as DeMeco Ryans.
Matt Burke leaves, I will cry.
Really?
I love that man.
Oh,
I love him. He's a great coach. And he's an Ivy Leaguer, so I love him.
Yeah, no way he's going
I
unless
hope not.
somebody were to offer him a job as a
Sure.
play caller. But Matt is too beloved and respected. They should just give him a raise.
Yeah, General, I got to ask you, in the McLean household, Saturday night, obviously, dealing with the Texans loss was tough, but your wife must have loved seeing the Commanders beat the Lions the way that they did. What was the McLean household like when the Commanders were winning that game?
First of all, Carol usually goes to bed early, and somehow she can't manage to stay up with me, but she managed to stay up watching the Commanders. And, of course, she was celebrating. We have a really good friend who's from Philadelphia, so they were trash-talking each other yesterday after the Eagles won. So, you know what they say, happy wife, happy life. And she's very happy right now. All I got to do is keep my mouth shut.
General, thanks so much for all the visits this season. We appreciate it as always, and we'll catch up soon enough.
Guys, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It's a fun season. I really look forward to the end and can't wait for next season.
Absolutely. Thank you, John McClain, for joining us. And coming up, Smoking Hot Players of the Year, maybe?
Ooh.
Thoughts on next year? Where do they draft? Quickie thoughts on the offseason. We'll get to it all in short order. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
At Kroger, an annual boost.
More Texans Monday.
Crowd digs in. Irv Smith motions to the right. Handoff. Mixon running right. Has the 10. Has the 5. He dances into the end zone. Touchdown, Houston. Joe Mixon. Oh, that was a good moment right there, man.
So good.
That was good. And I thought, okay, unlike 4 weeks ago, nobody got hurt on the would-be tying touchdown. Yeah. But just like 4 weeks ago, extra point missed. The universe changes. Those things, look, you have to overcome all the mistakes. We get it. You're never going to play a perfect football game. Heck, the Ravens, look at them. They were playing a highly flawed game yesterday, and there they were. Here's the ball, Mark Andrews. We're going to tie this sucker. Oh, wait a minute. Didn't do it.
I mean, that's the big one, but I think the fumble beforehand was that was the killer.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you got the 2-point in your hand. You're going to tie the game, but that drive that Lamar was then constructing when he hits Andrews the first time and then fumbles, like, oh gosh. So when I saw the ball thrown to him in a flat on that play, I'm like, I could see it develop. I could see it's a pick play.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Dalton Schultz getting called for an OPI might have made me as sick as any of those hits.
What was that?
It was absolute bull
that?
snot. Oh, I was furious. And I knew exactly what the call was when he threw the flag right in front of me. I'm like, I was furious. But of all the calls, that was the one I was, the hits and all that are so questionable. That wasn't questionable. Najee Johnson has his hands all over Dalton, who's just running up the field, yet Dalton gets called for the OPI. Like, come on, man.
Look, I know that you can't. We tried the review of pass interference, right, for 1 year. They didn't like it. I get it. You got to have some kind of replay assist. It's just too much. It's too important. There's too much on the line here. There's too much money, careers at stake, fans, all of it. And speaking of money, you bring all this gambling stuff into the game, right, which they've done.
Yep.
Now it becomes, wait a minute, you're going into my pocket, six-pack, and he's got a point. He's got a point. I need this officiated better. So replay assist is a great development. I know it's hard to be an official. Look, it's hard.
Replay assist on those personal foul calls? You think you need to have that going forward? I think so.
Hell yes.
I think replay assist on face masks.
It's hard. It's hard to call these things.
But replay assist on a face mask is easy.
And fine Mahomes for pulling up right before he goes out of bounds to draw contact. Now, look,
I want Buffalo to blast
every
this
time
Kermit Frog.
Every time we complain about the officiating, I want to remind everybody that's not why they lost the game.
Exactly. We've made that clear already.
Didn't help, but they had their opportunities. They did not capitalize, and they go down in defeat in the divisional round, and it's over. And Lamar Jackson's season is done. You know how many playoff wins he has? 3 in his 7-year career.
CJ's got 2.
And CJ's got 2.
You know how many Peyton Manning had in his first 9 games?
How many?
3.
All right. Well,
3 and 6.
Listen. Let's just get it going in 2025.
That's right.
It's a little too soon.
Get it done.
Too soon? In the Loop is coming up. They're going to be talking about this a ton. And we've got the DeMeco Ryans show, the final one of the year, tonight, and Texans All Access at 6 to 8. So 2 hours of Texans radio tonight. And then we're dark until after the Super Bowl. So looking forward to catching up again and getting 2025 rolling. We'll be at the Combine. We'll be doing all that stuff all year long. We'll be at the owners' meetings. We'll be where the Texans are, where the news happens, where the league business occurs. All right, thank you, Ben, for producing today and all season long. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Have a great day. In the Loop coming up. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio, Radio 10.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
So it wasn't a scoregami. All right, you're in the loop here.
It was not.
On a Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Happy Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day to you. Hope that you are finding a way to enjoy this day, especially if you have the opportunity to have it off. If not, they're with you, and we will commiserate with you after a 23-14 loss in the divisional round by your Houston Texans to the Kansas City Chiefs. Lopez, how you doing today, man?
I am fantastic. Happy MLK Day. Happy Winter Storm Enzo on the way day, which is bizarre, and we'll get to that.
This is on your spirit. This is on your spirit that you want to talk about.
It is, but we'll get to it. We got to start with the hit. And the hit is
Figgy is not here today.
Figgy's not here.
Still dealing with the flu.
That should be the banner headline.
So
no question about it.
We got Byron Matthews. He will be holding down the fort. Appreciate you, Byron. And maybe Figgy got the flu very intentionally because he knew he was not gonna want to be here on a Reaction Monday after the Texans fall to the Kansas City Chiefs. 23-14. That number in very particular was of note last night because the way that it came through with the betting lines and everything.
It was 9.5, was it?
Well, for people that got it at 9.5, it was at 8.5 for a good
early
amount of time.
On, yeah.
So I was wondering when Joe Buck made allusion to that on the broadcast, and Aikman as well on the broadcast. I was like, how many people actually did that benefit? Because I feel like there was
money, baby.
There was a lot of people that were sitting right there that were like, hey, man.
I wonder when Al Michaels got in.
Can we get a 3-point safety? Is that a possibility?
I wonder when Al Michaels got in on that.
Also, shout out to all the people that pushed in that instance because I know there was people that got it at 9 as well.
Yeah, but your parlays are dead.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, about that.
Touche. Although if you're out here doing parlays, you're a sick individual, or that you're just throwing things out there just to do it. All right. Let's talk about this game. I've tried to, the first 2 minutes of the show already, trying to avoid the inevitable. But no, let's talk about this football game. And one of the things that I found very interesting about it is just, in a way to get to the overarching feel of this, are you walking out of this game encouraged or discouraged? That was a question that was asked to the head coach of this football team, DeMeco Ryans, after the game. And the seemingly always optimistic, always hopeful, somehow always cheery head coach gave this answer.
Yeah, I'm walking out of here discouraged. Like, this one hurts, right? Because I know we're a better football team than we showed today, no matter who we're playing against. Like, to go back and still have to talk about mistakes that we made in this moment, like, yeah, it's discouraging to be here because you got to be over that at this point in the playoffs, right? Postseason football, you got to be at your best. You got to be operating on all cylinders. And for us, like, we didn't do that today. So that's what I'm just discouraged about for sure.
So 713-572-4610. Are you with DeMeco? Are you discouraged or are you encouraged after this game?
I walked away neither encouraged nor discouraged. I walked away.
Got to answer the question.
I am. I walked away.
Sorry, that's anger's not about you.
Feeling sick about it and feeling cheated about it, and we're going to get into specifics on that in about 16 minutes. But if we're asking the question, you're asking the question, encouraged or discouraged, I think the real answer is yes, but I would lean towards something with DeMeco Ryans, discouraged. The real answer being yes for me is because this is a championship-level defense. This is, we can talk about, some of the other little things that maybe you need to really focus on. This is a championship-level defense, and you would be encouraged, right? Maybe tweak some things on offense. But here's why I'm discouraged.
Wait, no, let's sit with the encouraged for a second here, because you mentioned the idea of a championship-level defense, and one of the encouraging things about that encouraging aspect is how much of that defense remains.
Right.
Because it's a lot of it, right? Will Anderson Jr. probably stands to only get better, right? I think that sometimes we can get a little ahead of ourselves in projecting continued growth when that's not necessarily the way that you should operate. However, I guess I'll put this as a question. If I was to say either Will Anderson Jr. gets better or Will Anderson Jr. gets worse in the 2025 season, which of those is significantly more likely?
I think significantly more likely that he gets better.
Right? So you got that. I mean, clearly you've got a cornerbacking room that is, at least at the top end, right? Because depth ends up being an issue, and that's something that needs to be addressed now that we are walking into the offseason. But at the very top end of it, when it's like, hey, outside corners, you are not just good, you are great.
Yeah.
When it comes to Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. And then you go back there to the safety spot, and shout out to Kalen Bullock, even though there were some instances where you saw, some of the issues that pop up with him as a rookie and him as a player. Like, just if you go back to training camp, the expectation was not for him to, or before training camp rather, the expectation was not for him to one of the most significant defensive players that you have, a dude who's on the field all the damn time as a starter. That was not the expectation. You get to the end of the year, and that was absolutely the case. And it's not like he was out here having to be covered for by other people. He was holding his own for a good amount of it.
No, look, he was expected to be a nickel cornerback and maybe even a backup, having to vie for that job. But you look at this defense, and the encouraging part you touched on. Will Anderson, I think, is going to get a lot better. I think Derek Stingley.
You just always want to shout out Derek Barnett.
I think Derek Stingley is going to.
He wasn't active in this game.
I don't think he was. No. I think he's going to be All-Pro perennially, Pro Bowl perennially, however you want to frame that. Obviously, you mentioned Lassiter. Bullock, I think, is going to be fantastic. There are other aspects of this team where you have this defense where you have young players. Christian Harris, we'll see how much and why he only played one snap from scrimmage. But
that was a little perplexing. Like, could it possibly be as simple as he had missed so much time and this team got very comfortable with the idea of Azeez and Henry playing next to each other as the two linebackers in a nickel situation?
I think it could have. That? I think it could have. But the arrow's pointing up with him too. Henry To'oTo'o, young player, couldn't get him off the field. We just talked about it. You couldn't take him off the field. There are a lot of things. Jalen Petrie will be back. He found a home on this defense. So there are a lot of reasons that you can be encouraged because this is a championship level defense.
Okay, so discouraged.
So why am I overall, if I had to pick one or the other, discouraged?
And also I messed up because it was Jared Hughes then acted as opposed to Derek Barnett.
My bad, Derek. So why am I overall discouraged like DeMeco if I have to pick one or the other? Because the things that you have to clean up and change are very big. Like, they're huge. You might have to change offensive coordinator. You might have to change offensive line coach.
Not Mike.
Right.
Like, you can you could still have the Mike on offensive coordinator, and that's a conversation that needs to be had and will be had at the very soon.
Yeah.
Offensive line, that one's done, man. That pink slip. There was a point in this game where I was like, well, there is the pink slip for Chris Strasser, and that was a third and 10 in the fourth quarter when you had Justin Reed on an unblocked rush, right? And it was just the wrong time to not pick up the blitz, right? That was, in fact, I believe that might have been one of those possessions where Spags just put his thing on the table. You know what it felt like to me? I was talking to a friend of mine about this. Have you ever played Uno where, like, you're going and you set yourself up for I'm about to do it to y'all, where it's like, all right, it's my turn again, skip, reverse, skip, draw four, skip, reverse, Uno out. That's what Spags did. He was just like, blitz, 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 blitz. And you didn't pick up none of them.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, so Chris Strasser, your pink slip is not only in the mail, it's probably on your desk when you get back.
Yeah. So offensive coordinator, that's a big change you have to consider and maybe make. Offensive line coach, you just talked about it. Offensive line is a huge one.
Correct.
You might have 2 or 3 new faces on the offensive line. Hell, maybe more. Wide receiver. Tank Dell, you can't count on Tank Dell next year.
Not next year, right? I think that you feel about counting Tank Dell just in general, although.
What is the lingering effect?
My man got all the CLs done.
Yeah,
ACL, MCL, LCL. I don't know if there's any more CLs involved in the knee or the lower body. But he got all
Diggs, those. Unrestricted free agent. Tight end. What the hell are you going to do at tight end? Dalton Schultz is not it. Because if he has to be out there to block, it's a loss. You're going to lose. Ultimately, especially against the good teams.
Yeah, and I thought Sean made a great point earlier today on Payne and Pendergast talking about the idea of at the very least, before you could say, even if he wasn't a great blocker, he was a willing blocker. There was far too many times this season where the willingness could reasonably be questioned.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, man, you're not a great enough pass-catching tight end for that to be the case. And maybe this is unfair, but I keep going back to that one catch on the sideline, which shout out to the refs in this one instance of, that one will just stand, because I didn't think he had possession, and he didn't drag his foot. And I'm like, hey, man, I understand, like, your big body is a tight end, right? Maybe that's more of a wide receiver thing to be like, hey, get possession and drag your feet, right? And maybe we've just also gotten too entitled as fans of football, expecting guys to do the incredible all the time. However, you getting paid to be like a wide receiver or like a receiving level tight end, because you're definitely not getting paid to block, and that was a frustration for me in this game.
Yeah, you can even stretch it a little bit to the running back position. Joe Mixon is obviously a stud, and he showed it in this game. But you got nothing that you can count on behind him. They tried. They tried Agumbawale. They tried Dameon Pierce.
I thought Dameon Pierce was fine in the
but is he a number two? I mean, you look at some of the teams. Like, again, we're talking about championship level.
Oh, Dameon Pierce had 4 carries. There's one carry that I recall where it felt. I will say it felt like a little bit of an improvement in that. Felt like he was reading
4 carries
zone run. Yeah, but
I mean, if you're going to play at this, I'm talking about this level. Be on this stage. Look at the teams that are in here.
I didn't think I was actually kind of encouraged by the run game, like
because of Mixon.
That might have been they blocked well. They got to the second level fairly consistently on the offensive line in this game. Like, I will give them their plaudits there. Those immediately get taken away when it's like, as soon as a defense says we're not just going to send the requisite 4, we're going to put an abundant amount of pressure on you. They folded like a cheap launch here, right? Like, that was something, and that's something we have come to expect this year with that offensive line. But I have to give them their credit on that might have been the best consistent run performance that we've seen by this offense in general, maybe since we haven't had a lot of those instances where you could just grind out a drive and run the football with the level of, he had 88 yards and a touchdown, Joe Mixon did, and his longest run was a 13-yard run. Like, it wasn't the explosives of Joe Mixon that did this, as it had been a lot of times this season. That was actually being able to run the ball with the level of consistency and kind of move the chains with your running game, which we hadn't seen from them.
But I'm talking about the running back. Like, you've got to do something that's big, because look at this. And again, we're talking about this level when you get to this stage. Look at the Ravens. Derrick Henry and Justice Hill is a legitimate threat. Some of these teams that have 2 running backs, Lions, obviously they lost, but they got here and they are the team they are because they have 2 running backs that they can count on. The Texans, big questions, especially offensively, and that's why overall, as much as I'm encouraged with the defense, I'm discouraged overall, because those are some big decisions you got to make.
Yeah. Those are absolutely a lot of big decisions that you have to make. I also wonder, how discouraged are you with this individual player who can be heard on this highlight?
And here we go. Fairbairn, 33-yard extra point, left hash mark. Here's the spot. Here's Emy's kick up, and no good. Like 4 weeks ago when the Texans had a chance to tie with the extra point and they missed it. They miss it again. They're down 1 with 4:36 to go in the third quarter. Back on defense.
Is he good in big kicks?
That was one of the 7 points that were left on the table by Emy Fairbairn in your kicking game in this one.
Yeah, no, I don't know if that's necessarily a big decision you make, but it's something that's going to be lingering. It's going to be hovering over his head. You get into big games.
He was knocking down all the 50s in the first, 5 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
And since then, at the very least in the second half of the season, that was not a place of strength, the kicking game from Emy Fairbairn. And it almost feels sacrilegious to start putting that up there as like, hey, what's happening there? But that was at the very least, right, without going into the what moves need to be made in the future, right? I will allow that the 24 hours to kind of cool down. I can very easily say it was disappointing to see him absolutely smoke an extra point. And that was a point where, at least for me as an individual, understanding that I can be a little prone to the negativity, that's where doubt really crept in. It was like, okay, this feels like week 16 a lot. Because you remember, right? It was after the would-be game-tying touchdown. Now, of course, in that instance, unfortunately, Tank Dell gets injured. But, hey, would-be game-tying touchdown. Here comes Emy Fairbairn to at least make it a tie game. We'll figure out the rest. He misses. And in that instance, maybe you could say the long layoff in getting the injured player off the field, and then ultimately the emotions of Tank Dell going down, maybe that led to the kick. No, you can't say none of that in this one.
No, and that's why, you go down the list. What is that? 5, 6 major things that you at minimum have to address and more than likely change. And the offensive line. I mean, I fully expect 3 new faces in the starting offensive line.
Certainly.
At least 3 new faces.
Well, here's the thing, right? And this is why there's a level of discouragement there, but that's not from this game. Like, that's just been there. And now we've just finally reached the technical point of beginning of the offseason to where it feels like we are open season in this. I imagine that it is not going to be the easiest thing to make those overhauls. You have
right.
It's one of the reasons why it's frustrating, but you have a lot of assets, particularly a lot of money tied up in this offensive line, and you do wonder, like, okay, how much of this is it reasonable that you could even make moves on? Because it's, overhauling an entire position group is not an easy task.
And it is the offensive line, crucial to everything else that we've talked about, specifically C.J. Stroud's life, the run game, et cetera. And then there's one more, very interesting thing to me. And that is, you heard DeMeco talk about at this point in this game with these stakes.
Oh, so much. There's a supreme lack of discipline that showed up. And maybe that's maybe I'm being hyperbolic, but I mean, because of the stakes, I don't know that I'd seen this team, like, they played incredibly. They had 15 play, 101 yard, 10-minute and 24-second drive. Yeah. And I was like, why did you have to get 101 yards, huh? You had penalties in there. And, like, they found a way to, like, exercise some demons in this, have just an incredibly long scoring drive. And yet and still, you've had, like, various things, various penalties and various lapses that still, I mean, you lost a game in which you outgained the other team by over 100 points, or 100 yards rather, and you didn't turn the football over.
Yeah.
There's mistakes in there that show up. And I guess that then leads me also, because I talked about that long drive. Hey, man, how do you have a drive of that magnitude, and still we're talking about the offense that only put up 12 points?
And
1 touchdown.
Go back to the playoff game they won. The big pivotal moment there with C.J. Stroud making that big play. That they had penalties that set them back early in that drive. They had mistakes and mental mistakes that set them back early in that drive. That made that a much more difficult drive than it needed to be. So the mental mistakes aspect of this is another thing that needs to be addressed big time.
Man, and of course that's actually not the only long. The first drive was a 10-play drive. You had another drive late that was a 11-play drive. Now that one only went 48 yards because you had 53 yards of penalties on that as well. But yeah, man, not 5 yards of penalties. It was only 53 total yards. But man, it's frustrating to be able to say with good reason that you're disappointed after a game in which it felt like you were running neck and neck with the Chiefs. I mean, you were competitive for 3 quarters in this game. Like, I should be able to fully say, hey, man, I was encouraged by this game, point blank, period. And it's really frustrating that you had those things. You were. I mean, and I guess I will then circle around and view that in the positive direction. There is some level of encouragement that even with all of these things that we've pointed to, you remain competitive with the Kansas City Chiefs team for 3 quarters of the game. But unfortunately, 3 quarters of the game don't get you a W.
And the refs.
Well, I was about to say I'm glad. I'm not sure how glad I am.
I can't wait to talk about this. I can't wait. I cheated. I feel cheated.
All right, you feel cheated? Let's go ahead and talk about it. You're not alone, obviously. Do a little ref talk coming up next. It's in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Bias, incompetence, what is it all when it comes down to the refs in this game? We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about Low T Center right now. Low T Center is going to make you feel better.
Action Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, we knew going into this game, man, it was us versus everybody. Right? When I say everybody, it's everybody. All of whatever. Everybody, the naysayers, the doubt, right? Everybody. We had to go against today. And, going with that, knowing going into this game, what we were up against, we can't make the mistakes that we made, right? We had a lot of self-inflicted mistakes that happened, whether it's special teams, not converting our kicks, defensively, not being where we're supposed to be in coverage, all offensively, not protecting our quarterback and keeping him clean. So, you marry that on top of everything else that we have to deal with. It's going to be a really tough uphill battle.
Hold on. I was about to go and try and do this smoothly, but I'm sorry to do it in the crude way that I will. Byron, can you help me out and isolate that last part, right, where he's talking about, and he goes, start from where he goes, you marry that with. I just want to go back to that because that was DeMeco Ryans, the head coach of this Texans team, after the 23-14 loss at Arrowhead, in which let's talk about it. The refs are a huge talking point, to the point where we almost started the show talking about the refs, but I just felt like, hey, man, we got to talk about the football, man. We got to. And I'm not inherently a person who talks about refs. I try and kind of stay away from it. Maybe that was just like the coaching in youth sports, where it's like, hey, man, refs are going to be what they are. There's a human element to it, right? They're going to be imperfect. You have to go and overcome the refs and maybe put this game to a place where the refs can't affect it. However, DeMeco Ryans and these Texans, they're like, hey, bump that, right? DeMeco Ryans trying to be, somewhat fair and talking about, hey, man, there's these other things that we did not do. However,
you marry that on top of everything else that we have to deal with. It's going to be a really tough uphill battle.
He's sick. He was sick. He will talk today at 12:30, thereabouts. Here on Sports Radio 610, right? And so we'll see if he keeps that same energy, if that was more just kind of the immediacy after the game. However, he sounded sick of him.
I'm sick of it. And you know this, and anyone who's been listening to me for decades on the radio knows this. I am not that guy. I go out of my way not to be that guy. I think it can be a huge cop-out and an excuse to be that guy. But sometimes the refs are the topic. They the story. And let me just I am so frustrated with a couple of things here. First of all
right, go off
the officiating in this game. But I'm even more frustrated by people who say, well, what about the 8 sacks? What about the missed kicks? What about this? So did the refs have anything to do with that or not? If you're in that school of thought, you're delusional. Or you're either or you're delusional, or you're biased, or you have not been paying attention, because there is a big, enormous difference between big factors in a game and big moments that swing a game. I'm going to say that again. There are big factors that the Texans dropped the ball on, so to speak. We've heard them. People are using it as like, oh, what about this? What about ism, as people like to say. We've heard them ad nauseum since the end of this game. The offensive line, yes, that's a huge factor. 8 sacks, yes, that's a huge factor. Oh, by the way, 5 of those sacks came in the fourth quarter, 4 on the last drive, when the referee calls already had swung the game the other way. The Texans had already fallen behind by 8 points. And everybody in the building, especially Steve Spagnuolo, knew they were going to have to pass the ball. Don't gloss over that. Don't gloss over that. Oh, what about the 8 sacks? 5 of them in the fourth quarter as a result of where this game ended up going in terms of the direction. All right? Azeez Al-Shaair can't cover his backside with both hands. We know that. That's a factor.
Lopez came out with the chopper. What?
I'm just so upset here. This is not me. I've never gone off on the refs like this.
Okay, so ISO.
No, absolutely. ISO. I want the ISO, because I'm looking at you. Anyone who says it wasn't a big factor, it was. Missed kicks, yes, that's a factor. That didn't swing the game. The referees' calls did. Bobby Slowick using Dalton Schultz in pass protection, yes, that's a big factor. That didn't swing the game in the direction of the Chiefs. All this stuff. This game swung on 2 horrendous gimme calls for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. There should be
the singular Chief.
The Chiefs. There should be zero doubt about that. oh, what about this? What about, look, the refs, and some people even said, well, the Texans talking about the refs, and you'll hear them talking about the refs here in a second. Oh, clearly they were in the Texans' heads before the game. They shouldn't have been worried about all that. Did this look like a team that was worried about the refs? We've lined it up. They gained more than 100 yards, didn't have the turnover.
They outgained the Chiefs.
Outgained the Chiefs by 100 yards. They started the game, boom, 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 dominating, in control, doing everything they can to take control of this game. And then those two calls happened. So if you're like, oh, refs this, don't be a crybaby, call me whatever you want. You can call me whatever the hell you want. You will never change my mind on this.
Not once.
Not once.
You won't change his mind.
You will not change my mind on this.
Tell him, Lopez.
The difference between big factors.
What's the difference, Lopez?
And what swung the game. Referees and how they treated Patrick Mahomes.
It was the darn Zebras, he said.
You're damn right. You're damn right. Like this is ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Preposterous.
That anybody thinks. I like that. That anybody thinks
Can't
otherwise.
laugh through it and acknowledge it. Just keep going.
And if you think otherwise, like I said, you're either biased or you're not. You haven't been paying attention. You're delusional. That changed the game. It changed the game.
I have such a hard time getting to that place, but
yeah.
Because, all right, so we could start with the first one, which was the Will Anderson Jr. hit on Patrick Mahomes that is ultimately flagged as roughing the passer.
Yeah.
Which, it's a bad call. It just is. It is an
I'm not even
call.
sure he touched his helmet. He might have a little bit on the front.
He caught the face mask.
Might a little bit on the front.
One of the things, the operative word is forcible contact. I guess you get what I'm talking about.
You see Jared Goff?
And
much worse, didn't get called. You see Lamar Jackson? Three dudes, not two dudes, three dudes hit right above him, didn't get called.
You want me to make you mad? I know I shouldn't be like actively engaging.
No,
and,
I'm feeling it
making
today,
people
buddy.
upset. But you know what? I feel like this is one of those instances where if you're sad or if you're angry, you're just like, I actually just want to live in this for a little bit until I feel better. Don't give me solutions. Just help me be in this space. And so I will do that for you. Here is Walt Anderson, former vice president of officials for the NFL, talking on NFL Network about that particular Will Anderson roughing the passer.
On the roughing the passer, whenever the defender comes in, and there's a couple of points, and when we end up looking at the video, I think the audience will end up seeing this. But when they come in, and when they end up coming in face to face, if there's contact to the head of the quarterback, that's probably going to be called by the officials, and that's what you can see here. Now, it has to be forcible, and one of the things we added this year is if there's no contact at all to the helmet, replay can assist. But on this play, there was contact, and so replay could not help the officials with picking that up. Now, you can end up having debate about whether you felt it was forcible or not, and that's going to be one of those conversations for the competition committee to consider next year. But when he comes in right there face to face, officials are going to call that. That's the rule for this year. And the other thing that a lot of your audience might not realize is in most all of the rule book, when in question, officials are not supposed to call a foul. But there's one place in the rule book where it states by rule that when in doubt, officials are to call roughing the passer, and it's in the roughing the passer rule.
That's a big pile of crap. Again,
it's the pile of crap that they keep using, right? Like,
Yeah.
and that's the thing that ends up being really frustrating, right? And the malice is the part that I think really upsets people. But I think just the general incompetence of the league in this way is frustrating, right? And I heard somebody talking about it as such, right? The idea of you're being short-sighted in trying to protect quarterbacks, or in some instances it feels like quarterback, right? And there is a monetary interest, but you are in some ways watering down your league, and does that then become counterintuitive? That is a question that I think is worth examining. But, man, we've seen many roughing the pass be egregious. Like, this is just one of many calls that it does not feel like the officiating crew is, I don't know, willing or capable of officiating at a high level. And even with replay, especially when you have replay that is actively geared towards, like, yes, protection, but also, like, making this more difficult. And so the onus will continually fall on the defensive player, especially when you get to the slide, that was clear. I think probably as clear of a manipulating and like trying to bend the rules to your favor use as you probably see in the sport.
Look, and it's a big pile of crap because Jared Goff got hit worse than that. They didn't err to the side of the penalty there. Lamar Jackson, 3 players crashed on top of him. They didn't err on that one. This was a Patrick Mahomes call, 100%.
Superstar call.
It was absolutely that. And again, if you believe that the Texans were off the hook by any stretch, they weren't. There were factors in this game that hurt the Texans. I just went through them. No doubt about it. But those factors did not swing the entire game toward the Kansas City Chiefs.
No, they didn't. I mean, that Will Anderson Jr. roughing, they ultimately kick a field goal. Now, that did extend the drive. It was 3rd and 8, and they were that would have been a stop on the drive.
Yeah.
So, I mean, maybe you keep those 3 points off the board, but 3 points go on the board. The Henry To'oTo'o injury, penalty that was called, that again, that one was deeply frustrating. That one also was not like a huge effect on the game because that was a first down.
Yeah.
Where he was scrambling. And
that was on 3rd down, correct, right? Both penalties were on 3rd down when they threw it?
I do not, but I'll have to go back and double check
Okay.
and make sure on that second one. The first one was indeed a 3rd down. You want to hear my referee anger before we move?
Yes.
Or maybe that's not necessarily. Well, one of them is just, hip drop tackles.
There was that.
Right, and maybe I'll bring that back around.
Dalton
confessions,
Schultz.
but like not just all the way around this division round. It's just one of those things where, hey guys, remember how I was talking about sometimes they're just not going to enforce some of these things, even though if they're on the rule books. There's a hip drop. But this is my thing. Patrick Mahomes, talking directly to you. Have some bleeping shame.
Mm-hmm.
You out here, you flopping, dog?
Yeah.
You flopping for penalties?
Because he knows he could get it.
Hey, whole Patrick Mahomes, you out here doing. I wanted to give him a yellow card for simulation.
I'm frankly surprised that he didn't get it.
Right, there is to some degree a level of gamesmanship in. All right, I know that I can make some of this shake on a sideline, dog.
Yeah.
You done picked up a first down, and like, you really gonna dive there?
Yeah. That was a flop.
You really gonna dive there as the better team? As a dude who's regarded as like the best football player in the world? Have some bleeping shame.
Yeah.
That's all I asked for.
I could talk about this all 4 hours.
I bet you could.
And
it'll circle back around.
And anyone who wants to take the other side, come at me. Because
he said the number 713-572-4610. That's what he said.
Because like even the butterfly effect of those 2 calls, and I'll go back to 5 sacks in the 4th quarter. If the Texans were able to have control of this game and maybe make one of those field goals or get a touchdown somewhere in there on those drives that stalled, the entire complexion changes. You don't have 8 sacks. You don't have 8 sacks. You just don't, because Texans had to pass at the end of the game.
Yeah, that is the one thing, is you could say like game script. Like if the game script shifts in some of those places. I do wonder how much the game script shifts, because again, this is still an offense that put up 1 offensive touchdown, and we had that whole conversation about not putting up more than 2 offensive touchdowns all season long, right? I don't know definitively, but you did lose the opportunity in those couple of instances. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's not the last you'll hear about that. People are upset. We got to live this out. And yes, appreciate our guy Sean Pendergast listening. He did 2 hours of radio, and he was like, I need more radio in my life. So he's listening to In the Loop, as you should. He said the second one was on a 1st and 10. So, okay, I'm glad that my notes did serve me correctly. But coming up next, let's try and be a little less angry on this particular game. Okay, no, I guess that's right. I ain't your daddy. Be angry if you want to. However, coming up next, let's do our question of the day. What's the biggest big moment choke job in NFL history? I'm not talking about Kaimi in this instance. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans. Frontier Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, man, y'all mad. Y'all big mad. And I understand it, man. Yeah, man, I was just talking with Sean on the text about that crazy, slide, protect the quarterback penalty that happened that was called against Henry To'oTo'o. That was a first down. It was a 4-yard scramble, and then you got 15 yards on top of it. So that was a 20-yard situation there, which that was frustrating, although that's a team that picks up 20 yards, I will say. But, again, we'll get back around to that. We're here for 4 hours. We got you here on Sports Radio 610 all the way through as well. But how about we talk about this? Let's move around a little bit because the divisional round continued with all sorts of really interesting football games. I was going to say really fun, but the one that we're talking about, it was fun up to a point. But there was definitely a lot of more fun to be had, a lot more thrilling football games. And no more thrilling than having two MVP candidates in a game dueling in the cold on a Sunday evening in what we had with the Ravens visiting the Bills, and it came down to a 2-point conversion that was dropped. I mean, it is a rub route that comes wide open with the best quarterback, and then his number one target in Mark Andrews, and the one that he has a level of comfort with, and Mark Andrews just dropped it, and it was decidedly not clutch.
It was decidedly not clutch. Part of me really feels sick for the guy because, frankly, it's never going to be the same again.
Mark Andrews?
For Mark Andrews. Ever.
You know what's funny? I was like, man, he might need to hang it up and become a family man. He's 28 years of age.
No. But
I was like, wait, he's not 34? Are you for real?
But it's never going to be the same. I mean, that's infamy right there. And
I think you get to infamy if you don't have much of an other track record to kind of battle.
Bill Buckner, anyone?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
it doesn't help that I wasn't outside. You know what I mean? Like, if I was outside, maybe I'd be able to, yeah. No, I'm not sure if Mark Andrews gets particularly, it's also because the Mark Andrews drop falls in line with, I guess, a larger narrative of the Lamar Jackson era Ravens not getting it done. So I think it becomes one in a series as opposed to, that was the thing that stopped them. However, Mark Andrews, big choke moment. That got us thinking, what's the biggest choking moments in NFL history for you? 713-572-4610. You got a couple that come to mind for you. And there was one that was immediately juxtaposed with that particular play we saw yesterday.
Immediately. I saw somebody, and maybe I was just being not fair or whatever. I was like, oh, that's a young NFL writer. Because I saw an NFL writer post something about
that's the worst.
That's the worst choke in NFL history, and I went, "What are you, 30?
Why do we immediately go to hyperbole like that? Like, as human beings, why are we always immediately to the point of that is the worst of that thing that I've ever seen or that's ever happened? I do appreciate that I've ever seen as a dismount there, because at least that protects you and insulates you from, I just ain't seen all these other things.
Right.
But yes, immediately the worst in NFL history is not
No, it wasn't. In fact, one was to a tight end in the Super Bowl, not the championship game, and it sounded like this.
Down and 3, Dallas at the Pittsburgh 10. Roger back to throw, has a man open in the end zone, caught, touchdown, dropped in the end zone. Jackie Smith all by himself. Oh, bless his heart. He's got to be the sickest man in America.
That's right.
He was.
What a call, by the way.
Oh, it was great. Was that Brad Sham? A young Brad Sham, I think.
Was that?
I think it was a young Brad Sham.
He's so young that I don't even, it doesn't sound like the Brad Sham that I've come to know.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh, no, not Vern. It was Vern.
I was like,
I got my Cowboys play-by-play guys confused. It was a young Vern. Lundquist.
Yeah, I was like, it doesn't sound like Sham.
No, I got him confused there. But that's the worst in history. It was immediately, as it happened, I immediately saw that image of Jackie Smith like a 2x4, prone in the air, just stiff. He was so sick about it. But that to me is the worst. Andrews, it's never going to go away. Never went away for Jackie Smith.
No.
Hall of Fame tight end.
No, I mean, you're not going to live that one down. Yes, you're right. Like that. And that's where you come to with the instance with Mark Andrews. Like, is this going to end up defining him in some way? Because that is. It's definitely already an all-time blunder. Somebody said that clip sounded like black and white. No, I mean it was a long time ago. What was that? Was like
that's a good description.
Was that not the 80s?
It was 70.
It's been 46 years.
9?
Yeah.
78?
That was Vern too. Like that is crazy.
Yeah, that could have been Cowboys Oilers in that game. That was when Pittsburgh beat the Oilers in the
that's
AFC Championship game.
People started bringing some things. Oh, yes. And from the 281, this is exactly where I wanted to go. As the opponents in this game, between the Ravens and the Bills in the past have plenty of these, including Laces Out.
Yep.
Scott
Norwood, that's on the list. I think in a championship game, you remember this one?
Now we'll bring on Anderson. And Anderson hasn't missed in 2 years.
Oh, don't say that.
Well, that's a pretty good bet if you say, do you think Gary Anderson will make this field goal? The answer should probably be yes.
39 yards away.
Boy, they laid it on thick.
And it's not good.
94 of 94.
That's the worst jinx I've ever heard.
2 years.
But here's the thing. Could you be mad? 94 of 94
That's
that
true,
year.
though.
He hadn't missed a field goal. He hadn't missed an extra point. 94 of 94, and that he was the rock that the Vikings in 98 were built upon.
Yep.
He was, and all they needed was that dude to do the bait. It wasn't even a long.
It was 39.
It wasn't even a long kick.
It was 39 yards.
38, in fact.
38.
It wasn't even a long kick. And what's even sicker about that? Like the Vikings historically are a franchise that just kept getting kicked in the nuts over their history. And they got kicked in the nuts there by another franchise that keeps getting kicked in the nuts in the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
Right? It's just like, oh, so one of y'all has to be able to get over, but not before somebody gets kicked in the nuts.
Yeah. It was those are on the list. Marshawn?
Oh, instead of running the football, throwing the football on the
I guess it's Pete Carroll more than Marshawn.
That is absolutely a Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
One. Somebody said game was so old that both teams had white cornerbacks. What a shout. Incredible text that came in. Let's see. There was another one that I had on the docket here. Oh, wide right. Of course, I mentioned that. Russell Wilson interception. Jackie Smith, you brought up. How about the Minneapolis Miracle?
Yeah.
My family blamed me for that loss.
Blame you?
Yeah, because my family's from New Orleans. So
What'd you do?
I was messing with them, so I would text Skull and all that stuff, and then I remember I was like, oh, they're going to the NFC Championship, and then when that catch happened, I didn't even text the group chat anymore, but everyone said it's Byron's fault, But I felt so bad because my heart sunk for Marcus Williams, man.
Yeah, man. It's easy. Just smoked a tackle. Because it would be one thing. It was, oh man, he just juked him out. He just smoked an easy tackle. Yeah, man. I do appreciate though if there is a football team that you might be able to say that there's bad juju and that actually is a thing. It is the New Orleans Saints, considering the love it all.
Yeah,
I do respect and appreciate that.
And Sean texting about he feels like Buckner is still it because it was Game 6 of the World Series. No, my bigger point is not necessarily which one was bigger.
No, who was the dude?
It's not going to go away.
Right,
this is going to haunt. This is going to haunt him. Mark Andrews for the rest of his life, and it's going to haunt him in the city in which he is. And by the way, Mark Andrews had another huge mistake in that game.
Yeah, but here,
and that's not going to help.
That one was wild too because Mark Andrews ain't I'll say it like this: the hinges look like they might need a little WD-40. You know what I'm saying? He's getting, and again, that's why I was shocked to pull up the Wikipedia and see that he was born in 1995.
I mean,
right?
he
he is not that old. Actually, is it 95? It might have been 96. You get the point, right? He's not that old. Is ultimately my point. That the movement, but he's never been a fast twitch guy, for lack of a better term. And he got that ball and he was like, "Look what I'm gonna do in space. Let me put the jukes on." And immediately, you get an incredible punch out. By the way, the Bills apparently practiced the hell out of punch at the pocket.
Yeah,
because they were doing that in an exquisite manner. But just the awful time for those two things to merge, like a perfect punch at the pocket, and Mark Andrews turning for some reason thinking that he was somebody that he absolutely is not.
Yeah.
So a fourth quarter that did not prove to be an allyship moment for him towards Lamar Jackson, who had 2 turnovers of his own, mind you, in that
We'll get
game.
to that in around the NFL.
We will get to that.
I have a thought that might not be popular.
Somebody that Astrodome Warren was a quarterback. Alan Pickett fumbles the ball against Kansas City. Somebody said Chris Webber. Oh, yeah. It goes a lot wider if we open this up to other sports, too. Leon Lett is a great answer from the Cowboys. Somebody said sounds like Kaimi. I was trying to keep it away from Kaimi. All right, guys? But you're right. You're not wrong. 713-572-4610. If you want to open it up to other sports, we can really have fun with this and enjoy other people's misery. All right. Coming up next, let us indeed go around the NFL and talk more about some of these other divisional round games, including, oh, man, that game that happened last night. We'll do it next.
All right, Houston Auto Show right now. Houston.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL coming off of a really fun divisional round weekend. If you do not pay attention to that first game that happened, I don't even remember what we're talking about, to be honest. But we were just talking about our question of the day, which alludes back to Mark Andrews having just a real rough go of it in the fourth quarter of that division round matchup with the Bills yesterday, in which he had a fumble lost on a drive that was going to possibly tie the game, and then he also had a 2-point conversion. Actually, was that to tie the game? Yeah. To tie the game.
Yeah.
No, to take the lead, in fact, because remember, after that, they went and kicked the field goal that made it 8, because it was a 5-point game until that point. Right. So
the 2-point conversion was to tie.
No, I know, but the fumble earlier
was
on a drive that they would have gone to go and take the lead.
Right.
Wow, nasty. And then a 2-point conversion at the very end to possibly tie the game, send it to overtime, was dropped straight out, flat out by that man, and that got us asking what were the biggest blunders, I guess is the way to say it, big moment choke jobs, and you guys are going crazy on the text line. But some of y'all coming back around to Kai, and we'll circle back around to some of those. Someone brought up the idea of, hey man, is it possible that when it came to Kaimi, the cartel got to him?
Yeah, man. Where's Nicole when you need her?
Where is Nicole?
Where's Nicole? Maybe we were unfair to Nicole.
We were definitely unfair to Nicole. Nicole was spitting. She had bars.
She did.
So, yeah, we'll circle back around to some of those things. But somebody mentioned taking this away from football. J.R. Smith, 2018, Game 1 against the Warriors, where he just forgot what time it was. He forgot what was happening. He forgot the game was still tied. Somebody said Ginobili blocking Harden in the playoffs. Oh, that was very frustrating.
Was that a choke?
That 3 from the back. Yeah, because you got to be able to feel that pressure, man.
Maybe.
You got to be able to feel that.
Maybe.
We'll talk more about those. But let's go around the NFL now, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Got extra game day tickets? Turn them into cash, with Quick Assist. Download Quick Assist from your app store today to find H-Town fans looking for seats. That's QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And we begin with that game, man. It is the one that still lingers with me, and I know we'll talk about the other games as well. But man, what a huge football game between the Ravens and the Bills. And actually, the other really interesting game that I believe, what was that? Was that earlier in the day? No, it was the night before. It was Commanders and Lions, and you had a couple of instances where really high rated or really high ranked teams, high seeded teams go out. Who had the worst circumstance here, right? Was it more disappointing outcome, Lions losing or Ravens losing?
I think it was, oh boy, what a good question.
Because I've been thinking about it, like the Detroit Lions, and I think I lean this way, because like the Detroit Lions, the part of it for them was a build-up. It felt like it was naturally their time. And in NFL football...
And they were humming.
In NFL football, you can't necessarily... And you can't necessarily assume that that success will be sustained. Plus, this is a coaching cycle where they are almost guaranteed to lose both quarters.
Dan Campbell said right after he expects to lose both Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. So I'm going to say just by a smidge, because this is a great question. And the way I would put it is who's going to have the longer offseason, Lamar Jackson, not just the Ravens, or the Lions. And I'm going to say by a smidge, the Lions, basically based on what you just mentioned. They're going to lose coaches. The window, they tend to, as good as you might look, they close with very little warning, or start to close with very little warning.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say the Lions by a smidge, but boy, Lamar Jackson. And I mentioned this in the last segment. This is not going to be a very popular take. And it's one of those that kind of hurts me because I am a big Lamar Jackson fan.
Here he go.
But
don't forget it's MLK Jr. Day.
Okay.
I say that for no particular reason.
Okay.
Just wanted to remind you.
And it was a Mark Andrews, thing with the drop.
There you go. Way to cover it. I see what you're doing.
No.
He's smart.
I'm not going to back away.
Don't forget, there's also Mark Andrews here.
I'm not going to back away from my maybe not very popular take. Mark Andrews was a factor twice, as we've laid it out. But Lamar Jackson did have 2 big turnovers. You know, you talk about swinging the game. You know, we're talking about that with the refs.
Right.
2 big turnovers, and he just didn't have turnovers this year. Just didn't do it.
But and this is the thing, right? This is the place where the criticism will rise. And I think that it's wrong. However, I don't have a great defense for it necessarily.
Right.
Is that when it comes to these big games, it's always something, right? It always is some cartoonish thing that pops up that is the limiting factor for these Ravens. And I will say, right, if anything, you got to give Lamar Jackson some level of credit for standing up for his guys and taking some level of responsibility. This was him after being asked about that Mark Andrews fourth quarter.
We're a team. The first half, I had 2 costly turnovers. Me not holding the safety, me just knowing the coverage, me knowing it was a man, threw a BS interception. It was 7-7 at the time. I believe they scored after that. Battle back, fumble. Snap, trying to make something happen, couldn't throw it. It was like a RPO play, so I couldn't really throw the ball to likely, the offensive line was down the field. So I was trying to make something happen, tried to squeeze the ball, it slipped out my hand. Von Miller picked it up, got some yards. I think that led to points for them. So it's a team effort out there. He's been busting his behind, he making plays happen out there on that field for us. Came up short. And like I've been saying all season, every time we're in situations like this, turnovers play a factor, penalties play a factor. Tonight, it's a turnover. We can't have.
See, that's
and that's why we lost the game. Because as you can see, we're moving the ball wonderfully. It's hold on to the ball. I'm sorry for my language. Annoying. Tired.
Tired of that.
That's why it hurts so much, because you have nothing but respect for this guy and MVP candidate by, no doubt about. Hell, he might win the MVP because the voting ends as the regular season ends, but you. And Mark Andrews and all that stuff, but you can't ignore it, man. You can't ignore it. 2018, 2019, 2020, 2023, 2024. Multiple turnovers by Lamar Jackson in elimination games. You can't ignore it. I don't know what it is.
No, and I mean, that was highlighted even more this entire divisional round. In each of these games, the team that was outgained won their game, right? Obviously, we talked about the Texans beating having outgained the Chiefs by, 124 yards. They lose 23-14. The Lions outgained the Commanders in that game. They have 521 total yards, by the way. They lose that game. The Rams outgained the Eagles. Obviously the Ravens outgained the Bills. But it's turnovers. Now, of course, for the Texans, that's not quite the case because no turnovers at all in that game, which that was a surprise. We'll talk more about that later in the program. But 5 turnovers by the Lions in that game.
Yeah.
That'll do it. 2 turnovers by the Rams in that game. That'll do it. And, of course, in this one, we talked about all 3 of the turnovers between Lamar Jackson fumbling, Lamar Jackson sailing a pass basically directly to a safety, and then Mark Andrews having the ball punched out.
It's frustrating for me. And I don't have
I was about to say, did you have some entertainment purpose dollars on this?
No, I didn't. I didn't have a stake in it in any level. I was just a fan. I wanted to just watch a great game. But it's undeniable. Lamar Jackson,
And you're right, 7-1-3. Turned over early, but brought his team back. He's still the MVP. I think all of those things can still be true. However, it just points to the margins are very thin, and it's why it comes back to the Texans, why you're so frustrated at the fact that, hey, you played a great game, but of course, if you do not keep, the knucklehead things down, if you do not execute around the margins, that can be enough to send you home in a single elimination tournament, right? You just have to operate to the highest extent of your ability, and many teams this weekend did not. And yes, Mark Andrews really did do that the day before MLK Day. There's a lot of MLK Day related things that are really wild about this particular weekend that we don't have to go all the way into, but I appreciate you considering that, dear texter. All right, now with that being the case, we have our championship weekend set. It'll be Eagles versus Commanders in an NFC East showdown that I'm sure makes Cowboys fans excited. The Eagles, 4.5-point favorites, and then the Chiefs versus what's the other AFC team? Oh, the Bills, of course. I feel like I have not given the Bills enough due respect in this. They will be 1.5 point, the Chiefs will be 1.5 points favorites at Arrowhead, and the Bills, their defense got to give them credit, right? I did not give them enough credit. They were able to really fluster the run for at least a decent amount of time.
They were, and on these matchups, boy, Eagles, Commanders. First of all, it's just beautiful if you hate the Cowboys.
Oh, they sick right now.
I mean, it's just beautiful.
They got 2 former coordinators in that game, and Kellen Moore, the offensive coordinator of the Eagles, and then, of course, Dan Quinn, the head now of the Commanders. Plus, I think the Commanders basically took like half of the Cowboys roster this year. There's a whole bunch of castaways over there having a whole bunch of fun in the NFC Championship game that the Cowboys have not been to in 30 years.
And then there's the Jaden Daniels factor here. What a freaking freak he is. Someone in this room may have said that he liked him better than Caleb Williams before the draft.
Look at you taking a celebratory lap.
I don't recall.
That's wild.
But
I mean, go ahead and do your thing.
But
and to his credit, right? One of the things that I believe strongly is a rookie eventually will look like a rookie in the playoffs, and maybe that time is next week. But he's looked so cool,
that
calm,
one
and
pass,
collected.
like you couldn't have walked it up there and placed it any better. I mean, he's just been ridiculous. And then it doesn't exactly it's not exactly great if you're a Giants fan either.
Yeah, but hey, it was going to be bad regardless. The outside, you know how we talked about all season long? It's not about the outside, it's about the Texans. The Giants are in that same place. You ain't got no eyes to be looking elsewhere and seeing everybody else and being mad.
Yeah, but
you can be mad right at home.
Yeah,
we got mad at home is what's happening.
Hey, you should draft Jaden Daniels. Oh, no, we're not going to do that, honey.
No.
Hey, you should keep Saquon Barkley. Oh, no. We're not going to do that either. No. And then they're facing each other in the postseason.
Sometimes
in the NFC Championship.
Schadenfreude is nice, ain't it? All right, but with those games, you got some things that you're looking at, especially Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts, who injured his knee in that playoff win against the Rams. He said, we'll see how the week goes as it pertains to that knee and whether he'll play next week. Do you have any doubt whatsoever that man lines up under?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit. I think, You
think we see the pick man, Kenny Pickett?
Well, I don't. Stays under center. He's gonna play. He's gonna start. I mean, we talked about that last week with the Texans injuries. They're gonna play. It's just how effective are they going to be? No, he's going to start. What I'm saying is that didn't look like just a little old tweak on that knee. No, that looked pretty dang serious. He got he finished, adrenaline, all that good stuff, but that is definitely worth monitoring.
Yeah, but we'll see if Bobby Wagner and them can keep Saquon under wraps, because it might not be necessary. They might just be able to be like, hey, Saquon, you want another 200 and some?
Yeah.
Pick up another 200 and some and just get a win, and we'll take it to the Super Bowl. Maybe that's what it is.
Motoring.
That dude is a
That dude was motoring.
Joe Shane, that's the ultimate choke job when we talk about it. He is never living that one down.
Come on.
Because the Hard Knocks is going to live with him forever.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That is so sick.
Yeah.
Another thing around the NFL before we move this along. Matthew Stafford, who is the quarterback of the Rams, he said that he feels like, it sure feels like he has more football left in him after the loss there. Do you kind of believe that? Because Matthew Stafford there was the points, especially with injuries and stuff, where it was like, hey, I don't know that you still have a Super Bowl caliber, quarterback that can take you to that place still. And defense stepped up, and they were rolling there for a second. Do you believe that he can run it back and that they can do the similar thing with the Rams?
I believe him when he said he's going to take some time, and
which that's always a good sign when there's like I have to see if I still want to do it.
No, he sees it from here. He sees retirement from here. I'm not quite sure he's ready to embrace it. Given time, your body starts to feel a little better. You realize what you have going, in LA. I think he might be back. I would bet that he would be back, but it's definitely worth something that he needs to take some time on.
Yep. All right. So that's around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Somebody said John is like most of us having this frustration because this all ends up always being the same result every year with the same matchups and the same outcome with the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl. Maybe that Bills team is not to be contended. Does it feel like that AFC Championship game is going to be a de facto Super Bowl, or do you still like what's happening in the NFC?
No, I don't necessarily believe that. I think they'll be the favorite, whoever comes out of there. Because the Commanders, if they win, I don't think there's any chance they'll be the favorite.
They are by far have the lowest betting odds to be the Super Bowl champion.
Yeah, and Eagles, maybe the Eagles could be the favorite team, but I don't know about that.
Yeah,
especially with Hurts, hurting.
when it comes, I see what you did there. When it comes to the standings or the odds, rather, obviously the Chiefs have the best odds. Interestingly enough, the Bills and the Eagles have the same odds to be the Super Bowl champion. Then, of course, the Commanders bring up the rear in fourth. All right, coming up next here in the Loop, it's about that time to go back around to John Lopez and see what he was thinking during the course of that 23-14 loss to the Chiefs. That's right. Let's get some OG's passing thoughts next.
Yeah, let's do that. But before that, if you're in the market for a new home,
a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's Passing Thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
I'll tell you a story. We got several passing thoughts here. Obviously, every week as I'm watching the game, I put down a bunch of notes like a lot of us do here at Sports Radio 610, and then I kind of combine them into my passing thoughts.
Good for you combining, because I just have a sick amount of notes.
But I'm going to start with one that really was toward the end of the game. That's why I said that.
Okay, we're going to work backwards.
We're a little bit with
eat
this
dessert
one
first.
Yes, because breakfast for dinner. Because
ooh, that sounds good.
Yeah, breakfast for dinner.
I just bought
awesome.
some pancake mix too.
I had breakfast for dinner last night. Yes, I did. And because I think this is an important one, and I think he will tell you that this is an important one. I thought that might have been DeMeco's worst game ever, man. Let's go through some of this.
Interesting you brought this up.
Didn't throw the challenge flag in a moment when he absolutely would have won that challenge. Maybe it's on the guys in the booth. Who knows? Whatever.
Which challenge are you speaking of?
That third down mark.
Where Xavier Hutchinson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the first down. So he didn't do that. A late decision to go for it. I'm talking about when the play call was rushed.
Oh, yes, where they break the huddle at 8 and they're again at the line at 3.
Got to call time out there.
Yes, you got to call a timeout there. But also, hey, Bobby, what's happening, dog? This has been an issue all year.
Yeah.
Why can't we break the huddle?
But that's ultimately on DeMeco.
Certainly. No,
ultimately, hey, call timeout. Call timeout.
Certainly.
He overrides everything.
Correct.
And then going for it on 4th and 10 from the Chiefs' 40-yard line with 10 minutes left. First of all, you can question that decision by itself, but it is so unlike DeMeco. That is not what he normally does, especially with that defense.
Remember going into this talking about kind of like the tendencies of this. I was like, I wonder if you find a little bit more aggression, especially going into a game. And I hope that nobody takes this with disrespect, because I've said it already once and I didn't really check to see how people reacted to it. If you know that you're going up against a team that is a better team, you find a little bit of aggression there where you sometimes in drives you're like, hey, no, 3 is not enough, what have you. And it felt like that was the aggression that you had there. It just felt like you didn't do it in the right times. And I actually had a friend who brought up this point that I thought was fair. If you're going to go for it there, when you have, I think it was like what have you.
And you
didn't go for it. Now you're deep in your own territory, I understand, but like, hey, man, if you punt this back, they're going to be able to run off a whole bunch of time and maybe add points to put this further out of reach for you. That might be one of those times where you also have to trust your offense if you are in that place where you feel you have some level of desperation. On top of the fact, don't forget, you let some time run at the end of the first half, which is something that you've done time and time again this year, to where I'm like, hey, man, and a lot of coaches do this. A lot of coaches have weird game management tweaks, so I do want to make that clear. But it's like, hey, man, is this something that we need to have like an additional person who has some responsibility for keeping track of these things? Because there's been enough times where seconds or instances have fallen through your fingers or slipped through your fingers because you haven't been on your feet.
Look, DeMeco is awesome. We love him.
100%.
He's the reason this team got here so fast. But if you're going to be honest, I thought that was a bad game. Yeah, he had a bad game. By the way, you're going to hear from DeMeco in about an hour.
That's correct.
Live right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, let's go back to some of these earlier passing thoughts. This one might have been DeMeco as well. How does the decision to bring back Shaq Mason and put him right into the starting lineup grab you?
There's a lot to be talked about here because you seem to find some level of cohesion with Juice Scruggs out there at right guard. It is a loyalty proposition. We've talked about this before as well. And maybe I shouldn't go all the way there. Maybe this team looks up and they go, hey, we've always believed that Shaq Mason is the best right guard that we have. So when he is healthy and if he is appropriately ready to go, he slots back in there. But offensive line is one of cohesion. It feels like that's probably one of those instances where you probably want to have Juice there. Although I say that, and I don't know that there was many instances where Shaq himself was an issue just off of his own strength. You had some rushes right off of Shaq, but some of those were just Spagnuolo going, hey, we're going to put 2 dudes over this guy, and make him hesitate and then run right past him. You know what I mean? And I don't know that gets any better with Juice because that feels like a pass protection issue on a larger scale, right? If you're not squeezing, although he also did not squeeze in that instance. I know Troy Aikman called him out on the broadcast. So yeah, maybe that is a Shaq thing. I don't know. Maybe I talked myself back into this being an issue.
It was a little confusing to me. It was absolutely confusing.
Thank you, Chuck.
Yeah.
You can't come here though still.
Last week, when you go back and look at it now, Bobby Slowick told us exactly what he was going to do in this game. He did it. He did it successfully, and then he stopped. And what I'm talking about is Joe Mixon catching balls out of the backfield.
It was nice to see a little bit of that.
Got it on the second play of the game. I think it was a first down reception.
That is correct.
Got another one.
I think that was like the 5-yard. It was like 2nd and 5 or something like that, or 3rd and 5.
Got another one, and then he stopped. That's it. Mixon was successful out of the backfield.
Just gave him a little something to look at.
Had 2 catches, and that's it. That's it. That was one of my bigger sort of complaints, if you will, about Bobby Slowick's approach here.
You know what that sounds like?
It was wild.
It sounds like, and it's one thing that I always try and think of. Sometimes I forget because I'm not a perfect person. Early on in the game, the first 15, maybe 30 plays, part of the game script. It's part of the ones that you set up early. And the game script early, or like was really good.
But the reason you have a game script, and we saw this in the Buffalo, was it the Buffalo game here? One of the games here, where the game script was like, oh my, Bobby's doing quite. But part of the reason you have
opening
a game
script, rather.
the opening script.
That's on me.
Part of the reason you have it is so you can go back to the things that worked during your script. They worked. The passes to Joe Mixon worked during the script, and then you just wadded them up and threw them away.
It is a question to be asked about Bobby Slowick and his play calling acumen. Is that, hey man, you can, when you have the opportunity during the week to kind of set the game plan and the opening script, that's cool. How much of this do you carry on? I don't know how upset I was at the offensive play calling altogether though.
Couple more passing thoughts here. I think given what happened in this game and the Chargers game, and especially given what happened in the other divisional round games, specifically Baltimore and Buffalo, I think we're going to see C.J. Stroud tucking it and running a lot more for the foreseeable future. The C.J. Stroud that held on to the ball far too much during the regular season for long stretches, I think that guy is done. I think he's going to start running. He was really effective. 6 carries, 42 yards.
He was.
That's about the sweet spot you want, 5 or 6 carries when you tuck it and run. I think we're going to see that a lot more, and that's actually good news for me.
I think that he follows in line somewhat with the Patrick Mahomes school of thought, right? Which is,
but we see it from him.
We do.
Yeah.
And I think it is really measured, and I think that's probably where you're going to get to. And it might honestly, I think we should probably leave some space for the idea of regression because, again, you get to the playoffs, and I think there's a different mentality, and that kind of pushes this forward. Although it's not like CJ did not pull it down from time to time prior. I do,
but
wonder,
not like this.
And I do
not
wonder,
like the last 2 weeks.
I wonder how that shifts if you get to a place going into the 2025 season and you have an offensive line that you then have more trust in. Does he then go back to the place where he's like, hey, I'm comfortable and good being a pocket passer? Because we felt like we'd had this revelation.
Yeah.
And I've mentioned this game way too many times over the last week. 2022 Georgia game against Georgia in the Peach Bowl. Right? We thought that, C.J. Stroud has now gotten to the place where he's displayed that he was willing to use his legs. And then what did we talk about all year? Like, he's back there, and he probably could afford to run it a little bit.
Couple more for you here. And I don't say this one lightly because I know how important he is and how important DeMeco thinks he is. But is Azeez Al-Shaair worth it?
Yes.
Oof.
Yes.
Here's the thing. If you're going to become a thing in the AFC, if you're going to be a contender, you're going to face great quarterbacks.
Yes.
And great tight ends.
Yes.
And he can't cover. Flat out can't.
I don't think that that's true. I think he can cover.
You saw the game I saw.
He had a very bad coverage game. I'm not going to try and defend him there. I think some of the reason that you had to do that way is that you did not have very many other options. And that is also, there's some room to give some credit where credit is due. That is the dangerous part of the Kansas City Chiefs. Is that particular connection has been going for a better part of a decade. and they have the opportunity and the ability to give you a pairing of the wide receiver giving you feints and giving you different little moves to get you out of place, and then the quarterback also using his eyes to get you out of place. That's not an enviable position. And you can say there's good quarterbacks out there and there's good wide receivers out there, or tight ends rather. It's not that particular mashup of guys that almost have a hive mind.
It's just a question because he got fleeced, absolutely fleeced. One more for you here. The last thing I expected was the Texans to be fleeced. Speaking of which, in special teams, it was the worst I've ever seen.
That's right.
Opening kickoff, obviously bleeping Fairbairn, the missed extra point. But the one thing actually perplexed me more than any of that. Not that it was a bigger, moment or moments, but it perplexed me. Why the hell did they keep kicking into the landing zone on kickoffs? They got burned on it on the first play.
They sure did.
They damn near gave up, 30-something yards of return after that, even? Kick it out of the end zone, man. That you can control.
Could they control it? I understand what you're saying, but, I do wonder.
He's been doing it.
In the cold? When that ball get rock hard? Yeah. I don't know. I'm not saying. Yeah. You might be right that that was a conscious decision, and if so, I got questions.
Yeah.
But I do wonder, are you also, you have to leave open the possibility. Maybe you just couldn't in that moment, and that's also concerning, right? I'm not saying that that's not.
He had the distance on the 55-yarder. It just went askew.
Good work.
It just went askew.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Somebody said, what happened? Why did that guy take off his helmet and throw it? Hello, Chris Boyd. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, you will.
You'll hear more about
I have a
that.
confession about that.
Fun. Okay, I was wondering on where I would try and place that. Fairbairn didn't have the leg, which,
I don't know, man. Leg has never been an issue.
Kicking into the wind, some that people bring up.
The wind wasn't going north and south. It was kind of a circular wind.
Yes. That's always what you want is a swirling wind.
You do not want a swirling
really?
wind. No, you do not.
Are you sure?
You don't want a swirling wind.
Oh, I thought that was a good thing. All right. Like when you get never mind.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Reaction Monday. I hope you're enjoying your MLK Day to this point. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, hey, man, this weather's about to be nasty, ain't it?
Ooh, baby.
We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing, that vehicle you've been dreaming about.
1316.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 6 Style in the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I feel like it's pretty obvious what's popping for a lot of us as
power grids.
Yeah, well, I hope nothing pops in that regard. Like, I want everything to be very, very stable with that, as we're headed into a winter storm.
Big time winter storm. I got a question for you people. And
why do you keep doing that?
And by you people, you know who you are. When did this? Actually, I did get something of an answer on this.
Yeah, shout out to Texans Cap.
No, Texans Cap was wrong.
Whoa!
No, he wasn't wrong. I'm just playing.
I was about to say.
But it is something that I think is big meteorology. You've heard of Big Pharma?
I have.
I'm talking about big meteorology.
Okay.
I didn't
realize that was a vested interest group like that.
I had no idea until this morning, and I turned on the news. They're calling this big storm snow. By the way, maybe more than 5 inches of snow in Houston.
I saw 4 was what we were looking at. But that was also earlier in the weekend. Like, the models have continued being updated.
So I'm sure Houston is getting all its snow machines out and plows out right now, getting them ready for the big snowstorm. Oh, wait.
I was like, we not built for that.
They're calling this Winter Storm Enzo. Winter Storm Enzo.
We're giving them names now?
That was my point. It has not always been a thing.
Okay.
When did this start happening? I asked that on Twitter this morning because it feels like something, as I'm calling it, big meteorology, came up with.
It's not going to land.
Because it's better for graphics. It's better for urgency, you know?
I think it also, like, that specificity is nice, right? Just as opposed to going up. You know, the storm that we had back in, it's Winter Storm Enzo gives it a distinct, identity, and in some ways, personality. Enzo kind of interesting.
How'd they come up with Enzo?
I don't know.
First of all, be safe, be warm, take precautions.
Hope you got some food and water at the house.
Yes. See, big meteorology has gotten to you. They want you to go to those stores, man.
No, I mean. This is conspiracy at this point?
Oh, for sure.
That's just generally, I hope you got food and water in the house always. But that just feels like a smart way of handling
So
things.
I didn't expect it to become like such a thing. But Texans Cap actually responded and said it's been going on for a while. The 2021 winter storm was Uri, and he's not wrong. But
oh God,
I also am correct. Because Justin Stapleton, my guy, KPRC.
Yes.
Meteorologist, terrific dude. He actually clarified it for me. He said naming winter storms is something that the Weather Channel came up with.
Shout out to them.
Because
big weather.
Mainly for, this is his quote still, mainly for branding their platforms. We do not use names for winter storms. Neither does the National Weather Service.
Okay, well then I don't need to do this then.
Nor NOAA, the National Oceanic and something. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Only tropical systems.
I do love that. I love just abandonning halfway through. Like, all right, this is not working.
Is it
out.
National Oceanic?
Don't worry, I will
Oceanology.
No, keep going. I think you're doing a great job.
So I was right. This is big meteorology.
National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
That. So they don't use it, neither does the National Weather Service. But big meteorology decided, hey, man, we need to start naming these storms. It's a sham. It's a conspiracy. It's just to get you to start waiting in those lines at HEB.
Why? What did... I thought you were going to bring something of value.
I did.
Did you?
Big meteorology.
All right, I guess I will have to bring some value here. Obviously, you mentioned that, I think I had seen up to 4 inches of snow possible here, so be safe out there, especially out there on the roads. Have some plans for yourself. And if you were planning on flying tomorrow, no, you're not.
No, you're not.
Both Hobby Airport and IAH will be closed tomorrow due to the winter storm. I'm talking about midnight tonight and then all the way through tomorrow, and then they will kind of just keep an eye on things and see how they proceed with Wednesday. And the reason why that is valuable in bringing it back to sports, the Rockets are supposed to host the Cleveland Cavaliers on Wednesday. And there's not really, if you can't fly in, right, that ends up being an issue. I don't know what happens on Wednesday, but in watching and monitoring that space, you might have another postponement happen due to weather. After, remember, the Atlanta game that they were supposed to get a week or two ago, that one got canceled because of the weather that was up in Atlanta. This would be another instance. I would be interested to see how that kind of compacts the schedule, because you have to find another date for that to happen. Now, of course, in this instance, for the Rockets, it'd be, you'd have a home game that you'd be fine now. So you just have, it would be less travel, at least for you. But then obviously they would have to figure it out within the travel schedule for the Cavaliers themselves.
I'm curious if private planes are affected by that. Like, is it just shut down, and nobody comes in and out?
That's a good question that I don't have a great answer to.
Because maybe they still could play the game. It's just
it's possible.
Yeah.
But also, like, one of the things that's tough about that is they could play the game, but also you kind of still want to be able to have fans in there, and that would be a real dangerous proposition, depending on how it looks on a Wednesday weather-wise. It might be cleared up by that point. Again, I have no meteorological degrees to speak of and to speak on. Ime Udoka was asked by our very own Adam Spillane about the possibility of the weather impacting the game on Wednesday, and he said, quote, "Some things were said. I'm not sure. It's really not discussion with me. It's higher-ups making that decision." So, we'll see ultimately what happens there. But they are playing tonight. And they played this weekend without Amen Thompson. So, that was an interesting game. Now, of course, it was against the Portland Trail Blazers. So, if you did not come through with that win, I was going to have questions. But 125 points scored even without Amen Thompson in that game. Jalen Green, man, he's found a level of consistency. And, of course, the Blazers isn't going to be the team that you juxtapose or you compare this to. But, man, he continues to find another level with this. 10 of 17 in that game, 26 points. And, 5 rebounds, a little more turnovers than you wanted, 5 turnovers in that, but still, the scoring is there at a nice level. And Tari Eason added in a nice way as well.
But, obviously we'll see, how the game plays out tomorrow. But on the Storm, no joke, all the big meteorology conspiracies aside, you got to be safe out there. A lot of people, pretty much every school district is shut down for tomorrow and Wednesday.
It's a safety measure. As you mentioned, there's no plows, there's none of those things. We don't have the infrastructure to be able to make the road safe enough, or at least, for the risk of having all of the death machines that we drive every day in those adverse circumstances.
But for the record, we will be here.
I'll be
Sports
here.
Radio 610. We'll be here live and local
Only
for you.
I wouldn't do it if it was for me.
You can snuggle up to the fire and listen to our piping hot takes.
I don't like the way you said that. Somebody asked on the YouTube, anyone discuss the national title tonight? Not yet, but here we go. College football championship tonight. Ohio State versus Notre Dame.
Go Irish.
I was about to ask who you got, but I knew immediately not to do that. You got some investments there. But, man, I'm super excited for this game. I think we'll try and, actually break down more of it later. But I'm going to be honest. This feels like Ohio State's to win.
It does.
Or to lose, rather.
I'll be pulling for the Irish for obvious reasons. And if they're not obvious to you, it's financial. But I think Ohio State's got it rolling. It's going to be – they've been on an incredible roll, an incredible tear since the Michigan game, and I don't know if they can be stopped.
And this is what happens when you live without looking at the time. I said tonight when it comes to the Rockets game, thank you for the 2A1. They actually play a day game, 1 p.m.
All right.
Which is why we're getting all these quotes out of this game, because they're getting ready for it. I just thought it was shooting around. My bad. That is on me. And then also, I guess if we're bringing this back around to basketball, today is the final day of the NBA All-Star voting for whatever that is worth. If you want to see if we can shoot Alperen Şengün up into the starting lineup, which I imagine is something that we're not going to get enough votes for. But because with the last returns, he was still sitting in 6th in the front court in the West, which would mean he would need to be a decision on when it comes to the reserves. But it still feels like Alperen is going to be the guy that you have as a representative, and probably not going to have Jalen Green as a all-star. But I do wonder if they maybe try and invite him in some other capacity of the all-star festivities.
Yeah, I think for sure he'll be there. I'd love to see Amen Thompson in the dunk contest, but that's not going to happen this year. And I think there's still a chance that they could add a rocket or two, that being Jalen Green, to their all-star lineup.
You mean like possibly with potential injuries and those types of things? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I like what you're doing there. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, I think Marcus Freeman is going to have something for everybody. They said they were born up there with their cousin played for Lou Holtz in their partial, but they're going with Notre Dame. Okay. All right. We'll talk more about that later in the program. I know you and Sean are aligned in this, and I imagine I am rocking more with our guy Figgy Fig. By the way, Figgy Fig, listening to the show today about like the biggest choke jobs in sports in honor of Mark Andrews dropping a surefire game-tying catch. He just sent me a picture of this birthday boy. Happy birthday to Nick Anderson.
Ooh.
Happy birthday, Nick Anderson.
Was it 4?
The city of Houston loves you, dog. 4 missed field goals to make sure
that free throws.
Free throws, rather.
Yeah.
To make sure that the Houston Rockets claim that championship. So we appreciate you, Nick Anderson. Always loved around these parts. All right, coming up next, what surprised you most about this game? 713-572-4610, because it felt like there was quite a few surprising things for this Texans team in this game. We'll discuss that next.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's do this quickly because we got DeMeco Ryans talking to the media, his kind of end-of-season address. That'll be at 12:30. You'll hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. But until we get, or before we get there, rather, let's do this. What were you most surprised by in this game? 713-572-4610, because there was definitely some things that caught me off guard, I'm not going to lie.
All right, so outside of all those biased, red-clad Chiefs apologists,
you're leaning in hard,
saying that it wasn't the referees that swung this game.
So different. So hard.
Again, I could go all day on this, especially the people like, oh, what about this? What about that? I'm not. I've got other things for you. But outside of that, I thought, well, three things just jumped out. Foremost, Travis Kelce having the game that he had shouldn't have been a surprise. It was a surprise how easy it was.
Yeah, and
it was a bird's nest on the ground for that guy. He was open whenever he wanted to be open.
Is that a popular saying?
It is for me. I always say that. It's a bird's nest on the ground.
I was like, I'd never heard that.
Oh, really?
Personally. I mean, there's a lot of quaint folksy stuff that I haven't heard, so
yeah,
it's fair.
I mean, they made it too easy on him. And a lot of it was Al-Shaair. We talked about him a little bit. He couldn't cover anything. But just how easy it was.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of that was also zone, right? And
sure.
That's the thing about zone, especially with a tight end of his magnitude. They're just going to find the windows. There was one of those plays that I can just see vividly in my brain where he comes into that first window, kind of gives a little bit of a indication with his body control that he's going to sit in that window, and you see that, and probably paired with, I imagine, Patrick Mahomes' eyes, draws Azeez over, and then he just moves into that second window, and he's right over the deep middle of the field, and it's just like, okay, easy. And so some of this also was like the coverage busts that this defense had. It's not that I did not know that coverage busts were possible. It just felt like they were so blatant in a way that was really disconcerting.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised. I mean, he's one of the best tight ends in the history of the game. He's integral in the game plan. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs told us in advance, I expect playoff Kelce. The Texans clearly expected playoff Kelce, and he was just so open.
That was always going to be an issue, particularly because of the personnel dynamics. Early on, they had Sting on him, and he wasn't going wild, but I don't know that you could have just manned up the whole game. And so you end up in these instances where you have zone, and then credit to Andy Reid, once you're zoned up, very, very few went towards Stingley's side. You could basically make him irrelevant to the game because you just put someone out there that you don't really intend on getting the ball to, and now you're working over the middle where you know that you have linebackers there who are just generally going to have a tough job of it, and you don't have the safeties, the size of the safety and the depth of the safety that you feel great covering up. So yeah, man, I think that some of that was just an inherent mismatch that, coordinator-wise, they did a great job of exploiting.
Speaking of coordinators, this also surprised the hell out of me. I get, and you and I were talking about this during a break, about sometimes Dalton Schultz just has to block a rush end or a blitzer. He just has to because of what they're doing to you defensively, wide or whatever. I get that. Sometimes he has to block. But you ain't got no plan B for this fool. I mean, because he could not.
Man, he calling people fools. You hear this, Byron?
Because when it comes to pass blocking, he couldn't. Why are you going back to that as a regular occurrence, as a regular part of the game plan? Dalton Schultz pass blocking. Why? How could you do that? How could you not have more help?
Well, I mean, there was instances where some of the things that people are frustrated with Dalton Schultz for were help instances. Like there was instances where, okay, here you are supposed to chip, and then chip this end into Blake Fisher, or chip this guy so that here comes Dare to pick up pick up the rest of it as you leak out. That didn't go particularly well. And then there was another instance, one of the ones that you're talking about. Was it Karloftis? Or somebody off the left side. It might have been Karloftis there as well. Where he ends up one-up with them, one-on-one. And that's that is a scheme win there, because when you bring 6 guys, you have 5 offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Well, who is the next guy to block? It's the tight end, and if there's 6 on 6, you got to take him one up.
And you didn't have any time during the week say, hey, they're probably going to do this. This is how we're going to counter that. Some of that comes down on the offensive line calls too.
Some of that, and some of that is, hey man, once you have that type of situation, and maybe this is unfair to then put it on the quarterback and say, hey, we just got to find a way to get this thing out hot.
Some of it is that
understanding that, hey man, you're 6 on 6 technically, but also you basically 5.5 6 in that instance.
Yeah.
And so man, I don't know that falls squarely on Dalton, but I guess what falls squarely on him is that you can't be trusted as a blocker.
Or the plan. To me, it's the plan. That's why I said, speaking of coordinators, like this is the best you could come up with, is just sticking with Dalton in those situations, or not having the right guy chipping, or not having the right offensive line call to have somebody move over there and cover the middle of the defense, or whatever it may be. So that was another surprise. And then the third one was just really shock, not just surprise. Texans special teams were awful.
They were very, very not good. And, of course,
very, very not good.
That is correct. I mean, that is where you had a lot of poor discipline, but you had poor punting. Obviously, you left 7 points on the field with kicking. You're not going to get that done in a game that is going to be a tight one, and that you need all the margins. You need to operate very well in all the margins. Special teams is that third dimension that's supposed to be, a place where you were hoping to have a benefit, and you absolutely did not in that space. From the 281 on the text line. So we're not going to talk about Kalen Bullock missing tackles. Oh, no, we mentioned that, and we probably should circle back around to that. That was problematic, not just for Kalen, but for the defense as a whole, man. If you're not going to tackle well, this was going to be a team, or just generally, you are going to have issues, and especially you're going to take plays that are okay and make them bigger. That is what was that? Was that the first Kelsey catch, or second one early on where he gets a catch kind of in front of the safeties? Kalen Bullock misses, and now he's off to the races, adding an extra, 30? It
was 49 yards altogether?
Yeah, extra 20, 30 yards, something like that.
Yeah.
On top of it, man, you've got to be able to tackle as well. Offensive line early in a kind of a positive way to try and add a little bit of benefit here. I was positively surprised by the fact that they were able to run the ball, get to the second level, and sustain blocks, where again, you had 88 yards rushing with Joe Mixon in particular, and it wasn't Joe Mixon creating huge explosives. It was 13 yards was his longest. It was getting solid plays and picking up 5, picking up 6. And I was impressed by that. Until I wasn't. They held up fairly solid up until Spags decided we are sending a lot of pressure, or we're going to get your eyes in one place where we line up Bolton over top of Amenahu and see if you know who to block in that instance. We're going to test your ability to execute when you get to these adversity. And then they took over, right? Then that defense was able to poke holes into you. But at the very least, and that says so much about how little I believe in this offensive line.
Yeah.
At the very least. Oh, man, doing the basics.
Well, they weren't awful.
Doing the basics was nice.
They were okay.
They was doing the basics really well early.
They did all right. But really, even some of the pass protection flubs, as I've mentioned, 5 sacks in the fourth quarter, 4 sacks on the last drive. That was also a result of the butterfly effect, the trickle down of those bad calls that swung the game. So there was a little bit of they had no shot when everybody knew that the Texans were going to pass.
There was one more that came to mind for me, which was the defensive line actually getting pressure. I get it. That's what you needed to do, and they did that to a certain I think one pressures in this game, which was the most of any of those teams that played on Saturday. I don't have all the Sunday numbers in yet, unfortunately. But 3 sacks, which you compare that to the 0 that they had in Week 16, market improvement.
Yeah,
important difference there. So I was happy to see that, and they made it tough on Patrick Mahomes. Unfortunately, you had a penalty that took away another sack and an opportunity to get off the field. But they got off the field. Was it a couple, 1 or 2, 3 and outs that they even held to? The defense outside of once it started, really having some coverage busts and really having some issues with the tight end, they were doing pretty well for a significant part of time, and you hung in there for 3 quarters, making it interesting. I appreciated that, even if that moral victory isn't really something that gives you anything.
Now let's talk about a big one here for me, because I thought it was a huge surprise. DeMeco Ryans, his decision making in this game, he was out of character. We love him. He's awesome. This team's going to be great because of him. But let's be honest, because that's what we're here for, about some of his decision making. You mentioned the Travis Kelce, the big reception. That came right after he went for it on 4th and 10. Wasn't that the big play right after that? And so he gave him good field position and gave him the big play. One of them did. If it wasn't that one, it was one of them. Whereas a punt, the Chiefs really had a hard time and really couldn't go the length of the field on you. So had you been able to punt, that was with 10 minutes left in the game, and it's 4th and 10, you're still in the game, and you don't punt. That surprised me. That was one that surprised me that DeMeco Ryans made. And then, of course, we mentioned the challenge flag that he did not throw that would have absolutely been overturned. We also mentioned, the late decision to go for it that led to a rushed offense on a big play, play clock running down, and it just didn't work out.
Yeah. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk more about that, but we're trying to make sure that we get to DeMeco Ryans, who'll be talking at 12:30 in a timely manner. So coming up next, we will get you your lunchtime confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Over the years, I've met some great people and
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, confession time here for you. And this one hurts. It hurts a lot. Yeah.
Like when you're in the restroom?
Yeah, it depends on what time of year, but yeah.
Okay.
I've never been a bigger Bills fan in my life. I am such a Bills fan this week, and it doesn't even feel bad. Lots of heartbreak against the Bills, but that's how much those cheating Chiefs. I'm
going this far.
I am so tired of them. I'm ready. Let's go Bills. Let's go Irish. Let's go Bills. Two things I never thought I would say.
Yeah, I cheer on in that. In fact, I've seen various maps on social media that I actually, to be completely honest, now that I think about it, I'm not certain how fact-based they are compared to like the other maps that we see when it comes to like, oh, who is rooting for this team? I don't know how fact-based those are just generally, but these ones also feel very much memey to the point where I'm like, I don't know if they're actually doing any research behind them. However, it feels like a lot of America will be rooting for a very particular Super Bowl matchup, which would be Commanders-Bills, because it feels like people really hate those other teams.
Yeah, no, and look, anybody who's listened to me for decades now knows I'm not that guy. I'm normally not. I feel kind of weird doing it, but it was that egregious and it was that big of a swing in this game, and plus a lot of people just tired of the Chiefs. Their success has been enough.
That's right.
Yeah,
hateration exists.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, I'm going to be a little serious here, and then we can do more nonsense. So I personally, my confession is I despise the misrepresentation of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. as a person, his message, the things that he believed. And so I kind of, I don't want to say make it my mission because that feels a little grand, real self-aggrandizing also. But I always try and remind folks on today, like to...
I saw your tweet this morning.
Yeah, man, it's one of the things that I believe in is, hey man, you will greatly appreciate one of America's best humans that we've ever produced.
Yeah.
A lot better if you actually take your time to listen or read some of the things that he has put down. So I always encourage people, I implore folks, on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, I should say. Actually listen to a sermon or a speech, actually read something that he wrote in full today, right? Because there's a lot of Cliff's Notes, or there's a lot of pull quotifying of him that frankly kind of bastardize his message a lot of times. So, hey man, go read something in full. I try and do it every year. I haven't done it yet today, but I'll go, and it'll make it easier. Spotify, Tidal. I'm guessing Apple Music, or YouTube is always there for you, of messages, sermons that are there. So it's easy, just pop one on and listen. But I tell you, listen to them. There's a clarity in message. You will appreciate it. You will be better for it. And if you don't know where to start, I always recommend The Letter from Birmingham Jail. Always a good one. So that's the one thing I just wanted to get off my chest.
It's fine. I'm glad you did that.
Actually do that today.
You know, a lot of people, when they say do your own research, that means click on your favorite news outlet. And that's not doing your own research. You're saying do your own research. Read it.
Yeah, beyond just man, get a feel, because one of the things I really hate is we get to today and everybody's like, I had a dream, and I'm like, that dude had so much more to say than I had a dream. I tell you that. So please do yourself a favor, do us all a favor, and actually read in full or listen in full to something that Dr. King wrote.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I might get a little pushback on this one. I believe Chris Boyd's explanation about the debacle, the bad look, the horrible visual of throwing his helmet, and now that there's no question that was a penalty. You know, no matter who got the ball, that was bad.
If you didn't see that play, which by the way you might have just been late to the game, I guess. First on the kickoff, I guess he helps dislodge the football on the return. However, he immediately then takes off his helmet, goes to the sideline, and I guess in a moment of excitement, he pushes Frank Ross,
which you see a lot.
And it's not surprising, especially for Frank Ross, because that's a dude.
He's an animated guy.
He's an energy guy, so I imagine they do like the bumping and pushing.
They go, hey man, and but they're excited. And maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'm just being naive here. But his explanation was, I thought we got the ball.
Sure.
I was excited we made a big play after that, right at the start of the game, after what looked like, disaster. And he was like, hey, man, he was like pushing his coach, excited. Now, no excuse for the helmet throwing by any stretch. But I kind of believe him that he thought, oh, we didn't get the ball?
No, I 100% believe him. That, like, he was just excited. He went and did that.
Yeah.
But that is besides the actual point that matters here.
Mm-hmm.
One, hey, how about we finish the play? Play through the whistle.
Yeah.
Two, you know damn well you're not supposed to take off your helmet till the play is over.
Right. Now, that's absolute truth.
Right. Hey, dude, why do you even take your helmet off until you get to the sideline?
Yeah.
Because as Andre Ware said on the broadcast, it feels like it's always something. Like this is not his first, I guess, transgression, for lack of a better term. He's had instances where Chris Boyer is one of them dudes that be scrapping every time that you have a kickoff, right? Especially, what was it, the Cowboys game? He was definitely one of those dudes that was in the mix on those things. And it's like, dog, I mean, it's good to make good plays, but you can't go and negate good plays with boneheaded situations. And there's been a lot of them. And they're got to really ask themselves how much that is worth, because, like, hey, man, it feels like it's kind of endemic with this team.
Yes.
Of those little things, and what we were talking about all day long. There's a lot of little things that you need to get right, and those are the things that change you from being a good team to a great team.
No, that's fair, but I do believe in this instance what he was excited about.
These are my confessions.
I appreciate it when professional players have sentiments that I believe strongly in. So I got to confess, Josh Sweat is now one of my dudes. Josh Sweat, who is a player for the Eagles. I think he had previously played for the Commanders at one point. But he said that it was, quote, ass playing in the snow tonight. And yes, I agree. Quote, I'd rather play on the bleepy Brazil field before playing on that again. I ain't gonna lie to you. Close quote. Yeah, man. I think snow is deeply overrated, folks. And I know we're about to get some. And here I'm here to tell you that first hour may be fun if you do kiddos or whatever playing in the snow. Outside of that, it is useless. It is terrible. I hate it so much. Snow stink.
I'm with you. Kurt Warner is with you. Kurt Warner's like,
same here,
dude. It's not about like determining when you play those types of games. Who's the best team in the AFC or NFC or in the divisional round or whatever. It's about who's the best that day. I don't like them. I don't think they're a true gauge of what you want to see.
Yeah, and I mean, even the game that they played, was it yesterday in that
Philadelphia?
The Philadelphia game. So there was a little bit of snow on the ground for what was it, the
Buffalo?
For the Buffalo game.
Yeah.
Like, even those weren't like crazy, but it just feels like, hey, man,
it's not a great gauge. It's not a good determinant. I got one more.
Go for it.
These are my confessions.
I mentioned this morning I turned on the news and heard about this crazy, stupid winter storm Enzo thing that has popped up over the last few years. But I saw the last thing I ever want to see. I saw the last thing you ever want to see this morning. Jim Cantor is broadcasting in Houston.
Help me out.
Jim Cantor, the Weather Channel's guy.
They be sending him into all sorts of nonsense.
Like the guy that you see on the Weather Channel from like the worst of the worst places ever. Like he was in the center of every storm that's ever happened. He's in Houston, people.
He needs better hazard.
He's broadcasting here. That is the last thing you ever want to see in your city. But he's here. He's been posting videos, and he's been on the Weather Channel, presumably.
Which means that you should probably take care of all the take-care-ables, right? Cover the plants outside if you haven't already done that, but definitely take care. Make sure that you're ready to handle your business as winter storm. What do they call it?
Enzo. For God's sakes.
Yeah, take care of yourself. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Getting out a little early because coming up next, the head coach of the football team, DeMeco Ryans, will talk to the assembled media, and we'll carry that for you live on Sports Radio 610.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist, you know what to expect. Expertise. Whether it's life-saving brain surgery, your 3D mammogram that catches cancer sooner, or orthopedic specialists helping you feel stronger than ever. With hundreds of doors across Houston, you can get expert care everywhere.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amity Bank. It's something we grew up doing, and it's something that defines who we are. We're also big fans of rooting for family businesses. Because in all of our years of banking, we found that when we treat every business like family, they tend to prosper. So, if you're a family business and you need a bank, come see us today.
Is John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this MLK Junior Day, on this Reaction Monday after the Texans were bounced out of the playoffs. They had their season end at Arrowhead Stadium 23-14 versus the Kansas City Chiefs, and we're getting ready for DeMeco Ryans to speak to the assembled media. We'll bring you that as soon as it begins. But, man, the reaction, y'all going heavy on the reaction on Reaction Monday, and I appreciate it. You can always do that on the text line, 713-572-4610, where I kind of want to get your thoughts on a couple of these reactions, Lopez. From the 713, from the 832, rather. DeMeco Ryans is the next Mike Tomlin. Not much to show when it matters most. Like, do you feel like we are even in the time frame to be, examining that? And two, how do you feel about just that statement in general?
Well, I mean, Mike Tomlin, for all the shortcomings that have been outlined and talked about here recently in terms of postseason, et cetera, comparisons, and all that. I mean, he has won a Super Bowl, and he doesn't have the personnel, especially at the quarterback position, and really hasn't for a while now. That you have. So I would take that. I would take that from DeMeco Ryans. Now, you want to get greedy and want more than that, but first you got to get there.
You're like, one championship is cool?
Yeah.
One championship and constant relevance?
And then I can get greedy. Yeah, one championship and constant relevance. because I think it'd be more than one championship and more than constant relevance with C.J. Stroud at the quarterback.
Now, speaking of DeMeco, and again, we were waiting for his presser to begin. You had some issues with some of the game situation. First of all, seat warmth check on seat.
Oh, he's the man.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he's the man. I mean, this team. By the way, we've talked about how bad things were over the course of the season and unpredictable and all that. But let's just look at what DeMeco himself has done to flip the switch for this team collectively. Starting with the Chargers game, and then of course the Texans were kicking the Chiefs' ass, man, until things started to change, and we know when they started to change. And then of course, he needs to make a decision at the coordinator position. He needs to make some decisions with Nick Caserio in terms of personnel on the offensive line. But let's look at what he's done with young players on this defensive side of the football.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he makes hay. Kalen Bullock is a shock. It wasn't even a surprise. It was a shock that he became the player that he was. He wasn't even supposed to be a safety. Some were wondering if he was going to be a nickel corner or nickel back. Kamari Lassiter, he's a freaking rookie, man. He's a rookie, and he's really good.
He is.
I mean, collectively, this is possibly, and I think it was, going into the divisional round, the best tandem of cornerbacks in the league.
Yeah.
And Derek Stingley's in year 2.
That is correct.
And he's all-pro.
Speaking of Derek Stingley, all-pro, also all-AFC as voted by the Pro Football Writers of America. So congratulations on another accolade. But an accolade that I think he personally is not going to put over team success. Like, he seems to be very businesslike in that. And he was asked about, possible extension and things of that nature. And he said, quote, "I want to be here forever."
Good.
When talking in the locker room clean out that happened earlier today. So that is good. But speaking of other things that happened in the locker room, and I'll circle back around to something I want to ask you about DeMeco, Will Anderson said about the Texans needing to get a top seed in the AFC because it feels like that's going to be a necessity. He said, quote, "We can't lose the teams like the Titans and the Jets. We've got to beat the Lions." And, obviously speaking about earlier in the season, right? Like, it's clearly some space to be had between the Texans and being the cream of the crop in the AFC, and we'll talk about that more as the week goes. But, like, decisions need to be made. How do you feel about DeMeco and the willingness to make the tough decisions in that way?
Oh, I think he will. Look, DeMeco in front of the press during the regular season, when he's protect players, is not the same guy in the meeting rooms with Nick Caserio or even with players or with ownership. He's going to make the tough decisions, and if he doesn't, we'll have something to talk about. But I think he will. But all that said, as much as I said he's the guy, it was a bad day. It was a bad day for DeMeco in terms of decision making in game, and I don't really see how anybody could deny that.
Yeah, and it's been an odd year all the way around. It's one of the things that has constantly reminded me that, DeMeco Ryans is still pretty new to that coaching, like this coaching thing at this level. It's actually like divisional round, trying to go around it. Like that's the not necessarily youngest, but the shortest tenured of the divisional round coaches, was he not?
I believe so.
Right?
Absolutely.
Like, you go around, you got Andy Reid, you have what was happening in those other games.
Harbaugh.
Dan Campbell just by a little bit has
McDermott.
Yeah, McDermott. You talk about who are the other ones?
Harbaugh,
Quinn, Harbaugh in the previous round.
Yeah,
but Sirianni,
John Harbaugh.
Oh, John Harbaugh. I'm thinking Jim.
Yeah.
Damn it, Jim didn't taking up all the space. He came back to the league and he's just taking all the space up instead of those things.
Yeah.
Anything you're looking forward to hearing from DeMeco? Like, one of the things I would love to get some insight to, which I imagine we're probably not going to be completely honest, is what's up with Christian Harris. You know what I mean? Like,
I think he'll be asked.
Christian Harris went from, returning off, week 14 off of that bye, right? Comes back week 15 versus the Dolphins, plays a whole heck of a lot of snaps. Week 6, where Chiefs plays a whole heck of a lot of snaps. And then soon thereafter, you just kind of goes away.
You have to wonder if there was another aggravation of some sort of injury, even though they didn't necessarily say that.
Is that worst case scenario?
Yeah, I think it is, because best case scenario, he made a tough decision on Christian Harris, and that tough decision being he liked toe-to-toe back there with Alshire because they don't necessarily go 3 linebackers a lot, and Christian Harris, unfortunately, they just liked what they had. That doesn't mean they're down on Christian Harris. It means he made a tough decision. It was the best decision for what they were facing in the postseason.
Oh, wow. Sorry, you got distracted by this thing that just came in, which is that the divisional round game between your Texans and the Kansas City Chiefs had 32.7 million viewers, which is the most watched NFL game ever, playoffs and regular season, dating back to 1987.
Ever.
That is what I'm reading.
That's impressive.
It really is impressive.
Mm-hmm.
How many of those people, like percentage-wise, you do the numbers right quick, how many of those people were watching to try and hate a little bit?
Oh, for sure. Because the Chiefs were on there. And really, the Texans with C.J. Stroud and the way they played, they've been gaining a lot of attention as well. And so I thought that was big. The Texans, it comes down to that question is like, what do the Texans have to do to get that kind of favor, to get that kind of benefit of the doubt?
That kind of favor, we're not talking about that yet, right? But
yeah.
I mean, and this is something that we need to have conversations about is just, how far off of the lead are they? Because it's been made clear that they are not in that lead dog pack.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like in the AFC that lead dog pack remains.
Three teams.
Right.
Maybe,
Chiefs,
yeah.
Bills, depending on how you feel about the Ravens, because it feels like they are starstruck in the worst in the worst ways.
But they're there.
Right?
Yeah.
How far are they actually off of that? Because there was a point in time where it was like, oh, they might be, knocking on the door trying to walk in on a party.
Mm-hmm.
And that feels like that's evidently not the case.
I think what they have going for them is they have a championship-level defense that's young. And it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Certainly some of the unrestricted free agents, we'll get to that this week, I'm sure, are replaceable, somewhat replaceable on the defensive side I'm talking about. They're a long way off on offense. That's why when we opened the show, did you walk away from this game encouraged or discouraged? The cop-out answer is yes, because you're very encouraged with the defense. But the real answer is, as DeMeco said, discouraged, because there's still some mistakes, but that's something that you can hopefully change in the offseason. But the real answer...
Not hopefully. You're going to
have to
change.
But you're going to have to change personnel. You're going to have to add wide receivers. You're going to have to add offensive linemen, maybe entirely redo the offensive line. You're going to have to maybe add at least offensive line coach and maybe your coordinator. You're going to have to change. Those are huge. That means you're a long ways away from getting to that level offensively, even with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. I do want to make clear that ESPN stat is ESPN's most watched NFL game ever, and they dip out right in this round. Is that not true?
Yes, this round. Yeah, championship game they don't get them.
So still fairly notable of that case. It feels like maybe the Texans are getting more due, I think, around the league in general, which is nice. But yeah, we'll see what that looks like. And with that being the case, does it feel like the Texans might get more national games as well? Right? Because this year that was one of the things we were talking about when you get to the schedule and you're like, oh man, you go from having all these noon games to now having a lot more of these games that fluctuate and that give you these weird schedules where you have 3 games in 11 or 12 days and those types of things. It feels like that's going to go up though, right?
Yeah, it absolutely does, because they finished the season with a real bang in terms of the postseason here. A thought is occurring to me right now.
Okay.
As we're speaking about DeMeco Ryans and his postseason now availability. I don't even know. Do I want to say this? I guess I have to now, right?
Yes.
He was originally scheduled at 11 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Then it moved to 12:30.
Oh.
Correct?
That is also correct.
Yes, because I even got a text from one of our higher-ups that it was at 12:30.
You know where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah, like what were conversations being had that made that shift?
Could this be a Black Monday? Are they having the really difficult discussions that we're talking about now? He was scheduled for 11 a.m. No reason not to have it then. Open locker room was at 9:30. All these quotes that we're talking about, etc. Pushed it back to 12:30. It is now 12:43, and DeMeco Ryans has not come out yet.
Well, I mean, as of right now, I think it's because there's other things happening at the podium. I believe CJ is speaking at this very moment. But I mean, that doesn't account for the hour and a half.
Yeah,
the original hour and a half that was slid.
Yeah, but got me wondering a little bit here. Might he be making those tough decisions now,
or at least having like preliminary conversations
with
about
ownership?
That. Yeah,
and Nick, et cetera, et cetera.
Which I mean. You would want that. Like, you want those conversations happening
sooner rather than later.
Right. And I guess the only thing that you would say is you don't want it to be reactionary, but you got to jump right in. Like, it
happens everywhere.
And that's part and parcel of going. Yeah. You go, later into the season or into the postseason. Inherently, you're going to have less time if you end up on some level of coaching carousel to fill that position that you might vacate. So you need to make your decision sooner rather than later on what you're doing. Just generally, you'd much rather have a clarity in what you need to do and what you need to accomplish. That is an interesting proposition that I had not considered, and now the only one that I feel confident and certain on is the Strasser. Like, it feels like offensive.
I mean, maybe that's it.
You think that could be the only thing that they're having that conversation?
But it's a little bit out of character to do this. I don't know how many times we've had DeMeco's press availability. I think he once.
Well, I feel like it adjusts whenever I try and have some level of
They do it for you?
Yeah, no, it could be. They could just be like, "Hey, bleep the new dude." Like, we're going to wait for him to try and adjust and make sure to have his schedule right, and then we will leave you stranded.
Yeah,
waiting for DeMeco Ryans. I feel like I'm taking this personally. Should I? Probably not. Somebody said they should be making notes during the season. I mean, sure, but I think that kind of undercuts just how much work you do during the season. Like, there's not a lot of just extra time around. Like, all this time gets thrown into week by week and what you're doing. Like, I don't think that they're just out there lollygagging. You leave that for the time when you have time, and this is when time got made. All right, can we return back to some of your passing thoughts, because it seems like Miko not going to wait, or he's going to wait until we try and do something else. So I'm going to try and induce labor in a way.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Like, as soon as we change gears, it's going to come back
karma.
Around. I believe it.
Yeah.
I believe that's how this is going to work.
Yeah, well, and certainly some of those passing thoughts you have to dig in on a little more, because I think they're significant, and they might tie in exactly with what we're talking about here. Bobby Slowick is where he's going to be a big part of this conversation, whether he and the offseason, whether he stays or goes or whatever might happen. His script, I was blown away. It was about as impressive as you could get. Like, they moved down the field. This was the Chiefs defense we're talking about. They didn't have, they had an answer for everything. He told us during the week, hey, Joe Mixon's really good out of the backfield, and then play the pass to Joe Mixon.
That's right.
Then boom, another play to Joe Mixon shortly after that. And then nothing. He had success with his script, with everything they were doing, and then got away from it. And that was very telling to me.
I will say that they continued using the play action to a point where it actually got late, and it's like, hey, very clear that y'all not running the football, and they were still using play action, which was kind of funny to me. Was like, hey, at this point, is this still effective? I'm not saying definitively that it's not, but like, are those linebackers biting in the way that you want to, and is that actually still effective in what you're doing? But not yet. There were some ways in which, yes, it was just going to fall apart if you're not going to be able to block up anymore, right? If it just gets to a point where you're not going to be able to do some of these things. I do want to circle back around, and I do wonder if if this was coming up in your passing thoughts, but you said you wanted some Xavier Hutchinson.
He had one drive.
Did you?
I think I texted you.
Did you get what you wanted?
I mean, I called it the Hutchinson drive. He had one drive, and it was a scoring drive. It was a touchdown drive.
Yeah, but he also had a few just drops. I mean, and a few
and
drops.
And Metsy, too. I mean, they need answers at the wide receiver position.
Yeah, they're secondary receivers. I mean, and this is where I guess I raise my hand and say that, all right, my bad, I was wrong. Because, like, as soon as you lost Stephon Diggs, there was a lot of people that were saying, hey, you need to go add some more wide receivers.
Yeah.
And I was like, then what the hell did you have all these other wide receivers for? Like, you went like 5-6 deep on wide receivers. And we were talking about this as all this depth here. Now, of course, come back to the decision to allow Noah Brown to leave, and you went ahead and invested in the young guys.
Yeah.
And in some ways, you did not get the benefit of that, because when you needed them to step up in a way, you didn't really get the performance that you were hoping, right? And I understand you lost 2 of your top wide receivers. That's not going to be easy in any circumstance. But yeah, man, got real questions.
You know how bad it is?
Got real questions as to building of that particular room if you end up in this place where you're not able to get. You're not even able to just like move the chains on a basic way, getting the ball to targeting these guys.
I mean, you know how bad it got for me this weekend?
What is that?
On these wide receivers? Because Robert Woods, you can't. I mean, he's an unrestricted free agent. He's not going to be a Texan next year. All due respect.
Oh, you're certain on that?
Oh yeah. All due respect, because if he was going to step up and be a semblance of what he once was, he was going to do it on Saturday. Tank Dell, you cannot count on Tank Dell next year. And if it's unfair, it's unfair. But he's a little guy that has had season-ending injuries in back-to-back years. You can't ignore that. It might have been freakish. It might have been coincidental, whatever. But you can't count on him next year, and you can't ignore that. Stephon Diggs, who knows if they're bringing him back. Xavier Hutchinson, I don't think, and I know you don't think he's the answer. John Mechie, I don't think, and I don't know what you think on John Mechie being an answer, but I don't think he is. You need some severe changes at the skill position, wide receiver position. It got so bad this weekend. I saw Steven Sims make a catch. I was like, damn.
Wow. I was waiting for the other drop. Steven Sims did it to you, huh?
I was like, damn. Wish we had him, which is silly. But I was like, I mean, that's where we are with the wide receivers here.
Yeah, and we were kind of doing the preliminary thing because, I mean, I want to take some time and actually really flesh this out. But, I mean, we just chilling. Wide receiver ends up being one of those places where you need somebody, right? And the needs start stacking up as soon as you're looking at them, right? And, of course, to varying degrees, but interior offensive line is some level of need. I don't know. I mean, and it doesn't feel like that's one of those places where you can go or where you will go and, like, just address that in free agency. You know what I mean? We'll see ultimately what it looks like cap-wise and all these things. And draft-wise, mind you, the Texans now officially have the 25th pick in that first round, and of course, like in the rounds after that, you know, depending on compensatory picks and whatever, you see how it goes. But obviously, you're later in these rounds. But 25th is what you're looking at, and this, I believe, last time I checked, this is a draft where, when it comes to first round grades, you probably top out around mid-teens, right? So you're probably getting like a second round grade type guy at that 25, but wide receiver might be one of those ones, interior offensive line, assuming that you're drafting off of need necessarily.
You can make some hay at that position. Offensive line is going to be priority one, but the wide receiver position, for me anyway, the wide receiver position it's got to be addressed because, frankly, you've got Nico Collins. And after that, you got questions. You got questions across the board. Is Stephon Diggs going to be back? C.J. Stroud just said today, I want him back. I want him back, and he's going to come back, but I would love for him to be back. After that, Tank Dell, we talked about, Robert Woods, Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie. You can't count on any of those.
Yeah, and it would help to some degree to have Brevin Jordan, but that's kind of the way that some of this shook out. You dealt with a lot of injuries this year, and I don't know that that's going to be the given of a guarantee every year, but then also it's that kind of sport, man, where you're going to deal with a lot of injuries. Somebody said from the 713, please let us get rid of Schultz. Should have gotten Mike Evans. He still might be playing. Well, Mike Evans he didn't get a chance to ultimately leave. But yeah, man, that's a tight end is probably another place where there might need to be some maneuvering there. Man, it's going to be an interesting offseason. Nick Caserio has a lot that's sitting in front of him that he's going to need to deal with.
Well, yes, and maybe he's starting to deal with some of those things as we speak. Do you feel like in your gut that Bobby Slowick is going to be back?
I
think Strasser's done, right?
That one's the one that I feel confident on.
Offensive line coach, by the way.
Bobby Slowick is one where I can't call it. Like, again, I don't have a good understanding of just how DeMeco is going to play this. He seems to play, operate with a level of loyalty, but I mean, this is clearly a different thing, right? Getting to this place. And maybe they'll lean very much on the idea that there was not the appropriate or requisite amount of execution and bring him back. But it does feel like, man, you look at a lot of the statistics, you look at a lot of the analytics of this offense, and it was not regardless of if you want to talk about execution also falls under the domain of the play caller. And I understand, look, again, you can't do a lot without a good offensive line, but you found ways to, get a little bit better offensive line play and still did not ring out nearly what I imagine you want. Plus, this is supposed to be a development year. This is supposed to be a year that progressed.
You had to have seen it. You were supposed to see it. And it was interesting. C.J. Stroud was asked about Bobby Slowick. Tell me how this hits you initially, what your first reaction to this quote is from C.J. Stroud. As the season went on, he did better and better. I'm definitely on Bobby's side and appreciative of all he's taught me. That he did better and better to me is a little telling, right? It's a little telling from your quarterback. But he is on his side. He said as much.
All right, so let's go ahead and take a break real quick. We'll come back with DeMeco Ryans next. Sports Radio 610.
Texans fans, we know you'll stand for a deep run and next-level performance. Your Houston Texans are working hard to make that happen. Folks, this is DeMeco Ryans. Next-level performance is what you'll find at your best in Texas Ford dealer. Ford vehicles offer the quality and technology to help you be at your best every day. So Texans fans, let's make a deep run together. Stand tall, work hard, and be your best. Ford is the best in Texas.
How close can you get with Verizon Access? Front row close. Red carpet close.
Oh my God!
Backstage passes close. Playing quarterback for your favorite NFL team close.
a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Promised earlier, but now we have gotten a chance to see him touch the podium. So here, just a moment, we'll get you, actually, right now, we'll take you to the head coach of this Houston Texans team, DeMeco Ryans.
Staffing players and all those things, just want to let you guys know that I'll take the week to make those decisions on staffing and all those things. So before everybody gets started, just want to let you guys know that. Fire away.
Guys, they all said they feel like this is a team that's close to taking that next step, but it'll take more. Will Anderson referenced a sense of urgency about everything and attacking the offseason that way. What do you think of that message and kind of that approach to it?
I agree with everything Will Anderson says. He's spot on there. It will take that sense of urgency consistently from everyone to, get to where we want to get to. So I mentioned to our guys today, like my position and my role is to take this organization to new heights. And new heights for us is finding a way to get to the AFC Championship. So we haven't been as an organization, and to do that, we need, everybody on board, like Will Anderson, a guy who is the flag bearer for Swarm and the mentality and everything that we need from our entire team.
I feel like it did take a little bit longer for you all to get things going offensively, the way you wanted it to kind of go.
Overall, offensively, we have to improve. It wasn't where we wanted to be. There were challenges throughout the year, just like it's every year. You have challenges, you have ups and downs, where you try to figure out the course of who you have and how to make it work, but we have to improve.
What ended the decision to start Shaq at right guard after Juice had played there for a couple of games?
Yeah, Shaq had a really good week of practice. Shaq has been working a while to get back with us, get back out there, and thought he had a really good week. And the overall, it was good. It wasn't good from collectively of how we protected, but it's not just one person.
Go ahead. I know you're really big on, this year's this year, last year's last year. So with that being said, one, how would you look at this year now that the season is over? And two, just as a coach, what is today like for you, knowing that this group, it won't look the same next year, and once again the season is kind of just coming to a close?
When I look at this year specifically, I am proud of our guys and for accomplishing what we accomplished this year, to win a division, to get into the playoffs, right, get to the divisional round. Like, I'm proud of our guys for that. But for me as a coach, as a competitor, that's not what I put all the work in for, is just to get to the divisional round and just be excited about that just because of where the Texans were before. I'm just supposed to be pleased with getting to the divisional round. That's not why I work. Like, I worked to win, and we didn't get the job done. We didn't make enough plays to win the game, to get over the hump. So for me, it's like good year, but not good enough in my mind. And for me, it's how do we take the organization to new heights. So I'm looking at all areas to improve our football team.
How do you feel Bobby did Bobby Slowick did in year two as a play caller?
Yeah, I think overall with Bobby, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
Coach, when you said that you were going to, take some time to do, look at your staff as a whole, look at the roster as a whole, and then you're going to make those decisions throughout the week. How hard is that, knowing that, some of these guys that may not be here next year, because this is a business and there is turnover on teams in the NFL. How hard is that to, tell a player that we're not going to retain you or bring you back, even though they gave their all throughout the year?
Having the conversations with players, it's always tough, right? Any time you have to tell a guy no, it's probably one of the toughest parts of this job, is having to tell players no. But we'll see how things shape out. There's no no's being said right now because me having a view of these guys for the entire year and seeing the work that they put in, right, behind the scenes, knowing what a lot of guys have to deal with to just get themselves ready to go for a game. Like, man, I tell our guys, man, it's nothing but respect, admiration, and love for the effort and everything that they go through to get themselves ready to go and to play the style of play that I asked them to play. Like, very appreciative for every guy that stepped into, our room this year. And as I tell them, they're always my players. No matter how it shapes out, you never know, right? You can go somewhere else, or we can always end back up together again.
Is that the same way with the staff as well? Because you said that at the beginning of the year 2 is the year for you to focus on the coaches. So is that the same way as well?
Yeah, same way for coaches. There'll be, as always, teams change, right? As the room never stays the same. As players, coaches, support staff, it never stays the same, right? That's how this business has been since I've been involved in it almost 20 years now. It changes every single year. So that happens. There'll be difficult conversations to have, but that's the nature of what we do.
I know you said after the game that you hadn't seen Chris Boyd push Frank Ross, and I'm sure you've seen it by now. I wondered if you give us a reaction and thoughts to that kind of reaction, especially in a playoff game when you're trying to get going and something like that happens.
Correct. Seeing the play for Boyd, we give up the long run to start the game, which is not what we want to do. Missed a couple tackles there, and looking at it again, you see Boyd gets the ball out, and I think he thought that we recovered the ball, and he made a big-time play to get the ball back for our team. And that's something we talked about for our special teams going into this game is, like, let's affect the game by getting the ball. I thought Boyd thought that he did that, got the ball back, and he came over with the, excitement, overly excited that he made a play, but we can't lose our minds in that sense of taking our helmet off. We still have to remain poised, right? You cannot take your helmet off in a game. Everyone knows that, understands the rules. So instead of, helping us, it ended up hurting us. And I don't think he was pushing Frank in a disrespectful manner. I think it was more so he was fired up, overly fired up, then thought he made a play to help us. So that narrative that he's pushing a coach, or that's incorrect. Yeah.
CJ was just talking about he needs to have some uncomfortable conversations, he thinks, or at least some very honest ones this offseason with people. And it all starts with setting a high standard that needs to be maintained in the offseason. Do you feel like the standard wasn't set as high as you may have thought it was going to be set, or that needs to be adjusted?
Well, the standard is high, and as you guys hear me speak every week, it's about consistently improving every single week. So the standard is there. It's just everybody being on board with that. That's where, when you look at games, when the ball is snapped and there's action and you got to go make plays, is everybody playing up to that standard? And if I'm correct, that's what I think CJ is mentioning. And that standard, when you get to the divisional game, what it takes to win. It takes everybody being bought in, dialed in, mentally and physically, being on it and not having any lapses. That's that standard that we did not live up to in the game, and that's why we didn't win the game, because we didn't play up to our standard mentally or physically.
Coach, this time last year you had mentioned about trying to shore up the line of scrimmage, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively this year, just what do you guys have to focus on trying to shore that group up?
With our line positions, offensively, defensive line, that's where you win games. So we have to improve in both areas. So we'll look at all ways to improve on both sides.
When you get ready, the guys get ready for the off season, how do you advise them? I know you want everybody to get some break for a minute, but how would you like to see them approach the off season until they come back?
Yeah, the main thing, I think, to start, I think everybody needs a little break to get started, allow their bodies a chance to, recover and heal up. Guys are dealing with little nicks and injuries, so they need their bodies to heal. And what I encourage our guys, and mainly a lot of our young guys, is to make sure they're here in the off season working out. As soon as we can have our guys back in the building working out, we want our guys to take advantage of that and be able to work out here, with our staff who knows their bodies the best. So that's what I encourage our guys to do. It's very hard to show up the first day of off season, training and to expect yourself to be ready to go at training camp. That's just a little too late, and there's not enough time, that 9-week window, to get yourself ready to go for the season. So you can make a lot of gains, a lot of strides in your physical health, your body. You can put yourself in a really good spot to have a successful season if you start working out as soon as possible, right after the Super Bowl.
What do you have a general sense of what Tank Dell will be able to play in 2025?
We'll continue to assess Tank and see where he ends up. It's too early right now to put a timeline on it. We'll just give him time to heal and progress, see how the rehab goes.
If I can ask a follow-up question to that, and obviously you don't know now, but if by chance he does miss time in 2025, is that what's up urgency to try to find another receiver?
Yeah, I'm not going to live in the ifs. And right now, we'll see where we are. We'll look to improve our team in every area.
I don't know if you've had any time to reflect. I know it's been a whirlwind probably, but would you be able to think about what about this team made you most proud, or what you'll remember most about this squad specifically?
What I'm most proud of with this team is just, I said it earlier, it's the resiliency of our team. We were a lot of ups and downs throughout the year, but I felt like our foundation was really solid. We built a really solid foundation in training camp, and what I truly believe in is guys building tight connections, the tight bond, and I felt like we built that. And we have a great foundation here, great foundation. A lot of young players as well are the core of that foundation, so I'm really excited about that and continue to add to what we have already. We got a lot of great players, a lot of great young players that can help us go to the next level, and they showed that throughout this season and through all of the different lineup changes. Guys are in and out. What I'm proud of as well is nobody complained about anything. Guys went out, they played hard, they played their best, learned through some tough losses, all right, and celebrated some nice victories as well along the way. But just proud of the resiliency of the entire team.
Year 2 is in the books now. When do you have your Damascus Road moment to go back and, jettison, looking inside of you, getting ready for year 3?
Yeah, I'll take some time to just reflect on the season. Right now, so many things that are going on as we finish up the season. A lot of conversations to be had, a lot of decisions to be made, and once that over the next month or so, I'll take that time for myself to reflect and recharge.
Coach Joe Mixon expressed confidence in Nick Caserra's ability to build a roster. Said he's got things cooked up, the fireworks are on the way. How do you guys approach that offseason of wanting to not just come back with the same team, wanting to always be upgrading and looking for the best talent you can get into the roster?
As me and Nick approach the offseason doesn't change. That's every year we're looking to improve our roster as best as we can to put out a winning team.
Last year, you guys, division around, you guys lost by I think 24 points. This year, it was a one-score game in the fourth quarter. So obviously you guys made some improvement in that aspect. How close do you feel like you guys are to get over that hump, and what do you feel like you guys have to do to be able to get over that hump to where you guys break through and closer to the Super Bowl?
To get over the hump, we had to play better in those games, right? It takes a lot of work, a lot of effort to get there. You don't just start the next year at the divisional round. You have to earn your right to get there. So 2025 will be a reset, see how that team comes together and how close of a bond we can create, and what that journey will be like will look different than this year's journey. So, but to get over any hump, you got to go earn that right again, right? And when you get there, you got to do what it takes to win the game and not have self-inflicted mistakes. The teams that are still standing are teams that don't shoot themselves in the foot. They put themselves in positions to play complementary football, and they do it well together. And that's why they're at the end. So if we want to be there, we just got to do our jobs and do it on a consistent basis.
Coach, we'll take a go ahead, Sam.
A lot of players today have expressed their support for bringing back Stephon Diggs this offseason, and just kind of how much his leadership meant to this team. Kind of what does player input go into kind of making a decision like that, and how much weight does that carry?
Yeah, I won't get into specifics of each player, but me and Nick will look at the roster and see where we can add guys to help our team win, right? And that's what we'll do, and each player is different.
What does it say about this team, knowing that all the adversities that you all went through as far as, dealing with the injuries and have to reshuffle things that you got to the point that you are, but to also, after year one, going into year two, there was a lot of players on the outside looking in who wanted to play for the Texans. Do you think that you all also did enough to recruit some of those players, the free agents that are going to be out there now, to bring them in?
And we'll see what that pool of players looks like. I haven't even looked at the free agent list and seen what it looks like, but I know the guys that we had, man, they gave us everything. All right, everything that I asked those guys to do, they did it. Right, and it was fun to work with all the guys that we had this year. And of course, you always love to bring all the guys back, because I know what they're about. But we know it all. It doesn't all work that way. It has to work two ways, both ways. So again, man, as many good players want to come here, as many good players as we can add, like, we're about that. And so I'm pleased with this year and where our guys were. The guys we added were definitely helped us to get to where we were this year. And again, we're close, but close isn't good enough. So we'll keep working to find a way to get over that hump.
How long does it take you before you take a step back from football and just, spend time with the family and just be DeMeco Ryans instead of being head coach DeMeco Ryans?
Yeah, hopefully I can get there after this week. We'll see. You never know how long that'll take.
We'll close with Kevin Cody.
You going?
Oh, go for it, Kevin.
Okay. Well, when you look at players building this team, one of the things you always talked about was, culture and resilience. But what is that thing that you identify when you're putting the guys together to get this buy-in that you got? You said the team is close-knit. What is it that you look for that you say, this will fit, this person will fit here, beyond just what they do on the field?
What I look for in guys is, first off, it's all about, the play style. Right? They have to be good players and have to enjoy playing football. And you get enough guys who love playing football and love what they do, then they fit in here. Right? And you want guys who are good people as well, hearing about how they treat teammates, how are they in other locker rooms. That's important as well, because we want to, of course, organization to new heights, but we want to do it with good people. And you do special things by doing it with special people. And I truly believe in that. And we take a lot of thought, take a lot of time into figuring out who those people are that we bring into our organization.
Outside of your own assessment of how you did as a head coach, is there another coach or a person that you lean on to go through and evaluate how you did and get feedback from them?
I go to Cody, see how I did. I'm leaning on you to give me my honest assessment. Whenever you're ready, I want to hear what you got. All right. No, MJ will give it to me. He's still upset we lost that game.
All right, thank you.
Good. No, thank you guys for the year. Or just want to thank you guys for all the work you guys put in as well, and all of the graciousness. Great people here. Enjoy working with you guys as well. So thank you guys. Y'all have a good off season. All right.
You're welcome, DeMeco.
Dang! How about that little class there at the end?
Hey, man, that's the good guy that you have. In addition to being a very good football coach, that's DeMeco Ryans. Anything strike you real quick in that?
Oh yeah, I think it's going to be something that we're going to be talking about today and moving forward, and certainly so will the afternoon guys. Sure does feel like some staffing stuff is happening.
Yeah, I mean,
sure does.
He came out the pipe. Is that pipe? Came out the pipe, because I always want to say pike, and I'm like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Right? Anyways, sorry.
Right out of the chute.
There you go. Appreciate it. Right out the chute. with
reference.
Yep. He came out right out the chute with personnel and staffing decisions. He's going to take the week on that. So I have a feeling that we're not going to hear anything to a major degree in this week if he is to be trusted in that particular statement. So next week is when you start worrying, imagining that you hear what they're going to do in some of that regard, at least if you are to take that straight at face value. However, he was asked about Bobby Slowik, right?
Short answer.
Very, very brief answer. How do you think Bobby did this year in his second year? And I think I have the exact quote written down, which is, I saw some growth, saw some improvement throughout the year.
That's it.
That was the whole thing. And I know that immediately on the text line, people looked up like, new OC coming. Like, I don't know that you can fully do that. However,
I don't either.
DeMeco Ryans has been effusive in his defense of his guys and his players when he is needed to be. That felt like decidedly short in a way that it almost felt telling. We might just be doing the thing where we are reading too heavy, but that felt telling.
But he did tell us what should be obvious anyway to most people. There's going to be changes, and those changes may not necessarily be just coaches, but there figures to be some coaches. And he pretty much started the press conference with it, as we mentioned. Then was the other sort of theme on this walkaway press conference.
Okay.
Just sense a level of frustration, whether it's with himself or everyone.
Oh, there's a lot of everyone.
Just a level of frustration, like this season didn't go the way we got to take it to new heights. It's not about the division championship. We've been there. That's not why I'm here. I mean,
even the division round, he said we've been there. Like, the goal is making the AFC Championship game. Like, that aspiration being there is nice. It doesn't do a ton, but like knowing that that's still there. A couple of things that I found to be interesting. For one, and we did not get a chance to hear C.J. Stroud's presser in that same way, but apparently in C.J. Stroud, one of the things he was talking about was making sure that the standard was established with the guys in this offseason, that he would have some conversations with the guys apparently, and that question was then directed to DeMeco. And it seemed like DeMeco was almost taken aback by that statement. And of course, like, DeMeco is not going to throw anybody under the bus. He tried to make it make sense, I guess, so to say. But he said, the standard that I have is there, right? And then he went as far as to say, but is everybody playing to that standard?
Right.
And it feels like that is a question, or that is, like a secondary kind of response that made me go, oh, okay, that's what it's going to be. Is all right, now we're holding some people to account, which I think is something that people clamored for, and we clamored for it in like these public settings, which I get why we do that, but really the most important thing is that account is being held in that building at all. And there were times where you're like, maybe that's there, but I don't know that you have a team that acts sometimes as undisciplined as it feels like if you are doing that to the right extent.
Yeah, he definitely voiced some frustration. I think he made it clear that there's going to be some changes. Those changes expect to be on the coaching staff. But by and large, I felt like DeMeco handled that about as well as you could. Very, very much taking his time, waiting, and then we're going to be hearing stuff here pretty soon.
Yeah, and that's all not fine and good, but the real judgment, if I can use that word, will be on what the actual actions are of this, right? Yeah. As they say, talk is cheap, right? And that's not specifically about DeMeco, but just generally. The actual doing will be what it is. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Nice to hear from the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, on this Reaction Monday. Coming up next, it is time for Figgy's mixtape. Figgy is not here to do the mixtape. He is still out on his flu leave, I guess is the way that we'll say it.
Flu leave.
I don't know. I mean, he got the flu. He on leave. It's flu leave. And so I will handle the mixtape, in which apparently you can actually get a case of the Mondays. I'll tell you what I mean next.
Presenting Again Fling's love story. Dear love of my life. We were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught
Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is Figgy's Mixtape right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
You had it.
I know.
You had it.
I tripped over. You know what? It's a Monday. It's a reaction Monday. The Texans lost.
You got a case of the Mondays?
Look, I mean, not yet. It will be available. But yeah, man, it is the mixtape. I am not Figgy Fig. Figgy Fig still dealing with the flu. By the way, I just realized I've been a bad friend in this regard because I haven't actually sent him a text to see how he's doing.
Well, we've been texting. It sounds like he's been doing fine.
But yeah, that's. I feel like that's a dude thing is like not to actually ask how he's doing. Just like, hey, he seemed all right. He responded back.
Hey, you know anything?
Like, you all right?
You bring you some soup?
I did need to get some soup. I forgot to get soup. It's cold out, man. When it's cold out, it's real soup weather. In fact, Texans 772-4610. Oh, okay, you already know. What is your cold weather selection? What is the thing that you got to do
this week? Like tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday. At least one of them has got to be chicken and dumplings.
You're doing chicken and dumplings?
Gotta be.
All right.
That's the best cold weather.
I'm doing chili. I got
chili's on the list.
Chili and cornbred coming up.
Put beans in it just to make Lopez mad.
Get out.
I might.
I'm just playing.
I might. And if I do, I'll send him a picture of it too. But yeah, Figgy came down with the flu, and the reason why I haven't checked on him is because he seemed fine, and then he found out he had. It wasn't like I am down bad. What is this? Oh, it's the flu. It's like, all right, I think I'm all right, but I guess I'll check. And okay, it's the flu. So he was rolling all right. I'll check in on see how he is doing for the people. But yeah, no, he is set to still be out. He's day to day. We'll check on him.
We're all day to day.
In a way, and be safe out there, especially with all this the wintry mix that should be coming down tonight. But somebody said they're having menudo. Sounds great.
Oh yeah.
Had soup the last 2 nights. I like that. Beef stew just sounds something hearty, man.
Ooh, that's good.
Something hearty like that.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Lopez, my girl made picadillo. Marry her.
Excellent. Very good. Yeah, so it sounds like you guys are staying warm. Curry is good for cold weather, Pal says on the YouTube. All that sounds great. Maybe that will help you not get a case of the Mondays, because that's the thing that can happen. We're feeling a little bit underneath what's happening here, right? Heading to the week, just not feeling it. All those types of things. However, now you can actually get a case of the Mondays in a way that might be a little bit depending on how you feel about Coors Light, because Coors Light had this week they made fun of an obvious misspelling in print ads, and on big screen in Times Square it said mountain cold refreshment, but they spelled it refreshment. Yeah. So now they're turning it into, or I guess it seems like it was a clever marketing stunt, because they announced that they're temporarily changing their name to Monday's Light, right? So that now you can actually go out and buy a case of the Mondays.
There are so many things about this story that I love.
What's that?
Because first of all, they made a mistake and they leaned into it. They owned it, which a lot of people sort of like, and then they fire their social media person and then they try to issue all these. Nah, man, they went, hey, let's lean into this. Let's just own it.
It does feel like that's the way to do things nowadays, is just lean in, right? And no matter how bad, right? Like, people are leaning in on some of the worst stuff in the world and managing to find a way to turn this thing around.
Yeah, and then a case of the Mondays. Why hasn't anybody thought of that before?
Because it's not inherently a good connotation.
Yeah, but it's turning it into a good connotation. You get a case of Coors Light, which, by the way, that is my preferred beer. Is Coors Light.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of the American mades.
I'm not the person who is here to judge you on that, because I'm not a beer drinker.
Yeah, American made Coors Light. Mexican beer, Dos Equis or Modelo or Bohemia. Yeah, definitely those three.
He said all of them. He's had them recently.
How'd you get past the taste of beer, though?
You drink a lot.
713-572-4610. Let's help young Byron with this. He would like to know past the taste of beer. Somebody said they're making chili dogs. Okay, all right.
Oh, this is all good.
Chinese food, good answer. Just be careful. You better get it all in bulk, because I don't know that you run into the Chinese spot tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true too.
At least I would not advise of such thing. They said chili
hot and sour soup, not egg drop soup.
Okay. Oxtail ramen sounds incredible. I need that. And somebody said they need that chicken and dumplings recipe. So, I mean, you might need to get in touch with them.
That can be worked out.
Yes. Yeah. Apparently, there's 12 packs of Monday Light nationwide for a limited time. And you can also win some by posting a photo after the ad runs during the Super Bowl. So this is all clearly one of those things that's leading up to the Super Bowl. As we're getting into that time where you're going to have to watch. We're gearing up for big ad campaign money with a lot of different products and such.
And you're going to make me say it, aren't you? Because the poll that they did said that 41% of Americans, people think the Monday after the Super Bowl is one of the worst days of the year. Simple fix. Play the Super Bowl on Saturday.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
I like it. That's fine. I personally would enjoy having that Sunday, but it's kind of nice to immediately, like, I don't hate the idea of immediately getting to go to work and talk about it. Like, it is the water cooler conversation that you can have of all water cooler conversations, and so having that on Sunday, like even coming in and talking about the game from Saturday, it just feels a little bit removed, right? These last couple of weeks, having that Saturday game feels just a little bit removed. It's a little different than the immediacy of this happened yesterday, this happened last night, I'm bringing it to the table. So I get that. However, it would be nice to just have a day to depress. You know, that would be nice. Before I move it along, I would like to give you an update on what's happening at Toyota Center. You're not going to like it. The visiting Detroit Pistons lead the Houston Rockets 30-20. Don't ask me how. I'm here doing a show just like you listening to a show. However, oddly enough, that is the circumstance. And I guess to pull the curtain back, we can't change the channel. So, like, on the TV
it's not on
studio,
right now,
we don't have it on, so I'm actively trying to watch it on my computer. It's like when you're watching March Madness at work and you're trying not to get caught and you have to go flipping back and forth between tabs. That's where I'm at right now. So that's how I am consuming the Rockets game at this point. As somebody said, they have pozole. Pozole is coming up. Okay, y'all eating good. Apparently, when it gets cold out, everybody decides to
Who
eat
else is
good.
hungry?
All right, but how about this? Parents really do have a favorite child.
Oh, I think it depends on what time you're asking.
No, you've got a favorite child, Lopez. You've been trying to duck the smoke.
I've been
all this
accused
time.
of having a
No,
favorite.
You have a favorite child.
Including by my children.
And you've been ducking the smoke, and it's time to put you to the test, Lopez.
And it's just not true.
All right, so you're just going to doubt science?
No, what I'm saying is each one of my
He
kids.
just doubting science. No. Yes, you are.
This isn't science.
There has been a study that found that parents do treat their children differently. And
I don't doubt that.
Then what's a favorite if not that?
No, because you treat them differently at different times. Like each one of my kids has been my favorite child, depending on what the other two are doing or what they're doing. It varies. It changes.
Whatever.
But I've been accused that my middle child is my favorite, which is not true.
Yeah, you do. All right. Apparently, the study has given us a little bit of help.
All right.
So, yeah, parents do have a favorite child, and if you're wondering if it's you, maybe you are the chosen one. So a study analyzed data from over 19,000 participants. Is that a big enough sample?
That's good.
Okay, very good. And found that parents do treat their children differently, and the way they choose their favorites is more systematic than you think. So
All right,
you
let
out
me
here thinking-
test me here.
All right, here we go. Somebody said John is the middle, lol. Number one, both mothers and fathers tend to favor daughters.
Ha! The one I'm accused of is a son.
Okay. That's not the end all be all. We on the first level. We on the first level, okay? Here we go. 2, parents favor children who, quote, demonstrate responsibility and organization in their daily lives, like completing homework on time and keeping their rooms clean.
That would probably be my oldest son, who did his homework on time more often than the other two. So, you're wrong again.
All right. Okay. Let's see. He think he died. There's five levels to this. You're not getting out of here, right? All right. Here we go. 3, agreeable children are more likely to be favored. These are the kids who show cooperation and consideration in family life. Basically, those who make their parents' lives easier by helping to maintain a healthy family dynamic.
That might be my middle son.
Okay,
He's
all right.
more of the family guy that keeps everybody, like, always wants to have it, cohesive. But they all do.
Look at you. You were dancing before the end zone.
So basically we got one of each.
Wait.
You got all 3 of my kids covered here.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yes, it's 2 more. Birth order matters, but not for favoritism. Parents tend to give older siblings more autonomy, like later curfews or more decisions, but they are not more likely to favor older siblings just because they're first.
Well, that would kind of fit, but I got 2 behind him.
Okay.
A boy and a girl.
All right. And then Many aspects of parental favoritism are more subtle than you think. For example, in some cases, parents acknowledge treating one child more favorably, but the child themselves didn't report noticing any treatment.
Well, that's true, because I get accused of the middle one being my favorite, including by his brother and sister, but I don't think I do.
You got a favorite.
I don't think I do.
It's clearly a favorite. Apparently, wow. I need answers to this from 346 as we've been talking about, the cold weather that's coming with the winter storm that should be rolling through. I mean, mere hours from now. Honestly, expected to have maybe like 4 inches.
Yeah, like by 6 it's going to start.
4 inches of snow that's maybe going to pop out here. And I was asking, what are the foods that you guys eat in order, when it's cold out? Because I'm going to be making some chili. And somebody said chili and cinnamon rolls. Is that a thing?
It isn't, but I'm listening.
I kind of want to do that.
I'm listening.
My immediate visceral reaction was, ugh. And I was like, wait, but.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
I would like to try.
Yeah.
But yeah. Get you a case of the Mondays and check yourself to make sure that you're not being too favored to one kid. And then get yourself some manula or some chili, and then let's enjoy or find a way to enjoy the time with this cold weather that's coming through.
And it is going. It's all latest forecasts. If you haven't seen,
we go now to the John P. Lopez.
It's actually
weather desk.
coming a little sooner than they messaged, and then they said previously.
As early as said.
Yeah.
Okay, so I really got to get out of work, huh?
Yeah, let's go.
As soon as, not yet. We got to make sure we finish up the show today. But that is Figgy's Mixtape on this Monday in the loop on Sports Radio 610. You can catch it every weekday at 1:20 p.m.
Little gumbo action, too.
Ooh, why did I not think of gumbo?
Little gumbo action be all right.
Somebody said John has another child he has nothing about. No, what? You were hiding a child?
Is that him or her?
Maybe. I don't know. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, we're getting ready to hand it off to The Drive, who, bless their souls, having to be up here and then ultimately figure their way home after the storm gets going. However, before we get to them, let's talk about, the football game that's going to happen tonight. Ohio State, Notre Dame. We'll break that down next.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. Frontier Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Monday. Again, happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day to you. Again, I just generally implore folks to take a little bit of time, go and read a little something that Dr. King wrote, listen to something that Dr. King said. Spotify, any of those music services, usually streaming services, usually have a little selection. So I guarantee you'd be better for it. And if you're not, you can come back and I'll give you a refund.
From Spotify.
That's right.
Yeah. By the way, I drove by the staging area for the MLK parade today.
Yes.
Ooh, they were not warm. They were not warm standing out there because they got to stand out there for hours and then get into the parade.
I imagine so.
Woo.
Yeah, that cold weather coming. Yeah. When they was out there in that cold weather, they was cold. And,
That's right.
Yeah, that cold weather will do that. In fact, that cold weather already affecting things. We did mention earlier and what's popping that both Hobby and IAH close tomorrow, and that raised some eyebrows onto what are some of these sports going to do? Is that going to affect some stuff? We know now that the University of Houston announced that tomorrow's game against Utah has been rescheduled for Wednesday at 5. It's part of a double header with the women's game versus Texas Tech rather.
Yeah.
So that's going to shift some things. And we're still keeping an eye on what's going to happen with the Cavs, who you're supposed to host on Wednesday. So if that's going to shift anything. Right now, the Rockets need to worry about this game in front of them, though. They're currently they're trimming the lead a little bit. It's 44-39 in the second quarter. And funny enough, in the middle of this game, Ron Holland of the Pistons puts up a corner three. It goes in, and then the lights cut out.
Already?
Yeah.
Dude, it's not supposed to hit till this evening.
That's right. And, I mean, the lights around the concourse and stuff didn't go. It seemed like, so that might have just been like a weird happening. However, that did make me think, oh, do I have candles ready?
Yeah.
It did make me think.
Get your little generator going?
Now, I can't let the electricity go out tonight, at least until probably about 11, because we got the national championship game on the television.
Oh, crap. That's
tonight.
Right.
Out of Atlanta.
Lord, what if that happened?
Ohio State. No, I'll be upset. That's what if that'll happen.
Yeah.
Because I can't, what am I going to do? Maybe I'll text people.
Keep that battery on your phone charged. Watch it on your phone.
Well, I'm going to bring in an extra battery pack. I'm going to bring in the battery pack that I have in my car so that I can charge it. But, yes, that game is happening tonight. Ohio State, Notre Dame. I know you are rooting for Notre Dame, but, man, this feels like one of those things where Ohio State, they've gotten everything going offensively and such. I just can't imagine that this Notre Dame defense that plays very well on the back end, but it feels like you need a level of stoutness on the front line that I don't know that they matched Texas in that. And Texas had a pretty good goal.
They're good,
but couldn't get it over the line.
I don't know if they match Texas, but they're really good across the board on defense. Terrific secondary, probably the best secondary in college football this year. If you had to say, across the board and depth. So that's their hope. I mean, that's their hope. Big plays in the secondary. And I'm trying to be as fair as possible because I really don't have a dog in this fight other than my money. And that's why I keep saying go
Pretty good dog.
Go Irish. But I'm saying in general. I'm not a fan of each team. If you're a Notre Dame fan, you got to expect, you got to hope for something big in the secondary. And really, Riley Leonard, has got to be able to pass the ball.
Which, Notre Dame fans know, that's not something
that's not his thing.
Yeah, hope too deeply about. Man, it's just going to be, well, first of all, you got to make sure that, first and foremost, Jeremiah Smith can't be a part of the game.
Yes.
He's got to be a spectator like everybody else. And then on top of that, can you then, in addition to stop the run? They've done a great job of not putting too much pressure on their running backs. They've done a good job of spreading this out, and that intentionally so for this because one of the things I was reading that I thought was very interesting is the attrition that has happened in college football this year, just with the additional games that you have. Teams that are going the distance are playing 16, 17 games. That's a different level of wear. And Ohio State, interestingly enough, had some level of consideration for that, not running their running backs to the ground. So it's not going to be the easiest challenge to make sure that you keep those guys in line. But if you can do that, you keep Jeremiah Smith kind of under wraps, now you have a good shot at doing this. But it feels like there's a lot of things that you have to make sure to do in order to win this football game compared to Ohio State, where it's just hey, just don't mess it up.
Yeah, look, they're favored by 8.5 for a reason. I don't think it's necessarily oh my gosh, this is an overwhelming
No, I don't think this is
task.
Yeah, I don't
you know?
think. Well, I think it's an overwhelming task. I don't think it's going to be a blowout game, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, I just don't think Notre Dame's going to buckle like that because they haven't all year.
No, it's not disrespect to them. At least not in my intention.
Now, I will say, my favorite thing about this is it's kind of, I think, maybe I'm missing it, it's kind of quieting the whole thing about the college football playoff.
Ooh.
Because, 12 teams, is it really that good? There were blowouts in the first round. All you need to know is that neither one of these teams would have been in the championship game if it was a 14 playoff.
Sure.
Neither one. They would have both been on the outside looking in. Now they're playing in a championship game.
I don't think that proves anything.
I think it does.
I don't think it does. I think
because it proves something because they literally would not have had a chance to do what they're doing tonight.
Sure. But does that inherently mean that this is right? It's just the system that you have, and these are the.
I think the system needs to be tweaked in terms of seeding and all that.
Sure.
But it's good to have 12 teams because you have two teams that have proven consistently over 3 games that they deserve to be here in a postseason.
Yeah, I don't know that that's what it proves. I think it proves that we have a random championship general, the champion that we have randomly generated.
I disagree.
I think that's how these things go.
No, I disagree. You get it. You get a playoff with 12 teams, and 2 of them, the first 2 that make it to the championship game. I mean, that's like saying, and I'm not just picking on you here, but I am picking on you a little bit.
No, go ahead.
Because that's like saying the NFL playoffs don't really crown a true champion. Because the playoffs go week to week to week.
I would still argue
it's
that
about depth.
you're dealing with the single elimination tournament. There's
No.
It's not inherent that you're going to deal with.
That's the case in a 4-team playoff.
Yeah, exactly.
So what I'm saying is,
which is why I am the sicko that's like, yeah, BCS wasn't that bad. That's right.
I lived that crap.
100%. BCS wasn't that bad.
But you see what I'm saying? This is the best way to get a champion that you have.
This is a way to get a champion. I'm not going to say it's the best. I vehemently disagree with that.
Outside of playing 3-game series, this is the best way to get a champion.
I don't think there is a particularly good way to get a champion in a division where you have 135 teams. I think that's inherent with all of this.
It's better to have 12 than 4.
It's better for the money to have 12 than 4. I'll tell you that.
Well, no, that's separate, but fair. It's accurate. It is for the money.
That's how we got here, though.
But again, neither one of these teams would have been in the championship game a year ago.
By the way, shout out to the Drive, Clinton Ron coming in and just bringing good vibes because the Rockets have put up 16, 17 straight points on the Pistons.
They got the Cade Cunninghams today, don't they?
They do. They do. So I had
Cade Cunningham.
I haven't gotten a chance to see if Jalen Green has punched on him yet, but I imagine that will be coming some point during this game. Fellas, how you living?
Baby, shout out to my oldest son. Little show. He's turned 11 today.
Okay. Happy birthday. Him and Nick Anderson, huh?
I didn't think about that. Did he get his nickname back too?
Yeah, he got his nickname.
Hey, good for the little show.
First sleepover for the birthday party.
Wait, tonight?
Last night it was.
Oh, I was about to say, I was like, y'all doing a sleepover on the
happy
snow
MLK Day? So they were out of school. So they,
I imagine that was a salutation for me.
So we had 3 or 4 boys.
Why's that?
Over the crib upstairs. We told them they could stay up.
Very fond.
How old is he?
He's 11. Just turned 11
that's perfect.
today.
That's
turned
perfect.
11 today. So let him do his thing. So a good day. Good day.
You guys got warm weather food set up because that's where my heart has been over the last 20 minutes. Just getting ready to get out of here and go make me some chili. People were talking about some gumbo, clam chowder. You were talking about some chicken and dumplings. Is there a go-to baby? Man, it's cold out. We making this.
Well, I don't dislike any of them, but chili and beans is a big one. But I tell you what,
chili and what?
Beans and chili. I put beans in my chili.
I knew that.
I cook them separate and put them in. Absolutely, 100%.
I thought you were from Texas.
Man, I don't know what to tell you.
Baytown in Texas.
He said he liked what he liked, baby.
Big Earn is, and that's how Big Earn did it growing up, baby.
He said he liked what he liked.
It's absolutely tremendous. But my wife is she's a big taco soup gal.
Oh, I like that.
Huh.
So when I left, I could smell that taco soup in the air.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good call.
I don't think I've had that one.
That's a good call.
That's what I was I'm not sure if I've had taco
throw
soup.
that cheese on top.
Yeah.
It's sliced avocado. Game over.
Okay. It's like tortilla soup.
It sounds delicious.
Got you.
It does.
But with ground beef, right?
Yep, ground beef.
Oh,
yep.
hell yeah.
Ground beef, corn.
Usually tortilla soup has chicken.
Yeah, true. Okay, yeah.
That's a good call by her.
That's not bad at all. I would do that.
I love, Reg, you're new to us a tad bit. Obviously, newer than anybody, newest guy here. I'm a big goulash, soup, jambalaya, anything like that you just throw a bunch of crap in one bowl and let's get down.
Some paella, something like that.
I'm in, baby.
I like that.
Tyler kind of disappointed me this weekend.
How? Which time?
How many different ways? He's eating crawfish already, man.
Why not?
They're the size of an ant.
So?
I ate about 7 pounds the other day, J-Lo.
Get out.
I had a crawfish po' boy last week. What you mean?
You got to wait till at least Super Bowl weekend when they really get big.
For what?
The ones I had weren't small.
It's crazy how early they are, but it's not like the old days. They figured something out.
They did?
At least over on my side of town where I go, they figured something out because they're not as big, but they're not near as small as they used to be. Used to, it was like criminal to do it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you felt bad doing it.
Yeah.
Now I don't know how. It was probably 2 weeks ago when I did it too.
Dang.
They're out there.
Yeah, I usually wait till Super Bowl weekend. That's when you can really get the meat on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, your pocketbook doesn't get hit quite as hard as Super Bowl.
That too.
Either.
Yeah. That too.
Them jokers get up to about $10, $12 a pound. It's like, good God.
Yeah.
I remember back in the day, J-Lo getting things for $3, $4 a pound, man.
No doubt.
But I'm waiting.
I'm waiting.
Hey.
Not a baby.
Wait, you're holding off for the crawfish?
I mean, it's just not.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
It's not in my normal.
Here I am taking him at face value.
Hey, look, here's the deal. Here's the deal with cold weather crawfish.
Mm-hmm.
Is the only about eating them when it's hot outside is you got spicy.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
They're so good you can't stop.
That's right.
They're always like temperature hot.
Yes.
And the only thing that cools you off is the beer.
Cold beer, baby.
Right now, see, you go eat them right now. You can somewhat relax and just eat like a normal human being.
That's a good call.
And drink like a normal human
That's a
being.
good call.
Because you're not sweating like you're outside doing yard work.
That's not bad.
So it's I can learn to like cold weather crawfish for sure.
Okay. Well,
and if you're doing it at the crib, whoever the cook is, which I don't do it, I got my buddies that can do it just like my brother used to do them. They standing over that heat, and boys, it's a different animal right there in that summer. Right now, they're nice and comfortable.
yeah, they feel good.
Keep the cook happy, baby.
100%. Cooking them inside, though. I'm used to, hey, man, we get that thing going outside, though. But look, excited to hear you guys, and especially hear you guys from home. Condolences that you guys are going to have to make your way home with all the nonsense, but I appreciate you guys doing the public service that you do.
Yeah, man.
For the people of Houston.
Yeah, man.
I feel pretty good about the drive home. I'm just nervous about the other people who about to be nervous.
Oh yeah.
driving in this.
Oh yeah. That's it.
That's me.
That's a good point.
I've done this. I've driven in this.
I feel good about it all because I know half the people stayed home, so my drive home
I
ain't going
just
to
hope
be
so.
about 30 minutes instead of an hour.
You know, we don't got all that. We don't got all that snow plows, all that salt and all that. So make sure
we
that
don't
you guys
need them, man.
be very careful out there on them roads, sincerely. But I leave you in the capable hands of these fine gentlemen. In the Loop, done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live. It is a Reaction Monday. Right there, you heard Clint Stoerner, Tyler is in the building, and we will break down everything that we saw on Sunday, everything we've heard since the game and afterwards, as the Texans season ends Saturday in Kansas City. They lose 23-14. A lot of kind of good and some bad coming out of that game, but we will look at it and discuss it all. Again, this is the final Monday of the year in which we are off at 5 o'clock. There is one final coach's show with DeMeco Ryans. Hopefully you heard him earlier on In the Loop, but you will hear him with the fellas after us. So the coach's show with DeMeco Ryans starts at 5 o'clock. That comes up after us. I just want to do some checks on you guys and the people. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can join and do your thing on here. How y'all have you all recovered from Saturday? How are you from Saturday? As kind of now it's been 2 days since the game.
Well, I'm fully recovered. I've been chomping at the bit to talk about a bunch of this stuff, though. I mean, there's some great stuff coming from the game, coming from the other games. But yeah, look, I'm 100% recovered. Here's the deal. And this was my immediate thought the minute that I knew the Texans weren't going to win the game, before the last second even ticked off the clock. I thought to myself, damn, this is a much better feeling than when we walked off that field against Baltimore. Last year against Baltimore, I personally felt like, yeah, CJ had a great year. Yeah, Will had a great year. Yeah, DeMeco had a great first year. But all that season built up and led up to, I thought, cool, man, there went all the air out of my sails. There went all the air out of my balloon.
Competitive game.
We are still just as far as we were last time we played the Baltimore Ravens. This time it was competitive. You can put your finger on a couple of things that swung the game, and that, to me, that's a statement about where this team is, and ultimately that they've taken strides from last season to this season. So, I'm in a good spot. Of course, I would have loved to win. I'd love to be talking about going to the AFC Championship game, the first time in Texans history. I'd love to be talking about that. So the loss hurts, but yeah, I'm fully recovered, man. I'm ready to rock and roll.
More competitive than last year's loss to the Ravens. And yeah, some things you did in your control that you feel like could have changed maybe the outcome of this. Greenhead VR, first time I felt like we didn't get beat by the Chiefs, felt robbed. I'm certain we'll get into that. Still pissed, still hurt, still upset, still angry from the text line coming through. Where are you? Where you at, Tyler? Because you know you're the one I worry about. I haven't seen Tyler smile yet since I've been in here today.
That's been mainly a furrowed brow, just trying to catch up on stuff here at the station. But I'm pissed off.
There you go. Yeah, I know. You should. And they're here. Hey, and I'm telling you right now, in these 3 hours or the next several days, hell, man, let it out. The drive is a spot and a space for you to let it out. Let that thing out, and we will allow you to let it out. At the bottom of the hour, the final segment of this hour, we'll open up the phone lines and hear from you. I feel like this is a day we should hear from the people, hear from you, and get your perspective on things. So we'll do that here coming up in a bit, but you can continue to text in your thoughts or use YouTube and Twitch to give us your thoughts on this thing. But let's start here because, Clint, you finally felt like you got what you wanted to hear from the head coach after the game, and some of the things he had to say fresh after the game. Not really today, but right after the game, you felt like you felt good about what you got to hear from.
Without a doubt, this is what for all the people out there that get all up in arms when I say I want to hear certain things from the head coach. I want to hear certain things from the quarterback, the leaders of this team. I want to hear certain things throughout the year, throughout the season. After the first month of the season, if you're not performing, DeMeco Ryans. Now it's a little too late because the season's over, but this is the DeMeco Ryans that I wanted to hear after the first time they had an outing that was subpar in DeMeco Ryans' eyes. Right? This is the DeMeco Ryans. To be honest with you, this is the DeMeco Ryans that gives me hope moving forward. That this isn't just we're gonna win this old lousy division. You're gonna be the 4 seed, and you're gonna have to go on the road to keep Baltimore or Buffalo every damn year until they make a change at quarterback. You're probably going to play in cold-ass weather. You're probably going to deal with the elements that you're not used to, and it's going to be a super steep climb if that's the way you got to get to an AFC championship. This is the DeMeco Ryans, for me personally, that I wanted to hear a month ago, and that hopefully this season was the growth and development and maturation of the Texans head coach. And this is where he's going to end up landing, whether it's a regular season game or a postseason game. Here's DeMeco Ryans, and this is a little mashup of some of the comments that he that he made after the game immediately following the loss to Kansas City.
Good enough to beat a really good football team, right? So when we can do the things we need to do consistently and all the time, that's when we'll be able to, come here and be in this spot and win a football game. But unfortunately, we still got things to clean up of our own. This one hurts, right? Because I know we're a better football team than we showed today, no matter who we're playing against. To go back and still have to talk about mistakes that we made in this moment, it's discouraging to be here because we got to be over that at this point in the playoffs, right? Postseason football, you got to be at your best. You got to be operating on all cylinders. And for us, we didn't do that today. So that's what I'm just discouraged about for sure. With the sacks, from what I saw is, first off, you're one-on-one. In the playoff, you got to win your one-on-one battles. That's what the game always come down to. You have to man up and own your one-on-one. You have to have some pride in who you're blocking to get it done and give the quarterback a chance to throw the football.
couldn't end it any stronger right there. Man up, have some pride.
You listening, Dalton Schultz?
I mean, that's
let it out.
I do think Dalton Schultz probably is the one that pushed him to say that, but I think it's a strong message to everybody on the offensive side of the football, not just Dalton. But yeah, look, that's the DeMeco Ryans that I've been wanting all year long. And again, that's the DeMeco Ryans that I hope we hear moving forward in training camp or after week 1, after whatever the first game is where you don't play well. You want to talk about not losing, because I know Will Anderson talked about it. We got to figure out a way to not lose to the damn Jets. You got to figure out a way to not lose to the Titans. You can't lose. You got to beat Detroit when you get 5 turnovers, right? Like you talk about, you want to know how you do those things? Your head coach start holding guys accountable just like this right here. That standard they talk about is upheld every game, and if you don't meet that standard, then you're probably gonna catch a little bit of this in the post-game presser. So yeah, look, I absolutely agreed with everything DeMeco said, and I love the tone. I love the statement. Again, I wish it would have happened 3 months ago, but I love what the head coach did there.
Yeah, I liked that part of the presser. We'll get to other stuff later on, but yeah, he spoke in that manner. He spoke the truth, and you can hear the frustration.
Yeah.
Like you're not going to beat good football teams and do the things that you're going to do. Like all those things he listed is why is the most top reasons why they lost this game and why they had issues in this game.
He was asked about the issues with Travis Kelce as well. He said mental areas. I wish I had more for you, but there's just
a lot of them.
Just point blank. I'm not worried about hurting the players' feelings. Damn it, you watch the film. You know it was Azeez Al-Shaair twice and Miles Bryant maybe once or twice. So, like, yeah, there's...
And him not adjusting at some point.
Oh, no. We get into scheme. Yeah, there's absolutely, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. But just the thought of mental errors and just the straightforward, I'm not worried about hurting anybody's feelings. This is the reality of the situation. Let's keep it moving. I loved DeMeco Ryans' comments.
All right, 713-572-4610. Were you into DeMeco's comments as Clint was as well? And let's not wait. Let's get into what is been the talking point, and quite frankly, which has been half my life for the last couple of days. The two things we don't have to wait anymore. The two calls. That's what it seems like a lot of this game has kind of been narrowed down to, or at least on the minds of a lot of guys. I think the Texans players and coaches have also made this, I think, a bigger deal as well, as a lot of conversation about the 2 personal foul hits on Patrick Mahomes. And you can text in, give your thoughts, YouTube and Twitch. I'll let Tyler and Clint as well give theirs. What was your feeling on those 2 calls that are hugely talked about right now?
Well, look, I thought they were horrendous. Both of them horrendous roughing calls. And I think they absolutely crippled the Texans in a time when they had the momentum and were playing better football at that point in time. And the reality of it is that it just can't happen. I think the second one was more egregious, if you will, than the first one. But both of them, I think they changed the course of the game, and I think both of them were bad, really, really bad calls.
Tyler, your thoughts on the 2 calls that seem to be like the biggest things to come out of this game?
In the moment, pissed off. In this moment right now, flash forward several hours on a Reaction Monday, still pissed off. And think there was a plethora of others outside of those 2 that the black and white guys, the zebras out on the field, were looking out for the Chiefs and Mahomes with, if you ask me.
Yeah, listen, I will get my thoughts here in just a second. As we see, did y'all see the blatant offsides on the field goal that was not called? Not to mention all the holds on the Chiefs O-line. This is man, I never thought I'd see the day Troy Aikman and Joe Buck would be bashing the refs and sticking up for the Texans, as some people tweeted in. I think they were 2 bad calls. I agree. I I have thrown a flag. I think they shouldn't have been thrown. Even if there was contact with the head, I don't think it was forcible, as the comments that is talked about. And I think they were bad calls. Now, where I lose and where I guess I differ on some and kind of the words you use, crippling. I don't think it was crippling. I don't think 7-20 in the first quarter in a 3-3 game is crippling. That resulted in 6-3. And I don't even think the last one is crippling. I think obviously to me it especially becomes less crippling when you score 12 points in the game. But I do think those calls were bad calls, and I think they were. And to me, I guess I say the things where it loses me is when in any way you believe those bad calls changed the outcome of the game, and that the Texans would have won the game, or that the league is deliberately coming out and officials are deliberately doing this for the Chiefs to win. That's where you lose me. I agree. There were bad calls, and I know many of you don't believe it or didn't watch it that way. There were bad calls that were missed and made on the other side as well. I think there were just some bad calls in the game. And I'm not going to say those weren't big calls, but I think they were definitely calls that the Texans could have come back from and didn't. So I think, I agree they were bad calls the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the conversation is more about just the calls. I mean, it's not about. I mean,
I think you're in a different space.
Look, I'm not a blame it on the refs guy ever. Not like that's not. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the Texans would have won this game without it. I can tell you this: when you're in the divisional round and you're a 9.5-point dog, and you're on the road versus arguably the best dynasty we've ever seen. And Pat Mahomes, arguably the best quarterback, and Andy Reid, the regardless of where it's at in a game, when you take a play on a 3rd and 8 that's an incomplete pass and you turn it into a first down versus a punt, again, when you've got the momentum, I think your margin for error in what does swing the game, you were fighting such a steep uphill battle when you're playing that level of a team and that level of opponent in that environment, that taking what would have been a 4th and long and for sure a punt, and you got the football. And again, you've played offensively, you played significantly better at that point in time and had a little bit of momentum than the Chiefs. I mean, that swings the game, especially when the Chiefs go on, have a big play, and end up kicking a field goal. That is a major part of the game when you're looking again at a team that Vegas says has no business even being on the field with the Chiefs. So. No, I mean, look, it just, to me, it's unfortunate that you got to deal with something like this because they're terrible calls. And on top of that, you've got a quarterback that's playing into the refs' attempts and the league's attempts to protect him.
Yeah.
I think he's flopping.
I think there are a lot of quarterbacks doing
it. We were only playing one. He flopped. I think he flopped when Will Anderson hit him. He showed later on in the game to slow down and then initiate contact and flop again. The dancing around and baiting defenders into you instead of just easily going out of bounds, as Troy Aikman mentioned. I think that is taking advantage of the rules, and they benefited from it in a big way 2 different times. And so I just think it's unfortunate that, 1, the Texans had to deal with that, and 2, that Pat Mahomes is handling it the way that he's handling it. This, Ron, this is why I hated the way that the Texans general manager and head coach handled the Azeez Al-Shaair stuff, right? Because right now is the time for you to be in that I'll take the fine, to hell with it mode. We're going to let the league know, because this is the time that you've got a real case. This is the time that you can literally initiate change in the offseason, is if you're the loudest voice in football after that weekend talking about what happened to your team, not the Azeez Al-Shaair crap that was clearly dirty, right? That's why I hate that they were doing it then, because right now is the time that we should hear Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans talking about what they had to deal with in this playoff game.
Yeah, listen, I said it when they brought up that had nothing to do with the Trevor Lawrence hit. That I'm with it. Fine them, get them, call them penalties. But like I see someone here texting in, lost all respect for Mahomes, man. That's fine. I mean, there are flops all over the field, all over it's becoming a part of the game. Josh Allen does it. Jared Goff does it. A lot of quarterbacks do it. Hell, defensive linemen do it. We see it all the time when there's little pushing matchups. Somebody takes a dive and falls on the ground to try to draw a penalty. It's all BS and penalize it. Not a penalty right now, but penalize it. But for me, man, I just go play football. Play football. 6'3", 720 in the first quarter. If that has crippled you, then I mean I'm sorry. I don't know. I mean that's just me. Well, I mean,
I guess my deal is I don't know how anybody watched that game. And again, you're taking into consideration it's the Chiefs versus the Texans, and you watch that, and that's not doesn't affect the game. You're playing up a steep hill, and you got a possession taken away from you.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying it didn't affect the game. Right. What I'm saying is,
well, it makes an already difficult situation significantly more difficult.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a bad call that happens in football a lot. Like I said, there were bad calls. There was a Travis Kelce 20-yard game that got ripped off because of a bad phantom holding call on the Chiefs that backed him up. But you keep playing football. You keep playing football. All right, coming up, we as we said, we will hear from you in the bottom of the hour, and you can get your thoughts as well. But coming up, there are some things that I think Clint is just kind of frustrated at. The last week of the season, the divisional round, why are we still dealing with this from the Texans? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Underdog Fantasy is available in the Lone Star State. It's available right here in Texas, y'all. Let's get it, man. Look, I've never been a
sharpest John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is a Reaction Monday as we are reacting to Saturday night's game as the Texans season ends in Kansas City at Arrowhead as they lose 23-14 in Kansas City. And we just kind of went through a couple of the things. As we said, coming up in the bottom of the hour, we will open up the phone lines. And I want you to be thinking about this because I'm going to let you hear from the two, I think, biggest individuals in the organization, the head coach and the quarterback. And they both kind of had two different perspectives on this thing. And I do want to get from you all, are you discouraged after the game or are you encouraged after the game? And I'll let you hear what they had to say. And then I kind of think that'd be a good jumping off point to see where you are as you give your point. That's coming up after this segment ends. But Clint, I know for you, you grew very frustrated on some of the issues that are still issues that the Texans are dealing with, and they showed up big time in the game on Saturday.
Yeah, Ronnie, and this all goes back, by the way, it's married to kind of what DeMeco Ryans has allowed all year long, by the way. I mean, it blows my mind that a lot of what we're talking about, and we're going to talk about, not all of it, but a lot of it is stuff that we saw as early as the Minnesota Vikings game in the regular season, which, what was that, week 4, week 5, something like that, maybe even earlier?
Week 3, I think.
Week 3. I mean, like, there's to then see the same exact thing in the playoffs. I don't even care if the other option is something that it seems it's less appealing. It may not work, makes less sense. Give me something other than the same old that we saw not work all year long. I'll start with this. I'm going to clean it up a little bit because I actually got the F word in this one. But how in the hell are we still seeing a full slide protection towards Laramie Tunsil away from Dalton Schultz in critical moments? We saw it. Everybody saw it. Dalton Schultz trying to block Karlaftis in critical moments down the stretch, right? We talked about the penalties a little earlier. You want to talk about something that's just as damning as a penalty that gets a first down instead of a punt with Pat Mahomes, right? Again, trying to block defensive ends with Dalton Schultz. And I'm talking about the scheme of it. We'll get into Dalton later on. Just the scheme of it, Ron, is for that to rear its head again after the Minnesota Vikings game is criminal in itself. For it to rear its head in the most critical moment of the divisional round against Kansas City Chiefs, when you've played your ass off during this game and you've got a shot, maybe a long shot, but you got a shot to get back in the game, and you've got Dalton Schultz blocking Karlaftis. How is that in the playbook? How is it still allowed to happen?
That's some of the blitz stuff where they had so many guys walked up there and
absolutely. And I need Big Smitty. I need some of my offensive line guys that are out there. I need y'all to help me out.
That 4th and 10, that was.
I need, bro. It was all 3 of those plays in a row, Ron. They're all 3. I need y'all to help me out because
what was DeMeco thinking?
The full slide. Oh, you're talking about on defense.
I'm talking about the 4th and 10. He waited so late to go for it. You ran down time, and you saw it. It was Karlaftis versus him, no help, and they didn't have a chance.
The full slide, literally away. I don't care that it's Tunsil on the other side, but you typically slide towards the person you're trying to protect, which would be Blake Fisher in this situation, right? But the way that they're doing it, I need some of my O-line pass pro masters out there to go look at this. It appears to me in every one of those situations, if I were the quarterback, I would have gotten the slide direction correct. If you just look at the defense, right? And it's as simple as this for the radio listeners out there. I know this is deep for radio, but if I've got trips to my left and my running back, if I got 4 receivers to my left, It's damn near impossible for them to blitz from that side of the field because somebody's got to have them in man. They cannot, unless they blow a coverage and they're playing super risky football, they cannot blitz those guys. So just by the simple rule of football 101, I'm sliding the other direction, and if they do blow the coverage, I've got answers because my receivers are right in my face. I have no idea what Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud and the offensive line were doing in those moments. Have no idea. How every slide protection in this offense, Ron, every slide protection in this offense should be guard in. Like a full slide protection. Again, for everybody out there listening, you got 5 offensive linemen. If we're going to slide left, you take Blake Fisher and every offensive lineman, and they slide hard left towards Laramie Tunsil. The tight end or the running back has the defensive end off the edge. That should have been thrown in the garbage months ago. And you leave the tackle on the defensive end, and you slide from guard that direction. That's it. The full slide should not be in this offense because you don't have Dare Ogunbowale can't do it. Cade Stover couldn't do it. Dalton Schultz damn sure can't do it. And the guy that I would trust the most to do it is Joe Mixon. And for some reason, you got his ass on the sideline in 2-minute and third down situations.
I hate to be so simplistic with this because we've been watching this all year. Clint, I understand where you're coming from, and you got to do something. Is there any kind of protection that would help these dudes? They just, you got Shaq Mason out there just it feels like
that you can't help.
It just felt like you guys getting their ass. The first 3rd and 8, Clint. We can talk about all the stuff we're looking at. The first 3rd and 8, Chris Jones is one-on-one with Blake Fisher with no help.
No, if a lineman's just getting his ass whooped like that or like Shaq did, that's part of it. You come to this game and you expect.
But that's on Bobby. Like we're looking at that. Right. That's on Bobby and CJ because CJ had Ogunbowale, should have switched him sides to help on the other side.
But that's something that you and I can talk about. Like, hey man, you even said it last week when we were talking about it, right? You push back. Hell, Andy leaves his tackles on an island sometimes versus the best. Like I get mad at Bobby for it, but I don't just go, what the hell, right? This is all like, what in the hell are we doing? Because, you asked me, what's the answer? I'll tell you what the answer is. Slide Dalton Schultz in the backfield to the right of the quarterback. Get Joe Mixon to the left of the quarterback. Get Dare Ogunbowale out of the way, right? Block big on big up front. If they walk up the linebackers or the safeties in the A-gap, move Dalton Schultz and Joe Mixon up in the A-gap to where they can pick them up before they get ahead of steam. That's it. And at that point in time, if Reed and the linebacker bail out, then Dalton Schultz and Joe Mixon scan for any other problems, anybody they can help, and then they get out. Bronco protection is what we used to call it. It should be like this year with the Texans, by about mid-year, that should have been their 2-minute offense. Nothing but Bronco protection. 7-man protect. And if you want to play zone, we'll get 2 great check down guys out in the flats, and you're in trouble, right? That crap we saw yesterday late in the game shouldn't even been in a playbook.
All right, coming up, we hear from you, 713-572-4610. Want to get your thoughts. So I'll let you hear a little bit from the coach and the quarterback, and then I want to get your thoughts off the questions that they were answering. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive. But before we get there, guys,
Building running like new. Call, clickgranger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Little news in the NFL as we'll see how things go with the Lions moving forward, because it looks like they might have to end up doing what happened to the Eagles a couple of years ago. If you remember, the Eagles get to the Super Bowl. Of course, they didn't get to the Super Bowl, but you remember the Eagles got to the Super Bowl. They lost both their coordinators.
Yep.
And
they've gone through two more since.
Yep. And they sure did. The Lions look like they're primed to do that unless the defense here of late has screwed Aaron Glenn to the job. I would hope isn't the case, but they've just lost Ben Johnson, and they lost him in the division, and he is going to Chicago with Caleb Williams. So Ben Johnson, the OC, is going there.
Boy, I bet you Aaron Glenn's if he doesn't pull the Ben Johnson from last year of like, hey, I don't like the situation or whatever. Like, I think if Aaron Glenn is back in Detroit, it's because he wants to be.
I hope so. He deserves to get a job. I hope he is offered a job.
Ron, he's one of them dudes. He's, as a former player, was good enough, and now as a coach is sharp enough and like legit coach enough to. I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah,
should be. All right, 713-572-4610. We feel like this is a day that we should hear from the people, and I do want to hear from the people. And the thought for me is, do you come away that DeMeco was answering a question, and he was asked, "Are you encouraged?" He said, "Hell no, I'm discouraged." Right? Like, and there were two different thought processes that came two different processes that came through this from DeMeco and from CJ Stroud. First with DeMeco, the thought of being encouraged or discouraged. Here is DeMeco Ryans after the game.
Like, this one hurts, right? Because I know we're a better football team than we showed today, no matter who we're playing against. To go back and still have to talk about mistakes that we made in this moment, like, yeah, it's discouraging to be here because we got to be over that at this point in the playoffs, right? Postseason football, you got to be at your best. You got to be operating on all cylinders. And for us, I do that today. So that's what I'm just discouraged about for sure.
All right, that was DeMeco. He is discouraged. 713-572-4610. Are you in that camp? Are you in discouraged? Here was C.J. Stroud, who had a little different thought in his media session.
Yeah, for sure. It's anything in life, things knock you up, that don't break you. They make you a lot tougher. And for me, I'm learning just to be resilient with, everything, and I think those tough times on the field for me definitely is going to pay off in the long run. I'm excited because, if this is a down year and, another playoff win, play against a great Chiefs team and compete with them, and I'm not saying I'm happy with it, but I'm definitely encouraged and motivated that, there's more for the Texans, on the other side of the hump.
All right, CJ said he was more encouraged and motivated about the Texans on the other side of the hump. 713-572-4610. It's your time here to kind of vent to us out here. Where are you? Are you encouraged basis when you think of the entirety of the season? Are you encouraged or are you more discouraged in the thing? Where you land right there?
Yeah, no, I am 100% with DeMeco Ryans on this thing. When you talk about reaching the level that they are of where you're in the Elite Eight and you're playing for a chance to go to the AFC Championship, and you start the game off giving up a return on special teams and then give them 15 more yards because you got a guy that can't handle his lit emotions and throws a helmet on the sideline and gives them 15 more. And you've been allowed long by this. This isn't the first time 17 shown up on the penalty problem list. And the way the game went, you end the game, you give up 8 or 9 sacks. You end the game with just the complete inability to protect your quarterback at all. That's the reality of it is I'm glad they're there, and I'm glad they were competitive. But this is a tough pill to swallow right here for the Texans. This wasn't you were outclassed and you just went out, and in the biggest moment you messed the bed on several for special teams. Awful. You talk about the missed field goal and the missed extra point.
One of the worst special teams performances in playoff.
I mean, Ron, like you look at – I haven't done it, but anybody out there that has the time and energy to do it, go do it. Like, Kansas City's kickoff returners were catching Kaimi Fairbairn's kickoffs at the 10 and 15 on a full sprint. And old buddy from Kansas City was kicking out of the damn end zone. Like that
just even from little stuff from that.
I mean, just little stuff like that. Like you got, and look, I know it's indoor, outdoor, but you got a kicker that's capable of hitting 60-yard field goals, and we can't get it out of the back of the damn end zone. We can't even give it enough hang time for your squad to get down there. Like it was just special teams were absolutely awful. So I'm discouraged with this loss big time.
All right, 713-572-4610. You discouraged or encouraged after this season ends? We'll go to the phone lines. D-Lo, how you doing, man? Are you where are you at?
Discouraged.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Start over again, D-Lo. That's my fault. Where you at?
I'm discouraged. Okay, and I love my Texans, and watching that game as they try to compete with KC, like you say, in the environment. With a team that's already got a pedigree of winning and being able to overcome. And so I'm thinking that DeMeco Ryans, as a coach, could have been a better coach. And the reason I say that is because I can't remember. I know it was fourth quarter, and they decided to go for a first down. I think it was like 4th and 10.
Yeah, it was
something
4th and
of
10.
That nature.
Yep, down 8, one
Okay.
score. Yep.
I couldn't believe he went for that. First of all, I think it was maybe 6 minutes left in the game.
8.
And 8 minutes, okay? And your defense really had been playing lights out. And he went forward like he panicked. And to the point that they didn't even call. I don't know if they even called timeout to discuss it.
No, they didn't.
They didn't call timeout. So I'm thinking, as a coaching, I don't know if DeMeco Ryans is the only one that's on the sideline that's making decisions about what they're going to do, and so if he's being preoccupied with some other things that he can't really act under pressure. And know that, hey, I need to call timeout.
Yeah, I appreciate the call, D-Lo. I want to get some others in. Yes, I don't think that DeMeco had a great night. Be that 55-yard field goal that he attempted that gave them a short field that led to the only touchdown they scored in the first half. I thought that was an interesting decision as well. When I mean, you got Fairbairn, who has never kicked a lot in that type of weather with that wind blowing like that. I didn't think that had a chance at all to go in, and you gave him that short field. All right, Eddie, where are you at on this thing? How you feeling, encouraged or discouraged?
I'm discouraged. I'm really discouraged by Dalton Schultz. I never want to see that guy in a Texans uniform again, ever.
Amen.
You cannot have a good pass pro team with that guy on the field. Period. End of story. I mean, if you got the Hogs from back in the day, or if you got Aikman's offensive line, yeah, maybe you can shield Schultz, but no way in hell. He doesn't care about even putting forth effort to do it. I never want to see him in a Texans uniform again. And I'm discouraged on Titus Howard too. How did he and Tunsil not? How does, and like they said it on the broadcast, how does Titus let the inside guy over the center rush unblocked? How does he not get with the center and say, hey, your guy, my guy, whatever? How is that Titus is a veteran, and I'm just discouraged by how this offensive line has not progressed. And as much as I hate to say it, we're going to have to invest some high draft capital in getting that fixed because we don't have the money in free agency. So it's a point in our veteran line play.
Appreciate the call. No, I think you got the money in free agency. You got some money to spend there. But no, I hear you. I can understand the frustrations. Pedro, where are you at? Discouraged or encouraged?
Hey, gentlemen, thanks for having me. I am. I know it sucks right now. I am encouraged, and just hear me out before you hang up on me.
I'm not hanging up on you, Pedro.
The team turned it up a notch. The team turned it up a notch when they needed to, and we have the cornerstone pieces. This is the first time in our franchise history that we have a coach we believe in, We have a bona fide quarterback, and we have our star defensive end that can put pressure on people. The interior of that line needs to be fixed, and needs to be fixed real quick. I'll leave you guys with this: if you can protect C.J. Stroud, do we win the game? Yes or no? I say we do. So that's why I'm encouraged.
Appreciate the call. I think that was a pretty big part of the game. Yeah, you could protect him, but that was probably never going to be the case. Paul, I'll let you jump in here. Go ahead and close us out, Paul.
Yeah, I'm encouraged and discouraged. And just hear me out now. I think we've got the talent to win a Super Bowl, and I don't wear the rose-colored glasses, but I'm watching this 35-year-old guy, supposedly washed up, Kelsey, catch ball after ball after ball, and I know we got screwed over on some calls, but that's the one guy I don't want to get back, Travis Kelsey.
That's what Clint said.
And I'm sick of, I said, where's this great defensive mind at? We got a good defense. What is going on with this guy being so wide open all the way down the flipping field? That's what discourages me right there.
Oh, Paul dropped the mic on that thing. I could not believe the adjustment was never putting Stingley or Kamari Laster on him. I never. It went from, all right, we're playing zone. Okay, he's kicking our ass. Like, that's why, when I get to all of that, that's why I say, I know I am overly the non-referee guy. I'm not. Like that's it. When Travis Kelsey is just waltzing alone in the middle of the field, by himself.
Yeah.
So he went zone. He said, all right, well, let's adjust that. And the adjustment was Miles Bryant. Yeah. And Andy Reid seemed to be content in just making Lassiter and Stingley part of the game.
That's the tough part, Ron. It was like Reed was disrespectful. They had one receiver, one non-tight end running back caught a ball.
Yeah, and they weren't and it wasn't that partly because those guys can lock down, but it was partly because we'll do that. We'll just keep you away.
Right? No question. No, that's the disrespectful part of this. For 4 quarters, he said, I'm gonna let Hollywood Brown and Worthy occupy Lassiter and Stingley, and then I'm gonna eat everywhere else. I'm gonna eat the middle of the field.
Sometimes Worthy was away from both of them. Somehow Worthy got matched up on Eric Murray down the side.
Yeah. But when he wanted to get the ball to Worthy,
yeah, he did. Yeah.
I mean, he used motion to do it, some kind of funky motion to do it. Yeah,
I said all last week. Well, I think that DeMeco's going to be aggressive in the way he uses his best player, and he didn't. He was out there just covering Justin Watson at times, just for no good reason. All right, coming up, we do it every Monday. This is the last time of the year, and I can't wait to hear Clint's thoughts on this because I honestly don't know what it is. C.J. Stroud's grade. What's his grade? Maybe we also talk a little bit about Bobby and how he looked yesterday, Bobby Slowick. But what was the grade for C.J. Stroud? 19 of 28, 245, no touchdowns, no turnovers, rating 95, 6 carries, 42 yards. What was the grade for C.J. Stroud? That's next.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans.
classic, one beefy and one chicky. Or maybe you go all in on one and go Nug Max. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating Wendy's for a limited time only. Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
LT, KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
The top-ranked show in the city.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Stroud under center, takes a knee. The season is over for the Houston Texans. They charge into Arrowhead Stadium, but come up short 23-14 and see their drive for the AFC Championship game come to an end. Kansas City prevails. Texans start their offseason.
All right, that is the final call, and the Texans, again, as we said, obviously, many of you know they lost in Kansas City. Their season is now over. They'll get ready for next year, and a tough loss, as you could see. A lot of people, understandably frustrated, upset after that game ended. We do this each and every Monday. Remember, we're off a little early today. Last time we had 3-hour Mondays. Next week we will go back to our regular 4 coaches show. One last week. DeMeco Ryans, you can catch him at 5 o'clock as soon as we get done. But Clint, we do this every week, and this will be the last time we do it until next year. Is the grade for C.J. Stroud? What was C.J. Stroud's grade? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. C.J. grade 19 for 28, 245, no touchdowns, no turnovers, rating of a 95. And he had 6 carries, and for the second week in a row, Clint, he used his legs. I was a little nervous for him a little bit here, like, hey, man, chill out. I thought Davis Mills might slide his way into this game and may have to take a snap. But 6 carries for 42 yards. What was your grade for CJ?
I got him at a B. Look, again, the bar is, I mean, you get into the A's, you're the reason that you win a game. You're playing as well as anybody in the league kind of deal. So that's the bar up high. I only say that to say I thought CJ did everything that he could given the situation. I mean he literally, with his legs or with pinpoint accuracy, kept drives alive and made several throws. I mean, there was zero separation being created for the most part, with the exception of Nico a few times. The throw on the dig route that kept a drive alive late to Nico Collins in the middle of 3 defenders was unbeful. The anticipation.
How about the one to Schultz?
The accuracy. The throw to Schultz was absolutely ridiculous. A couple of the tight throws to Mechie. The one on the sideline to Nico late. I thought it was more of a throwaway than anything, and he ends up catching it. So, I thought CJ did a tremendous job. I would have given him a B+, but when you watch the film, the thought that CJ doesn't have control at the line of scrimmage, he may not have full autonomy and be able to do whatever the hell he wants to do, but CJ definitely is redirecting some of the traffic at the edge, and I thought it was an absolute horrendous job at the end of the game. It just doesn't make football sense what they ended up doing. I thought he should have called a timeout on the 4th down when the clock was running down and the game was on the line.
I thought he should have punted it.
He didn't call a timeout. Sure, yeah. No, I mean, anybody could have called a timeout. We're just talking about CJ, right? I think CJ should have called a timeout in that moment. We've talked about this multiple times. To me, the next step for CJ is he got to take ownership in this thing. If he doesn't have the ability to communicate at the line of scrimmage, and damn it, he's got to go to DeMeco Ryans right now and say, hey, coach, here's what has to happen. I'm the one out there getting my ass kicked every Sunday or every Saturday or every Thursday, whatever it is. I need to have the ability to redirect this protection, assuming he doesn't have it now. Or if he does have it, then he's got to get it right and he's got to take some ownership in what they're doing. But situationally, he should have called a timeout right there. I thought there was one time when, again, in that last set, it wasn't the last set. It was one late, and this is the 4th quarter. They got in there and they kicked the field goal. Or it may have been right before the run of the touchdown run for Joe Mixon. But either way, I thought he got happy feet. The pressure had gotten to him. He was actually protected pretty well. And Mechie was screaming across the back of the end zone, I think, for a touchdown, but he'd already bailed. So there's a couple of little things here and there that I docked him for. So I would give him a B. I thought for the most part, I mean, he was the only reason they were even in that game late.
Yeah, I'm probably B+, to be honest with you. Now, he nearly did twice, but for him not to turn that ball over with all that pressure, Shaq Mason just one of the worst displays I've ever seen. This wasn't a free rusher. This was Charles Omenihu lined up right over you, and he whooped your ass so fast. And I mean, he didn't even get to hit the back foot, and he got stripped. Luckily, Shaq recovered it. And then he almost threw a pick on the play on 3rd down, trying to get it into Nico where Justin Reed got injured. Those are the only closest times he turned the ball over. But with all that pressure to not turn it over, with the lack of receivers out there and help out there where you could see, there may be some forces in DeMeco. I thought he played pretty well. And to me, I think he's going to have to be smart to not get himself hurt. But in that game, win or go home, I thought he used his legs really well. The first one that led to points, a 3rd down and 10, and it was clear he was just waiting for that linebacker to run out and clear space, and he knew he was going to run the whole way, and he runs it for 28 yards and gets them from a 3rd and long into damn near field goal range there. So I thought the way he used his legs was good, but man, he was going to be in a tough spot anyway, because if the Chiefs and Steve Spagnuolo are going to pressure the way they're capable of pressuring, and your line is going to be there, and we understand they have played throughout the season. This isn't the first time they've given up this many sacks in a game. They've done this before. It was going to be a tough thing, and then to try to depend on, the Hutchinsons and Mechis in the game was tough. So I gave him a B. Wesley, B-, said maybe C+ on his grade. Other grades, C-. I don't know. I think that's a little low. Someone texted in an A. I couldn't go A. B+ was it. Maybe if a touchdown or whatever. But I don't know. I thought like the long drive in the 3rd quarter. I thought he managed things really well.
Started out really well
and did what he needed to do. Yeah. But no, A's a little strong here. They put up 12 points and just couldn't make it.
That's something to say. 12 point outing. It's hard for me to get to an A. I need C.J. Stroud to take more ownership in what's going on. It's time, man. The first 2 years, understand it. Totally get it, man. Young dude, mature beyond his years. Obviously, he wouldn't play the caliber of football he's playing. But this has got to become C.J. Stroud's offense, not Bobby Slowick's offense. Period. Yeah. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Like you look like Andy's a great play caller, but Pat's got complete control of what the hell's going on out there. I mean, the one thing I think that was obvious, and Ryan, you spoke a little bit this Friday, I think, in terms of the moment and how and where the Texans going to be ready. I thought down the stretch with overall, now it shows through the quarterback, but this is really an organizational deal. I think down the stretch we saw exactly what you were talking about.
Well, I think to start the game.
Well, that too. I'm just talking about the offense. I'm just talking about from the offense. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm just talking about the offense. The offense side of it. Like we saw Pat Mahomes go out there and, just in critical moments, cool, calm, collected, get in the right play, find the right guy, stick to the plan, and then you saw CJ just pressured an ungodly amount. You saw him getting the hell beat out of him, running for his life, and that's just like he's got to take ownership and be able to handle those situations, no matter who's calling the plays or who's hurt or not or what kind of protection he has. He's got to get to a point where he handles that better.
Yeah. So what do you think? Because fellas, it was a weird offensive game, right? And I continue to say, man, 12 points, man, it's hard to get to. You got to 12, and then the Chiefs at the end gave you 2 more to get to 14. But you scored 12 points in this game, Clint. But there were some really good moments, right? As you said, the start was really good. And they ran – Clint, I've watched the Chiefs for the last I don't know how many years, especially the last couple of years with this defense. No team – I can't remember the last team that ran the football like they did. When you combine what CJ did to what Mixon did to what – Hell, Damian Pierce had a couple of solid runs in there. They ran it well on a team that has been really, really good all season long in stopping the run. Top run defense. They ran it. That drive, boy, couldn't have been better. I mean, the Chiefs offense was sitting over there. It's 6 minutes, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus minutes.
Yeah.
They saw the ball under 5 minutes. But then you look up, damn, they got sacked 8 times. They scored 12 points. It was a weird offensive game for the Texans, some good and some bad. How would you say Bobby was in this offense? What did you see from that?
Well, look, I think there's some good things, but when when you're one of 8 teams remaining and you're playing for a trip to the AFC Championship, I can't grade you on a midseason scale. Like for me, I think Bobby. I think Bobby was was rough. I think
it was rough throughout, like that. That would be.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's for me. It's more on the offensive coordinator that Dalton Schultz was put in that position at the end of the game. Like I said, that should never happen. Now, we can get to a point and talk about how soft Dalton Schultz is, and we will. But, like, the reality is it should never happen. Whether he's capable of doing it or not, it should never happen in that particular moment. By my estimation, I watched the film, and now I got distracted with my little girl once this morning when I was watching it. But Nico Collins went in motion one time. One time. When Andy Reid was trying to get a wide receiver a touch, what'd he do?
A lot of motion. Yeah.
Why? Because you got to get him away from 4 and 24. He's got to get him away. You can't just put him out there and go, well, I'm just going to throw it up at Derek Stingley Jr. I'm just going to throw it up at Lassiter to get worthy a touch. No, I'm going to move him around and hopefully get a linebacker on him, get a nickel defender on him.
Yeah, Nico looked a lot different when he was away from McDuffie.
One time in the first drive, he moved him kind of the worthy motion where he swung out behind the quarterback. He did that and handed the ball off to Mixon Strong. Didn't move him again the whole game. Like that's – I mean – He called that game and designed that game for Nico like Diggs and Tank were healthy, and Dalton was having a bang-up year. The camera kept panning over to Nico, and Nico was on the sideline battling something. It looked like,
yeah.
So maybe there was an issue there. They were trying to save him, but I thought when it came down to it, the protection issues and the inability to get Nico touches in scheme, consistently. Some of the stuff over the middle that's been there all year long, they're really good with. Hit a couple of those. But, boy, just leaving him stationary I thought was a major, major mistake, man. Yeah. So I don't know. You want to give a grade?
I mean, you don't have to give a grade. I was just disappointed.
Like I said,
it was just disappointed. It was weird because there was some good in there. There like that drive in the third quarter, it might have been the best drive of the season.
Yeah. No, look, the drive out of the gate, the script was tremendous. But Ron, like I want to call some guys this evening or DM some guys this evening. I like that pass protection that was fell in late. I know it just rerun, but like that is so elementary that my mind is blown that not once, not twice,
like you don't
but 3
think
snaps in a row.
If the Chiefs do this to Buffalo next week, that they will handle it completely. It will look completely different.
They won't do it. Like I don't know. Like the adjustment was to move your running back to one side or the other, and then slide the protection in the direction of him, which meant you're sliding it in the direction of the defender that has him man. Like you knew that guy wasn't coming because he's got to guard the running back. Like you knew, like that was the plan in those situations, was literally move the running back to the left of the quarterback and then slide that way. And on top of your sliding 2 Tunsil, and on top of that, you're full sliding with your whole line instead of leaving your backside tackle on the DN. To me, it blows my mind that there's not a better plan for that. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it happens every Sunday. Maybe it's just this team. But as I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. But when I look at a game film, the quarterback's getting heated up, and I go, before the ball's ever snapped, like, this is automatically a slide right. This is automatically a slide right. And all of a sudden the line gets up there and slides hard left. It's like, who's communicating this? What's the method of the madness?
I don't know, Tyler, I don't know about you. It was weird watching it. I felt like, I guess the offense at times hasn't been this bad today, but I look up there, man, it's 12 points. And then and I guess I think they had 5 sacks in the fourth quarter, so maybe that's what it was.
The fourth quarter, this thing is probably a bit blown out of proportion just because it got out of hand at the very end of the game. It was more of an end of the game problem than it was a whole game problem.
Yeah. Just in weird moments, but
you just can't, Ron, like you said, you just can't. I mean, the Chiefs are a team you just can't make. You can't make mistakes against them. You can't make that many mistakes against a team like the Chiefs.
Yeah, to me, I felt like I'm looking because I'm thinking these guys have been confused on stunts and everything all year. They damn sure going to be confused on like that. There's one where Nick the
linebacker.
Yeah, I don't know how I've just lost. Nick Bolton comes up, and I mean he just confused Shaq Mason to death, and Nick ran out in coverage.
That's one because he had the running back. He took off.
And he took off.
Yeah,
and then he just let He just let that D lineman just roll. And I'm just like, man, to me, the Chris Jones one and the first one, the third, Nate, how Blake, because I knew Blake was going to struggle with either body they were going. He was going to be the one that needs help. And I'm like, y'all gonna keep putting Chris Jones over here alone against Blake Fisher. That's going to be a problem.
Well, when Bobby said during the week, like it starts with Chris Jones, you got to know where 95 is. Doesn't seem like you knew where he was.
Yeah, I probably at some point could have taken a look at 56, or not.
Can't keep up with them all.
In theory, I guess Dalton Schultz and Dore on a 2-on-1 with him would work, but
Ron, 56. I mean, you know him better than I do, but like in this game, I think it was Beck. One time, or maybe it was 83. Maybe it was. Irv. But one of them ran out there and bucked him. Now, he still beat him. He still got back there and called, but bucked him, and 56 said, whoa, and stopped his feet, like, damn, okay. That's all you need against a guy like that, right? With what you're trying to do. It's all you can ask a guy to do. Problem was, Dalton won't buck him.
Yeah.
Dalton won't buck a damn soul, man.
All right, as Clint lets Dalton get to him during the break. Coming up, our Man-Eye players of the game, our Man-Eye Institute players of the game. You can text yours in as well. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Power outages, man. They can happen at
Burlow mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, one final time this year, text them in. Who is your Man Eye Institute players or player of the game? Who is your player of the game? And listen, in a tough one, there were many options. I'll kick this thing off, fellas. My Man Eye Institute player of the game is Will Anderson. He was great. He was dominant at times. He did exactly what he should do to those tackles. Those tackles are not as good as him. And in the last game, I was very disappointed in him and Danielle Hunter and not really making an impact in that game. Hell no. They made an impact. He made an impact big time. He looked special. 2 sacks in that game, several tackle for loss in that game. He hit the quarterback. And there was, like, you remember those times last year where we questioned and wondered if he had the ability to not just, hey, outwork you, bull rush you. Does he have moves to – he did like a shimmy move on Joe Tooney one time, and I thought Joe Tooney rolled his ankle on the step trying to get there, and bam, he was right there on him. He went on the other side, got him. That play, like the Chiefs could have gotten on the board in the end zone early, because if he doesn't get there with Xavier Worthy's speed, I think Xavier Worthy, if he doesn't score, may get them into a place where Kareem Hunt may be able to run it in. But his block goes through Kelsey's block, and then one hand and doesn't get him on the back where it would have been horse collar. He gets him on the shoulder and rips him down. That was an amazing play early in the game. So Will Anderson, fantastic man, and has had a hell of a year and has taken his game to another level. Big time for Will Anderson.
Ron, for me with Will Anderson, man, we talked about it on the postgame show. Like I have no problem at all. I'm confident. I'm comfortable, and I can say it with Mike. From a takeover a game, wreck a game standpoint, I put him up there with the best in the game right now. I mean, we can talk stats and this and that and DNs versus outside linebackers and all that kind of stuff. But when you talk about like what he was able to do yesterday or Saturday, and what he was able to do in the playoffs, what he was able to do throughout the year. I mean, at any point in time, he can take over a game and absolutely wreck an offense, and as good as anybody in the league right now. So
second half, the Chiefs knew that they could not just leave Joe Tooney over there alone with him. So they had to send chips and things like that.
Yeah, also, I tip my cap to Will Anderson for the comments that he made. I don't know if it was post-game or if it was today in the locker room. I don't remember where it came from, but just the thought of, like, we've got to find a way to not lose to the Jets and the Titans, and we got to learn to put teams like Detroit, when we get 5 interceptions, we got to put them to bed. Like, just that the ability 48 hours after a game to have that outlook for a young player is pretty solid. Yeah, Will Anderson's a good one. I'm gonna go with Joe Mixon. 18 carries, 88 yards, damn near 5 yards a carry. As you mentioned earlier, he had a touchdown. As you mentioned earlier, I think the Chiefs were the 4th ranked run defense in football. Really good up front. So Joe Mixon thought he was, to start the game for some reason. We never saw it again, but he was in the slot, catches a little pivot route, a little option route. I thought that was big. Again, I don't know why we didn't see it again, but it was good to see. So I'm gonna roll with Joe Mixon.
Yeah, especially like, fellas, he hurt his ankle Wednesday, and he didn't practice Thursday, and there were reports Friday, as we talked on the show, that he may be a game-time decision. He was hurt. There was some issues there with that ankle, and it was never something that even looked like he had an issue. Like, the ankle never seemed like it was a problem at all for Joe Mixon, and you could see once the threat of him or they stopped him a couple of drives and they had to go 3rd and long, where that hurt the Texans big time when they couldn't get to the ball. But for him to run through that third quarter drive, the only drive they had, that was a special drive, and Joe Mixon was probably the biggest part of that drive, and he finished it off with that touchdown. So yeah, Joe Mixon was really good.
Ron, another part of Joe Mixon is I don't know what the post game conversations were, but my understanding is that C.J. Stroud, as well as Joe Mixon, kind of talked to the team in the locker room afterwards. I heard they were tremendous. I don't really know what to think about C.J. Stroud in that perspective, from being that vocal leader. Like I think this team has got to they got to feel the leadership void on offense in a big way. They got to flip that in a big way, and I think part of that is realizing who C.J. is and how he leads. So I say all that to say I'm not. I doubt that I would personally be real impressed with what C.J. had to say after the game, but I'd be willing to bet you that whatever Joe say was a point. I mean, he's the kind of guy that his mentality, his leadership, his play, I think is a championship caliber dude. Mentality, approach.
He's been to the Super Bowl, so he's been there with Cincinnati. All right, Tyler. There are options, man. Tyler, who is your player of the game?
Well, I can tell you who the hell my player of the game isn't. And that is anybody involved with the special teams unit of the Houston Texans. But my player of the game here.
Your player of the game's not Chris Boyd?
No, hell no. Anybody on special teams, just go sit in a corner and think about your life, man. Just go think about it. But no, my player of the game, it's going to go to the group of fellas that might as well be wearing red and white, but they're wearing black and white. I'm going to go with the officiating crew from this divisional round matchup between the Chiefs and Texans up at Arrowhead.
Let it out, man.
Great job by y'all, man. I mean, whether it was the phantom roughing the passer that continued to drive that would have been a punt ending up in 3 points, or whether it was Justin Reed jumping off sides on a missed Kaimi field goal, or whether it was, several other horrendous calls by the referees in this Chiefs-Texans game, we obviously know who they were playing for. Good job, refs. If you're in Kansas City, you're the player of the game.
There you go. Let it out, man. Let it out, man. Let that out your heart, man. Everyone should. Let it out. There's your players of the game, your Man Eye Institute players of the game right here on The Drive. All right, coming up, we got to get into that defense because that was a big-time performance. They were put in tough spots multiple times in this game, and they came through for the most part. But there is a serious-ass question that we need some answers to. And I don't know if we're going to get them because I don't think we got them. Hopefully we do. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Hey, look, now I know a lot of y'all out there, maybe you found your dream home. You're in the market to find your next home. First of all, doing that can be a little bit intimidating because you're not familiar. You don't do that every single day, right?
students, including the GI Bill. 529 college savings plans accepted. Not available in Washington State.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a Reaction Monday, and mostly reacting to the loss of the Houston Texans as their season comes to an end. And they look forward to an offseason to try to get better and try to get past this point that they've run up against the last couple of years. Real quick, national championship game tonight, Notre Dame, Ohio State. Who you got? I know
Ohio State.
Ohio State. You think this is a game? It's competitive?
I mean, hell, I've been wrong every damn game I feel like we talked about. But
have you?
Yeah, damn near. And it wasn't even a Texans Chiefs, just a vibe, hometown vibe. It's just I ain't got no skin in the game, and I just feel like I've been dead ass wrong. I mean, this is a game where I feel like by far the best team, the best quarterback, is Ohio State. I mean,
can they yuck this thing up? That's what Notre Dame's got to do. They got to yuck this thing up, and like you can see them. Hey, get the ball. Hey, short pass, little run here from Love, and it's 3rd down and 3 or 2, and here comes the quarterback with the run, and bam, that just keeps coming down, and they just next thing you know they've got the ball for 6 or 7 minutes, and they're at least in range to score somewhat. That's the only way to me.
Riley Leonard always looks like the kid that's playing backyard ball that's 2 years younger than everybody, and you just beating the hell out of him. He's got grass stains all over his pants.
It looked like they just be in 3rd and 4 and 3 a lot.
That's
it. And he's gonna keep one of them bad.
Yeah.
I'll have 4 best bets for you coming up at 4:40 regarding the Irish versus the Buckeyes tonight.
Yeah, I hope it's competitive. I hope it's competitive. It's in Atlanta tonight, so that'll be one to watch. All right, I do want to get to this defense because they were excellent for the most part. We'll have to get to the one thing that is still a bit mystifying, but they were excellent for the most part. But can I ask this question? Hey, what the hell is going on with Christian Harris? Hey, bro, he had one defensive snap.
You can't tell me that this.
It's DeMeco has not addressed this. Right? I know it wasn't. I know it was not talked about yesterday, or I'm sorry, Saturday after the game. And I'll have to go through today's. And after you went through it, you listen. I don't remember him talking about the Christian. He played one snap. He has not been on the injury list at all. Nothing. He was he on special teams? He was playing special teams.
Yeah.
What was that about? You said he's the most talented linebacker on this team. What?
And literally the minute he got back, he was in the game. And the interesting thing, the interesting thing, Ron, is I heard the In the Loop guys talking about it and talking about, it could be you just, you like Toa was playing really good. And okay, I could see that. I set the comments about how good this guy could be, set those aside. I can see where the guy that's been there practicing. I mean, Christian Harris missed a lot of football, right? I can see where Toa and Aziz, maybe you feel better about them right there on the inside. But man, Aziz went out for an extended period of time yesterday. 43 was on the field.
Hewitt.
Yeah, Neville Hewitt was on the field a bunch. Like, I don't know. Like, that's got to be one of the biggest questions going into this offseason. Because he's a guy that you hoped was a game changer for you.
I'm sorry, Clint. I don't understand it. I
don't understand it. I'm just trying to make sense of it.
Henry was playing well, but this is to me of like if Lassiter or Stingley missed 8 weeks and they came back and they were healthy. And when they came back, you brought them and immediately played them. He played 80-something% of the snaps that first game he came back. Yeah. And he made an impact. Now he's down to 1 in the playoffs, 7 in the last game. And like someone just texted in, hey, fellas, Christian Harris still injured is to only have 1 snap. Then special teams if he's still injured.
Yeah, he's playing special teams. Like that. And then you look at, which I think we're fixing to have a conversation about, the way that Azeez Al-Shaair was caught out of position a couple of times, big times. With that is what Like, to me, even though it was zone most of those times, that's what you have Christian Harris for. Like, he's a cover guy. I mean, even if it's zone, he shuts down windows. He understands feel of what receivers like better than normal linebackers do.
He was doing it all over the Dolphins game when he returned. He was doing it all. That one is that one right there. I don't understand to go along with the Shaq Mason shenanigans. I like those. That was weird. That was you said he is your best and most athletic linebacker, and my man over there chilling. I don't know if he did something. I don't know. Now, even without him, they had a great performance, Clint. We talked about, is it a championship defense? It's very, very close. And they played at points. To do what they did, when you get the opening kickoff, I mean, here we go, man. Let's go. We're ready to go, baby. Let's make a statement. We deferred. Let's make a statement. They run the thing 60-something yards to get a fumble. They recover it. Chris Boyd just goes berserk. I don't know what that's about. I don't think John Cena's been pushed that hard in a ring. I don't think Stone Cold's been pushed that hard in a ring. I don't know what that's about. But the defense, what did the Chiefs do? They lost a yard. Like, they came right out. Then they did it again after the tough call. They did it again. The bad call, they did it again and kept them to 3. The only thing that they really got hurt on, we'll discuss here in a bit. But the defense was really, really, really good. When DeMeco went for that 4th and 10 for no damn reason, and then CJ ran it back and got tackled on the other side of the 50. They held him down there again and didn't even get him in field goal range. Like, the defense was really, really good at times, except for one thing, Clint. They were really, really good. Will Anderson was good. Hell, Mario Edwards was good up front. The guys in the middle, they were really, really good. Shut the run down. The Chiefs could not run the football. So we got to give them. It was a near championship level performance from that defense, and that is something you could be extremely excited. If there was anything that was ready to play, like I asked Friday, is this team ready for this game? For the most part, that defense was, except for I don't know what that was with Kelsey, but for the most part, it was.
Yeah, no. Look, I thought they were tremendous. Another reason why I'm typically not a ref guy. But another reason why I think those penalties were just so damning is because the defense was playing so good. And early on, I mean, you can argue there was one right after the first roughing penalty, the throw over the top on a little corner route to Travis Kelce. And then, but other than that, until about the 5 to 6 minute mark in the second quarter, like Pat and Andy were in. I mean, they just couldn't figure it out. They were having a tough time figuring out this defense. And now once they got that big play down the middle to Kelsey and went
they came out on the missed field goal.
Yeah.
They came out. They almost hit Hollywood Brown as they ran past him.
But they were having. I mean, DeMeco was giving them fits, and then all of a sudden the dam broke a little bit. But yeah, look, I think I said this right after the game. I think this defense is as is, and look, they're going to get better. They're going to add pieces. They're going to get better. But I think as is right now, this is a championship caliber defense. You protect your quarterback, and love or hate, agree or disagree with the penalties. Don't have the 30 yards of penalties that keep drives alive. That you win you can win a championship with that. I mean,
the only thing is you just can't lose. And you said it. We were talking about you thought Kelsey was still that guy, even though Worthy was coming on. They felt like the offense had gotten better with Hollywood Brown returning. You got Hopkins out there. You always felt it was Kelsey, and he showed you early and often. Yeah. And like it just never for Kelsey to catch the ball, and you see that Kelsey. 2 years ago, Kelsey takes that into the end zone. Like for him to get the yards after catch, but that being shown that there was nobody around him to be able to get that was crazy in this game. I mean, he is passing Jerry Rice by the game on postseason statistics, and he's just wide open, and you just allowed him to kill you.
Shocked, man. I know there was one TV copy highlight early on when.
I can't wait till Tape Drop Tuesday tomorrow to see what it is that you look at.
Well, it's that where Stingley was on him early on, but boy, there was just I can't believe that there was not an adjustment made to where Stingley just or Lassiter, for that matter, just shadows Travis Kelce and keep, whether you play in man or zone, just mix it up that way where you get a better cover defender over the middle of the field. And to me, that's the biggest mistake that DeMeco made all year long.
Yeah.
Because it was like the plan. Okay, cool. The plan, I get it. You have your plan, feel good about it, go out there. But at some point, you got to realize, hey, man, Travis Kelce's hot. Hey, Pat's looking for him. Hey, Andy Reid is manipulating the hell out of us, just keeping our cover defenders out wide and working the middle of the field. At some point, you gotta adjust.
It was just so
didn't seem
many.
like he ever did.
You talk about just so many plays. It's just like third and 4, right? They get to me, which I thought was, whatever the penalty bit is, 3rd and 4 down there, 3rd and 4 or 6 down there, and this is right after the touchdown drive, and Travis just comes up. And he's just all alone on that third down, and he gets another 12 yards.
A little drag underneath.
Yeah. I mean, it was just like every time, it was just like, it's one thing if he's getting beat, and he just like that one in the middle where he just beat Miles Bryant for that game to get in. Like, I mean, he's probably going to beat Miles Bryant, those two together. But damn, it's just the ones where he's just you got three guys running a one receiver to just leave him wide open in the middle of the field. So. Just too many times that was happening. All right. What are the 4?
Yeah, man, we talked a little earlier. We talked about how in the hell are we still seeing ... The most frustrating things about Saturday's game. We talked about 2 of them. I'll recap them real quick for you when we start the next segment. And then I've got 3 more that are just mind-blowing, can't happen types of situations or mistakes that the Texans made against the Chiefs on Saturday, as well as Ron just mentioned Boyd shoving the special teams coach on the first play of the game after he threw his helmet and got a 15-yard penalty. DeMeco addressed that. We'll have that audio for you next. We'll do it all right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, y'all. Look, it's playoff football time.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Daly's dirty.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is one of them old Reaction Monday kind of parties. Last little Reaction Monday after the Texans lose to the Chiefs on Saturday. They're out of the playoffs. The season, 2024-25 season, has come to an end. And once again, the Texans lose in the second round of the playoffs. I got to tell you, though, boys, to be completely honest with you, I feel 10 times better right now than I felt last year at this point in time. Here, I wasn't sure what progress was made. Obviously, they were a better football team because they had C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, DeMeco Ryans. Obviously, they had 10 wins, and they've gone to the second round of the playoffs. But, boy, when you just get skull-drugged by Baltimore, I'm not sure that all the other stuff mattered. You still were miles away from being in the class of the top of the AFC. You know, this year the season didn't go as planned. However, you still get in the dance. You get in the playoffs. You win in the first round again. You get to the second round. You got to go to Arrowhead, play Pat Mahomes, Andy Reid, and the Kansas City Chiefs in their place. And you were competitive. You can literally watch that game film and say, damn, if we wouldn't have done this, and that, or if we'd have done this, and that better, we would have had a chance to literally be playing in the AFC Championship game. You were competitive with the best that the NFL has to offer. And I'm going to tell you.
That's why the Chiefs frustrate teams, isn't it? I feel like a lot of teams walk away feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, especially now. Well, the thing is, like, it used to be, you know, Pat Mahomes centric and offensive explosive that you got teams that like defenses. I mean, you got opponents completely out of their own skin before you ever took the field. Now you go out there going, hey, man, we got a chance. We feel pretty good about being able to slow Pat down a little bit, but then you end up.
It's crazy. People still in their mind visualize that. They ain't been that in a while.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Like they've been just scoring. Again, they have only scored 31. They've never been over 30. I'm sorry, man. They've done it twice. Just 3-0. Never over it.
Yeah, it's wild, man. But anyway, you feel – I feel being a Texans fan right now than I did last year after a playoff loss. Losing sucks, no doubt about it. But the team is definitely trending in the right direction. I love the comments that DeMeco Ryans had, by the way, not necessarily today as much as what he had to say post-game. Absolutely loved it. Sounds like he's turning the corner, going to hold some guys accountable. Hopefully that's just not a off-season thing. Hopefully that's a way of doing business moving forward for DeMeco Ryans. We shall see. But I got a list here, and of course these are it's a negative list. You got your ass kicked, and beyond the referees that we talked about at length earlier in the show, there are several self-inflicted wounds. There's several situations that I don't know how in week 20 we are still seeing certain things, right? How in the hell are we still seeing certain things out of the offense and out of the defense, right? A little earlier on, I talked about we're still full slide protecting. How about pass protection? We're taking the offensive line and turning every offensive lineman hard left or hard right and asking Dalton Schultz to block the end of the man on the end of the line of scrimmage opposite that full slide. I mean, think about that for a minute. In critical situations, this offensive line slides to the highest paid person on this football team, or at least on the offense, in Laramie Tunsil.
And I'll give Laramie, he didn't need help. I don't remember Laramie getting really beat. Chris Jones was over there a lot.
That's my point. That's what makes this whole full slide thing to the best protector, and one of the best protectors in the league, makes it crazy that they're doing it, right? To the side where the running back is. Right, to the side where all your receivers are, where guys have to cover a man. They can't blitz. They got to cover a man at the very least. Right? Just doesn't make sense. And then the cherry on top is to have any protection in the playbook, week 20, where Dalton Schultz is responsible for blocking a defensive end or any edge rusher outside linebacker, is criminal. I cannot believe that we saw that again beyond the Minnesota game, and I should have known it, Ron. I should have knew it when Bobby Slowick stepped his ass up there to that podium and said, "Oh, every team in the NFL does it. Our guys got to be able to do it. We got to execute." I should have known.
Tough week to see it come back so prevalent.
I should have known that it was going to come back. Bottom line is, I cannot believe in the most critical moment of the Texans season on the line, win or go home, down 8, multiple times in a 3-play sequence. Dalton Schultz ends up on Karlaftis, who clearly, after the first time, if you didn't see it enough, why would you go back to it at that point? It just blows my mind that we're still seeing that. That's number one. Number two, right, we just talked about it last segment. I don't want to spend a ton of time on it, Ron, but DeMeco Ryans never making the adjustment to handle Travis Kelce over the middle of the field at any point in time is mind-blowing. Asking Miles Bryant, who is, for being honest, he's the third or fourth best nickel defender on this team, asking Miles Bryant and middle linebackers, not even Christian Harris, Azeez Al-Shaair, to account for the best pass-catching tight end the game has ever seen.
Honest God,
blows my mind.
Clint, how many different other things could he have done? After, understand, as you said earlier, you got a game plan. All right, we're going to play zone. We're going to do that. But what other things could he have done besides the Miles Bryant? That seemed to be the adjustment. It feels like there were like 8 other things he could have done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you
any of the other corners.
Really, at this, when you come out of half, like it's time to go for it on 4th and 10. It's time to pull out all stops. It's time to figure some things out. And for me, the fact that there was no adjustment is the story here. It's not about, I would have put Derek Stingley Jr. on him, or I would have put
Christian Harris.
If you're gonna continue to play zone and you've got zero, Azeez Al-Shaair's been in and out of the game with an injury, put Christian Harris in there. The best thing he does is cover skills,
range,
right?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, the problem wasn't Azeez Al-Shaair was in good position a couple of times. It was the field, right? For some reason, I don't know if he was reading Mahomes' eyes and Mahomes moved him with his eyes, but it was the field. He didn't feel the coming over the top of him. And so, I don't know, man. I think there were several other things that could have been done. Not that they would have worked. They may not have worked. It may have exposed them on the outside, and Worthy and Hollywood Brown may have had big games. I don't know. But the thought that we're just going to continue as we're going, and that dude is on the same page with Pat Mahomes, and we've read that book before. We've seen that movie before. It ends in losing every single time. If he's getting off, the Chiefs ain't getting beat. It's that simple. And so the fact that DeMeco never adjusted that absolutely blows my mind. Both of those two, the full slide, pass protection, Dalton Schultz, accountable for a D end, and then not adjusting to Travis Kelce. Those two, to me, are the two most egregious, like, what the hell moments that we saw. Now, I got a few more, though, Ron. How we are this deep in the season, and Dare Ogunbowale is still our third down back. And not only our third down back, Ron, but also when you get into a hurry-up situation, when you get into a 2-minute situation, like when you're down 2 scores late in the game versus Kansas City, he becomes your every down back.
Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
How, Ron? How does that happen? How does it happen when you have no Diggs, have no Tank?
You think he's the best protector?
I don't know, but he's not a better pass protector. He's not capable of protecting the same way that Joe Mixon does, because Joe Mixon is bigger and heavier.
He got beat for a sack on one of the blitzes from.
It doesn't make sense, man. I watched the Rams game, right? The Rams, the Eagles try to give the game to the Rams. I mean, they tried multiple times giving the game to the Rams, leaving points on the field constantly. But the Rams get down 2 scores. And I look out there, and they're going up and down the field, and their running back the whole time is Kyron Williams, the guy that's been hot, the best playmaker they got out of the backfield. He's in the game. And I'm thinking, in our situation, we got Dare Ogunbowale out there. No disrespect to Dare Ogunbowale. I relate more to him as a journeyman, as a special teams guy, as a depth player, than any of them. But the reality of it is we're in a position where it's win or go home, and we got Dare Ogunbowale on the field instead of Joe Mixon in a win or go home situation. in a situation where he's your second best weapon on the field, without a doubt, behind Nico Collins. Like, how are we still in this situation? How? It just doesn't make sense, man. It makes zero sense, and we've been talking about this on this show for 2 months.
And unless there was an ankle issue with Joe, hell, he should have been on the whole time.
No question.
Yeah, just empty the tank right now.
It's nuts, man. And then also on the offensive side of the football, the rest of these are on the offensive side of the football, so buckle up, Bobby Slowick. Nico Collins went in motion one time in that game, I believe. Nico Collins was stationary. Break the huddle, identify where 12 is at, and we're not going to move him but one time. I don't even know how many snaps they had, but we're not going to move him but one time, and it was early on in the game, and it was a run to Joe Mixon. But we're not going to move him. We're going to ask right wherever he lines up when we break the huddle. Y'all can zero in on him. Y'all can double him with a safety and a corner. You can double him with a nickel and a corner. You can run your linebacker smooth underneath him on them little underneath routes. Like, leaving Nico stationary all but one snap of that football game is absolutely criminal. If I'm DeMeco Ryans, I got a bunch of questions about this game, but I'm sitting down with Bobby and I'm going, Bobby, if we can't do no better than this, I got to move on. Bobby, if this is the protection that you go to when we're getting heated up and the season's on the line, is Dalton Schultz. I'll deal with Dalton later. Like, Dalton's got some issues himself. It's absolutely disgusting watching him play football.
Is there a scenario where if Chris Jones chose to go outside there, it would have been Dalton versus Chris Jones?
Oh yeah, I don't know what's triggering their slide, because clearly it's not schematically what makes sense. It may have been 95.
Might have been him sliding.
They're just sliding to him no matter what.
Spags knows that, and
yeah, I didn't look at it. I didn't look at it from through that lens, but it may be. But the leaving Nico Collins stationary, and here's the thing with DeMeco watching it, right, is DeMeco doesn't have to look far to see what a coordinator should be doing if he's trying to get a wide receiver a touch. Because Andy Reid, every time he wanted to get Worthy the football, that sucker was motioning all over the place. It looked like arena football motion. He's going back behind the quarterback, swinging around. It was wild. And the whole time we got Nico Collins over there stationary. Now, the camera kept panning over there, and Nico Collins was dealing with something, obviously. So maybe they were trying to keep him from having to run too much.
Oh, first half.
But that was unacceptable. And then, last but not least, Shaq Mason.
What was that?
I don't know, Ron. I don't know which adjustment or lack thereof is more damning. The defense not accounting for Travis Kelce, or the offense not putting Juice Scruggs in the game?
Oh, it's the Shaq Mason decision for me. Hell, I mean,
the decision from jump or not to replace him. Yeah,
from jump. Hell, all we saw a lot was practice all week. It was Juice. It was Juice. And then that game day, I said the only thing that makes you concerned is maybe they say to themselves, "Boy, we need that veteran presence in there." And I'll be damned, that's exactly what they said. Like, a little Kelce obviously, he's a great player and a first ballot Hall of Famer that sometimes may just get his a little with Mahomes.
Yeah.
But you could have made the decision there. And then you just said to hell with the man, I'm just going to live in it. They could have changed it. They could have adjusted. I'm just going to live in it. And the whole way, yeah, he was.
Well, one more on the special teams, because special teams were absolutely awful. But I think the topic here is the Boyd. Obviously, the special teams gives up the big kick return. Boyd thinks he makes a play, even if he would have made the play. Taking your helmet off and throwing it across the field and getting the 15-yard penalty was dumb as it goes. He called it lit emotion. I'm like, come on, what are we doing, man?
He
lit
named
emotion.
It. They named it a lit emotion.
No, that's what he asked. He was asked what it was or something.
He said lit emotion.
He said just lit emotions.
Oh, Tyler, we got to keep that. We got to get that.
Yeah,
lit emotions.
Silly, man. But nonetheless, a lot of confusion. I didn't know whether he was shoving the special teams coordinator Frank Ross out of frustration.
Who didn't know? Frank
had no clue.
Especially when it followed up with a point down.
Yeah. So I didn't know. The more I watched, the more it looked like it was out of frustration. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about after the game. By the way, DeMeco Ryans said he didn't see it. Clearly, he's gone back and seen it since. Here's DeMeco Ryans explaining how he saw it.
I did not see that.
No, that was post game. He talked about it today.
Yeah, I don't have it today, man.
Okay, today he said it was a.
He said he didn't see it yesterday.
As soon as the game was over, he said he didn't see it. He said today in his presser that it was a celebration. DeMeco answered it right. He said in the beginning, he said, look, he doesn't. I don't give a damn what he does. He can't throw his helmet and get a 15-yard penalty. He said, but the push was out of celebration, and they got a little aggressive, but it was out of celebration. So, for those out there wondering, Boyd did not he wasn't frustrated or trying to fight Frank Ross. Let
me tell you what. We got to establish some
I'm with you.
Some boundaries on celebration.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Hey, you can't two-hand shove me and almost take me off my damn feet. No celebration. I ain't got no damn pads.
I'm with you. That was the too. The interesting thing was, like, it was hard to tell because, Frank Ross is looking like, one, he just saw him throw his helmet. Two, we didn't recover the fumble, idiot. So Frank Ross has nothing to celebrate.
He ended it once he grabbed him. It was over for him.
Right. Well, he thought he caused the fumble and we got it.
I know it. I'm just saying, once he hit him and that ball came out, it was over for him.
Oh yeah, he got straight up. He didn't even try to fight for it. He got straight up, ran to the sideline. Look at me, coach. I'm lit.
I'm ready to play.
Look at me, coach. I'm lit, man. What are you doing?
You say they're ready to go right off the bat. I said, well, okay. All right, champ. All right, coming up as we continue here, we will continue reacting to this game with the Texans and the Chiefs, but let's react to the rest of the weekend and the other game in the AFC, the big one of the weekend. Simple this, and we'll discuss it on the other side. Did Lamar do anything to change his playoff legacy? Did he change the narrative? Did his game at all yesterday change the narrative of how you look at Lamar in the playoffs? We'll discuss that.
All right, y'all, check it out now. Underdog Fantasy is alive, baby. It's available to play in Texas. Cash in with me, cash in with Underdog. It's a pick'em game, y'all. You select two or more players' stats to go higher or lower, and if you pick them right, you can win up to 1,000 times your money. Here's my pick'em for that national championship game tonight. Egbuka, is that how you say it, Ron? Egbuka? Wide receiver for the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Sounds good to me.
I went higher half catches. I know how to say his name. Jeremiah Smith. I went higher, 5.5 catches. Obviously, I need Will Howard and Ohio State to have a big game through the air. Both Ohio State wide receivers, I went higher on their catches, and I went Riley Leonard lower than 37.5 rush yards. If those hit, win me about $290, y'all. Underdog's the way to go, man. Download the Underdog app today. Use promo code H-Town and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash and one free pick. That's promo code.
Action Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue to reacting to the tough loss for the Texans as they finish off 10-7. Excuse me, winning a playoff game, winning the division, and their season ends in Kansas City. As we keep rolling through, I said this though as we continue to react to everything that happened this weekend. The other game was kind of the game of the day, the game of the weekend, which was last night's AFC divisional round game up in Buffalo, in which the Bills win 27-25. Lord have mercy, I hope. Mark Andrews is in a decent spot.
Call me Mark. I've been there, man. I dropped one myself.
Oh, I mean, Mark had a couple though. Well, Mark had the fumble.
I can talk him off the
strip. Yeah,
I can talk him off the cliff.
You see him on that sideline. He looked like he didn't know what to do. He sat there for a little bit, then he threw his helmet on, then he was in a rough spot. But even for him being a tight end, he know he's probably not going to get a lot of the heat because a lot of it's going to come to Lamar. And Lamar yesterday was 18 of 25, 254, 2 touchdowns, one pick, 1 fumble as well that was returned by Von Miller. He only had 6 carries for 39 yards, which is strange for him. But he had the 2 big turnovers, Clint, which has been an issue in his postseason starts. And the narrative for Lamar is he doesn't play well in the postseason. He doesn't play the same way that he does in the season, where he potentially could win a 3rd MVP. It drops, and he is a big major reason why the team loses games. And I'm wondering with the performance yesterday, did he change that narrative? Because he brought him all the way back, the drive to get there. And Lord knows, Clint, he couldn't have walked the ball out there any better to Mark Andrews that would have tied the game. And obviously we see what Josh would have done in a little over a minute. But did it change anything? Someone texted, no, Lamar did what I knew he'd do, which is why I don't listen to people shoveling praise on him during the season. Did he change it at all for you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think every playoff loss that's not in the Super Bowl or an AFC championship is going to change the narrative, if you will. But that's just a sign of how great the guy is or how great he can be in the big scheme of things. Yeah, look, I mean, I think when you look at Lamar, when you look at Pat, when you look at Josh, when you look at Joe Burrow, these guys have kind of established themselves as the greats in the league, and they are carrying their team. I think there's something to be said. Now, look, he didn't play well in the first half, as you mentioned, with the turnover, and I think the fumble. Was a fumble in the first half or third quarter?
I can't remember.
But
where it was. I think it was in the first half.
I think they were both in the first half.
It led to a touchdown.
Mark Andrews was in the fourth quarter.
They only scored. Yeah, Buffalo only scored 6 points.
So I mean, look, he didn't play well enough in the first quarter to win the ball game. But he's good enough, and they were good enough to come back and make it interesting. And then when you look at the Mark Andrews fumble over the middle field, you look at the Mark Andrews drop on the 2-point. I think I do believe that there's something there in a Lamar Jackson conversation of like, hey man, like you're the dude, you're the one that has ownership in this thing, and when your team doesn't perform up to snuff, it's going to all come back on you. I think,
especially if you were a part of.
Well, yeah, but like there's something about, and I mean this as a compliment. There's something about like when you're talking about that level of quarterback, like there's something about the dude that prepares, plays, and lifts the guys around him's play to a level to where they don't make those kind of mistakes and cost you games. Not that I would hold that against Lamar, but I would definitely put that feather in the cap of Pat Mahomes and Tom Brady and the guys that their team does rise to the occasion time and time again. And Lamar's just got to get there for it. That was a tough.
Yeah, because if
tough loss yesterday.
If
man.
Andrews catches that ball,
yeah. Now
Lamar has taken them down the field in winning time and tied the ball game up, needing a touchdown, a 2-point conversion.
Overcoming
and then maybe if they win, it's a complete different conversation.
Well, it's a badge of honor. You know what I mean? It's like not only did he win in dramatic fashion late, but he overcame all this other crap. You know, that's just how the game's played. Though when you got two of the best matched up, two top MVP candidates, when they're matched up, I mean that's typically how it unfolds.
And for me, man, Clint, I hate it, man, because I love Lamar. I'm a big Lamar fan. I think he made mistakes to come off of what the conversation has been about him, right? Like you can almost sit there and say, man, in a game that was going to be tight, two heavyweights, two really good teams, like one team's quarterback didn't make costly mistakes and errors that led to points, and his did.
Yep.
Like his and his did. Like it's just a bad one. Like trying to do too much, and then you're sitting there and you just get stripped out of nowhere on a play. You got nothing. And you just get stripped, and then Von Miller picks it up and runs it 30 yards the other way and sets him right up.
Yep.
To score. So it's tough because I do think eye test wise, Lamar played better than he has in some of these other games. Like he played much better than he played in the AFC Championship game last year. It's just I don't know. It's just come out of there 39 yards rushing, like that part too.
Yeah.
Like you didn't.
Well, it's the other part of it too, which I think is probably a tad bit unfair, but it's the reality of it. And I didn't even see. I saw the highlights of the ending of Derrick Henry dropping the ball. I don't remember I don't recall what kind of throw that was or how it happened, but it was low and behind him, right? And then you look if you really look at the Mark Andrews throw, I mean it's back hip low and dying. Whereas I mean that play is it pops immediately, and he literally could have just did like an alley oop to the damn corner of the end zone, and it would have been, or the front pylon, and it would have been a touchdown. It's made more difficult because of the way he throws the football, and so people are going to overanalyze that, and then you add that to the interceptions, the location of the throw. You either deal with that, or you had a classic great comeback and knocked Josh Allen out of the playoffs. There's no in between. That's just the reality of where those guys are at right now.
Yep, there it is. All right, T-Mill's best bets coming up here in a bit, and we'll talk about the big story, especially here in Houston, coming from that Texans-Chiefs game, and that is the two calls. What impact did they have in the game? We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
Hey, y'all, Clint Stoerner here from Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. Look, when you're injured, it's like being hit by a blind side tackle. Like CJ had a lot of those yesterday. A game changer on your side is what you need, and that's why I trust Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. Man, they take on these big insurance companies and make sure you're treated fairly. With them in your corner, you're never going to fight.
That's secretions, which is putting off an aroma and attracting secondary infestations from this wind damage.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you want Louis Flory and nobody else on the job. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Call 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it,
leading tree care professional.
It's a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to a Reaction Monday. Coming up behind us here at 5 o'clock, the Coaches Show, the final one of the season. The Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans. That will follow us as soon as we get done here after T-Mill's Best Bets. And we sign off. DeMeco Ryans, you won't want to miss that as that comes up behind us. As well as Area 45, 6 to 8. I'm excited. Area 45, 8 to midnight. I'm excited to hear those fellas after the game. Should be entertaining with Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago. So that's all coming up behind us. All right, before we get to T-Mill's Best Bets, see if you can make some money. Big national championship game tonight. I'll be honest. I think I'm rooting for Sean's Notre Dame Fighting Irish. I think there's a part of me really I'm rooting for a competitive game, but I think I'm rooting for Sean's Fighting Irish to kind of win this thing. I like Big Marcus. I saw him, boy. They got dressed up yesterday, and he went with that checkerboard jacket at Ryan Day. But that boy Marcus Freeman just looking clean over there, boy.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfair when you start talking about the look of the head coaches. I mean, it's like Day's over there. He needs that damn hair filler for his beard and his hairline, and
he gave it everything he had.
He got old scary look to him, and Freeman looking over there like Rico Suave, cool as hell. Boy.
Easy with that look. With that look. But a big one tonight.
Ryan Day would have definitely hung out with Marcus Freeman back in the day and took the scraps.
Oh yeah, took them strays. I'm right here, baby. Took them strays. I was a professional straight taker. All right. All right, listen, man. The thing that has probably been talked about the most around here has been the two calls on Mahomes. And I want to get it right out of the gate, as I think I know where Clint is. I think I know where Tyler is. As Tyler's players of the game was to the officiating crew. His Man Institute players of the game was to the officiating crew.
Hell of a divisional round for you fellas.
But it was the two calls. And listen, I understand what Walt Anderson, former VP of official, said on NFL Network, and said they were both technically properly called. I don't agree. I think they were bad calls. And if they would have gone back to replay assist, if there wasn't any kind of slight contact or whatever to the helmet, and picked it up, I would have been good with it. I think they were bad calls. It's just, for me, when you score 12 points in a game and you take an absolute dump in the middle of the field in almost in every single way in special teams, like, it is hard for me to then move to this impacted winning in the game, and to the point that it now that the league or these officials are in cahoots with the Chiefs and trying to purposely help the Chiefs win games. When you go to those spaces, that's one. I'm as Clint would say, I'll just get off. I'll get off the lane with chance and have another beer at least sometime. Because sometimes I am intrigued to hear people explain the conspiracy, but the other one, man, I just, like, it's hard for me to see how this was the thing that would have changed the game of winning for the Texans. But I think they were bad calls. I didn't like the call.
Yeah, look, here's the thing is, I've never have been a ref guy. Blame it on the refs. Blame it on the bad calls. In this particular, and in fact, I've been so far on out of that. Like, I refuse to have the conversations, typically. However, I feel strongly enough about this one. Like, you got to lead the conversation with this one, in my opinion, right? The calls were absolutely horrendous. Just generally speaking, each call together. The second one was unbelievable. The first one, they had to find evidence to make it even make sense of how you could even throw the flag in the first place. I think the calls were absolutely horrendous, right? When you are a team that is playing against the Kansas City Chiefs at their place in that environment, and you are 9.5-point dogs, the climb in order to beat that team is so steep to begin with that these kind of calls are absolutely crippling. You look at both calls. One of them, the drive continued and led to a field goal when it would have been a punt. So there's 3 points that would not have happened. And then the second one, now it was first down when it happened, so it just gave them a first down.
Second and 5.
And it flipped the field for him. It got him across midfield and ultimately just gave him the 15-yard line. It just gave him 15 yards. But that drive continued into a touchdown. I personally just believe that it's damn near impossible as a 9.5-point dog to go on the road and beat Kansas City as it is. And then when you add these kinds of obstacles, I think it's borderline impossible. Now you go on, and the Texans did not play well. As you mentioned, there were several reasons why they didn't win. I don't have a problem with acknowledging that. I don't exclude the two calls when talking about why the Texans lost. They were a huge part of this football game. And so if we're talking about it just like in the moment of this game and how it impacted this game, I think they were horrendous. I think they crippled the Texans. I think they stole the momentum that they allowed the Chiefs to take momentum from them early in the game when they were clearly in much more of a rhythm than the offensively than the Chiefs were. And so I think there's a conversation about the game and how it impacted the game, and there's also a conversation, Ron, about what Pat Mahomes is up to and how the league views this thing.
Yeah, and then that's where I think it's quarterbacks, and a lot of quarterbacks are in this. And again, to me, on both cases, what you're talking about with Mahomes and the Chiefs, like someone just texted in, it's every single week. Watch next Sunday. There will be at least 2 to 3 absolute terrible calls that swing the game for the Chiefs. And I think, Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes are the ones that, you care about and many of you want to see go down, and you're looking for it because it's such a thing as it compared to other teams, because other quarterbacks do it as well. And then I think the Chiefs are the team that you see the most, and their games are much more heightened to where I think you're looking for it and see it more because you see them more. No, I don't think every week. I think there are times where it's bad officiating towards them as well. I think they get screwed on calls. I know many of you don't believe it or want to feel it. It is accurate in the way you watch it. So no, I don't think it's an every week thing that they get calls all the time. That it's that they get stuff that everybody else doesn't get. I think Josh gets preferential treatment. I think Lamar at times gets treatment. I think Mahomes does. I think a lot of the quarterbacks do. I think they get protected. So no, I don't think it is preferential treatment. I'm sorry, Tyler. Let's get to your best bet. Steve Mills' best bets. Big one, national championship game. What you got?
Yeah, I got 4 of them. Bad news for Sean Pendergast. The Irish are not going to win this one. I'm on the
hatred.
I'm sorry, Sean. Buckeyes -7. I'm also on the under for this game. Under 46 is what I locked in at. And then 2 more here for you. Ohio State to score some amount of points on the first drive of the game. And then the last one, I like Ohio State's quarterback Will Howard to rush over 10.5 yards tonight against the Irish.
All right. The Will Howard, I like. It's weird. He does not run nearly as much as he did at K-State. That was a big part of his game. But I do think there will be pressure at times tonight where he might leak out. So that might not be a bad one. That might be a bad. The under I love.
In college, I think sacks count against the quarterback's rushing yards.
Oh, that is.
He'll get over 10.5.
He said lock it in. Lock that thing in.
I think you might have to check on that. Not it's too late now. You got it in.
Yeah, you're in. The under, for the most part, you know what? I don't know if I love that. Actually, I just don't know how and what Ohio State's going to do to erupt. The coaches show coming up behind us, and then Area 45 as well. After that, Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. I am Ron. The show, Hughley, as always. Houston, we love you, baby.
Always seems to know the way.
Tyler, there are options, man. Tyler, who is your player of the game?
Well, I can tell you who the hell my player of the game isn't, and that is anybody involved with the special teams unit of the Houston Texans. But my player of the game here...
Your player of the game's not Chris Boyd?
No, hell no. Anybody on special teams, just go sit in a corner and think about your life, man. But no, my player of the game is going to go to the group of fellas that might as well be wearing red and white, but they're wearing black and white. I'm going to go with the officiating crew from this divisional round matchup between the Chiefs and Texans up at Arrowhead.
Let it out, man.
Great job by y'all, man.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling. The best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston's leader, Sports Radio 610.
Hey, fellas, y'all lacking motivation and drive? Maybe you feeling a little tired, gaining weight, or noticing the loss of muscle mass? These could all be signs of low testosterone. Here's the deal. You can't afford to wait, man. Find out right now and get back to living your best life. Find out at Low T Center. They make it easy to get your levels checked. It's just a simple test, and with their on-site lab, you'll get results back right then and there. Look, fellas, be honest, man-to-man here. Every man mid-30s and up should know their testosterone number. And Low T Center is where you need to go to get it done, right? It's not a typical doctor's office. They're physicians that specialize in treating low T with testosterone replacement therapy, also known as TRT. The experts at Low T Center, they have over a decade of experience helping patients. They are the OGs. They are the pioneers in the TRT game. And this is super important here, y'all, right? Their personal treatment plans are optimized for each patient. These aren't just basic standard treatments. You're looking for optimized personal treatment plans that are optimized for each patient. Current patients right now at Low T Center, hey, man, it's your day. You must be living right. Right now, you can get $150 referral credit for each new patient that you refer. And at Low T Center, you can also get your health evaluated for treatment with prescription GLP-1 weight loss medications. So get back to living your best life. Do it now. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with the Odyssey Sports Minute. Most of the times we either blame a coach or quarterback for not winning a game. And yes, John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson aren't blame-free, but the biggest person to blame for the Ravens not defeating the Bills was Mark Andrews. Reliable tight end was the antithesis of that on Sunday, coughing up the ball down 5 points in the fourth quarter, and then dropping a wide-open two-point conversion that would have tied up the game with a little over 90 seconds remaining in regulation. I'm Zach Gelb.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
A cancer diagnosis can be overwhelming, but when you choose MD Anderson Cancer Center first, you'll have the nation's leader in cancer care with you every step of the way. Our world-renowned subspecialists collaborate across teams and disciplines to develop personalized treatment plans for every patient and their cancer. This unmatched expertise, delivered with the utmost compassion, brings hope and healing even in the most complex cases. MD Anderson first at mdanderson.org.
After 30 years of doing knee and hip replacements, Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup thought there had to be a better way, and that led him to regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it.
Now, after 20 years of successful orthobiologic treatments, lots of clinical data, research, and teaching, Dr. Scheinkup is National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
They've done an amazing job of becoming the most significant orthobiologic and regenerative medicine practice in the United States. QC is so far ahead of the game in its science, its protocols, its people, its facilities.
So if you have chronic pain from arthritis and you want to avoid drugs and surgery, call the experts in this revolutionary field, QC Kinetics.
To give patients real lasting relief from pain, that's what I live for. That's my mission.
Get your free consultation now. Call QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
If you're looking to get into a 2024 Lincoln Navigator, get down to West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land and see my friend Ruben Mendoza, the general manager, and his staff. They want you to pick your APR. 0% for 60 months, 1.9% for 72 months, 2.9% for 84 months. They've even got 0% for 60 months on 2024 Lincoln Aviators. Get online at westpointsales.com and check out their inventory, or head down south and go see them. Southwest Freeway at the Kirkwood intersection. It's West Point Lincoln of Sugarland.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in Houston, The Woodlands, St. Louis, and by appointment only in League City. Schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Houston attorneys. Joseph Cordell, Principal Partner. CordellCordell.com.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The DeMeco Ryans Show.
Hey, we communicate.
Brought to you by Amegy Bank.
All right, Texans, that's it for the season. Welcome to the DeMeco Ryans program. A sad one as the Texans check out of the divisional round, losing to the Chiefs on Saturday. We are presented by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. And the business today in the building was DeMeco Ryans meeting with his team, meeting with his staff, checkout meetings with the players. We will get to the head coach about all of that because it's going to be another busy offseason as the team tries to go beyond the divisional round for the first time ever. Now, DeMeco Ryans is off to the best start for a head coach in the history of the franchise, no question about that. Back-to-back division titles and each of the 2 seasons with playoff victories. But, as he'll say in this interview, he wants more. His goal is to get beyond this round, obviously. During this program, the final DeMeco Ryans show of the year, we will look at some of the bright spots of the season, what needs work, and the McNairs. Did they call into the postgame show on Saturday night? Yes, they did. We have the call with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner, and Will Anderson Jr., a guest on Inside the Game. We'll have that conversation for you as well, and we'll wrap up the show. We always ask DeMeco a kicker question at the end of each interview, the Amegy Bank Ask Coach Question of the Week, and we'll highlight some of the best of the season. But let's start here with the quarterback, C.J. Stroud. Played a good game. Obviously, couldn't get enough in the second half, but Stroud, after the loss, was asked what he has learned at the end of this season and what he can take into
25.
I think our team has been resilient all year. We've been battling tough scenarios and injuries and some of our best players going out week to week. So not making excuses, but just being, just honest. I think this has been one of the most resilient football teams I've been a part of. Next guy stepping up and playing as good as you can. It's not always perfect. So, last year, I honestly don't remember. This year I was a clean slate. It's not about the back end of the year. It's really about, we had a good game against the Chargers, and I think for me, I learned you can never relax, and that's something that I don't personally try to do. Is just because you beat a playoff team, the next team is probably going to be even harder going into the playoffs, and that's probably something I can learn from last year to this year. Was both years where win a good game, play at home, have a heck of a game, and then go on and you play a better team, and got to be on your A game.
Another one from C.J. Stroud. What more can they take with them from this experience?
Just anything in life, things knock you up, that don't break you, they make you a lot tougher. And for me, I'm learning just to be resilient with everything, and I think those tough times on the field for me definitely is going to pay off in the long run. I'm excited because if this is a down year and another playoff win, play against a great Chiefs team and compete with them, and I'm not saying I'm happy with it, but I'm definitely encouraged and motivated that for the Texans, on the other side of the hump.
And that hump includes rebuilding the team. Every year is different. The Texans have almost half the roster at restricted and unrestricted free agents, mostly unrestricted. We'll talk to the head coach about that and many other things, starting off with the game against the Kansas City Chiefs. Here's our visit with head coach DeMeco Ryans. Coach, season is over. We'll talk about the season and reflect, but let's talk about the game against the Chiefs. You were right there, had a lot of opportunities, ultimately came up short.
Yeah, thankful to be in this spot. Good game, right? Thought we went in confident, went in with a good game plan. Ultimately, we didn't make enough plays to win the game. That's what it came down to. We had our opportunities in all three phases. We had opportunities, right, to help the team, put the team in position to win. But ultimately, we came up short, right, where it came down to our keys to victory for this game was just to execute, right? And we could come out of that game just executing in the critical areas again. It's red zone, third down, like those two areas of where you had to win that game, and we didn't play well enough offensively in the red zone where we needed to score more points to beat the Chiefs, and defensively, like in the red zone there, we gave up 2 touchdowns in the red zone, and that's the difference in the game.
All right, Coach, I'm going to ask you a weird one. I've tried to stay as busy as I possibly can, so I kind of keep things out of my head, because as soon as I stop for a second, I think about the game, I think kind of the same things. Is it kind of like that for you, kind of some frustration that when you start to think about what happened? Because the one thing you and I talked about a lot this year, when the Texans beat the Texans, not a good thing, but when the Texans played the opponent the right way, you guys won a lot of football games, but did you have kind of moments where you're like, God, you kept having moments kind of flash in your mind as you had a quiet moment this weekend?
Yeah, a lot of moments in my mind that just take me back there, and you see how close you are, and that's the disappointing part about it, and that's what keeps me frustrated every time I think about the game. It's a frustration that rises up in me, and I'm like, oh man, if we do what we're supposed to do, and that's the frustrating part, but it all comes down to man, you just gotta get it done. And that was kind of my message to the guys at halftime was, okay, we're here. We're right here in this moment. We're not talking about an off season or how we come back. We're here in this moment. Halftime, you have something to do about it right now. You can go and make the plays we need to make to win the game, put us in position to win the game right here, right now. And just to not get it done, that's the disappointing part when we had our opportunity.
And after the half, you were down 13-3 at one point. After the half, you're down 7. You have that drive. And that drive enables you to put Joe Mixon in the end zone. I know you missed the extra point, but you battled back nicely right there. It was hard to get over the hill to get to the other side.
Yeah, came out of the half and we did an outstanding drive, right? Whatever we needed to get it done, that's how you want to see us look, right? Mm-hmm. Running the ball, CJ making plays, throwing, scrambling. Man, you talk about an impressive drive, and it's kind of that's what you need to do versus the Chiefs. You got got to keep on the sideline. And that was what we needed to do, eat clock, score, finish with points. But we needed to come back and do it again. We needed to get more stops defensively. Like, we needed another drive, and we just didn't get that drive, and we weren't able to get in the end zone again.
Yeah, it was tough from that standpoint. But, Coach, when you go down 13-3,
yep,
you had the ball, and then you also get it at the start of the second quarter. Now, you and I talked at halftime about this. Getting that field goal right before the half to respond. I mean, obviously they had scored a touchdown, but you needed to respond at that point, and you did, and kind of hit that big field goal. Did you feel like that gave you a little bit of momentum to get into that big drive in the third quarter, which I would argue that third quarter drive was maybe the best one you had all year because you overcame a number of things as well on that drive. But getting that 3 right before the half, how important was that one to make sure you got back within a score before half?
That was huge for us. Strategically, that's what you want to do. Like, you want to finish with the ball or finish with points going into halftime, and we did that. We were able to get the field goal, and then, that's why you kind of defer kickoff so you can get the ball coming out of halftime and you can go down and add more points, right? That's where you try to lap your opponent, and we did that. Like, we were able to do that, put us in the game, and that's exactly how you want to drive the look. That's exactly how you want to finish the half. Of course, you want touchdowns. You want to finish with 7, but ultimately, you got to score more points to beat the Chiefs.
Yep. Well, at the end of the day, you look at Mahomes threw for under 200 yards. You were able to really slow down their running game a lot. Was that a big key in keeping things close?
Yeah, you look at it, on the defensive side, I thought, credit to our defensive line, they executed the game plan flawlessly. Like, we needed them to stop the run, which we did that with those guys, and we needed to keep Mahomes in the pocket. I think all for like 1 or 2 times he maybe got out, but there weren't plays that really hurt us. We still had an opportunity to come out and finish, but those guys did a really nice job of not allowing him to, as we talked about last week, escape through the interior A and B gaps, and they did that, forced him to go to the sideline, but those guys played really well the entire game.
For your defense, Coach, you had a number of young guys, a number of guys playing their first divisional playoff game, in some cases some playing their first playoff game in general. What do you think this experience was for them going forward? Guys like Kamari, guys like Kalen, playing that first game, in Kansas City in that kind of pressure environment. They played a lot of big games. They played in big college games. But there's something different about divisional playoff games. What do you think they kind of gained out of that moment being young players?
Yeah, I really liked how our young players showed up. Kamari, Kalen, they were locked in. Yeah. Like, they were locked in. They got their job done. They were where they're supposed to be. Credit to those guys. They didn't blink in the moment. They were ready. They were prepared, and they played really well for us. So I think, they were hurt after the game, as should be, but they understand what it takes to get to that next level. It's all 11 guys being on the same page all the time, like dialed in from snap to whistle. Every single snap is important when you're playing in a game of that magnitude. Like, there can't be, the mental mistakes and things that happen that hurt yourself. So those guys knew that, and I'm really proud. Caleb, Kamari, our young guys, all our young guys, the way they played.
Coach, I know you don't want to see all the sacks, but the passing game in general, as you threw the ball effectively for much of the night, and we know how banged up you are at receiver and who's not playing, and who knows what the guys who are playing have and what they're nursing injury-wise and all that. But what about that facet of the game?
Yeah, I thought CJ, man, he competed. He competed. He brought all the intensity, the energy that we needed from him. He brought that, right? And we just needed to do a better job around him. It wasn't good enough from when it came to a protecting standpoint, or guys, just getting open, beating man coverage. They play sticky in coverage. Credit to the Chiefs. They've had some sticky coverages, double Nico a lot, where you're counting on other guys to step up and make plays. I couldn't be more proud of Hutch. What a game he had. He stepped up big time for us, made some clutch catches, some really nice plays. Just, you see the competitive nature that Hutch has, which he's shown that all throughout the year. But in one of our biggest games, he stepped up and probably had his best game of the year. But just overall, you just needed to make some more plays, and we still had some negative plays there that kind of put us behind in some longer yardage situations where we had to kind of climb out of the hole again.
Mark and I talked about this throughout the week, Coach. We talk about the running game, and we always kind of come up with, okay, how many points is it going to take to win the game? How many rushing yards you think it's going to take? And we both were like, man, if we could get to 125, we would feel pretty good about 125, like we could 125, I think, at the end of that third quarter drive. And it wasn't, Joe making something happen when it's not there. It was holes developing, guys up front. It felt like you were kind of winning the physical battle. Joe was able to slice through there. Damian one time. What was really kind of happening with the run game? So think about the O-line this year. You had like 7 or 8 weeks of the same O-line, and then some injuries started happening, and then moving pieces, and then finally, then you got to change on the divisional playoff round because you get Shaq back. But yet, you're able to run the ball really well against Kansas City for a long, extended period of time. What really was kind of working? Was it the O-line configuration? Was it just kind of everything? Was Joe Vision? What was kind of working with the run game Saturday?
I think when the run game got kind of simplified there and our guys were just able to just tee off and do more of the double teams, just moving the guys in front of them, I think that scheme it fit us well, and we were able to see some benefits from that, and Joe ran the ball well, which he's done that all year. Yeah. And the biggest thing in the run game was us just getting the play started. In our games where we didn't run it well, there were a lot of edge pressures and things where there were quick penetration in the interior where we couldn't get the play started. Our backs had to stop and start, and anytime you make a back stop and start, it's just hard to gain positive yardage. So you've seen just cleaner blocking in the run game, which allowed us to be effective there.
Coach, special teams, it's like the plumbing and electricity. When it's there, sometimes it's taken for granted. And you guys had such a good year on special teams by and large, but that was just a weird day for special teams.
Yeah, not our best day, special teams-wise, especially to start the game. Kick the ball off, and, looking for an energy booster, somebody go down and make a big hit. That's what's normally happened on our kickoff team. But to open the game and to give up a huge return like that, it ultimately came down to fundamentals. Like we missed tackles. We got 2-3 missed tackles on a play. We're not putting our body on guys. We're kind of reaching head down. The fundamentals of tackling just didn't show up. And we allow a huge return, and then we get the silly penalty on top of that to put them in the red area to start. It's just not how you want to start a football game. And, of course, in that moment in the playoff, we got to make those kicks. Every point is vital. Mm-hmm. We need every point. And for us to, not execute on a couple of field goals and a PAT, it's not a good day for us. And it shows, where we should be adding points. We need all the points we can get to go beat a team like KC on the road. All the points matter, and we didn't do that.
We got a lot more coming up on the DeMeco Ryans show, and I know that was a little bit of a down note right there with the special teams performance on Saturday, but there were many bright spots on the season. He'll reflect on those, and also the hard work that needs to be done to retool, reset, whatever going into 2025 as the team goes for a three-peat in the AFC South. We'll have that. We'll talk to Will Anderson Jr., Greg Bailey did on Inside the Game, and the McNairs calling into the postgame show with Sean and Clint. That's all coming up here on the DeMeco Ryans show on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
Amegy Bank and the Trevino Group have worked together to put the us in business banking by growing and planning for the future together. Now, it's your turn with your own dedicated Amegy banker with banking experience in your industry. Because you're more than a customer, we're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business on solid financial footing through the ups, downs, and everything in between by being the trusted partner you need. Here, we collaborate. Here, you grow. Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation and a member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Texans fans, we know you'll stand for a deep run and next level performance. Your Houston Texans are working hard to make that happen. Folks, this is DeMeco Ryans. Next level performance is what you'll find at your best in Texas Ford dealer. Ford vehicles offer the quality and technology to help you be at your best every day. So Texans fans, let's make a deep run together. Stand tall, work hard, and be your best. Ford is the best in Texas.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Arriba Texans! Join Somos Texas now for free as we celebrate the passionate, powerful, and vibrant Hispanic community in Houston, Mexico, and around the world. You will enjoy exclusive contests and events, Spanish language content options, membership spotlights, Texas news from our amigos at Telemundo, Mexico outreach opportunities, games, chances to get on the field during game day, and so much more. Únete a nosotros. Sign up now for free to become an official member of Somos Texans at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Ready to take your grilling game to the next level? Texas Star Grill Shop has you covered. With top brands like Traeger, Weber, Big Green Egg, and more, they have the perfect grill for every barbecue enthusiast. From luxury outdoor kitchens to prefab islands, they make outdoor cooking a breeze. And right now, don't miss the huge sale with unbeatable prices on all grills and accessories. Visit one of the 4 locations across the greater Houston area or check out TexasStarGrillShop.com. Texas Star Grill Shop, where great barbecue begins.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
Houston's hospitality market is on fire, and with Bayou Hospitality, your official partner of the Houston Texans, you can invest in hotels in the Houston area. Enjoy a 12% targeted return, with opportunities starting at just $25,000. Some you definitely won't get from your bank. It's a smart, exciting way to grow your investment in a thriving city. Visit bayou.fund to get started today. Investment subject to risk. See website for details.
The Texans fought hard, but couldn't take down the Chiefs, and the loss clearly hurt for Coach DeMeco.
Yeah, I'm walking out of here discouraged. This one hurts, right? Because I know we're a better football team than we showed today, no matter who we're playing against. Like, to go back and still have to talk about mistakes that we made in this moment, like, yeah, it's discouraging to be here.
Thanks for a heck of a season, Coach. We'll be back.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Back in the Hyundai Texans radio studio, it's the DeMeco Ryans Show. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. A long way to go with a lot of great stuff here before we close it out for the year. Will Anderson Jr. coming up in the next segment with Greg Bailey of ABC 13, and also the McNairs calling in on the post-game show. Really cool stuff as they visited with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. And a couple of things here as the Texans check out of their lockers today. Meetings with the head coach, assistant coaches meeting, evaluating the season, Nick Casario's crew. The offseason begins. Senior Bowl next week, East-West game this week. A lot of work to do to deal with retooling the roster for 2025. And these opportunities are so precious. The 6th time the Texans have made it to the round. They have yet to break through. At some point, it's going to happen, and we'll talk to the head coach about that. But when you look around the league, when you look at Buffalo in this era since drafting Josh Allen, they drafted him in 2018. They're going to their second AFC championship game since drafting Allen, who has won 7 playoff games as a starter for the Bills. Just amazing. Meanwhile, Lamar Jackson loses that game yesterday. He and the Ravens to the Buffalo Bills in Western New York. Jackson has won 3 playoff games since being drafted in 2018. It's that hard, that difficult to break through. The Texans are knocking on the door. As Bum Phillips would say, eventually they'll kick the door in. Let's get back to our conversation with head coach DeMeco Ryans.
I know there's always looking ahead, Coach. You always think about what you can do next. I want to take a 30,000-foot just look at your first 2 years and the progress from when you stepped in the building to where you are now and where you believe you're going. You look at this AFC Championship game, and it's a game with Buffalo, who we beat, and the Chiefs, who we had our chances to beat twice, actually. Where do you think you are in the progress of building this organization in your eyes and the way you want it to be built?
Yeah, as I told our guys this morning in a team meeting, like, my job is to take this organization to new heights, right? And new heights for our organization is to get to the AFC Championship game. That's something we have not done, right? We were close this year. We were close, and we didn't get it done, right? And, you know, when you get there now,
everything,
where everything is right there for you to get to the big dance. But for us to get over there to improve in all areas. Like it's my job to make sure we're improving, we're getting better in all areas to help our players be successful and to get past this divisional round, which our organization has been there. I don't know, 5 or 6 times we've been there as an organization and we haven't gotten it done. So that's my goal. Like, can we get to the AFC Championship game and have an opportunity, right, to go for the big one? But first, we got to get past the divisional. So that's everything moving forward. Like, as we work throughout the offseason, guys, we add to our team, like, the way we work our mindset. Like, if it's not AFC Championship, it's not on your mind, like, then I don't know what you're working for. Why are you here? So that's my mindset moving forward. Yeah, we've had 2 good seasons. Everybody wants to say, but man, I'm a competitor. I'm here to win, and that's all I think about. We put a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of dedication into this, and it's only for me to win, and that's what I'm about.
So, Coach, between restricted and unrestricted free agents, it's a couple of dozen guys here. It's like half the 53-man roster almost. How do you go about assessing, all right, who do we want to go after? Who do we want to sign? You and Nick sit down. How do you go about this the next few weeks?
Yeah, me and Nick will sit down. We'll go through, first off, we start with our free agents, go through it and, see which guys we want to bring back. And if they have an interest in coming back as well, it has to work both ways. Then we also look at the pool of free agents from the entire league and see, where can we, add a guy to improve our roster. And that's really from now until the start of next season. It's myself and Nick working together to how do we improve our roster? How do we get better? What players can we add to make our roster better? And that'll be our focus. It's a fun focus. You kind of, divvy from game planning to now it's player acquisition mode. And now my scouting eyes are on, and I'm looking forward to adding the right guys who have the right mindset, that swarm mentality. That's what we need. Like, guys have that right mindset and has that special work ethic. If we get those guys in, then we know they can help us.
The other part of it, Coach, is in the business of sports and being a coach's kid. I know how this one goes about coaches you retain, coaches you don't, coaches retire, coaches move on, they take different jobs. Now you got – and I would imagine there's probably some excitement to that there might be some new people that bring in new ideas, new blood, all that kind of stuff. But how difficult is that aspect of it, this group of coaches that you work so closely with, that you will have some changes no matter what happens, no matter how good it is. There will be guys that move on. There will be guys that come in. How tough is that part of it to kind of build that aspect as well?
Yeah, it's always tough, John. I tell our team, like coaches, players, staff, like every year I've been in the NFL, almost 20 years now, like it's never stayed the same.
Exactly.
Like there's always changes that happen. And so with that, it's like when I go into a year, like I'm pouring every single thing I have into that year with that team because this is our one chance with this team. Like next year it'll be different. Same with coaches, players, staff, like it'll change. It'll be different. There'll be new people here and we'll hit reset and go on our journey with 2025.
What is today like when you're having those final meetings with players into the offseason? And do you do every single one or do you delegate with the staff? How does all that work, Coach?
Yeah, we call exit meetings with our guys. So I start with a team meeting, like just saying, my final thoughts on the season and how it ended, really thanking our guys, for the effort and the work that they put in throughout the year. And then we'll have our guys break out and they meet with their position coaches. There are a good number of guys that I meet with personally in my office. I've been going back and forth talking to a lot of guys about a lot of different things. And the main thing I want to implore to all of our young guys, especially our rookies, it's like, how do you attack this offseason? Right? It's very important how you attack the offseason because this will be the first time that our rookies, like they have a lot of time, a lot of free time on their hands. And like, how do you feel that? How do you structure it the right way? So it's just encouraging a lot of our guys to make sure, they're here taking advantage of the opportunity they have to work out here with our strength staff, to be here with our nutrition, like utilizing the resources that we have for our guys. Just want to make sure they take advantage of that.
All right, we care about a lot of people in this building, but we care about you almost more than anybody else. What about you getting away, kind of just mentally, physically, just stepping away from everything and having a break to get, once we get back to, the real grind of this, once we get back to the combine and all that stuff. you getting away, get kind of some rest and kind of a breakaway?
We'll see. Four babies at home, not a lot of rest to be. No, but I'll get away.
That's a different kind of rest.
That's a different kind for sure. But no, I'll take my time to just recharge, reset, and still a lot of decisions and things that have to be made here and there. If you're never really off, always working, but definitely take the time to just reflect and also recover and reset as well, because I need it.
Yeah. Couple of reflection questions here.
Oh, boy.
This season, I know it's still fresh from what happened Saturday, but you look back, you won the division, 10 wins, you won a playoff game. You look at it, you're in the Final Four of the AFC. Again, it's awesome. So is there a moment or a sequence of events this season that will really stand out to you, Coach, other than the postseason, the regular season, getting back-to-back AFC South championships? Is there anything in that mix that really stands out?
I think just a couple games that stand out. I think like the game versus the Bears, was that Sunday night game, the early one early in the year, like seeing our guys, the way they played, it was really cool to watch that game, beating Buffalo here at home on Kaimi's, final second kick there, seeing how excited our guys were, and being able to win the division, but sitting at home watching watching the game on the couch with my family, being able to win the division that way. A lot less hectic than our first year having to win the division on the road in Indy. So, man, it's a lot of pride that I've seen throughout the year. And, I think probably the most proud is just seeing, how many different guys, different lineups we had, and seeing different guys step in at different moments of the year and just go play well. Like, no matter, we never made excuses for injuries or this guy being out suspended or that. It was no excuses, no explanations. Guys just grinded. Guys worked hard all throughout the year. And whatever it took for us, like, we were able to win enough to have our opportunity, to get into postseason, and that's always the goal for us. So I'm proud of our guys for winning the AFC South again and giving us a chance to go win it all. We just learned a lot throughout this year, learning like what it takes, what does the work have to look like on a consistent basis for us to get over the hump.
All right, one more. The Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. You have some Pro Bowlers, and you've played in Pro Bowls. In fact, I remember you in 2009, Coach, in Miami. You were hitting people very hard in that Pro Bowl. Did you not get the memo that it's the Pro Bowl? You were playing pretty intense in that game.
Anytime that ball is snapped, man, I just know one speed. Like, go play hard, play fast.
How would you like to be in these Pro Bowl games? All the skills competitions and stuff like that.
I know it's coming.
No, I'll let them have that now. They'll have a lot of fun. Talked to Stingley today, and he's going to go down to Atlanta. I said, Sting, have fun in the dodgeball. So
he might be good at that.
Flag football, just be careful out there. But no, it'll be fun. I think it's it'll be full of fanfare. It'll be exciting time. Seeing getting this first one, I'm happy for him. Happy to sit at home and watch him play dodgeball.
Outstanding, Coach. Thanks a lot for all the visits all season long. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys all year making this. Definitely enjoyment, pleasure to do, no matter what happened throughout the week. Really appreciate you guys and the work you guys put in.
Thanks a lot. You're the best.
You.
All right, don't go anywhere because the head coach, we've got more from him with Greg Bailey on ABC 13. We've got Will Anderson Jr., plus the Amegy Bank questions of the week. We've got a little montage of some of the fun stuff that's happened on the show this year. But one note on the head coach. Vibe report here. I sometimes give you stats at this point in the program. Here's a vibe report. There's tremendous disappointment in the air. They know the opportunity they just had, and they didn't get it done, and the feelings are strong about not having achieved that. We'll see what that means in the offseason and for next year. Still, this is a personal editorial note, but I think I'll have a lot of agreement on this. The most important thing is that you maintain winning the division. That's first and foremost. Obviously, you'd love to have 14 or more victories and have a 1 or 2 seed, but winning the division is paramount because that assures you of at least one playoff game at home. More would obviously help. You are devastatingly tough at home to beat, really tough on opposing quarterbacks this year, and it's going to be fun to watch as they put this thing together for 2025. As I said, the McNairs on the Postgame show coming up. Will Anderson Jr., the Amegy Bank Amazing Play of the Year. Do I have to pick one? It's all happening here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio.
At Hyundai, comes from quality you can count on. That's why Hyundai vehicles offer advanced safety features to help you stay safer on the road, which led to Hyundai having 9 2024 IIHS top safety picks this year. Peace of mind. Visit your nearest Hyundai dealer today. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Get 2.99% APR on the Hyundai Elantra or lease for $239 a month. See your local Hyundai dealer, the official car of the Houston Texans. Offers end February 3rd. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
We believe in champions at Texas Children's Orthopedics. The runners, the receivers, the strikers, the dreamers. As the only children's hospital partnered with the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Medical Network, our nationally ranked team brings a caliber of care normally reserved for professional athletes to every patient. Because we champion one thing above all. You. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at KingRanchAgAndTurf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
For the second straight year, the Texans season comes to an end in the divisional round. DeMeco's defense kept the game close for 3 quarters. But today, it wasn't enough to conquer the Chiefs in a 23-14 loss. It hurts for now, but the future's still bright here in H-Town. Congrats on a heck of a season, fellas.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $7.4 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
How close can you get with Verizon Access? Front row close. Red carpet close.
Oh my God!
Backstage passes close. Playing quarterback for your favorite NFL team close. Okay, not that close. But watching from the sidelines close? You bet. Get into the experiences you love, like concerts, games, and exclusive pre-sales just for being a Verizon customer. Verizon Access. You're in. Woo! Learn more at Verizon.com/access.
Got the friends over but the food not figured out? No problem. That's where the Big Dinner Box comes in. Packed full of Pizza Hut favorites to satisfy everyone's cravings, the Big Dinner Box comes loaded with 2 medium 1-topping pizzas, breadsticks, and your choice of wings for another pizza. It's the feast that makes peace. The meal without a big deal. It's the Big Dinner Box. Get one today. Call or order online now at pizzahut.com. Additional charge for more than 1 pizza topping. Extra cheese and bone-in wings where available. Product availability. Prices and participation may vary.
Hi, Lady Texans fans. Want to take your fandom to the next level? Join the Battle Red Ladies, presented by Ashley, for free and enjoy endless, exciting opportunities. Together, Lady Texans fans chat about football at in-person events, enjoy exclusive contests, have the chance to be the Battle Red Lady of the Month for additional prizes, and so much more. Let's get together. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
Now, more Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Big, juicy segment here on the DeMeco Ryans program, the last one of the 2024 campaign. Can't wait for 2025. The schedule is going to be brutal again. 9 home games. We'll talk about that if we have time. Now, we do have time for the M&G Bank Amazing Play of the Year. Look, there were many to choose from. I actually took a poll with a few people in the studio here. Johnny thought maybe the Eric Murray pick 6 in the playoff game. If you include playoffs, I think the play of the year, because I think what this play means for the future is huge. Xavier Hutchinson with the catch, C.J. Stroud throwing the pass that changed the playoff win over the Chargers. It just seemed to change Stroud in the passing game so positively, and that did bleed over into Kansas City can get it ultimately, but you threw the ball pretty well against Kansas City. I know you can't take the sacks, but you ran the ball pretty well against the Chargers and the Chiefs, and you have some stuff that you really like moving forward. So I think in that way, this is the play of the year. Stroud calls for the ball, and the ball goes through Stroud. He picks it up, scrambles out to the right side. Can he get rid of it? Airs it out downfield and caught at the 45-yard line and taken to the 50-yard line. X marks the spot. An amazing play for the Texans on 3rd and long. I know, busted play that turns into a big play, but this team had some adverse moments that they turned into positives throughout the year. Some struggles mid-year, late in the year, but they rebounded from those. Ultimately, it ends in the divisional round. And after that game, the man who caught this pass, Xavier Hutchinson, visited with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner on Texans postgame.
It hurts to have this season, and can you take us inside the locker room, man? It's just been a lot of fun, especially these last couple weeks, watching you guys play.
It was definitely emotional coming back into the locker room. Unfortunately, you guys know how the business goes. You know, a lot of people won't be here with us. So, you know, really just wanted to go around and just kind of say how grateful I am for everybody. And I think, you know, that's kind of what everybody did in the room. I just went around and really just kind of, you know, broke bread and just told everybody how much we appreciate them. You know, grateful for, you know, their time and, you know, everything that they've taught us on and off the field.
Hey, Hutch, I know you were here last year and obviously this year, so you've experienced both of the 10-plus win seasons, the division champ, the second round of the playoffs. One thing I let our post was, as a fan, I feel a lot better today than I did after Baltimore. Your take on kind of how that locker room feels, how you feel right now versus how y'all exited the playoffs last year.
You know, I think last year was it was a big one for us. We had got all the way there. You know, some of us, I don't want to speak for everybody, but me personally, you know, I didn't know what to expect. You know, that just goes through growth. You know, you got to learn those type of things in the field, in the war of combat. This year, I think everybody in the room just feels like we're super close to getting over that hump, you know, and really changing the game for, you know, this organization and for all of us. You know, we got to work on the smaller things, the minute things, get those cleaned up and be able to execute in the moment. So, you know, I think a lot of us are leaving with our head held up high. It's going to be very interesting these next coming years because we're not going to stop growing.
Xavier Hutchinson joining us here on Texans postgame. Hey, Hutch, take us inside that wide receiver room if you could. Like, not just today, but the season. That was a group, and you're part of it, that was viewed as one of the best in the league coming into the season, but you lose Steph in the middle of the season. You lose Tank in Week 16. What's the dynamic been like in that room from a leadership standpoint, from a vibe standpoint? Very much a next man up, I would imagine. Can you kind of take us through what that ebb and flow has been like?
Yeah, to begin with, you know, we had a lot of high energy. You know, obviously when you bring in a guy like Steph, man, he's a great culture guy. Despite what anybody says about him, I was in the room with him. Everybody was in the room with him, man. The way he goes about his craft and his work is second to none. And then obviously, you know, when you get hit with Tank, you know, that one really hurt. You know, check here and everything that he's been through and how much he worked to, you know, just get back to this point and for it to end, you know, the way that it did. You know, it's heartbreaking. But, you know, I really got to give credit to a lot of our receivers in the room, man, like Metch, Rob, Nico, like really took on a bigger role, especially Nico and Rob. You know, they stepped in and, you know, they were just role models every day. They showed us how to be professionals and how to go about your business. And, you know, I really feel like it showed towards these later ends of with us just, you know, as a receiver room being able to play, you know, some of our best ball.
You mentioned a little earlier about the team being close. Talk a little bit more specifically about being the fact that Kansas City, we know the history. Obviously, they're trying to three-peat. They're one of the greatest dynasties in sports, and hell, they're trying to become one of the greatest ever, right? So we understand that, but just the team and going to Arrowhead when, hell, I think the TV said it felt like 8 degrees and obviously a sellout crowd in the playoffs versus that team just going up there and playing and competing. Kind of, what does that tell you about your squad?
It tells us exactly what DeMeco has preached all through these years, man, that we're a gritty team. And, you know, we really don't care who we're going up against. You know, at the end of the day, this is still football. You got to be able to execute in the moment and make the play in the moment. And, you know, obviously that's why, you know, they're world champs, man. They make big plays in the moments and they execute at the right times. So really just to go up against that and see, you know, how close we are to being able to, you know, beat one of those high tier teams, man. It shows a lot. It shows a lot about our team. And like I said before, it just shows, man, we got so much to grow, and I feel like that should be a scary sight.
Xavier Hutchinson, hey, Hutch, before we get you out of here, I know that a lot of the guys talk about how the coaches, when they're evaluating you guys after the season or heading into the offseason, they give you guys one thing that they feel like you need to work on. If there's one thing you're focused on improving heading into year 3 for you, what is it?
It's definitely just keeping my speed within routes with speed cuts. Just carrying the same speed that I had going into that, and not really not having to change gears as much, and just being able to continually keep the same speed. I think that'll be a big jump for me just as a route runner, and I think that'll be the biggest thing for me to work on.
There's Xavier Hutchinson on Texans postgame with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. Those guys are coming up in just a few moments. The McNair phone call at the end of Texans postgame Saturday night. That's on the way. First, let's get to Johnny Harris with DeMeco Ryans right after the game.
Coach, at halftime we talked, and it felt like you were pretty excited about what you could do in the second half, down just 7, and then you get that long drive. How much did that drive kind of boost you guys up on the sideline?
Yeah, it was a huge boost to see our guys drive down, man, whatever it took. We ran the ball well. CJ was able to scramble. We made some throws, different guys stepping up, making catches. Like, that's how drives are supposed to look, and that was cool to see. We just need to do that more consistently. But to drive all the way down, I'm very proud of our guys for doing that. We just need it more.
What was working so well that you guys were able to run? I know CJ added with some scrambles, but still you're able to run the ball. Even had the first time.
Yeah, I think with the backs, like Joe did a great job as always, as he's been doing when we're on the road. He runs the ball well. The guys blocked it well. There were some creases there. Made some plays. DP got in, had a couple nice runs against CJ with the scrambles. Like, the run game was there. We knew we needed to run the football to, have a chance versus these guys. And when we needed to, we did it well.
In the first game, Mahomes had a couple of scrambles that were big. You obviously scrambled for a touchdown. You had one, but that was really it. You guys seemed to kind of envelop him in the well. Was that kind of the game plan? How much did you guys execute that game plan?
Yeah, the D-line executed our game plan flawlessly. Right, we had one miscue on a 3rd and I think 7 or 6 where we didn't get the edge. Like, we didn't secure the edge. But outside of that, the guys did exactly what I wanted them to do. Right, and we made the quarterback struggle, right? It's just unfortunate that it doesn't show up in a positive light because I thought our guys played really well. It was just a couple unfortunate busts in coverage where we leave, guys wide open. It just shouldn't happen.
I know after the game at your presser, and we've talked about this a few times, Texans beating Texans, and I would imagine, Coach, is that the most frustrating aspect of it, the fact that it was kind of Texans beating Texans today? Yeah,
that's the part that's most disappointing to me, man. We were prepared. We were ready to go. But to come back and have to say, like, oh, man, well, we didn't hit our kicks. We got penalty on the first drive of the game. We're not protecting the quarterback well. Like, we have mental miscues and coverage where it's easy stuff that we should have done. So it just hang over my head as like, man, I know we're much better than this, but it's unfortunate, right? We went toe-to-toe with a really good team that's been champs for the past couple of years, but we had our opportunity, man, and credit to them. And it shows why they're the champs. They're not making those mistakes, right? They are executing in the critical moments. They're not having the penalties. They're not going backwards. They find a way to win, and they did that today.
The Chiefs did. Having a great game, Will Anderson Jr., 3.5 sacks in this postseason run. Best run of Texans history for a pass rusher. That's saying something. Let's get to Greg Bailey from ABC 13 Inside the Game. His conversation with Will Anderson Jr.
What is the level of frustration, maybe knowing that you guys left some stuff out there against a great team that maybe you could have beaten?
Yeah, it's very high. You know what I'm saying? I hate that we can't get some of those plays back, but all year we've been talking about executing. Okay. And it's the same thing that happened in this game. It was all came down to executing, and that was one of the coaches' keys to victory, just execute. And we got to really take it, like, we got to really home in on our execution, like physicality. Like, none of that has ever been, like, effort. That's not the problem. It's just we have to lock into that detail just a little bit more.
And maybe how would that play out where you guys look defensively and say, man, we just missed this one thing and it hurt us in this game?
Yeah, it starts in practice. It started in the meeting rooms. It starts taking it to another level. Like, even when you think you gave more, you got to give more. Okay. And I think that's just where it started. I know next year going into it, like, we got to have more meetings. We got to have, like, coach put together this tape. Like, we got to meet together outside the coaches. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we're learning. We're young. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm hopeful.
I'm positive I'm going to get over this hump, and I'm excited about it. We have a great group, great staff, great players here, and we're going to do this.
At your best, you get after Patrick Mahomes. I'm talking about the defense. I'm talking about you personally. What was working there when you guys were able to pressure him and hit him?
We stuck to the game plan. I was just telling them, like, the last time we played them, I feel like we was like, oh, it's Patrick Mahomes. We're going to be on TV. We got to go out and do – no. Stick to the game plan. Everybody rushes for it. We're going to give them the flush, east and west, and we're going to bubble and catch them, and we got to thrash and crash in the pocket. And I thought we did a really good job with that up front.
You have emerged as a leader for this group. You've spoken to this group, and then you go out and you deliver, man. What do you want to be for this team and for the city of Houston?
Man, I want to be something special for the city, man. I just want to bring people closer to Texans football, man. I want to bring the city and bring it back on fire, man, and just bring everybody in the locker room, like, together, man, so we can win the Super Bowl one day for the city, man. And I'm going to keep striving to do that, man. Every day is my best, and I'm excited about it. Like I said, I got the guys behind me, so I'm excited about that.
You guys close to making that happen?
Very close.
It's awesome, man. Great to see you, man. Congratulations on a great year.
Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, bud.
Greg Bailey of Inside the Game with Will Anderson Jr. after the game. Also after the game, much later, the McNairs calling in to Texans post-game with John Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. Cal and Hannah on a mobile?
Cal, tough one today, but as you've probably heard Clint and I talking about, man, the arrow is up on your franchise right now. Welcome into the post-game show, Cal.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry this is your last one. We're hoping to get you a couple of more. But Hannah and I just landed and driving home, and, it was a tough loss. I think we had a really good team this year. They looked really good. I thought we were the better team on the field today. We have a lot of great guys in the locker room, and the arrows pointed up. We're really excited, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate the fans and the way they were there for us all year long, and everybody on the bandwagon, and it was a really great ride, and I'm sorry it ended.
We're really sad it ended.
We all are, Cal and Hannah. Hey, Cal, real quick, man, because we've talked about it a couple of different times, and I think you probably spoke to it a little bit right there with your comments, but just the progress that has been made based on the way you and Hannah feel right now versus after exiting the playoffs last year the way that we did. There's obviously been a huge jump and a huge stride made. From an owner's perspective, what's the difference?
Well, we have a lot different feeling today than we had last year. We feel like the team's progressed. We have a really strong roster. And like I mentioned, I thought we were the better team on the field today. I'm sad the results didn't show up on the scoreboard. But we really think we've made some strides, and can't wait to see what's going to happen on the offseason and keep, getting a little bit better.
Yeah, I think next year, I don't think we'll be leaving this game as a loser. I think we'll be going to the AFC Championship.
Yeah, Cal and Hannah.
You heard it here.
Yeah. Well, and I know you guys are just calling to check in here on the postgame show, and you didn't want this to probably turn into an interview necessarily, but I am curious. We were talking a few minutes ago about, to me, one of the biggest things that's happened for the Texans this year is reestablishing NRG Stadium as a place that opposing teams should fear coming to play, especially opposing quarterbacks. How proud are you guys of that piece, especially on the defensive side of the ball? And that plays into the crowd as well. You talked about the fans, Cal. Like, it's a group effort to make NRG Stadium a place that opposing teams want to fear playing in.
It's totally the fans showing up and being loud. One of the loudest stadiums in the NFL, place where it's hard for opposing teams to come in and play. And that's all due to the fans and their enthusiasm and support of the team, and we are so excited that's back.
I'd love to be playing this game in our stadium next year.
That's what we wanted in our house.
Yeah, no question about it. Last one, C.J. Stroud, year 2 years in, he's already won the most playoff games of any quarterback in Texans history. How proud are you guys of C.J. and where he's at, and as the owners of this team, your comfort level that this is the guy who's going to ultimately